Year 85 of Konoha. Sarada sat in the library reading a book, letting out a soft sigh. I really want to see Dad. She was curious about the Uchiha clan, but had only read about them in books. The Uchiha clan had been wiped out for unknown reasons. Now only she and her father remained. The Sharingan of the Uchiha. The highest level was probably only 3 tomo. Just as Sarada was thinking of other things, the ground suddenly cracked. What's happening? An earthquake. The new generation looked panicked. Year 64 of Konoha. The Chunin exams were underway. Hiruzen and Raza were watching the matches below. Now it was the final match, Naruto versus Neji Hyuga. Naruto, with his never-give-up spirit, defeated the prodigy Neji. Just as the result was about to be announced, a tremor shook the ground. Everyone looked again. A giant celestial screen had appeared in the sky, covering the heavens. In the audience, what is that? Sweat dripped from Sasuke's forehead. Kakashi also activated his Sharingan, his expression tense. In the Cloud Village, Reikage stood up, staring into the distance, face full of shock. In the Sand Village, since Raza was in Konoha, the acting Kazekage was Granny Chio. She looked at the screen in the sky, lips trembling. Did Konoha do this? In the Mist Village, the Mizukage looked at the high-altitude scene, equally shocked. Did Konoha do this? A thought flashed through her mind. In the Rain Village, Pain, who called himself a god, looked at the high-altitude scene, his eyes turning cold. What is this? Is it a sign from the gods? He raised his palm, almighty push. A gust of wind blew, but the celestial screen showed no movement. Nearby, Konan looked at Nagato with concern. Nagato's body was very weak. In the Pure Land, Tobarama Senju looked at the distant screen, his eyes cold. Interesting. Is this a jutsu invented by later generations? Otsudo, can you figure out the principle behind this thing? Hashirama looked at Tobarama, puzzled. Tobarama shook his head. Boruto Uzumaki, hey, what the heck is this screen? Shikadai Nara, Boruto, calm down, maybe this is an enemy genjutsu. Sarada Uchiha, we can actually post messages on this screen. In Konoha, Sasuke looked at the little girl with glasses in the sky, feeling inexplicably familiar. This girl was also from the Uchiha clan. Sasuke Uchiha, the surname on your back. You are also an Uchiha. Sarada Uchiha. In the library, Sarada's face was full of shock. Dad was also in this chat group. And Dad's profile picture looked like his younger self. Sarada, why is Sasuke Sensei in this chat group? Boruto's face was full of shock. He knew that Sasuke was his idol. If Sasuke Sensei is in this chat group, then is the 7th Hokage also in this chat group? Doabe's face was also shocked. He looked at Boruto with envy. Boruto, tell me, what does the 7th Hokage usually do at home? Boruto's mouth twitched at Doabe's question. The 7th Hokage, who could even wear his clothes backwards at home. If he said that out loud, would everyone be shocked? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sensei, 1st Hokage, are you also in this chat group? Tobarama Senju, yes, we are also here. Monkey, did you invent this jutsu? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sensei, I don't have such amazing talent. Hashirama Senju, who is the current Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi, ahem. Still me. Hashirama Senju, 3rd Hokage, you're so old, are you still the Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the Akatsuki, rain fell continuously. Itachi held an oil paper umbrella, his cold gaze fixed on the sky, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had just tried to use genjutsu on the screen, but it had no effect. Kisame, walking beside him, laughed. Well, Itachi-san. This girl named Sarada wasn't killed by you after all. Itachi fell silent. He looked at Sarada's face. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Could she be Sasuke's daughter? Itachi began to analyze quickly with his high intelligence. In Konoha, the moment the screen appeared, Hiruzen canceled the Chunin exams and mobilized all forces to guard the village. The Kage of other villages also took similar measures. Everyone looked cautious. After all, no one knew who created this screen. Boruto Uzumaki, hey, is Dad in this chat group too? Naruto Uzumaki, young. Boruto, stop talking, this chat group is weird. Sai, are you there? Sai Yamanaka, young. Lord 7th Hokage, the sensory team is investigating the chat group. The situation is unusual. Sasuke Uchiha, young. No surprise, this is not a regular ninja technique, right? Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke. Why are there 2 Sasukes in the screen? In Konoha, Naruto walked on the street looking at Sasuke with confusion. Sasuke and Naruto's eyes met, then quickly looked away. Yeah, there are 2 Sasukes in the video, and that girl named Sarada calls Sasuke Dad. Sakura's brows furrowed as she analyzed. With her high intelligence, she quickly came to a terrifying guess: this chat group could contact the future self. System, hello. This system is called the Ninja World Editing System. The system's voice appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The screen in the sky exuded a powerful oppressive force, as if it could erase everyone present with a wave. The crowd swallowed, continuing to listen to the system's introduction. Simply put, this was a live streaming system. People could watch the stream ninja, and they could get rewards by chatting and interacting. System introduction complete. Now drawing. Draw successful top 10 strongest Uchiha. Sarada Uchiha top 10 strongest Uchiha. Sarada's face was shocked. The strongest Uchiha must be at Kage level, right? After all, and her understanding of Jonin was already very strong. Why is this video ranking the Uchiha? Wasn't the Uchiha clan wiped out? Some disdainful voices came from the crowd. Sarada listened, clenching her fists. She wanted to argue, but what they said was true. Iwave Yurue, how strong can the strongest Uchiha be? Boruto Uzumaki, probably Sasuke Sensei, is the strongest. Naruto Uzumaki, the person above. Are you my long-lost dad? Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki. Alright, the tomato-ended combo stared wide-eyed, completely baffled. Tell me, who is this Boruto? In the era of Boruto, inside the Hokage building, Shikamaru covered his face, struggling to hold back his laughter while looking at the chat group messages. Side beside him was also stifling a chuckle. Only Naruto was resting his chin on his hands, looking a bit speechless. He couldn't believe he had been that dense as a child. Earlier, Boruto had already said he was his son, yet he as a father mistook his own son for his father. Boruto, no, I am your son. Naruto, since when did I have a child? Jiraiya, ahem, Kushina, your son was always this dense, don't blame me. Kushina, Naruto, this chat group can communicate with the future generation. Boruto is your son. Naruto, I see. Thank you, big sister. By the way, who are you? Minato. Hiruzen, ahem, young Naruto, these two are your parents. Because you were still young, I kept it from you to protect you. Hiruzen too felt a headache reading Naruto's messages. To protect Naruto, he originally didn't want to reveal the truth, but seeing the situation, he had to continue. Boruto, dad's childhood wasn't that bad. But why does it feel? Just as everyone was about to continue chatting, high above the screen changed, and a line of text appeared, now selecting the first target. Selection successful. Never underestimate the name of sure sway of the body flicker. At this moment, a new video appeared high above. On a dark, windy night, Itachi and Sure Sway walked together discussing philosophical matters. Seeing the figures in the video, everyone's faces showed shock again. Sasuke, Itachi, you bastard, I will definitely Kakashi, calm down, Sasuke. Fugaku, Sasuke, your behavior is too rude, it will damage the clan's image. Sasuke, but Itachi killed the whole family. I will definitely avenge you. Mikoto, does it have to be this way? In the Pure Land, Fugaku and Mikoto's faces were pained. They naturally knew the truth behind Itachi's massacre. To protect the village and Sasuke, Itachi was forced to take that action. Sarada, wait. Why was the Uchiha clan wiped out? Shursue, Itachi, so you were forced down this path after all. Itachi, system, what exactly are you? Itachi was panicking inside, afraid that the system would expose the truth of his massacre. If that happened, the Konoha high-ranking officials would be criticized and Sasuke might also be implicated. High above, the video continued. Shursue asked Itachi a strange question about his views on the village. Itachi answered truthfully. Hearing their conversation, the viewers also calmed down. Tobirama, their talk is quite interesting. An Uchiha with the will of fire. Hashirama, an Uchiha with the will of fire. That's quite rare. Sarada, so this is uncle. He looks just like dad. Sasuke, Itachi is still a beast. Tell me honestly, back then, why didn't you choose to kill me? Itachi. Itachi fell silent. How should he answer? At that time, Sasuke ran so fast that even Madara couldn't catch him. Obito, ahem. Inside a cave, Obito, drinking water, almost choked. At that time, Sasuke was crying, don't kill me, and now he says, Itachi, why didn't you kill me? Kakashi, Obito, so you're in this chat group too. Obito. Tobirama, is that brat still alive? Madara, ahem. In the Pure Land, Madara was a bit confused. How did Tobirama guess that Obito was still alive? Alright, now there's another unsolved mystery in the ninja world. Minato, second Hokage, you don't know, but Obito was my proudest student. He sacrificed himself to protect the village. Tobirama, I think he's still alive. Because I smell an evil aura on him. Izuna, I can't stand it any more, time to flame. Tobirama, you're a real singer, always talking about evil Uchiha. Scattered curses across the screen. Izuna has been muted for 1 hour. Tobirama, a mad dog indeed, arms crossed. Hashirama, ah, little brother, you and this Izuna get along really well. Watching the interactions of the predecessors, the new generation sweated. Is this how the predecessors talked? It felt like their strength wasn't that great. The video continued. Shursue and Itachi were still discussing something when suddenly they sensed something wrong because an ANBU had been injured. The ANBU rushed to them frantically, a wire wrapped around his thigh, blood gushing out. Shursue gripped a short sword and cut the wire off. From the distance, 3 masked figures approached. We are all comrades of Konoha. Why fight? Just pretend you saw nothing, leave now, okay? Root's voice was cold. If you want to harm a comrade, I must know the reason. Shizui's face was angry. Seeing young Shursue say this, the 3 Root ninja knew they had to fight and battle was imminent. The viewers felt anxious. How could these two kids fight experienced jonin? Those who silently maintain peace in the shadows. I think that's a true ninja. Shursui said cautiously. We are the same. Root's voice was cold. No using force to maintain order, I don't approve. Shursui activated his 3-Demo Sharingan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again. How old was Shursui? He had already awakened the 3-Demo Sharingan. Sarada, amazing, he already has 3-Demo Sharingan. Gaara, Uchiha's awakening seems to be related to talent. Tobirama, this Uchiha Shursui is very good with deep will of fire and strong talent. Hashirama, Sasuke, how many Tomo is your Sharingan? Sasuke, while seeing that Shursui had awakened 3 Tomo at his age, Sasuke felt like he was being cyberbullied. Wait, he was also a genius strictly speaking, right? After all, he awakened his Sharingan at age 7. Madara, humph, so there are talents among the younger generation. The video continues. Shursui used the body flicker technique, engaging 2 root ninja alone. Itachi also engaged 1 root ninja. Bang bang bang. The battlefield split into 2. Water was trampled by hurried steps. Blades scraped in the cold night wind, creating dazzling sparks. Seeing Shizui's speed like lightning, the viewers were stunned. A large root ninja swung a blade into the water. Thud! A violent splash rose high. Shursui jumped far away, his figure like lightning, directly kicking the large root ninja in the neck. But the large root ninja wasn't hurt much. Shursui was holding off 2 root ninja alone. Remember, he was only a teenager. This was incredible. His potential was immeasurable when he grew up. Setsuna, I really can't understand why this young man Shursui committed suicide. Hashirama, he committed suicide. Tobirama, big brother, calm down. Shizui's suicide was probably forced by someone. May, then who forced him? 4th Raikage, could it be Danzo? Anoki, awesome, this deduction is fast. If there's suspicion, it's Danzo. Danzo. Risen looked at the group chat messages, sweat trickling down his forehead. The Kazekage Raza looked at him disdainfully. Old man, you've truly fallen. Even now you refuse to acknowledge the truth. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, barely restrained his urge to lick his lips. Forgive my embarrassment, Lord Kazekage. Risen gave an awkward smile. Inside the group chat, Yuzibo Zuliangna, can uncle you really handle the root? Yuzibo Zwaju, hee, I know Yuzibo you very well. He will never hold back. Without accident, he can defeat that root. Yuzibo you. Daidala, Itachi, your younger brother looks quite noisy. Gonshir Goeijiao, Master you, do you need me to kill this Zwaju for you? Rainwater pattered down. You holding an oil paper umbrella fell into silence. No need. I will personally deal with Zwaju. You said coldly. I see. As expected of Master you. Goeijiao smirked, revealing shark-like teeth. The scene continues. Kid, surrender quickly. We outnumber you, advantage is on our side, a root member said disdainfully. Don't underestimate the power of the Yuzibo clan. On the other side, you used a spiral maneuver and quickly dealt with the root member in front of him. Everyone was shocked by young Yu's performance. These 2 youths were both geniuses. Yuzibo Zuliangna, as expected of uncle. Yuzibo Zwaju, it's nothing special. At that age I could do it too if I felt like it. Xuanhua Boren, exactly. If Master Zwaju felt like it, the 2 of them together couldn't beat Master Zwaju. Yuzibo Zwaju ahem. Zwaju was a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect that his boastful words would be genuinely believed by that naive disciple Boren. Of course Zwaju currently couldn't defeat Jishui and Yu, but the future was uncertain. Payan, these 2 youths are too naive. Only through force can lasting peace be achieved. Qianshou Zhujian, impossible. People can be moved by love. Payan he, Daitomu Hui bubbling. Jinjiao, how can people be moved by love? The 1st Hokage is truly naive. Injiao, exactly. Mizukage Zhou miming, the 1st Hokage is different from his legend. I always thought he was serious. 4th Raikage, AI, I bet these titles are all exaggerated. I want to challenge the ninja world Shura myself. Yuzibo Ban, mere sand grains, not even half of me. 4th Raikage, AI, you're quite good with words. Daimu, you are all too naive. The scene continues. The music swelled at this moment. Jishui single-handedly fought against 2 jonin. Boom, boom, boom. The blade was wielded swiftly by Jishui. His eyes were calm as if he had plenty of leeway. It seems he was fine over there. Then he'll end this quickly too. Jishui backflipped to create distance. He quickly formed hand seals and soon unleashed his body flicker technique. Don't underestimate the reputation of Shunshin Jishui. This perfectly matched the title. The distant youth suddenly became 2, then more and more. In an instant, a large number of Yuzibo Zishui's clones appeared on the water surface. The root members were shocked at the sight, thinking it was just an ordinary shadow clone technique. No, something seemed wrong. Because each clone had a physical form. One of them swung a blade, and the 2 hurriedly parried. But blocking the clone in front left them vulnerable to another from the side. Blades swung continuously, and soon one of them fell. The large man, filled with rage, punched the ground. Boom. The ground erupted with a massive splash, water splashing irregularly into the sky. In an instant it seemed like a mirror of flowers and the moon. Countless Uchiha Jishue holding blades with both hands stared at them. The water currents gradually rose into the sky. Everyone watching the video was in a state of extreme shock, especially the new generation. Xuanhua born, amazing, right? This is probably even stronger than Teacher Muyan. Siyue, is this the battle of the predecessors? Jinai Yambu, so terrifying. What kind of era are we living in? Chiodao deity, the fights in our time are like child's play. Compared to these real sword fights, they are truly unworthy of mention. Yuan Fei Weilai, the body flicker technique is truly too powerful. The new generation's faces were full of shock, and everyone stared intently at the scene in the sky. Is this Shunshin Jishue? Is this the Uchiha clan? The scene continues. I didn't hit them, meaning it had no effect. But their attacks have physical substance. What is going on? The large man pondered. Water splashed down like rain. My body flicker technique has no physical form, but it can also be said that all of them are physical. Zishui's cold voice came from behind. At that moment a whistle sounded in the distance. The exercise was forced to stop. The large man gave the two youths a meaningful glance, then fled with his teammates in disarray. The scene ends here, freezing on Zishui's face. System: this is the 12-year-old Shunshin Jishue, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Yuan Fei risen. Jishue is a good child. Uchiha Jing risen. In the Pure Land space, Uchiha Jing fell into silence. He didn't know whether to reveal the truth. That Danzo had killed him. Next, playing Zishui's famous scene. Single Eye awakens Susanoo. At this moment, seeing the scene in the sky, the members of the Uchiha clan's pupils constricted violently. Uchiha Tiahua Susanoo. Uchiha Tiahua. Is this the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Daowa. Is that the eye of Lord Uchiha Ban? Uchiha Ban, interesting. I didn't expect a junior of my clan to have awakened the Mangekyo. Shinsho Jujian. So what was the reason for Zishui's suicide? Jitsuan Tawanzang. Ahem, it has nothing to do with me. Dashawan. By the way, second Hokage-sama, do you want to know something? That is the Cloud Village's attack on the Hyuga clan's Baiyan. Chinsho Feijian. I don't want to know for now. Danzo was a bit flustered. He feared that if this video were exposed, everyone would blame him. Then forget about becoming Hokage. He might not even be able to hold on to his current position. Senju Tobarama. I'm curious. Shursui was such a good kid, why would he be so desperate? Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher. Mizukage Terumi, my first guess is Danzo did it. Fourth Raikage, I also bet it was that bastard Danzo. Uzumaki Boruto, really? How could Konoha's higher-ups do such a thing? Uchiha Sarada, unimaginable. Uzumaki Naruto young. The Uchiha clan matter was supposed to be classified, but now it's exposed. Sigh. Uchiha Sasuke young. Exposed or not, this isn't the time to The scene continues. Sunlight streamed into a forest clearing. Shursui and Itachi stood facing each other. Each raised a single hand, palm upright. Instantly the space around them warped. Wind gusted and a flock of white doves flew into the distance. Feathers drifted to the ground. They both opened their eyes, revealing their Sharingan, and charged toward each other. Shursui was naturally stronger than Uchiha Itachi, being older. Itachi quickly succumbed. In a contest of Jinjutsu, Shursui was indeed superior. Witnessing this, the viewer's pupils again constricted. Hatake Kakashi, no way someone's Jinjutsu prowess surpasses Itachi's. Yuhi Kurenai, you can't be serious. Shizui's Jinjutsu is stronger than Itachi's. Deidara, whoa, is Shursui really that strong? Never thought anyone could outdo Itachi in Jinjutsu. Hoshigaki Kisame Itakusen, what do you say? Uchiha Itachi, Shursui taught me everything I know about Jinjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke, nothing special. I could do it too, if I felt like it. Uzumaki Boruto. In the Boruto era, Boruto gazed at the image in the sky, lost in thought. Izuno Yamakui remarked with emotion. Exactly. Compared to the predecessors from the 7th Hokage's time, we new generation live far too comfortably. Denki nodded. Izuno Yamakui remarked with emotion. Exactly. Compared to the predecessors from the 7th Hokage's time, we new generation live far too comfortably. Denki nodded. The scene continues. Shursui looked at Itachi with gentle eyes. They formed the reconciliation seal. The view shifted to the Uchiha clan's rear mountain, where they discussed the matters at hand. This time the clan planned to stage a coup. Shursui intended to use Kotoame Tsukumi to control Fugaku, forcing him to call off the uprising. Seeing this, the viewers fell into silence. Wasn't this too risky? What if it failed? Anoki, I don't understand. What's the principle behind Kotoame Tsukumi? Fourth Raikage, probably some flashy impractical ability. Uchiha Shursui, keep watching and you'll find out. The scene continues in the Hokage's office. Shursui quickly reported the Uchiha situation to the higher-ups. No matter what, a coup seemed inevitable. Hiruzen fell into silence. If a fight broke out, it would benefit neither side. What should be done next? Wait, I have another plan. I'd like to try it. Shui interrupted. A plan, eh? Hiruzen looked puzzled. It's useless to listen to him now. There's no room for further discussion. Danzo's expression turned cold. His thoughts were simple: eliminate the Uchiha quickly. His original intention was for the village's sake. No matter what, these Uchiha had to be dealt with. Watching this, the viewers felt disgust toward Danzo. Shui, what is this plan of yours? Hiruzen asked, bewildered. My Mangekyo Sharingan. Shui revealed his trump card. As he spoke, Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. Danzo's breath quickened. He stared at Shui in shock. Do you understand the consequences? You'll bear the crime of using Jinjutsu on the clan head. Hiruzen looked at the child before him with complex emotions. Shui shook his head. He had already made up his mind. He then explained the principle of Konoha Tsukimi to the others. Danzo's face grew more excited with every word. Senju Tobarama. I can guess what happens next. Senju Hashirama. Danzo, why would you do such a thing? These Uchiha are also part of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, Lord First Hokage, you may not know this, but Hiruzen is too indecisive. Under his leadership, Konoha will eventually decline. Senju Tobarama. Danzo, I really want to slap you. In the Pure Land, Tobarama watched his disciples' words with fury. He never expected Danzo to become like this. Hatake Kakashi, my father's death was also related to Danzo-sama, wasn't it? Hatake Sakumo Kakashi. Pain. The great nation's hypocrisy, as always. Inside, the Akatsuki Pain stared at the celestial screen with cold eyes. It was these Konoha ninja who had killed his parents. Obito stood in the shadows. His face hidden beneath the mask was dark. It was these damned Konoha higher-ups who had killed Rin Noera. The new generation of Boruto's era, students at the Ninja Academy, looked at the screen with disdain. Are the Uchiha clan all braggarts? Exactly. The village forbids us from investigating the Uchiha clan, but in the end weren't they wiped out? Hearing the murmurs around her, Sarada clenched her fists. She wouldn't allow these classmates to insult her clan. Chocho Akimichi quickly stopped her best friend. Sarada, you don't need to mind them. In my opinion, the Uchiha clan is incredibly powerful. But Sarada hesitated. Every time she tried to investigate the Uchiha clan, the result was always access denied. It seemed the higher-ups didn't want the villagers to know the Uchiha clan's history. Sarada grew more curious by the day. Why was the Uchiha clan annihilated? The scene continues. Shui stood on a tree branch staring into the distance, determined to stop the coup. Just as he was about to act, several kunai flew from the distant grass. Shui vanished, instantly landing steadily on another branch. Several root members rushed at him. Shui gripped a single kunai, fending off multiple ANBU ambushers all by himself. Shizui's figure disappeared from sight, sprinting toward a brighter area. In an instant, a large number of root members encircled him. Who's the mastermind? Shizui's thoughts raced. Swift movements as expected of Shui, the body flicker. Danzo emerged from the grass, his eyes fixed on him. Danzo. Shui stared at the distant Danzo, his eyes cold. You may withdraw. Danzo stood before a breeze passed the atmosphere tense. What are you planning? Why are you obstructing me? Shizui's eyes held a hint of confusion. To infiltrate an opponent's mind and create a world as real as reality. Konoha Tsukimi. And you intend to use such precious power to stop a mere coup. Danzo's tone was scornful. I never expected a descendant of the Uchiha clan to be ignorant of the true use of the Sharingan. Seeing this, the viewers' faces turned cold. Mizukage Terumi, Meiha, in the end you just want that Konoha Tsukimi for yourself, don't you? Anoki, Danzo probably wants to use Konoha Tsukimi to control Hiruzen and make himself Hokage. Fourth Raikage, Konoha's drama is indeed juicy. The higher-ups are this kind of people. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi, are you hiding something from me? Uchiha Itachi. Shao organization, you fell into silence. This video will eventually reveal all the truth. What should I do then? Chimu Kakaxi's Waju, calm down. Uchiha's Waju. Uchiha Dai too. I didn't expect Muyi village to be so hypocritical. Buofeng Shuaman Dai too. Pure Land Space, seeing Tuan Zhang's deeds in the video, Zhu Jian frowned. Fei Jian's face also turned somewhat ugly. As for Uchiha Ban, he completely doesn't care about the Uchiha. After all, when he was young, he gave the Uchiha a chance. At that time he planned to defect with the entire clan, but when he walked out of Mu Yes Gate no one chose to follow him. Senju Fei Jian, Monkey Tuanzong did such a thing, why didn't you stop him? Yuan Fei Rijan, teacher, I don't know about this either. Uchiha Quan Nai, you don't know Jai. Wokeo am finally unsealed. Uchiha you ancestor Quan Nai, calm down. Uchiha Quan Nai, calm my head. Why was our Uchiha clan wiped out? Fourth Raikage, ha ha ha, watch the drama. The Shiwan he old man, you are really indecisive. Senju Fei Jian, Monkey da, Shiwan just chatted with me privately. The head of the Riseong clan killed several ANBU from Yun-in, and you chose to apologize to Yun-in to appease their anger. Yuan Fei Rijan de Shiwan. You rebellious disciple. Hokage office Rijan saw de Shiwan's comment and was so angry that he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. This de Shiwan, this rebellious disciple, how could he suddenly bring up this matter? Senju Jujin, monkey, is what de Shiwan said true. Yuan Fei Rijan. First Hokage-sama, I was forced to do this. Senju Fei Jian monkey you. Sa. Pure Land Space Fei Jian was not an unreasonable person. After some inquiries, he understood that Muyi village was facing economic difficulties at that time. Monkey's action was also a forced move. However, how did the once great number 1 ninja village suddenly become like this? Scene continues. Even if you use your dojutsu to control them, as long as the Uchiha clan exists, the village's suspicion towards them will not disappear. Tuanzong said coldly. He would kill these Uchiha no matter what. After a conversation, Ji Shui could not persuade Tuanzong no matter what. Tuanzong rushed over quickly, intending to seize Ji Shu's eyes. But soon Tuanzong fell under a jinjutsu. When the root members saw their master injured, they began to panic and act recklessly. They all threw the kunai in their hands. Because of the continuous battle, Ji Shui completely failed to notice Tuanzong using Izanagi. Tuanzong took this opportunity to quickly seize one of Ji Shu's eyes. Ji Shui felt a sharp pain. He decisively threw down a smoke bomb and planned to leave first. Ji Shui leaped onto a tree branch, glanced back at the root members who were relentlessly pursuing him, and his face also turned somewhat grim. He drew a short sword and cut down the kunai rushing towards him. A sleeping gas bomb was quickly thrown over. Ji Shui accidentally inhaled some and soon became dizzy. In his sight, everything around became blurred. Damn it. Watching the root members surround him, Ji Shu's face showed anxiety. He couldn't fall yet. Susanoo. Bang. Above the forest, a violent explosion occurred in the distance. At this moment, everyone stared at the distant smoke with cautious expressions. Susanoo 99. Ji Shui controlled Susanoo, and soon a laser shot out from its chest. In the distant smoke, the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. With a violent explosion, a huge green figure appeared in the sky. In an instant, a large number of root members were killed by these green lights. Seeing this scene, the entire ninja world gasped in shock. What is this power? De Yimu, this is Susanoo. The most shocked was De Yimu. After all the oppressive feeling that Uchiha Ban had caused him back, then was still vivid in his mind. Uchiha Fu Yue. I want to complain a little. Uchiha Zwo Liang Na Grandpa. What do you want to complain about? Uchiha Fu Yue. Ji Shui, did you have to use Koto Amatsukami on me? If you had directly controlled Rijan, wouldn't there have been so many problems? Uchiha Ji Shui. Xuanhua Bo Run. Right, why didn't brother Ji Shui control Grandpa Rijan? Xuanhua Ming Rin Young Ahem. Son, calm down. Uchiha Quan Nai. You people are just talking nonsense. You don't pick the key point. Didn't you see? Ji Shui activated Susanoo with a single eye. Uchiha Ban. Ji Shu's talent might far surpass mine. Pure Land Space Uchiha Ban gave the highest praise. He activated Susanoo with a single eye. His talent might already be comparable to his own. Wolfing Shuaman, amazing. Not to mention this, Susanoo, just based on Koto Amatsukami, Ji Shu's strength, should be able to rank among Super Cage level, right? Jianai Yenbu, the Uchiha clan, is really amazing. Lei Min Dianshi, exactly. I finally understand why the village doesn't let us investigate the Uchiha. Boruto's generation, the new generation, looked at Uchiha Zwa Liang Na with shock. No one expected that Zwa Liang Na's family was so powerful. It turned out they were too narrow-minded. Scene continues. Root members stared at the distance with terror. The green giant in the distance, holding a blade, stared intently at everyone present. Ji Shui was panting heavily, his body swaying, and the Susanoo on him was quickly dissipating. Taking this opportunity, just as everyone was about to attack, a string of fire dragons rapidly struck from afar, directly burning the root members to death. You picked up Ji Shui and carried him to a safe place. Don't you have a mission? I had a bad feeling so. Yu's expression was complex. Is that so? Ji Shui looked at you and weakly curled his lips. The sunlight shone on the two of them. Everything around was dark, but only the place where they were had light. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It seemed that the Uchiha's coup could no longer be stopped. Ji Shui had an extreme idea. He planned to use his own death to warn the Uchiha clan. Even the strongest of the clan, he had been defeated by Muyi village, let alone the ordinary Uchiha. Before jumping off the cliff, Ji Shui entrusted his Mangekyo Sharingan. Watching his best friend die, immense anger filled his heart. Bang! At the age of only 12, Uchiha, you successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The scene finally froze here. System Uchiha Ji Shu's review ends. Now drawing the next review subject. Boruto, the Uchiha clan is so cool. Why wasn't I born into the Uchiha clan? Young Naruto Uzumaki. Fourth Kazakage Raza Kid. If you do that, wouldn't your dad be cuckolded? At this moment, Shizui's video recap ended, and the conspiracy theories of Konoha were exposed, revealed to public opinion. Hiruzen was a good man. He worried and fretted over the Uchiha clan, but he never expected that his old friend Danzo would do such a thing. Alas, it's all because this old man was too indecisive. Hiruzen sat in his chair letting out a weary sigh. Lord Third Hokage, you don't need to blame yourself so much. Orochimaru disguised as Raza smiled sinisterly. Thank you for your comfort, Lord Kazakage. At this moment, in the Boruto era, Sarada stared at the first Shisui in the video recap, falling into a daze. The classmates who had mocked the Uchiha clan quickly wore confused expressions. Wait, was this Shisui the strongest in the Uchiha clan? He seems really strong indeed. By the way, Sarada, your uncle awakened the Mangekyo. Iwabe Yuno walked over looking surprised. Yeah, big brother Itachi is really handsome. Her best friend Chocho Akimichi nodded looking excited. Come to think of it, Mr. Itachi really looks like Master Sasuke. Boruto stared at the screen in the sky, his face full of surprise. So, the strongest in the Uchiha clan must be Shisui, right? Tsubaki hesitated to speak. No, it's not. Master Sasuke is the strongest, Boruto said with dissatisfaction. By the way, Boruto, you sure like to praise Mr. Sasuke too much. Shikadai, as Boruto's best friend, couldn't stand it anymore. Logically speaking, the strongest person in the ninja world should be Lord Seventh Hokage, although there are rumors that Mr. Sasuke can rival Lord Seventh Hokage. Those are just rumors. Probably fake, right? What? Shikadai, I am telling the truth, Boruto said in an annoyed tone. Boruto is right. I heard from my father that Mr. Sasuke's strength can rival Lord Seventh Hokage. Mitsuki said with gentle eyes. Huh. Everyone turned to look at Mitsuki with confusion. By the way, Mitsuki, who are your parents? We've never heard you mention them. System successfully drawn. The next review target. Reviewing Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku reviewing me. Uchiha Sasuke, why are you reviewing Dad? Sasuke looked confused. There's no way his father also had a Mangekyo, right? If that were true, then Sasuke would really be devastated. His own father had a Mangekyo, and that guy Itachi also had a Mangekyo, so in the end he was the weakest. The scene continues. In the future that Fugaku saw, the coup was inevitable because Shisui had died, and the Uchiha clan was determined to take revenge on Konoha. Once they fought, other nations would take advantage. Konoha's military power was already weak, and if a real battle broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. Itachi, possessing the Hokage's mindset, naturally thought of this. But when it came to killing his own family, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Until Danzo threatened Itachi, even using Sasuke as leverage. If Itachi didn't follow his plan, he would have someone kill Sasuke. Hearing the name Sasuke, Itachi's pupils constricted. Pain. The Konoha higher-ups are so hypocritical. Inajin Yamanaka, that Danzo is too evil. Chocho Akimichi, truly evil, threatening Itachi like that. Kuratsuchi, just asking. So this Itachi is a good guy. Anoki, not necessarily. Everything needs to be considered ambiguous. Uchiha Madara, I already knew this would happen. You all didn't choose to defect from Konoha with me back then. Uchiha Setsuna, Lord Madara, we waited for you at the back gate of Konoha for a long time, but never saw you. Uchiha Doka, exactly the next day, everyone woke up and found you had left through the main gate. Uzumaki Boruto, defecting through the main gate. Is this Uchiha Madara really that strong? Uchiha Sasuke, just a relic of an old era. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, how are you talking to your aunt? Apologize quickly. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, this Sasuke looks quite like Izuna. Hashirama Senju, haha Madara, seeing this Sasuke looking like Izuna, you must be unable to bring yourself to kill him, right? Uchiha Madara, that's true, after all I'm not a bad person. Uchiha Sasuke, why do I feel a pain in my chest? The scene continues. In the Uchiha compound, Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and quickly foresaw the future. He never expected the future to develop like this. With no choice, Fugaku could only trust his child. Alright. Seeing this scene, everyone fell into silence. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Wait, Fugaku, you just gave up resistance. Mizukage Maitsurumi, Fugaku is an old Mangekyo user after all, while Itachi had just awakened his Mangekyo not long ago. There's no way he could beat Fugaku. Uchiha Sasuke, I never expected Dad also had a Mangekyo. Well, looking at the scene in the sky, Sasuke fell into silence. This family seemed like he was the weakest. Uchiha Sarada, Dad, when you were my age, how many tomo did you have? Uchiha Sasuke, 2 tomo. Uchiha Sarada. Sarada was bewildered. Wasn't her father supposed to be a genius? How could he only have 2 tomo? Uchiha Sasuke, is there a problem? Uzumaki Boruto, as expected of Master Sasuke, so strong. Uchiha Sasuke, good, you are my future disciple, right? Study hard under me. Uzumaki Boruto, I know if I learn the spiral movement, it'll become as strong as Master Sasuke. Uchiha Shursue, Sasuke, you are so naive. Uchiha Itachi, brother Shursue. Uchiha Shursue, Itachi, are you really not going to tell the truth? Uchiha Itachi. The scene continues. That night, Fugaku found Itachi and took him to the Naka shrine. The bonfire crackled as it burned. Fugaku stood with his arms folded looking at the stone tablet before him. Only those with Sharingan can read this stone tablet, but only half of it. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan, so you should be able to read more, right? Fugaku, arms folded, spoke with a meaningful tone. Do you want me to tell you the content? Itachi sneered with disdain. In his view, his father had come to him only because he was wary of his Mangekyo Sharingan. That won't be necessary. Fugaku slowly turned his head. At this moment, the three tomo in his eyes began to slowly rotate, transforming into a complex pattern. Mangekyo. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. Father, how do you have it too? During the Third Shinobi World War, my friend sacrificed himself to save me, and with tears of blood, I awakened the Mangekyo. Fugaku clenched his fist. He then returned to the main topic and continued explaining the contents of the stone tablet. At this moment, the people of the ninja world watched the scene in the sky, their pupils contracting sharply. Uchiha Sarada, Grandpa is trying to rebel. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, that was indeed my thought at the time. Iwabuno SS so scary. In the Boruto era, everyone looked at Sarada with strange eyes. Sarada's family were actually rebels. They even wanted to destroy Konoha. This Uchiha clan is too radical. Moreover, this Mangekyo Sharingan is so strong. It's a power that can't be compared to their era. Uzumaki Boruto, the Sharingan is so cool. Uzumaki Naruto, hey son, calm down. Schwanwa Borin said, I can't calm down. Shimu Kakashi replied, young man, when you truly have a Sharingan you'll wish you didn't. Schwanwa Borin asked, Senior Kakashi, why do you say that? Shimu Kakashi sighed, alas, words cannot express the tears. Yuzhibo Daitu remained silent. Wolfeng Shuemin inquired, Daitu, how are you faring in the Jingtu space? Inside the cave, Daitu glanced at his teacher's concern with a disdainful expression. As a teacher failing to recognize your own student is an utter failure. Daitu shook his head, but for the sake of his plan, he had to continue the act. Yuzhibo Daitu said, Teacher Shumin, I am doing well here. Chinsho Feijin remarked, something is off. I smell the sin of lies on you. Yuzhibo Ban was bewildered. Hey Ju was also bewildered. Chinsho Zhujian asked, Ban, and you that pitch-black loach, why are you both so shocked? The scene continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Though I can only understand half of it, once you see it you'll understand. Itachi, the current state of the Uchiha clan, is wrong. Fuyu's face turned cold. Even so, to resort to force to overthrow. Itachi was cut off before he could finish. The village's higher-ups fear us, so they persecute us. They are afraid of the power of the Sharingan. They worry that the Uchiha will use the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. Itachi says, this is the legend of Uchiha Ban. Since his time no one has done it, and it's even unknown whether it's possible. But the higher-ups fear the ghosts of the past, and have isolated us. Fuyu's face was cold. Looking up at the scene in the sky, the viewers were shocked again. Yuzhibo Ziliangna exclaimed, control the Nine Tails. Using the Sharingan. Ziliangna was utterly bewildered. Could the Sharingan really be that powerful? In her understanding, the Sharingan was merely a tool to assist shuriken techniques. It was not surprising that Ziliangna thought so, for she was a child of a peaceful era, having never experienced war. Yuzhibo Chuanai declared, descendant of my clan, you have no idea of the Sharingan's true power. Fourth Raikage AI sneered. The Sharingan is nothing but hype. It doesn't seem all that strong. Mizukage Zaomiming agreed, same here. Daemu retorted, you are still too naive. You have no idea of the Sharingan's true power. The complete Susanoo. Fourth Kazekage Luoshao mocked, Daemu, I think you're just scared. You're always singing praises of Uchiha Ban. Pain declared, I am a god. This Sharingan cannot harm me. Didala cheered, exactly. Our leader is too powerful. Fade One asked, our leader must be the strongest force in the ninja world, right? Zilai questioned Mayan. How did you take Changman's eyes? Zilai's expression grew complicated. He hadn't returned to the Yuin village for a while. What had happened? Zilai questioned Mayan. How did you take Changman's eyes? Zilai's expression grew complicated. He hadn't returned to the Yuin village for a while. What had happened? His words implied that he was preparing to launch a coup. Meanwhile, Fuyue revealed all the future scenarios he had foreseen to Itachi. Itachi broke out in a cold sweat. He could not resist Fuyu's Jinjutsu at all, which proved that Fuyu's Mangekyo Sharingan power far surpassed his own. Itachi broke out in a cold sweat. He could not resist Fuyu's Jinjutsu at all, which proved. Xuanhua Boren said, no matter how you look at it, this is extremely dangerous. Jinai Yanbu added, indeed, Zuliangna's clan members are incredibly powerful. In the Boruto era, the younger generation stared at Zuliangna in shock, never expecting that her family was so formed. Uncle Uchiha Itachi was not only handsome, but also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Zuliangna's father, his identity was somewhat unclear. This was understandable as Zuaju was on a secret mission and couldn't disclose information. I wonder what Dad is doing now. Zuliangna looked at the chat group in the sky, her expression complex. The scene continued in the shadows. Uchiha Fuyue crossed his arms and soon activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his envisioned future, he successfully controlled the Nine Tails and sent it to attack Konoha village. The entire village was in chaos with scenes of devastation appearing everywhere. The younger generation watched this cruel scene in panic. This is too terrifying. What kind of existence is Zuliangna's clan? They all seem like monsters. Jinai Yanbu remarked, what a terrifying clan. Yuzhibo Chuanai sneered. Hey, is that all? This isn't even half as impressive as my elder brother. Chodo Yashenki exclaimed, no kidding. With such formidable power, it's still not as strong as the Azura of the ninja world. Xiao Chun said Zuliangna's family is so scary. Yuzhibo Zuliangna remained silent. In the Boruto era, the younger generation looked at Zuliangna in terror. Everyone had initially thought the Uchiha clan was ordinary, but they never expected the clan to attempt a rebellion, and each member was so overwhelmingly powerful. Everyone had initially thought the Uchiha clan was ordinary, but they never Then my father must be. Wufeng Shuimin laughed awkwardly. Aha. Xuanhua Jixinai said, Mingren, your father is the fourth Hokage. His strength goes without saying. Qinsho Feijin commented, I feel this Mingrun is as dull as elder brother. Qinsho Zhujian protested, Ototo, I am clearly very smart, all right. Qinsho Feijin chuckled. Qinsho Zhujian asked, Ban, don't you think him smart? Yuzhibo Ban replied, I'm very smart. Qinsho Zhujian said, Woo, a Ban is so good to me. The scene continued. Itachi gasped heavily, beads of sweat dripping to the ground. Fuyue gave Itachi a meaningful glance. Itachi, as long as you are here, you can catch the higher-ups off guard and control them. Although small-scale battles are inevitable, as long as you and ANBU member lend a hand, the bloodless revolution can succeed. Bloodless revolution, Itachi murmured. Looking at his father's pleading expression, his face grew even more complicated. He soon went to the Konoha higher-ups and reported the clan's situation. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan was about to launch a coup. Yuzhibo Zuliangna asked, does it have to be this way? Can't Konoha and the Uchiha coexist peacefully? Qinsho Feijin said, I'm afraid that's impossible. I never expected the later generations of Konoha to be so cowardly and fearful. Qinsho Zhujian said, Ototo. In the Jingtu space, Qinsho Zhujian's expression grew complicated. How would he explain this to Uchiha Ban? After all, he had once promised Ban to protect the Uchiha clan. But it had turned out like this. Alas. Of course, Zhujian did not know that now only Gangzhou remained of the Senju clan. Xuanhua Boren, the atmosphere feels suffocating. Yuzhibo Zuaju, I didn't expect such a thing. Why did you hide the truth from me then? And why didn't you kill me? Yuzhibo Yuzhibo Daitu, cough. Chimu Kakaxi, Daitu, why are you coughing? Are you feeling unwell? Basui Shuamin. Exactly, Daitu, you should cover yourself with a thicker blanket when sleeping in the Pure Land space, or you'll catch cold at night. The scene continues. The plot aligns with the previous part. Yuzhibo quickly made his choice. Standing on the high platform, he watched his younger brother getting along with his classmates. Yuzhibo leaned against the wall, his expression gentle. A gust of wind blew and his hair fluttered. To let Zuaju grow up in a peaceful environment, he decided to become the executioner himself. That night, Yuzhibo found the masked man from before and formed an alliance with him. The masked man agreed. Let's make a great upheaval together. Yuzhibo Zuliangna. Is that masked man also from our Yuzhibo clan? Xuanhua Boren, everyone seems so strong. Layman Dianshi, I never imagined that the outwardly glamorous my village could hide such darkness. Pei-in, great nations have always been this hypocritical. Daidala, the boss is right. Daimu, Daidala, you treacherous disciple, get back to the village at once. The scene continues. You put on the mask, gazing at the distant home with a cold expression. A spatial vortex twisted and Daitu, gripping a blade, flickered and darted through the air. He looked like a killer, exuding overwhelming pressure. On the other side, Yuzhibo, wielding a sword, slaughtered the civilians on the streets. Rivers of blood flowed endlessly. Yuzhibo had gone completely mad. Soon he saw Yuzhibo Quan, the girl he had always cherished. Suppressing his grief, he cast a 70-year Tsukuyami on Quan, allowing her to live a happy and fulfilling life with him in the illusionary world. As a result, Yuzhibo contracted a bloodline disease. Turning a corner, Uchiha soon spotted his father in the distance. The strongest of the Uchiha clan. Fuyue, you tell me what lies at the end of this slaughter. I once showed you the clan's future. Do you want to show me a different outcome? Fuyue's expression was cold. Gazing at his son, Fuyue let out a soft sigh and soon vanished in a puff of smoke. You quickly returned home. The once warm household now made him extremely cautious. He pushed open the door and saw his parents kneeling on the floor completely defenseless. I don't want to fight my own son to the death. Seeing Fuyue surrender so easily, the audience watching the video immediately typed question marks. Daim. Fourth Reikage Ea. Mizukage Terumi Me. Taudi Zaibuzen. So Fuyue just gave up. Uchiha Chuanai. Incredible Fuyue, you really can endure it. Uchiha Fuyue. The scene continues. Fuyue spoke his last words to you. You promised me this. Take care of Zhuozhu. I entrust Zhuozhu to you. Hearing his parents reply, you wept with tears. But he had already chosen this path. There was no turning back now. Fuyue soon died under his son's blade. The review ends. Uchiha Zuliangna. I never expected grandfather to die like this. Jinai Yambu. He was a good father. Siyue, if Fuyue had fought back, you wouldn't have stood a chance, right? Gonshir Guijiao. I never imagined that Usama had such a past. In the land of springs, Guijiao held an umbrella over Uchiha. You shook his head and stepped alone into the rain, letting the raindrops fall on him. Usama, getting wet might give you a cold. Guijiao hesitated. You fell into silence, still uncertain whether his decision back then was right or wrong. In the rain village, Pei and stared at the high-altitude projection with a cold gaze. In the end, it's all because they were too weak. Indeed, only by making the world feel pain can peace be achieved. Pei-in looked up at the sky, letting the rain slide down his face. In the Pure Land space, Zhu Jian and Fei Jian watched the video, their faces filled with anguish. They never imagined the Uchiha clan had suffered such unfair treatment in my village. Qinsho Fei Jian, monkey come out. Yuan Fei risen, teacher, I am here. Qinsho Fei Jian, how could Mui's powerful combat strength suddenly become like this? Answer me. Yuan Fei risen, teacher, I really did my best. Qinsho Zhujian, I am furious. Dashawan, first Hokage, you probably don't know yet. Risen repeatedly indulged his old friend Tuanzong, who even conducted human experiments in the village, committed treason, and researched would release. Risen never stopped him either. Yuan Fei risen, Dashawan, shut up. Zilai, Dashawan, stop saying these things. I'm coming to arrest you. Dashawan, he maybe am already in my. Shinsho Gongsho. In the Hokage's office, Risen took a deep drag of his cigarette, staring at the chat group's messages with a grim expression. He had indeed intended to shield Tuanzong, but he never imagined Tuanzong had committed such heinous acts. He thought Tuanzong was merely capturing enemy ninjas for experiments. At that moment, Luasha, suppressing his urge to lick his lips, watched Risen with a sly smile. Wind Shadow-sama, please excuse my rudeness. It's fine, I don't mind. Dashawan, disguised as Luasha, now selecting the next review target. Selection successful. Next up, reviewing Uchiha. Uchiha Zuliangna, reviewing uncle. When will you review father? Schwanwa Boren. Exactly, I want to see Zoza Sensei's performance too. During the Boruto era, some of my villagers looked at the high-altitude chat with disdain. Hey, there's a rumor that Zuozu's strength is comparable to the Seventh Hokage. Do you believe it? I don't believe it either. It's probably an exaggerated reputation. Zuozu lost an arm. He looks so weak. How could he possibly defeat the Seventh Hokage? Their tone was cold. Of course, sensible people were still the majority. Nobody bothered to mock a disabled person, though they didn't believe Zuozu was that strong. Suddenly, the high-altitude projection shifted, showing Uchiha's frail face opposite Zuozu. The audience watching the video immediately typed question marks. What was going on? The scene continues. Sasuke panted heavily. Is this the sight of me dying that you wanted to see? Uchiha Itachi's words had barely faded. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. He wasn't dead yet. After all, Sasuke had just used a Kirin. The scene continues. If it weren't for this, I would have been killed for sure. Itachi's voice was weak. In an instant, a crimson light suddenly surged, carrying a violent shockwave that rushed forth. Bang! Behind Uchiha Itachi, a massive skeletal frame suddenly emerged from nowhere. The skeletal frame gradually solidified. If it weren't for this, I might have really been killed. Uchiha Itachi lifted his head, staring into the distance with unfocused eyes. In the eyes of everyone, Uchiha Itachi was now overwhelmingly imposing. Damn, how come every member of the Uchiha clan seems more formidable than... The scene continues. You've really grown stronger, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi moved forward weakly. This time I'll show you my final trump card. The Susanoo technique. Itachi's tone was icy as he stared at the massive red silhouette in the distance. Sasuke's expression turned cautious. Due to the previous battle, his chakra had been depleted. He was powerless to resist Orochimaru's possession. In a short moment, the eight-headed serpent burst out from his shoulder, staring at Orochimaru in the distance. Uchiha Itachi's gaze was icy. He had finally forced out the person he wanted to force out. Then all that remained was to deal with Orochimaru and entrust his Sharingan to Sasuke, and everything would end. Uchiha Itachi moved forward weakly. Orochimaru controlled the eight-headed serpent and charged forward rapidly. Itachi wielded the Totsuka sword and severed one of the serpent's heads. Bang! The severed head fell into the distance, instantly causing a violent tremor. The other serpent heads of Orochimaru lunged forward in succession. Itachi wielded the Yata mirror, blocked Orochimaru's attack, and then thrust the Totsuka sword toward the distance. In an instant, Orochimaru's heads were reduced to only 3. Seeing this, everyone watching the video had their pupils sharply contract. 2 divine artifacts. Why were the 2 divine artifacts in the history of ninjas in the hands of Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke stared at the scene in the sky, collapsing into despair. He had never imagined his brother was so powerful. Compared to his brother, he was utterly powerless, utterly powerless. The scene continues. 2 serpent heads quickly coiled around Itachi. Itachi controlled Susanoo and broke free in an instant, leaving only the last serpent head. For the first time, Orochimaru felt fear. His body covered in slime. He gradually emerged from the serpent's mouth. Staring at Orochimaru in the distance, Itachi's tone was icy. So the thing that should appear has appeared. Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally forced out this Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, spitting out the slime-covered Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Seeing this, everyone watching the video felt a wave of discomfort. In the Boruto era, the new generation stared at Mitsuki in bewilderment. Wait, Mitsuki, what did you just call him? Is that guy in the video both your father and mother? Damn, this time everyone was dumbfounded. Mitsuki looked at the stunned expressions of everyone and nodded gently with a warm smile. Yes, that guy in the video is my mother and also my father. He gave birth to me. Huh. Boruto's forehead dripped with sweat. Thighs. Is that person in the video male or female? Sarada, who was beside them, adjusted her glasses. She carefully compared Mitsuki's and Orochimaru's appearances. Come to think of it, they did look somewhat alike. Well, Sasuke, who was still outside investigating the Otsutsuki intelligence, saw his daughter's words. He spoke softly, but to outsiders his voice sounded extremely cold. The scene continues. Looking at the disgusting Orochimaru in the distance, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu couldn't help but remark. Why does this guy always appear so disgusting? This is it. I've been waiting for this moment. Orochimaru's lips curled upward as he stared at the blood-red giant in the distance, his eyes filled with undisguisable excitement. Boruto the Mister. Itachi in the video seems to be in a bad situation. Izumi Uchiha Itachi ended up like this because of me. I'm sorry. Itachi Uchiha Izumi. Hisame Hashigaki Mr. Itachi is truly a kind person. Hiruzen Sarutobi Sai. Itachi and Obito, you are both good children. It's all because I, an old man, was too indecisive. Tobarama Senja Monkey, are you sure this Obito is dead? Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher, what do you mean by that? In the Pure Land space. Otodo, I think you could reduce your suspicion a bit. That Obito kid is quite nice. Hashirama looked at his younger brother, his tone somewhat helpless. His younger brother was good in every way except that he was always so suspicious all day long. That Obito looked so cheerful and open, he probably liked children, right? Naruto Uzumaki, second Hokage, uncle, I don't know why, but I feel a little warm in Uncle Obito's heart. Minato Namikaze, haha, silly child, when you were born Uncle Obito didn't stick a warm pack on you. Obito Uchiha. Obito was now a bit panicked. If he remembered correctly, when Naruto was just born he had stuck explosive tags on him, right? But that's not right. Could that be called an explosive tag? That's called a warm pack. He was worried that Naruto was a bit cold when he was born, so he stuck a warm pack on him. Obito thought to himself, trying to reduce his guilt. Kushina Uzumaki, yes, when I see Obito, I feel very happy too. Obito Uchiha cough cough. The scene continues. Thanks to you, the chakra Sasuke used to suppress me has also disappeared. Orochimaru's tone was low and hoarse. I will take this opportunity to seize that child's body. And then, Orochimaru grew more excited as he spoke. When Itachi heard that this guy wanted to seize his younger brother's body, his eyes instantly became furious. He drew the sword of Totsuka and quickly pierced Orochimaru's chest. Bang! Orochimaru's face showed disdain. Oh, how could such an attack possibly harm him? He had now become the ultimate being. But the next second, Orochimaru's face froze. Damn, what is this oppressive feeling? So Sasuke, what will you do next? The sword of Totsuka in Itachi's hand began to absorb Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru gradually peeled off like slime. Thighs. Could it be the sword of Totsuka? Itachi, I never expected you to have hidden this all along. Orochimaru's face was anxious. What's the deal with that sword? White Zetsu looked bewildered. The sword of Totsuka is. Black Zetsu began to explain the principle of the sword of Totsuka. Simply put, this sword is an ancient divine artifact from the history of the land of cherry blossoms. Legend has it, Susanoo once used this blade to slay the Yamada no Orochi. Now this blade has passed into the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Once struck by this blade, no matter how powerful you are, you will be sealed within a world of illusion. Forever. Upon hearing the principle of the sword of Totsuka, the group, who had just watched the video, gasped in shock. Yurino Awabe Sarada, your uncle is too terrifying. Denki Kaminaraman, am afraid even the power of technology can't defeat this technique. Metal Lee, this is making me so nervous. Uchiha Sarada, so this is my uncle's power. In the Boruto era, Sarada was in a state of shock. She never imagined that her family's history had so many powerful figures. Brother Shisui had cage-level strength, and her uncle and grandfather both had peak cage-level strength. The only thing she didn't know now was how her father was. He should also be at cage level, right? Sarada felt some anticipation in her heart. The scene continues. It's all over. Sasuke. Itachi advanced weakly forward. At this moment, to prevent Orochimaru from escaping, Itachi specifically used Amaterasu to burn all the surrounding snakes to death. Itachi coughed, a large amount of blood spilling from his palm. Watching Uchiha Itachi walking toward him, Sasuke's face was terrified, and he kept backing away. Mizukage Terumi, may it's over. Uchiha Itachi is going to gouge out Sasuke's eyes next. Inoki, you are still too naive. You have no idea about the power of Uchiha Madara. Inoki looked at the Raikage state. Inoki, you are still too naive. You have no idea about the power of Uchiha Madara. Inoki looked at the Raikage statement with a disdainful expression. How powerful Uchiha Madara was, didn't he know that well? Fourth Kazekage Raza, this kid Inoki is always bragging about Uchiha Madara. Pain him if I am a god. Can this guy Uchiha Madara defeat me? The scene continues. Itachi spat out a large amount of blood. His body had now reached its limit. In a little while his life would come to an end. Sasuke looked at his weak brother in the distance, his eyes filled with killing intent. He took out a kunai from his bosom and threw it into the distance. Bang! A violent explosion came from afar. Itachi activated the Yada mirror, blocking the attack. Itachi weakly raised his finger in the air, slowly moving forward. My eyes! Sasuke's pupils contracted, and he kept backing away. There was no escape behind him. Sasuke had no choice but to throw a series of explosive tags. But it was all in vain. Sasuke's face was filled with terror. He took out the Kusanagi sword from his bosom and leaped into the air. Gripping the blade with both hands, Sasuke quickly thrust it toward Uchiha Itachi's Yada mirror. Bang! Sasuke was quickly sent flying, his body crashing into the distant wall. Itachi took this opportunity to come before Sasuke. He raised his finger in the air as always. Sasuke's face was terrified. He kept backing away, scraping against the wall behind him. But what greeted him was Uchiha Itachi's gentle voice, and a weak smile curling at the corner of Itachi's mouth. Sasuke heard the familiar voice. His pupils violently contracted. Before he could react, his forehead was tapped by a bloodstained hand. Itachi saw that all his tasks were done. His mission had come to an end. He weakly fell against the wall in front of him, making a thud sound. Then his body slowly tilted and finally fell to the ground. Sasuke gasped for breath, his face full of terror. At that moment, the Amaterasu high above, carried by the rain, quickly formed a protective circle around him, thus protecting Sasuke. Sasuke finally collapsed from exhaustion and fell to the ground. Seeing Uchiha Itachi fall, the members of the Akatsuki were shocked. Was Sasuke really this strong? Pain, Sasuke actually defeated Itachi. Didaraso. Does that mean Sasuke in the video is even stronger? Hiden, but I feel like Itachi was holding back. Itachi Uchiha. The Akatsuki organization. Facing everyone's gaze, Itachi's expression was awkward. He must have been holding back in the video, right? No, rather than holding back, it was more like he was throwing the fight completely. Fun fact, when fighting Sasuke, Itachi could be said to have used his full strength because he was afraid of accidentally killing Sasuke. Therefore this battle was fought very seriously by Itachi. Hashigaki Kisame, Mr. Itachi, did you see yourself clearly before you died? Uchiha Shisui, Itachi. So this is your choice. Uchiha Sarada. I feel sorry for Dad when he was young, always being deceived and hiding. Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, why didn't you kill me back then? Sasuke's face was full of self-blame. He never expected that the person he had been seeking revenge against was actually the one who loved him the most. Sasuke's mentality collapsed. Overwhelmed by despair, his 2 tomo began to spin rapidly, soon transforming into 3 tomo. System, the ranking is over. Next ranking, the Impure World Reincarnation, Itachi. Uzumaki Boruto, what is Impure World Reincarnation, Itachi? Hatake Kakashi, is it the Impure World Reincarnation technique? In the streets of Konoha, Kakashi looked at the scene in the sky with a strange expression. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi was revived later? The scene continues. Sasuke tore off his bandages and walked out of the dark alley looking very handsome. Just like the audience present, Sasuke burned several white Zetsu to death. He looked at the heavy rain around him, his face full of confusion. Is this still the ninja world? Why is there no one around? Sasuke walked toward the forest ahead and soon encountered a familiar figure. His pupils contracted. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Uchiha Itachi, wearing a red robe, stood on a tree branch. Sasuke turned his head in shock. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the video was stunned. Uchiha Sarada, what's going on? Did Uncle come back to life? Uchiha Itachi, it seems someone in the future is causing trouble with the impure world reincarnation technique. Uzumaki Naruto, no kidding, they actually revived a powerful shinobi like Iteki Aniki. Uchiha Madara, is Itachi really that strong? He seems just average. Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Madara, is all talk. Pain, I am a god. If I have the chance, I'd like to fight Uchiha Madara unknown. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara looked at Pain's comment with disdain. Pain's Rinnegan were his. What right did he have to challenge him? The scene returns to a few days earlier. Itachi and Nagato supported each other as they walked out of the small forest. Soon they encountered Naruto in QB mode and Killer Bee in the distance. Without much talk, the battle began. However, Nagato and Itachi were veterans after all. In terms of combat experience and strength, Naruto QB mode and Killer Bee were no match and were soon forced back step by step. Killer Bee stared at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, his face full of bewilderment. This guy was killed by Sasuke back then. You know, Awabe, this guy's expression cracks me up. Tsubaki, so did Mr. Itachi hold back when fighting Sasuke? Deidara, no, he didn't hold back. In fact, Itachi fought very seriously. Kakuzu, in a sense that's true. At this moment, Killer Bee was being beaten back repeatedly. He simply couldn't defeat Uchiha Itachi. This undead thing, how did Sasuke defeat him back then? At this moment, the twist quickly appeared. The two were still fighting below, but Itachi soon disengaged and stood atop a crow. The 3-Damo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin, soon transforming into a complex pattern. The next second, Naruto, who had met his gaze, felt a sharp pain in his throat. A live crow emerged from his mouth. Naruto coughed it out with a lot of saliva. The scene was quite disgusting. It has appeared after all. Itachi's eyes were complex. Killer Bee looked up at the sky seriously. Was Naruto under a Jinjutsu? Why did a crow come out of his mouth? Hyuga Hinata Naruto-kun. Did he eat something bad? Hyuga Niji, it doesn't look like it. He must have been caught in Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu. Uchiha Shursue, Itachi, could it be that you? Uchiha Itachi, that's right. Anoki. Fourth Hokage, can you stop being a riddle master? Second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjutsu. I don't understand what's Uchiha Sarada. Uncle, could it be that you have a trick to break free from the impure world reincarnation? Uchiha Itachi. Yes, strictly speaking, it's my trump card. This is the strongest Jinjutsu Kodo Amatsukami. At this moment, seeing Itachi's words, everyone gasped in shock. Damn. Everyone then remembered that Uchiha Shursue seemed to have entrusted his eye to Itachi. Back to the scene. Why did a crow fly out of my mouth? Naruto's tone was pained. Tears of blood streamed from Itachi's eyes as he met the gaze of the crow below. In an instant, the Kodo Amatsukami technique was cast on Itachi. The scene switches. Inside a cave, Kabuto Yakushi, who was still silently manipulating the ninja world from behind, was shocked. What's going on? What is this situation? In his perception, one of his pawns had broken free from his control and become a true player. Damn. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was stunned, especially the new generation. They initially thought the history taught in textbooks was fictional. They never expected it had really happened. Uchiha Sarada. I remember from history. The fourth great ninja war, many dead were resurrected. Uzumaki Baruto. I can't believe there really was such history. Uchiha Shursue, Itachi has broken free from that guy's control in the video. Pain. I never expected the future to turn out like this. In the rain village inside a cave, Nagato was coughing heavily, his face looking very weak. I never expected that my future self would be defeated, and then manipulated through the impure world reincarnation. Nagato calmed down. Conan beside him supported him with a worried expression. It's nothing. Let's continue watching the video. I want to see how the story develops. Nagato stared at the sky screen, his eyes turning cold. The scene continues. Isn't that Amaterasu? Nagato looked at Uchiha Itachi with a strange expression. At this moment, the crow from before flew onto Naruto's shoulder and rubbed against his cheek affectionately. I never expected it to be like this. Itachi's expression was complex. He soon activated Amaterasu. However, the target of Amaterasu was the three-headed hellhound. Feeling the searing pain, the hound let out a mournful howl. Naruto quickly distanced himself, standing on a distant treetop, staring at the three-headed hound below with a shocked expression. That crow is yours, right? What did you do with it? Nagato looked at Itachi with confusion. Itachi's eyes were calm. The scene shifted again. Kabuto looked at the chessboard below, his pupils trembling violently. He had been careless. In his knowledge, no impure world reincarnation had ever broken free from control. But that Uchiha Itachi was different. He had actually broken free from Kabuto's control. Hyuga, can a caged bird break free from its fate? Orochimaru, Kabuto, I never imagined that you would be the one to instigate the later Great Ninja War. Yakushi Kabuto me. Uchiha Obito. Uzumaki Boruto regardless. Instigating war and desecrating the souls of the deceased is utterly unforgivable. Uchiha Sarada, that's right indeed. The scene continues. It worked. Itachi spoke slowly. Hearing Itachi's words, Nagato understood everything that had transpired. I see. The next moment, Itachi activated Amaterasu, igniting Nagato's body. Lacking mobility, Nagato soon fell from the giant bird and landed on the ground. Witnessing this, the viewers' faces were filled with astonishment. Good heavens, Uchiha Itachi is truly brilliant. He actually thought of using the Jinjutsu of Konoha Year to override the control of the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru, truly worthy of Itachi. Inside a cave, Orochimaru gazed at the scene in the sky and licked his lips. Especially when he saw the handsome face of Uchiha Itachi in the projection, Orochimaru grew more and more excited. Lord Orochimaru, do you truly intend to seize Itachi's body? Kabuto hesitated to speak. After all, Uchiha Itachi possessed two great divine artifacts. The Totsuka blade could easily seal Lord Orochimaru away. Let the bullet fly a little longer. No rush for now, Kabuto. The scene continues. Itachi landed on a distant tree branch. Naruto watched Itachi warily. Itachi shook his head and explained to Naruto that he had broken free from control. Uchiha Itachi, now all that's left is to deal with Nagato and then eliminate the one pulling the strings from the shadows. That should bring an end to the war, shouldn't it? Uchiha Sasuke, so. That's why I later ran into you while wandering in the forest. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, I'm sorry. I had intended to keep this from you all along. Uchiha Sasuke, why didn't you kill me that day? Uchiha Itachi, because. Big brother, don't kill me. Hoshigaki Kisame. In a field of rapeseed flowers, Kisame stared blankly at Itachi's words. Itachi-san, do those words you typed carry some special meaning? No, I didn't say that just now. It must be that system causing trouble. Itachi shook his head. Uchiha Sasuke. Well, now Sasuke was a bit embarrassed. Thinking back carefully, he remembered being terrified as a child that Itachi would kill him. Back then he ran as fast as he could, begging Uchiha Itachi not to kill him. Who would have thought time would fly by so quickly? The scene continues. Itachi began explaining to the two. Hearing Itachi's response, the two were stunned. They hadn't expected such a powerful Jinjutsu to exist. And such a formidable Jinjutsu was on Itachi-san. Anoki. So Uchiha Itachi still has Konoha Year and used. Shimura Danzo, humph, wicked Uchiha Itachi, don't you dare try that Jinjutsu. In the Konoha High Command, Danzo, alerted by Anoki's words, quickly pieced together the situation. In short, Itachi had refrained from using this ultimate Jinjutsu to guard against him. He had saved it for later, finally, using Konoha Year to break free from the impure world reincarnation out of sheer necessity. That was the scenario Danzo imagined in his mind. Of course, the reality was. He was far too weak to warrant the use of Konoha Year. The scene continues. Itachi explained the principle of Konoha Year to the two. Itachi believed that only those who silently protect everything from the shadows could truly be called shinobi. Looking at the Naruto before him, Itachi found a new ninja way in him. With that, he entrusted Sasuke to Naruto from now on. Naruto looked at Itachi with a complex expression. By the way, why didn't you continue using Konoha Year to control Sasuke back then? Killer Bee asked curiously. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but I simply couldn't use it. Shizui's Mangekyo has a cooldown of over a decade, unless one is Hashirama's Sun-Just Chakra. Moreover, I needed my death to set Sasuke on a path of many tasks. Itachi, thank you for trusting me. You don't have to worry anymore. You've sacrificed too much for the village. Leave the rest to me. Naruto said with determination. Looking at the Naruto before him, Itachi's lips curled into a smile. His little brother was truly fortunate to have such a friend. The scene shifted. Nagato, lying on the ground, quickly used Shinra Tensei to repel the flames. His shattered body began to rapidly regenerate like scraps of paper. He opened his eyes and vanished from the spot. Naruto sensed something was wrong and nervously scanned his surroundings. The next moment, Nagato, hiding inside the chameleon, activated Shinra Tensei. Boom. A violent repulsive force surged, sending Naruto flying, and Killer Bee was not spared either. In an instant, Nagato appeared behind Killer Bee. Killer Bee reacted swiftly, quickly entering a tailed beast form and grabbing at Nagato. Nagato, true to form, did not dodge this blow. His body was struck by the blade. Seeing this, the viewers were somewhat shocked. They hadn't expected Nagato to make such a mistake. Senju Tobarama, something doesn't seem right. Senju Hashirama, I can see it too. Something is off. Uchiha Shursue, I don't get it. What's wrong with that? Uchiha Izuna. 1. Unless Nagato deliberately took that hit. The scene continues. Predapath. Nagato spoke weakly. Killer B's chakra was completely absorbed by Nagato. Nagato suddenly appeared several years younger. His grayish-white hair quickly turned a vivid red. Nagato decisively fired a blast, sending Killer Bee flying into the distance. Naruto looked anxious. The moment he landed, he was ensnared by the chameleon. Nagato swiftly approached Naruto, slammed his hand onto Naruto's abdomen, and then yanked brutally. Thus Naruto's soul was torn out of him. Nagato decisively fired a blast, sending Killer Bee flying into the distance. Naruto looked anxious. The moment he landed, he was ensnared by the chameleon. Nagato swiftly. The atmosphere grew tense. The chameleon began surveying its surroundings, acting as Nagato's other eye. Nagato tugged at Naruto's soul, his gaze icy. At that moment, Naruto's face was filled with panic. He hadn't expected Nagato to master all of Pain's techniques, and in such a combined form. Naruto had no time to think further. He formed a Rasengan and slammed it into the Nagato before him. Nagato decisively activated the blue shield, absorbing the Rasengan. Seeing this, the viewers were stunned. Good heavens, Nagato was this powerful. In just a few seconds, he had subdued two-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto, oh no. The future me has been captured. Uchiha Itachi, calm down, Naruto. Uchiha Sarada, I never imagined the 7th Hokage was so impatient in his youth. You know, Awabe. By the way, the 7th Hokage should be an elite jounin, right? Uzumaki Naruto young, actually I'm a genin. Everyone. Alright, the new generation was somewhat bewildered. Wait, is the 7th Hokage actually a genin? Uchiha Sarada, hold on. The 7th Hokage is a genin. Uzumaki Boruto, Dad, you're not joking, are you? Uzumaki Naruto young, Due to my younger days, I never got promoted to chunin. Nagato remained silent, now completely controlled. At that moment, Pain, watching the video, fell into silence. Pain, Kabuto, you don't. Nagato remained silent, now completely controlled. At that moment, Pain, watching the video, fell into silence. Pain, Nagato remained silent, now completely controlled. At that moment, Pain, watching the video, fell into silence. Pain, Kabuto, you don't seem to know how to use the power of a god. Kabuto Yakushi, oh my, the Rinnegan is really too difficult to control. Uchiha Madara, just yank the soul out of the head, then use Shinra Tensei to blast it away. The soul can be pulled out simply, and clearly no need for all that trouble. Orochimaru, so this is the Rinnegan. It's truly amazing. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, you rebellious disciple, what do you think you're doing? The scene continues. Hell Realm. Nagato's gaze was icy. In the distance, the ground trembled, and a colossal king of hell emerged. Staring at the familiar king of hell, Naruto's face grew anxious. At that moment, Killer Bee couldn't bear it anymore. He swiftly rushed to the battlefield, intending to cut off Nagato's arm. In the nick of time, Nagato, having anticipated this, raised his hand and firmly grabbed Killer Bee by the neck. Seeing this, the viewers watching the video fell into despair once more. Damn, he's too strong. Nagato is suppressing two-tailed beast Jinchuriki single-handedly. What do we do now? Where the hell is Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sarada, it's over, the 7th Hokage is in trouble. Uzumaki Boruto, Master Sasuke, where have you gone? Uchiha Sasuke, according to the previous timeline, I'm probably still unconscious right now. Uchiha Itachi, don't panic, he'll be there immediately. Mizukage Terumi may, even if Itachi arrives, he'll be detected, right? There are so many Rinnegan. Uchiha Itachi, every jutsu has its fatal weakness. The scene continues. Nagato activated the Azura Realm's ability, binding Killer Bee tightly. Then the laser on his arm began to slowly rotate, aiming at Killer Bee's head. Naruto's soul was being pulled. Killer Bee's life hung in the balance. Alright, how are we supposed to fight this? Killer Bee struggled desperately, but to no avail. The scene grew tense. Then a crimson blade in the distance swiftly sliced through the ground, rushing forward. With a squelch and a thud, Nagato's arm was severed directly by the giant blade. He staggered back a few steps. The crimson giant grabbed Naruto and Killer Bee with both hands. Seeing this, the viewers were utterly baffled. Wait, didn't Nagato summon 2 summons around him? Aren't those summons supposed to have Rinnegan for observation? How come they didn't see him? The camera panned. Earlier, before arriving, Itachi had hidden in a corner and used kunai to gouge out the eyes of those summons, thus preventing Nagato. Susanoo. Itachi stood on a stone slab, his body emerging from the Susanoo, looking incredibly cool. Seeing this, the viewers gasped. Uzumaki Boruto, so cool. I feel like Master Sasuke's brother is also really handsome. Uchiha Sasuke, it's just so-so. If I were in the mood, I could do it too. Pain. Even if you all joined forces in this era, you might not be a match for me. Uchiha Sasuke. Daidara, the sky clears, the rain stops, and Ertsuzi thinks he's good again. In the Akatsuki, Itachi felt relieved seeing that Naruto and Killer Bee were unharmed in the video. Kisame beside him smirked, truly worthy of a Takusen. The scene continues. Nagato fell to the ground, weakly pushing himself up. The next moment, his severed arm rapidly regenerated. Boom, boom, boom. The two summons behind Nagato quickly dissipated into smoke. Nagato's body gradually recovered, and he swiftly pressed his palms together, forming a small black sphere. Chibaku Tensei. Here it comes, watch out. Itachi's face was anxious. The small black sphere slowly rose into the sky. Soon a massive gravitational force emanated. The ground shattered extensively, and countless rocks detached irregularly, soaring upward. The entire scene was visually striking. The viewers gasped. Damn, the scale of this Chibaku Tensei is way too exaggerated. Killer Bee. Using a substitute, and then unleashing a big move. Oh yeah, that's so raw. Fourth Raikage. Damn it, Bee, can you stop singing? It's really awful. Amazing. Such immense chakra. Can a ninja really achieve this? Denki Kaminaraman was stunned. The Boruto era, the new generation. Amazing. Such immense chakra. Can a ninja really achieve this? Denki Kaminaraman was stunned. The Boruto era, the new generation looked up in shock. Amazing. Such immense chakra. Can a ninja really achieve this? Denki Kaminaraman was stunned. That's obviously impossible. Wasabi Izuno's lips trembled. What is the seventh Hokage going to do now? Iwave Ueno was equally shocked. In the Kara organization, Kawaki watched Naruto's warm figure in the sky, his expression complex. In a few minutes, he would be trained by Jigen. He truly wondered when he could escape this Kara organization. The scene continues. I've been hit by this technique before. Once you're sucked up, it's over. Naruto's face was anxious. Itachi appeared very calm. He turned his head and looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, if being sucked up means it's over, then how are you still alive? The words left Naruto in a daze. Tobirama Senju. Why do I always feel this Naruto is just like Big Brother? Hashirama Senju, is he really that similar? Tobirama Senju, very much so. Hashirama Senju, in what way? Uchiha Madara, you two are equally foolish. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara couldn't stand it anymore. Hashirama Senju was simply an idiot. Jitsu and Tuankang. This Ming Run is so naive. Can he really become the seventh Hokage? I question his abilities. Chinsho Feijian, Tuankang, what do you want to say? Jitsu and Tuankang. Master, I request to become Hokage. My village can only become stronger under my leadership. Into space. Chinsho Feijian looked at his disciples' words and was almost furious. The Uzibo clan was wiped out by that fellow Tuankang. My village was also thrown into chaos by Tuankang. Chinsho Feijian, get lost. Jitsu and Tuankang. Yuan Fei risen. Tuankang, the position of Hokage in my village is too deep. You really can't handle it. The scene continues. Ming Ren's face was anxious. Listen, once it catches you, there's no escape. It will use tremendous power to immobilize you. Last time I only managed to escape thanks to the Ninetales rampage. Ming Ren, you need to stay calm when analyzing the situation. You interrupted Ming Ren's words. He looked up at the black sphere high in the sky, thoughts racing like lightning in his mind. Assuming the black sphere in the sky is the core, we just need to destroy it. The three of us will each use our strongest long-range ninjutsu. Seeing Yu's utterly calm demeanor, the crowd watching the video showed shock on their faces. Is this one of the strongest of the Uzibo clan? This fearless attitude in the face of danger. Isn't it just too cool? Uzibo's Zhuliang Na uncle is so calm. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to think of a countermeasure at all. Chodo Yashankiya, Zhuliang Na's family is really terrifying. Gonshir Goeijiao, truly impressive, Mr. Uzibo Yu. Uzibo Zhuaju, this is nothing special. I can do it too if I just feel like it. The scene continues. Ming Ren was unsteady on his feet. After all, the stone was constantly shaking, making it impossible to calm down and aim at the sky. We can hit it without aiming. We can instead use that powerful suction. Uzibo Yu said calmly. No matter what ninjutsu it is, it must have its weakness. At that moment, Yu's Shuzwa Nunghu began to condense, and he threw out the Babin Shongoyu. Hilabai also began to condense a Waishoyu. Ming Ren nodded, and he started to shape a Luo Xianwan. The three attacks were thrown together into the sky. Bang! A violent explosion occurred in the sky, instantly detonating. This violent explosion began to spread, turning into a white light, swallowing everything around. The white light gradually faded. A giant red sword swiftly pierced through Changman's abdomen. You struck very fast. Changmin had no time to react. Next, his body would be sealed within the Shirquan Jian. Changmin's consciousness quickly regained clarity. I'm sorry you. Have you regained your senses? This is the Shirquan Jian. You explained calmly. Do you have any last words? Hearing this, Changmin let out a soft sigh and looked at Ming Ren with gentle eyes. I will continue to guard your story. In my eyes, you are the final chapter of the trilogy. As Changmin spoke his last words, accompanied by touching background music, the crowd watching the video burst into tears. Zilayi, what's going on? As Changmin spoke his last words, accompanied by touching background music, the crowd watched. Zilayi, Changmin, I have a feeling it's you. Xuanhua Changmin, how could I possibly do such a heinous thing? If Zilayi Sensei were to die, I would definitely bring a bunch of brothers to give you a proper send-off. -1, alas, if Rizan Sensei were to die, I would also be worried to death. Yuan Fei Rizan, -1, you treacherous disciple. Hokage's office. Rizan looked at -1's chat message, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Although he verbally hated -1, hearing -1 comfort him like this, Rizan's eyes gradually softened. A man who says one thing, but means another. -1 disguised as Luo Sha glanced at Rizan with contempt. In a little while, he would kill Rizan. The scene continues. Soon a phantom of Zilayi appeared behind Changmin. The two of them gazed tenderly at Ming Ren. Then Changmin's body was sealed within the Shirquan Jian. You watched as Changmin was sealed, and next he would go to stop Yao Shido. After all, as a body summoned by Hui Tu Zhuan Sheng, he could sense a faint trace of control. He'll go stop the Hui Tu Zhuan Sheng technique. Leave Ban to you. At this moment, seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. Daimu Bin. Yanin village. Daimu's old back nearly gave out. After all, that was Yuzibo Ban. In other words, in the future Yuzibo Ban would also be summoned by Hui Tu Zhuan Sheng. Thighs. This is too terrifying. That Yao Shido must be crazy actually summoning such a strong person with Hui Tu Zhuan Sheng. Water Shadow Zhao Mei Ming. Isn't it just a mere Yuzibo Ban? Daimu, do you have to be so panicked? The Water Shadow's face showed disdain. In her view, Yuzibo Ban, the so-called Shinobi World's Azura, was just a blown-up title. Qianshou Zujian's title of the God of Shinobi was also just hype. Absolutely worthless. Fourth Lightning Shadow AI, Water Shadow, you're right. Isn't it just a mere Yuzibo Ban? Watch me easily cut him down. What AI Luo? Is Yuzibo Ban really as strong as the rumors say? Yuzibo's Wuliang Na, I'm also curious. I read in history books that top-tier strongmen like Yuzibo Ban have the power to defeat dozens of cage-level opponents. Jinai Yanbu, it must be exaggerated. How could it be that powerful? Xuanhua Boren, if you said he could defeat 1 or 2 cage-level, I'd believe it. But defeating dozens of cage-level? That's too fake. Xuanhua Mingren Young, no, it's true. Even the textbook downplays it. Yuzibo's Zhuozhu Young, the facts are indeed like this. As soon as the words fell, the entire ninja world was in a state of shock. Is Yuzibo Ban really that strong? It must be fake. I also think it's fake. The title of Shinobi World's Azura is probably just hype. In my opinion, he's not even as strong as a security guard. Exactly, that old man Yuzibo Ban who's over 50 probably can't even deliver takeout without panting. A large number of the new generation showed disdain. They naturally didn't believe the exaggerated claims in the textbooks. Having the power to defeat dozens of cage level. If he were really that strong, would he be defeated? Of course, they didn't know. The reason Yuzibo Ban was defeated was because his opponents were 8 Gates Mei Tokai Lu Dao Mingren Lu Dao Zhuaizhu Chimu Kakaxi and Tianing Dadi Uzumaki Baruto. In that case, I'm looking forward to seeing Uchiha Madara more and more. Uchiha Sarada, yeah, me too. I wanted to look up Uchiha Madara's files, but it seems they're not allowed. Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect the ninja world to regress so much, not even remembering my name. Senju Hashirama, Madara, this is all about the younger generation. We old fossils don't need to interfere, right? In the Pure Land space, Hashirama patted Madara on the shoulder. Uchiha Madara's expression was somewhat speechless. The younger generation in the chat group mocking him. He didn't care at all. He only cared about his Moon Eye plan, and what impact his complete resurrection would have on the ninja world. The scene continued, watching Itachi about to leave Naruto intended to stop him himself. But his chakra soon ran out. Naruto looked at his own palm, his expression weary. You've overused the Nine Tails chakra mode. Don't use shadow clones anymore, Naruto. Killer Bee's tone was somewhat helpless. Don't try to bear it all alone. I'm the most suitable one to stop this impure world reincarnation. Itachi's voice was calm. He had a way, but Naruto vehemently disagreed. He intended to stop everyone by himself. Looking at the panting Naruto before him, Itachi seemed to see his former self. Compared to before, you've indeed become much stronger. But it seems you've also forgotten something very important. As soon as Itachi said this, the people watching the video were somewhat puzzled. What important thing had the seventh Hokage forgotten? Listen carefully, remember this. The people in the village who used to dislike you began to admire you and gradually regarded you as a comrade. It's because you recognized the existence of others and worked hard to gain their recognition. At this moment, listening to Itachi's teaching, Naruto nervously swallowed. You said that you've come this far with everyone's help, right? Now that you possess great power if you forget the existence of others. Itachi recalled his former self as he spoke these words. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame, truly worthy of Itachi. His words are so philosophical. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems Naruto has grown a lot in the future, but he forgot one of the most important things, comrades. Uzumaki Boruto, I feel like Uncle Itachi's words are really profound. In the Boruto era, the younger generation looked at Uchiha Itachi's teachings with some surprise. Don't forget your comrades. The scene continued. Once you become arrogant and cling to your individuality, one day you'll become the second Uchiha Madara. As soon as the words were spoken, Naruto's pupils constricted. He was stunned, never expecting Itachi to say that. In his mind, Naruto quickly recalled Obito's appearance. A crow flapped its wings, circled in the air, and landed on Itachi's shoulder. No matter how strong you are, don't think of bearing everything alone, because that way you will surely fail. Your father became Hokage because of the support of your mother and other comrades. Itachi shook his head, looking at Naruto with a firm gaze. I remember your dream is to become Hokage, right? Naruto, then remember my next words well. It is not that becoming Hokage earns you people's recognition, but rather that those who earn people's recognition can become Hokage. Never forget your comrades. At these words, the chat group fell into shock. Anoki, serve the people, earn their recognition, then become a leader. Fourth Raikage, Itachi's words are very wise. I acknowledge them. Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn, Itachi's words are extremely philosophical. Uchiha Sasuke young, truly worthy of Nizan. Uzumaki Naruto young, Itachi's words are absolutely correct. I've always kept them in my heart. In the Boruto era, inside the Hokage's office, Naruto sat on the sofa looking at the scene on the screen with a gratified expression. After becoming Hokage, he had always centered on the people of the village, treating the entire village as his family. As Hokage, he had fulfilled all his responsibilities. Uchiha Sarada, Uncle's words are too profound. I'm going to write them in my notebook. Uzumaki Boruto, indeed, that's so cool. Yurino a wave, alright, I've decided. Before becoming Hokage, he'll earn everyone's recognition. Raimon Denki, The scene continued. After explaining everything, Itachi burned the crow on his shoulder. Seeing this, the people watching the video instantly had question marks popping up. Wait, Kodo Amatsukami is such a powerful ability and Itachi just discarded it. Uchiha Itachi, a power that manipulates people's hearts, has no need to exist in this world. Uchiha Itachi, moreover, the Naruto in the video possesses power far stronger than Shizui's eye. Uzumaki Naruto, Itachi. Konoha Year 64, Naruto looked at the scene in the sky with some surprise in his eyes. He never expected Itachi had acknowledged him. His dream of becoming Hokage had been mocked by many in the village. But he never expected there were still people supporting him. Thinking about it carefully, Iruka Sensei, the pervy sage, and many other comrades. Everyone was supporting him. Uchiha Obito, naive, I've long abandoned that dream of becoming Hokage. Minato Namikaze, Obito, how can you say that? Uchiha Obito withdrew a message. Inside the Kamui space, Obito was a little panicked now. He had just subconsciously spoken his true thoughts. The reason he abandoned the dream of becoming Hokage was that his teacher hadn't recognized him. Seeing his teacher's dejected state, he had given up on his once proud dream. Uchiha Obito, I mistyped. Minato Namikaze, great, I knew you wouldn't give up on this dream, Obito. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, I miss you so much. If you're still alive. When I sleep at night, could you come and stab me? Hatake Kakashi, of course that's impossible. On the streets of Konoha, Kakashi, who was leisurely strolling, had a complicated expression. Of course he didn't know that Obito was actually still alive. The scene continued. Itachi looked at Naruto with gentle eyes. Even without these eyes now you can still stop Sasuke. Of course he didn't know that Obito was actually still alive. The scene continued. Itachi flicked his sleeve and walked forward. Watching Uchiha Itachi's departing direction, Naruto's eyes became firm again. Yakushi Kabuto, so this Uchiha Itachi is coming to stop me. Orochimaru, head the Kabuto in the video has mastered Sage Mode. How could Uchiha Itachi possibly defeat him? Haruno Sakura, looking closely, Itachi really looks like Sasuke-kun. Uchiha Sarada, indeed. The difference between uncle and father is just a tear trough. The scene continues back to the previous video. Uchiha Itachi met Sasuke in the wilderness. Sasuke was nearly scared to death. Damn, hadn't his elder brother been dead for a long time. The road ahead was extremely dangerous. Worried that Sasuke might get hurt, Itachi used a flock of crows to block Sasuke. Inside the cave, Itachi entered alone. Itachi glanced at Sasuke behind him, his expression complex. However, next he had to stop Kabuto Yakushi and had no time to bring Sasuke along. The road ahead was extremely dangerous. Worried that Sasuke might get hurt, Itachi used a flock of crows to block Sasuke. Inside the cave, Itachi entered alone. Relying on his Sharingan's ability, he quickly detected the hidden barrier. Itachi decisively controlled Susanoo and shattered the barrier before him. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. Uchiha Itachi finally saw Kabuto Yakushi in the distance. Kabuto Yakushi, the me in the video, has already mastered Sage Mode. Can Itachi alone really defeat him? Uchiha Itachi, hard to say. Uzumaki Naruto young. I miss the younger days. Uchiha Sasuke young indeed. Uchiha Sarada, what was father's strength at his peak? Uchiha Sasuke young. Sarada, it was just average. Your father back then fought with your uncle Naruto, and we each lost. Uchiha Sarada, that sounds really serious. Mitsuki, I really want to see the 7th Hokage and Mr. Sasuke fight. Uzumaki Boruto, have father's strength probably isn't that great. Sasuke Sensei surely wins. Uchiha Sasuke young. Boruto, your father once had nothing. With his own efforts he step by step reached his current position. What you need to understand is the past him, not the current him, who became Hokage. During the Boruto era, Boruto looked at Sasuke's words of advice, his expression turning complicated. He didn't hate his father, but rather resented that his father rarely spent time with him. That was normal. After all, Boruto grew up in a peaceful era and had never experienced the baptism of war. He couldn't understand his father's state of having nothing. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Uzumaki Boruto young man, your future seems quite interesting. Uzumaki Boruto, who are you, the one above? Uzumaki Naruto young. The scene continues. Sasuke finally caught up. There was no choice. He had a belly full of questions he wanted to ask Uchiha Itachi. Kabuto saw Sasuke and Itachi appear, the corners of his mouth curling up. Very well, he might as well take care of both of them together. I finally caught up to you. What exactly is this place? Sasuke was about to say something when he suddenly noticed the snakes in the distance. His eyes grew alert, and he quickly distanced himself. Orochimaru. Not entirely correct. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his expression disdainful. Uchiha Sasuke young. I remember this battle, it was thanks to Nizin's intervention. Uchiha Sarada. Then I'm even more curious. Uchiha Izuna. I don't understand, so I'll ask. 2 Mangekyo users, can't they defeat 1 Kabuto Yakushi? Senju Hashirama. Hard to say, after all it's the sage art of Ryuchi Cave. This Kabuto won't be weak. Kabuto Yakushi, grab your breakfast. Haiden, scared to tears. Hatake Kakashi, don't be afraid, I added salt to the breakfast. The scene continues. The two sides began a war of words. Uchiha Itachi pressed Kabuto Yakushi for his purpose, but Kabuto refused to speak. No choice, they would have to resort to action. Sasuke decisively threw a shuriken, but Uchiha Itachi quickly intercepted it. Kabuto Yakushi, the me in the video, is in Sage Mode. Does Uchiha Itachi really have confidence to defeat me? Uchiha Itachi. I've said it before, every technique has its fatal weakness. Uchiha Sasuke, exactly. The scene continues. Kabuto intended to deceive Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in confusion. Why did Uchiha Itachi stop him? Let's talk about our matters later. First, let's defeat this guy together, but please don't kill him. As soon as the words were spoken, Sasuke nodded. Because if you kill the caster of the impure world reincarnation, the technique can never be undone. First, I will use my Tsukuyumi on him. Itachi's eyes were cold. At that moment, Kabuto heard their conversation and quickly stood up. From the sound of it, you make defeating me sound easy. I hope it's as easy to carry out as you say. No matter what ninjutsu, there is a weakness to be found, and the weakness and risk of this technique. Itachi paused here, his words suddenly shifting. The camera switched, giving Itachi a close-up. It is my own existence. As Itachi spoke, his 3-Demo Sharingan transformed into Mangekyo. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was instantly impressed. Sasuke walked over, and he stood together with Itachi. The two brothers stared intently at Kabuto. Kabuto licked his tongue and quickly summoned a large number of pythons. Seeing this, everyone watching the video felt disgusted. Kabuto licked his tongue and quickly summoned a large number of pythons. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, look at what kind of disciple you've raised. Orochimaru, old man, we will meet again soon. The Hokage's office. Raza laughed sinisterly. Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked his pipe, looking a bit confused. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he always felt that the person in front of him was Orochimaru. Could this guy really be Orochimaru? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of smoke, his brows furrowed. The scene continues. The pythons around Kabuto began to grow larger. He lowered his head, using his hat to cover his face. The pythons hissed and rushed forward quickly. Sasuke and Itachi quickly distanced themselves. Thump thump thump. A violent explosion sounded and a large amount of stone began to collapse in the cave. The pythons slashed the sharp rocks high above. At this moment in Kabuto's line of sight within the distant smoke, Uchiha Itachi was manipulating Susanoo to grasp for snake heads. Sasuke on the other hand swung his blade and cut off those snake heads. Staring at the two massive giants in the distance, Kabuto spoke with a complex tone. So this is Susanoo. The pythons turned into liquid and quickly dissipated. Staring at Kabuto Yakushi in the distance, Uchiha Itachi sensed something was off. This was almost certainly not right. Sandai Fonging, this plot is not right. Xuanhua Boren, Master Zhuozhu and his brother shouldn't lose, right? Yuzibo you, we will win. Yuzibo Zhuozhu, if I get in the mood. Scene continues. You seized the moment and violently dragged Do, who was far away, over. Zhuozhu. I'll flipping the hat, right? Zhuozhu nodded, then vanished instantly, decisively flipping Do's hat. Do's hat was flipped open, but he himself had disappeared without a trace. After the hat was flipped, three pythons immediately emerged. Zhuozhu, with an anxious expression, decisively threw the blade in his hand. The blade struck the tail of one of the snakes. That snake twisted a few times casually and broke free from the blade. Seeing this, Zhuozhu's eyes were full of disdainful mockery. In his eyes, Kabuto Yakushi was nothing but a waste hiding like a rat. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the video, everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Momochi Zabuza, I hope nothing goes wrong. Deidara, by the way, why hasn't it started listing Yuzibo ban? Fourth Raikage AI, if it lists him I want to duel him. Fourth Kazakage Raza, haha, that would be something. I want to duel the god of the shinobi world. Chinsho Jujian, not my type, directly refuse. Chinsho Feijian, brother, what are you saying? Sanzo Hanzo, in my eyes Chinsho Jujian and Yuzibo ban are both insignificant. Yuzibo ban, where did this grain of sand come from? Pureland Space. Yuzibo ban watched the mockery from the group chat members, his expression utterly indifferent. In his eyes, these guys were nothing but bravado. When he one day unleashes the complete Susanoo, they probably won't even have a chance to kneel. They would have been blown away by the aftershock long ago. Chinsho Jujian, ban, so many people are mocking you, aren't you going to say something? Yuzibo ban, dogs that don't bite usually bark loudly. Yuzibo Kwana, brother is right, that Feijing guy is just like a mad dog. Chinsho Feijian, where did this mad dog come from? Scene continues. Zhuozhu was still sneering with disdain. Zhuozhu, are you looking down on me? Do said coldly. That's understandable, since my danger level on the wanted list is still lower than yours. And compared to Oro Kimarusama, I'm even more insignificant. This is the flowing flesh transformation ability. Do began to explain his abilities. With each new ability, he listed, his expression grew more excited, as if he was deliberately showing off in front of the two. Hinata Niji, can the caged bird truly break its own destiny? And gradually softened. This is the flowing flesh transformation ability. Do began to explain his abilities. With each new ability, he listed, his expression grew more excited, as if he was deliberately showing off in front of the two. Hinata Niji, can the caged bird truly break its own destiny? Kabuto Yakushi, in my opinion, it's absolutely possible. Xuanhua Mingren, Niji, your personality is too negative. You should learn from Uncle Obito. Konoha Street. Mingren gently patted Niji on the back and chuckled softly. Is that so? But Niji's eyes turned strange as he spoke. He stared at the avatar of Yuzibo Obito high in the sky. For some reason he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been stabbed into a hedgehog by that guy. Niji, are you overthinking? Mingren's expression was somewhat helpless. Seeing Uncle Obito's avatar, he only felt a warmth in his body. And this guy Niji actually had chest pain. How could that be? Shimura Danzo, the power of the Yuzibo clan is too dangerous. Giving the Mangekyou's ability to Zhuozhu is a waste. Yuzibo Kwana, where did you come from, you mad dog? Yuzibo ban, Toto, calm down. Chinsho Feijian, Danzo, you bastard, you are the last one who should speak. Chinsho Jujian, Danzo, come to the Pure Land Space for a moment, or I have something to discuss with you. Pure Land Space. Jujian looked at Danzo's avatar, stomping in anger. For the first time in his life, he wanted to slap someone. This bastard Danzo gets more infuriating the more you look at him. Why do you always target the Yuzibo clan for no reason? Forget it. This chat group seems to revive the dead later. Chinsho Feijian shook his head, his expression turning cautious. Scene continues. The wounds Do had just suffered healed quickly, because he had previously plundered everyone's abilities. At this moment, he had become the ultimate being. Do explained each of his bonus abilities, his eyes full of excitement. Yuzibo, you looked at Do in the distance, his pupils suddenly contracting. Sage Art of Lonely Cave? That's right, I have found it. The legendary inheritance place alongside Mayukoku Mountain and Shikatsu Forest. Do said with excitement. As he spoke, the surrounding pythons intertwined and quickly converged into his form. Not just Orochimaru-sama, I have also arrived there. In other words, I have now surpassed Orochimaru-sama. Just by myself. Do stretched out his hand and emerged from the pythons. In an instant, Zhuozhu decisively manipulated the Susanoo to shoot an arrow. Bang! The arrow instantly tore through the air. Do prepared dodged this attack, wagging his finger contemptuously. He dodged this arrow. Zhuozhu's pupils contracted. My current perception is incomparable to before. Natural energy is on my side. Do pushed his glasses. At that moment, the music suddenly intensified, and the people watching the video also had shocked expressions. Pure Land Space. He actually mastered the sage art of Longdi Cave. Qianshou Zujian's face was shocked. If that was the case, you and Zhuozhu were probably doomed this time. Beside him, Qianshou Feijian also had a solemn expression. Brother, can you beat the Do in the video? Hard to say. Do's actual combat performance is still too scarce. Zhu Jian shook his head. Daidarum, that Do guy talks too much. Yuzhibo Obito cough. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, why are you coughing all the time? Yuzhibo Obito, yeah, I caught a cold. Are you coming to the Pure Land Space to bring me medicine? Hatake Kakashi, yeah. Otsutsuki Kagaya bubbles. Xuanwo Borin, I always feel that the enemies in my father's era were all so powerful. Jiraiya, heck, kids like you from the new generation have never experienced war. Aizu Yekiishin, he has mastered the sage art of the Longdi Cave. This makes him quite troublesome. Xuanwo Borin, don't worry, Master Zhuozhu will handle it. Jianai Yambu, Borin, there's no need to praise Mr. Zhuozhu so much. Xuanwa Mingren Young Ahem. Scene continues. Do's entire body emerged from the python drenched in copious amounts of mucus. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his face brimming with excitement. Even Lord Dashuin never reached this level, transforming into the perfect sage mode. Gazing at the distant Yaoshi, Do Zhuozhu wore a look of utter disdain. In his eyes, the power of the Mangekyo was invincible, and Do was nothing more than a minor character. Witnessing this, the viewers watching the video also believed that Zhuozhu and you would emerge victorious. Do stood up, his expression icy. I am no longer a snake. The complete sage power has shed my serpent skin. As his words trailed off, Do swiftly formed hand seals, and a fierce gale burst forth. He had shed his serpent skin, ascending into a dragon. Eyeing the overwhelming pressure in the distance, both you and Zhuozhu grew cautious. Siyue, mother often told me that Uncle Yaoshi Do was formidable in his youth. Now that I see it, it's true. Xuanwa Borin, Siyue is your mother Dashuin. But in the textbooks, isn't he male? Yuzhibo Ziliangna. The new generation fell into silence, now faced with a question: is Dashuin male or female? Zilai Dashawan, you transvestite. Qianshou Gongshou, Dashawan, can you not be so disgusting? Hearing these two fools mock him, Dashawan, disguised as Luosha, wore a look of utter contempt. Dashawan, and he'll prepare a surprise for the two of you later. Scene continues. Do tore his own retina, immediately unleashing the white rage. Bang! A crimson dragon surged forth with a roar, spiraling in the air for several loops. You reacted, swiftly vanishing from his spot in an instant. A blinding white light erupted in the distance, and the shockwave swept toward them, spreading in all directions. Zhuozhu clutched his head, racked by a violent headache, the pain rendering him utterly immobile. Yu was equally stunned. He hadn't expected the enemy's strength to be so formidable. Staring at the white light, a faint silhouette seemed to dash out from within it. Yu's mind raced, guessing Do's intention, and he decisively activated Susanoo. A crimson shield materialized, instantly shielding Zhuozhu as the white light gradually faded. Do stared at Yuzhibo Yu in astonishment, never expecting the latter to perceive his location. Fourth Kazakage Luosha, can you sense Do's direction? Qianshou Zhujian, excellent. If that's the case, then victory should be in Yu's hands, right? Qianshou Feijian, it seems not. You merely deduced that Do would attack Zhuozhu first, so he deployed the shield preemptively. Yuzhibo Zuliangna, amazing, truly worthy of being my uncle. Xuanwo Borin, exactly worthy of being my master's brother. Yuzhibo Zhuozhu, that's nothing special. Scene continues. The white light dissipated, and the cave descended into dimness once more. But that's not right. Do stroked his chin, his mind racing like lightning. Logically, Yuzhibo Yu had broken free from his control and should not be able to sense his presence. So why could he still perceive him? Do's eyes were filled with confusion. Are you going to deceive me with your most skilled lies again? The one who can sense your chakra? I never said it was me. You said calmly. You voiced his reasoning, having guessed Do's intention. If Do were to attack them, he would surely target Zhuozhu first, for Zhuozhu was merely immortal, while Yuzhibo Yu possessed an Edo Tensei body that could rapidly regenerate even after sustaining damage. Thus, all he needed to do was protect Zhuozhu. Upon hearing Yuzhibo use analysis, the viewers were utterly astounded. Was this the wisdom of a veteran? During the Boruto era, amazing is this Ziliangna's uncle. Izuyekishin was utterly astonished. Indeed, Ziliangna's uncle is so impressive. Lei also looked stunned. The classmates gazed at Ziliangna with envious eyes, sweat beading on her forehead. She felt a bit awkward being the center of attention for the first time. The Yuzhibo clan Sharingan is so cool, I wish I could be a Yuzhibo too. Borin said with a tinge of jealousy. Borin, it's a pity you're not from the Yuzhibo clan, so you'll never awaken the Sharingan. Ziliangna snorted coldly. Scene continues. Do adjusted his glasses, staring at Yuzhibo Yu in surprise. Yu's analysis was spot on. He had indeed planned to capture Zhuozhu first, then use him as a hostage to threaten you. What makes you unique among the Yuzhibo clan is your true insight. You possess the ability to see through people's hearts, read their thoughts, and exploit that in battle. So you're a liar doomed to live in lies forever, a thoroughly deceitful ninja. Hearing Do insult you like this, Zhuozhu's fury erupted. He unleashed the Chidori sharp spear and charged forward. Do had anticipated this, leaping to the cave ceiling. He looked down at the two with contempt. In his mind, this temporary alliance could never defeat him, a genius forged through hard work. Hearing Do's taunts, he remained calm, walking slowly forward. Zhuozhu. My. Do you remember that time long ago? The time with the wild boar? Yu's gaze was meaningful. Hearing this, Zhuozhu nodded. That incident. I remember. Listening to their cryptic exchange, Do frowned deeply. Jianai Yanbu, wild boar. Are they insulting Do? Xiao Chun, wait. Isn't this Mr. Do the director of the orphanage? Xuanhua Zyangriki. Ah, that big brother from the orphanage looks so frail. I never thought he was once this powerful. During the Boruto era, the new generation was shocked once more. They never imagined that the cheerful, sunny orphanage director had once been so strong, dominating two Yuzhibo members. The new generation felt their perceptions and worldviews shattered. Xuanhua Mingren Young. This video will expose many secrets. Yuzhibo Zhuozhu Young. It seems impossible to stop it. Xuanhua Borin Young. Minato Namikaze, grandson, how have you been lately? Kushina Uzumaki. Make sure to get along with your friends. Boruto Uzumaki teen. The scene continues, a flashback emerges. A young Sasuke accompanied his older brother to hunt wild boars in the wilderness. Sasuke held a bow and arrow. Itachi held a blade in front. The two moved in perfect coordination, one after the other. However, the young Sasuke, still unskilled, could never manage to aim at the wild boar. It was mostly Itachi who made the moves. The scene gradually blurred, returning to the present. The two stood side by side, just like in their childhood. I understand. Sasuke took a deep breath and decisively drew the bowstring. Itachi vanished from his spot in an instant, gripping the Totsuka blade, as he swiftly charged into the distance. Bang! 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 A massive swarm of pythons rushed forward in a flash. These pythons were slashed to pieces by the blood-red giant controlled by Itachi. Behind him, Sasuke had his bow fully drawn, poised to strike at any moment. Thump! The Yasaka Magatama was hurled high into the air. Kabuto had no choice but to take cover inside the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke shot an arrow that struck Kabuto's tail. Kabuto's tail and the arrow were pinned to the stone pillar behind him. Kabuto wobbled high above, suspended in the air, utterly unable to move. Watching Kabuto from afar, Sasuke's face grew anxious. He wants to take my sword and cut off his own tail to escape. Itachi nodded, shattered the ground beneath him, and rushed forward with his blade, aimed directly at Kabuto. But in the next moment, the scene abruptly shifted. Kabuto had anticipated this, and with a chakra scalpel in hand, he swiftly pierced through Uchiha Itachi's abdomen. I told you not to rush. Kabuto's tone was scornful. In an instant, the tail behind him began to shed its skin like mucus. Within Itachi's pupils, a Mangekyo was quietly spinning. Bang! A blinding white light flared intensely, standing out vividly in the dim cave. Kabuto covered his eyes as a swarm of crows began to flutter around. From the flock of crows, a new blade quickly coalesced. With a squelch amidst the dazzling brilliance, Itachi swung his blade and severed one of Kabuto's horns. Kabuto was sent flying backward, staring at his severed horn with eyes full of astonishment. Right, I almost forgot. There's no horn here normally, so I let my guard down and you got lucky. Kabuto stared at the two in the distance, his gaze icy cold. At that moment, watching this scene, everyone in the video was shocked. What had just happened? Why had that dazzling light appeared? Uchiha Haru, is that Izanami? Uchiha Izuna, it's Izanami indeed. Kabuto is about to fall. Sarada Uchiha, what is Izanami? Is it also a jutsu of our Uchiha clan? Boruto Uzumaki, didn't the Uchiha clan only pass down the Sharingan? Does that mean there are other jutsus? Uchiha Sasuke, you don't even know what Izanami is. In the chat group, Sasuke missed no chance to show off, even though he had no idea what Izanami was either. But the name itself sounded cool. Uchiha Shursue Sasuke, do you know what Izanami is? Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, then explain it Sasuke. Boruto Uzumaki. Yes sensei Sasuke, please explain. Uchiha Sasuke ahem. Just keep watching, and you'll find out. Boruto Uzumaki. Yes sensei Sasuke, please explain. Uchiha Sasuke ahem. Just keep watching, and you'll find out. The scene continues. At this moment Kabuto began to use other abilities within his body, quickly forcing Sasuke and Itachi to retreat step by step. Kabuto held the advantage throughout, dominating in timing, location, and morale. Will he win? He will win. Kabuto's face was full of confidence. He didn't believe he could lose. Sasuke's face was anxious. Now he had to wait for the Izanami that Itachi had mentioned. Itachi was still preparing Izanami. In the distance Kabuto controlled the pythons from his abdomen and charged over. Itachi reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with the Totsuka blade. Sasuke extended his arm and grabbed the python in front of him. Bang! The python was pinned to the ground by the two. Just as they thought Kabuto was about to be defeated, a tear trickled from the corner of Kabuto's eye. I'm about to activate Izanami. You've already lost. With a thud, Kabuto collapsed to the ground. Just as they thought it was over, the next moment Kabuto quickly emerged from the python's belly, wielding a chakra scalpel that sliced Itachi in two. Seeing this, everyone was stunned again. Clouds of dust billowed irregularly in the air. Itachi's pupils contracted and the Mangekyo in his eyes began to spin. Of course, a genius who has everything cannot understand. I just want to become my true self. No one can stop me. Kabuto's voice was complex. Kabuto charged forward, about to finish off Uchiha Itachi, when Sasuke hastily swung his sword. Kabuto caught the blade with his tail. The next moment Sasuke controlled the Susanoo to slam down on the ground. Bang! The violent impact sent Itachi flying. Kabuto leaped to the ceiling seemingly unharmed. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Water-style waterfall jutsu. Kabuto's face was contemptuous. Fire and water merged and Sasuke was instantly engulfed by the torrent, struggling to poke his head out of the water, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara was bewildered. Uchiha Madara, why can't fire style overcome water style? Mizukage Terumi, may fire can't overcome water. Isn't that common sense? Does the legendary ninja demigod not know that? Fourth Raikage, M5 said it before, his reputation is just hype. Tsunade Senju, Uchiha Madara is at least cage level, so how could he not know such basic common sense? Anoki, you young people are still too naive. Iwabi Yurino, water beats fire. If he doesn't even know that, how strong can Uchiha Madara really be? Denki Kaminaraman, I also think it's pretty fake, the ninja demigod lacking such basic knowledge. Wasabi Izuno, definitely his title is way too overblown. In the library, the new generation looked at Uchiha Madara in the sky with disdain. So it turned out that the legendary ninja demigod, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, was just hype. This was truly shocking. Hashirama Senju, Madara, aren't you going to refute these people? Uchiha Madara, I want bother with these grain. Kinkaro, keep boasting and keep being stubborn. Suigetsu Hozuki, ridiculous. Whether Uchiha Madara can even defeat Orochimaru-sama is questionable. Kinkaro, keep boasting and keep being stubborn. Suigetsu Hozuki, ridiculous. Whether Uchiha Madara can even defeat Orochimaru-sama is questionable. The scene continues. The water stream and fireball collided, creating a cloud of steam that enveloped everything. At this moment Itachi gripped his blade and charged at Kabuto again. Kabuto countered by thrusting his blade into Itachi's abdomen. Just as everyone expected another stalemate, one of Itachi's eyes began to spin, quickly turning. With a crackle, a burst of white light flashed, crows fluttered and emerged everywhere, and Itachi once again severed Kabuto's horn with his blade. At that moment, the viewers watching the video were astonished to see that the video had looped. What was going on? Was it a glitch? Boruto Uzumaki, why is this video repeating? Mitsuki Mom, do you know? Orochimaru, without a doubt, this is Izanami. Itachi recorded everything and is looping it. Orochimaru, without a doubt, this is Izanami. Itachi recorded everything and is looping it. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you let your son call you that. Senju Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, you rebellious disciple, why do you dress up as a woman? Orochimaru, don't rush teacher Hiruzen, I will soon prepare a big surprise for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru's words, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He had a foreboding feeling indescribable. At this moment, Raza, standing behind him, let out a sinister laugh. Sorry for the embarrassment, Lord Kazekage. The scene continued. Kabuto sensed something was wrong, because no matter how he counterattacked, he would fall into a loop. Kabuto thought he had fallen into a jinjutsu and tried to dispel it. With a drip, the spring water from the stone pillar fell on his shoulder. Kabuto's pupils constricted. No matter how he counterattacked, the final result never changed. Back and forth time passed without knowing how long. Every time he stabbed through Itachi would turn into a flock of crows, and then cut off his horn. Calm down, this is the Uchiha's Genjutsu. Kabuto took a deep breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. Moreover, this was Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu. Breaking it would certainly be very difficult. However, there are many ways to break a Genjutsu. Kabuto wanted to say something more, but Itachi continued charging at him. Watching Kabuto experience the loop repeatedly, the people viewing the video also felt his despair. Scene change. In the real world, Kabuto was trapped in the Genjutsu, his entire body frozen in place. Itachi stroked his head with one hand, his gaze cold. The jutsu that decides fate. This is Izanami. As the words fell, the camera froze on this scene. The viewers were shocked, their pupils dilated. This is so cool, damn. Uchiha Izuna. This is the foundation of our Uchiha clan. Tell me, isn't it strong? Isn't it cool? Uzumaki Boruto. That's so cool, I want to join the Uchiha clan too. Uzumaki Naruto young. Hey Boruto, what are you saying? In the Hokage's office, Naruto looked at Sasuke in front of him, his expression somewhat strange. He always felt that Sasuke had put some kind of spell on Boruto. Otherwise, why would Boruto call him Sasuke-sensei every day? Was his charm not as great as Sasuke's? Dead last, your son's personality is exactly the same as when you were a kid, Sasuke teased. No, he's quite like you. Naruto shook his head. Why do you say that? Because he's a true genius. My son's talent is far superior to mine. Naruto's face, although he bickered with his son every day, they both cared about each other. Uchiha Sarada, Boruto, can't you be more considerate of the 7th Hokage? He works very hard every day. Uzumaki Boruto. He just orders people around. Mitsuki Boruto, the 7th Hokage said before, there's no shortcut to becoming Hokage. Akimichi Chocho. It's really hard to imagine Boruto is the Hokage's son. 4th Kazekage Raza. This Boruto is stupid, actually looking down on his own father. Gaara, idiot above, please shut up. 4th Kazekage Raza. Scene continues. Sasuke looked confused and began to ask about the principle of Izanami. Itachi answered truthfully. Simply put, Izanami is to select any moment of an action, record that moment, create point A, then use elements from the environment to form points B and C, and finally record them one by one with the Sharingan. Hearing the principle of Izanami, the viewers instantly had question marks. How could they not understand? Uchiha Sarada. It feels so hard to understand. Metal Lee Sarada's clan is really amazing. Sumair. Although I don't understand the principle, it feels so powerful. Inogen Yamanaka. Exactly. The new generation stared at the scene in the sky with shock. They never expected that the reason they lived so peacefully was all thanks to the sacrifices of these predecessors. Saratobi Kinomaru Young. The reason you live in peace now is all due to the sacrifices of the predecessors. In the 4th Great Ninja War, casualties were heavy. Scene continues. Itachi finished explaining everything, then turned around, intending to fully release the impure world reincarnation. This also meant that Itachi would leave the ninja world forever. Looking at his brother, Sasuke was full of reluctance, but all good things must come to an end. At this moment, it was time to leave. Itachi used Tsukuyomi to control Kabuto. Just as he was about to release the impure world reincarnation, Sasuke's expression turned displeased. Why? Why do you still protect the village that once hurt you? Even if you can forgive Konoha, I cannot. Don't you have any attachment to this world? But you are the one who made me this way. Sasuke panted, suppressing his anger. Itachi looked at Sasuke with complicated eyes. Through their journey, he had come to understand Sasuke's thoughts. The one who can change is you, not me anymore. So all I can do now is stop this jutsu. Itachi turned away from Sasuke, forcing the hand signs of the impure world reincarnation through Tsukuyomi. Then as he recited each word, Sasuke's gaze grew increasingly complex, and he bit his lip tightly. It seems nothing I say will work. Itachi paused for a moment after hearing this. Sasuke spoke of what he had seen and heard. Itachi's expression grew complicated. Finally, he made his decision. Impure world reincarnation release. Boom. A gust of wind rushed through the cave. Itachi's body gradually became transparent. Scene change. In all corners of the Great Ninja War, the bodies of all the resurrected dead instantly glowed with white light. The music at this moment gradually became touching. Live Great Die Splendid. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield began to give their final words to their families. Because of the war, everyone was forced to fight against their own families, but it also allowed many who had not had time to express their final wishes to see the one they wanted to see. Everywhere, dazzling white light shot into the sky. No one could imagine that the ninja world had such a hero who silently released the impure world reincarnation. Everyone certainly never dreamed that the one who released the impure world reincarnation was also summoned by it. Awabe. I'm crying, is this the war of the predecessors? Denki Kaminaraman, unbelievable. Uchiha Sarada. Did Uncle Itachi end the 4th Great Ninja War? If we talk about merit, Uzumaki Naruto Young, yes, Itachi is a very outstanding ninja. Anoki, it seems the future fourth great ninja war was stopped by Uchiha Itachi. Fourth Raikage, indeed old man, I acknowledge you. Tobirama Senju, Uchiha Itachi is a ninja with the will of fire. I had thought that Minato was already outstanding, but I never expected someone to surpass him, said Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, you flatter me. In some aspects, I am not even as formidable as Itachi, said Minato. Sasuke has an exceptionally remarkable older brother, said Naruto. On the streets of my Naruto gazed at Sasuke with a hint of envy. In his eyes, Itachi's actions of protecting the village from the shadows were incredibly cool. Sasuke shook his head. Even now his feelings remained complicated. Itachi, you killed everyone back then, so why did you spare me alone? He stared at the sky screen above his mind, swirling with thoughts. This video's progress bar is almost at the end. Who will be featured next? Said Sarada. The strongest of the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly Itachi, right? Said Jin Ienbu. One, I agree, said Raimon Denki. The scene continued. There is still time. Itachi staggered towards Sasuke, his body swaying, as if he might collapse at any moment. I can feel my consciousness fading. Before I bid you farewell forever, I will tell you the answers you seek. Let me show you the truth of everything. Bang! Itachi swiftly cast a genjutsu on Sasuke. Within the illusion, Sasuke witnessed Shizui's final entrustment to Itachi, as well as the conflict between the My Elders and the Uchiha clan. Everything. Sasuke learned the entire truth. Itachi had been forced to carry out this absurd plan to protect him back then. That night, Itachi sought out the masked man and forged an alliance with him. Having recounted everything without reservation, Sasuke's face was filled with complexity. I have told you all the truth, hiding nothing more from you. I always lied to you, trying to make you forgive me, always pushing you away with these hands. Because I didn't want to drag you into danger, but now that I think about it, perhaps you once had the power to change the Uchiha clan. The music grew increasingly poignant, and everyone watching the video was also in tears. Itachi spoke of his regrets from that time. He should never have made that decision. Bit by bit, he approached Sasuke. This time, instead of pushing Sasuke away with his hand as he usually did, he held Sasuke's head affectionately. Their foreheads touched. It's all right if you never forgive me. No matter what you become in the future, I will always love you. As the words fell, the video froze on the scene. During the era of Boruto, the new generation was in tears. Wah! This video is so touching. Lei pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears. Beside her, Chodo Yashanki was also crying. Master Sasuke's brother is truly amazing. Boruto wiped his tears with his arm. Exactly. Mr. Itachi is a truly great ninja, said Jin Ienbu with excitement. System Uchiha Itachi's feature has concluded. Now selecting the next subject. Selection successful. Uchiha Izuna. Am I being featured in this video? Said Uchiha Izuna. Hey, the Mad Dog Ninja, said Senju Tobirama. Little brother, can you calm down? Why do I feel like you curse him every time you see Izuna? Said Senju Hashirama. Big brother, let me ask you, what color is a watermelon when cut open? Said Senju Tobirama. Said Senju Hashirama. In the Pure Land realm, others might not know what Senju Tobirama meant, but Uchiha Izuna understood all too well. Senju Tobirama, you beast, said Uchiha Izuna. Getting angry are we, said Senju Tobirama. Little brother blocked this Tobirama. He's acting like a fool, said Uchiha Madara. Big brother is right. Block goodbye, said Uchiha Izuna. The scene continued as Uchiha Izuna's narration appeared. He was the first powerhouse to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was also the brother Uchiha Madara cherished most. However, in one battle, due to his carelessness, he fell to Senju Tobirama and eventually died from excessive blood loss. Seeing this, everyone sighed with regret. This Senju Tobirama is truly formidable, worthy of being the second Hokage. Is this Senju Tobirama really a Hokage? How is it that his water style seems more abundant than mine? Said Mizukage to Rumime. The Mizukage looked bewildered. For the first time, she doubted herself. Could her water style mastery actually be inferior to Senju Tobirama's? The scene continued. Izuna's defeat was understandable. After all, his opponent was Tobirama, the legendary master of forbidden techniques. It is known that 80 of the ninja world's forbidden techniques were invented by Tobirama. Seeing this scene, the new generation was once again stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why was Sarada's clan so formidable? It felt like everyone featured had cage-level strength. Everyone regretted not being an Uchiha. How cool would it be to have the Mangekyo Sharingan? I'm a bit confused. If Izuna died at Tobirama's hands, how did Uchiha Madara and Hashirama reconcile? Said Boruto. Said Uchiha Madara. Young man, that's an excellent question. My answer is because of love, said Senju. Said Uzumaki Mito. Grandma Mito, calm down, please, said Uzumaki Kushina. In the Pure Land realm, Kushina hurriedly comforted Grandma Mito. After all, Madara and Hashirama were both men. How could two men be together? That was too absurd. The scene continued. Izuna's memories appeared, showing Senju Tobirama as his opponent. To defeat Senju Tobirama, Izuna constantly trained the Sharingan's abilities. But as the saying goes, the devil rises a foot, the way rises a yard. Tobirama invented the Bringer of Darkness technique. Uchiha Izuna felt frustrated. Fine, then he'll train in fire style from now on, right? When Tobirama heard that Izuna was going to train in fire style, his face was filled with anxiety. So he researched water style, and after days and nights of deep study, his water style ninjutsu became sea style. At that moment, the second Mizukage, still watching the video, was dumbfounded. Really? You're a Hokage, yet your water style is more abundant than mine. Are these two definitely a couple? Said Mizukage to Rumime. I feel like both pairs of brothers are not simple. Said Kuratsuchi. The emotions in my village are terrifying. Said Inoki. Does my village have some kind of tradition? I feel like it's everywhere. Said the fourth Raikage. Said Uchiha Itachi. Said Uchiha Shursui. Said Hatake Kakashi. Get lost him straight, said Uchiha Obito. Woo Obito, can you stop being so mean to me? Said Hatake Kakashi. You too. Said Minato. Uchiha Izuna. If I hadn't let my guard down, could I have been defeated by Senju Tobirama? Senju Tobirama. If you're weak, practice more. Don't make excuses. Uchiha Izuna. Pure Land Space. Uchiha Izuna flared up instantly. This Senju Tobirama was mocking him all day long. Fine, just you wait. Uchiha Madara. But looking closely, Izuna really looks like Sasuke. Senju Hashirama. Madara, when you see this Sasuke, don't you feel reluctant to hit him? Uchiha Madara, right. Uchiha Sasuke. But why does my chest hurt when I look at Uchiha Madara? Konoha Street. Sasuke clutched his chest, his face bewildered. Who exactly is this Uchiha Madara? How strong is our Uchiha clan's ancestor? Sasuke was somewhat doubtful of Uchiha Madara's strength. After all, he felt Madara was too vague. How could fire style counter water style? Fourth Raikage. When will this video finally feature Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Itachi, featuring our clan's ancestor. Uchiha Sasuke. In my opinion, Uchiha Madara is nothing special. If I ever get the urge. Uzumaki Boruto, as expected of Master Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto young Boruto, actually my strength is not much different from Sasuke's strong hit. The scene continued. Some scattered battle performances of Uchiha Izuna were played. Soon, the feature ended. System, now selecting the next featured character. Selection successful. One of the top 10 strong members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakashi. Hatake Tsukumo. Pure Land Space. Tsukumo's face was bewildered. No, how did his son become a member of the Hatake Tsukumo felt like he was wearing a green hat. Minato Namikaze. Ahem, Sakumosen, calm down. Inoki snacking. I didn't expect the Leaf Hero White Fang to be cuckolded. Fourth Raikage. Awesome, the Konoha gossip is so delicious. System, let me explain here. The reason Kakashi is on the list is because he uses the Sharingan extremely well, even earning the title of Copy Ninja. Mr. Hatake Tsukumo is not cuckolded. Hatake Kakashi. Ahem. Obito, what's your account password? Uchiha Obito. Kimui space. Obito's face was somewhat bewildered. What does account password mean? Don't tell me. Kakashi is going to use his eye ability to kill the big boss later. Boruto era. At a hot spring shop. Kakashi fell silent while looking at the chat group screen. Next to him, Saratobi Mirai was pushing Mike Guy, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Sixth Hokage. What does account password mean? How to put it? It might be related to my use of Obito's Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. System, everyone, why not guess how strong Kakashi is? Uchiha Madara. At best, he's an elite jonin. Senju Hashirama. Indeed, I feel that this Kakashi is too weak. Young people need to be more restrained. Hatake Kakashi. First Hokage, you misunderstand. Because I can't turn off the Sharingan, my chakra consumption is quite rapid. Senju Tobirama. In terms of strength, an elite jonin with the Sharingan should be at the Kage level, right? System, no, this Kakashi can go from fighting the 6 paths to a 50-50 with Momochi Zabuza. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Bubbles, this so-called fighting the 6 paths, it's not about fighting me, is it? Ebisu, beautiful lady upstairs. Hello. Gozu Tetsu, this Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't look like a local. Otsutsuki Kagaya. The scene continued. Kakashi's brilliant battle records appeared in the video. The new generation watched Kakashi's records, their faces somewhat shocked. Is this the 6th Hokage? He's really amazing. 4th Kazekage Raza. This is Kakashi from the Uchiha clan. He uses the Sharingan so skillfully. Chio, no wonder he's so evil. Uchiha Tetsuka. I don't understand, so I asked, does Kakashi count as becoming Hokage on behalf of our Uchiha clan? Uzumaki Naruto. Wait. Kakashi Sensei in the future is actually the Hokage? Haruno Sakura, huh? Konoha Team 7. The 3 young ones' faces were somewhat surprised. They never expected that Kakashi, this lazy guy who always held Ika paradise, would become the 6th Hokage in the future. Boruto era. By the way, Boruto, do you know the 6th Hokage? The Wabe's face was somewhat puzzled. 6th Hokage? Oh, I see him at home every day. The 6th Hokage is my father's teacher. Boruto spread his hands. Speaking of which, his grandfather seems to be the 4th Hokage. His grandfather's master, strictly speaking, is also a Hokage. His grandfather's master's master is also a Hokage. Hatake Kakashi, Dad, listen to me, I am your biological son. Hatake Sakomo. Minato Namikaze, aha. High in the sky, the scene shifted. Kakashi was leading Team 7 on a crank mission. Guess who they met? They met Momochi Zabuza. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the video fell into silence. Is this really a crank mission? Why did they encounter an elite jonin? Momochi Zabuza stood on the blade of his sword looking very cool. He looked at these brats with disdain. Kakashi didn't bother to waste words and decisively activated the Sharingan. Sasuke, seeing Kakashi activate the Sharingan, had a face full of shock. What the hell? Is his teacher from the Uchiha clan? Or did his teacher dig out a clan member's eyes? Hatake Kakashi, Sasuke, I didn't expect you to think that way at the time. Uchiha Sasuke, it's not my fault. Seeing the video in the sky, the new generation was shocked again. They never expected that the 6th Hokage had the Sharingan when he was young. And the 6th Hokage was so handsome when he was young, completely different from his current lazy appearance. So scary. Is this the killing intent from the war era? Exactly. Looking at the scene in the sky, I can't move. Indeed. The new generation's lips trembled. The two sides engaged in battle. The two jonin emitted intense killing intent that permeated the surroundings. The three little ones were instantly scared stiff. Sasuke was so nervous, he almost committed suicide. Uchiha Sarada, Dad, how come you only have one Tomo at this time? Uchiha Sasuke. Well, Sasuke was a bit embarrassed, especially seeing his future daughter ask him like that. Just as he didn't know how to explain. Uzumaki Boruto, I get it. Sasuke's master is accumulating strength over time. He kept a low profile and hid his power in the early stage, then in the later stage, he stops pretending and becomes invincible. Uchiha Sasuke, ahem. That's right. As long as I get the urge, the so-called shinobi world's Azura is just a roadside weed. Uchiha Madara, kid, do you want to dance too? Senju Hashirama, Madara, I feel like you might kill Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, I'm not a villain. Besides, Sasuke looks very much like Izuna. I'm even less likely to kill him. The scene continued. The killing intent of both sides leaked out. This is the so-called conqueror's haki. Ahem, Jonin's killing intent. You know, a Wabe, shocked to tears. Is this the peak of the 6th Hokage? Reito Denki, how powerful was the 6th Hokage at his peak? Takazaki Hachi, so cool. Truly worthy of the 6th Hokage. The faces of the new generation were filled with excitement, with Takazaki Hachi being the most excited. You know, the idol he admired most was the 6th Hokage. While others worshipped the 7th, he alone liked Kakashi. The scene continues. The two clashed. Because Kakashi had to look after Team 7, he quickly lost. Seeing this, everyone's faces were filled with anxiety. It's over. What should they do? If Kakashi loses, what will become of Team 7? Momochi Zabuza, see. This is my peak. I punched the 7th Hokage, kick Uchiha Sasuke, and Kakashi is nothing to me but a road Anoki, in a sense. Indeed. 4th Kazekage Raza. Awesome, worthy of my big brother Zabuza. Uchiha Sarada. So this is what father looked like when he was young. The scene continues with the cooperation of Team 7. They finally rescued Kakashi. After being rescued, Kakashi quickly defeated Zabuza. Seeing Team 7's brilliant coordination, the viewers' pupils contracted. Next, the video showed the battle between Kakashi and Pain Tendo. Watching the exchange and Kakashi's high intelligence analysis, everyone gasped again. Kakashi is too strong. Uchiha Sarada. I didn't expect the 6th Hokage to be so powerful. Uchiha Sasuke young. Hey, he's nothing but a useless failure. Uzumaki Naruto young Sasuke. Can you stop hating Kakashi Sensei so much? Hokage's office. Naruto looked at Sasuke in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitching. Sasuke snorted coldly. After all that, Kakashi had fooled him with make-out paradise. He should never have listened to Kakashi in the first place. Kakashi said to Sarada, "You are my little peanut," such an embarrassing line. At that time, Sasuke wanted to kill Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, what's going on? Sasuke, why do you hate me? At this moment, Kakashi was a bit confused. After all, I taught you for so many years, and now you curse your teacher. This is total rebellion. Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi. Sasuke, well said. Noera Rin Obito. Uchiha Obito Rin. The scene continues. The video plays the scene of Team 7 battling Kaguya Otsutsuki. Seeing this, the viewers fell into silence. Who is this Kaguya Otsutsuki? She doesn't look like a local. Hatake Kakashi, I don't know, so ill ask. What battle power level is this Kagaya Atsu? Haruno Sakura should be at least cage level, right? Ebisu, hard to say. Just from her art style, she seems incredibly strong. The scene continues. Kagaya's body quickly expanded, turning into a giant rabbit. Naruto looked at Kagaya in the distance, his lips trembling. Beside him, Sasuke also looked shocked. Kagaya's chakra was too strong. The two of them alone could not contend with her. Because Naruto and Sasuke could fly high into the sky, they could evade Kagaya's attacks. But Sakura could not. At best, she was at the peak of Super Kage level, unable to participate in such a large-scale battle. Just as Kagaya was about to reach out and grab Sakura, the next moment Kakashi made an explosive entrance, decisively controlling Susanoo to grab Sakura. Seeing this, the viewers were shocked. What the hell, this is Susanoo. But whose Susanoo is this? Ah, Sasuke, isn't this yours? Naruto turned around bewildered. Sasuke shook his head. At this moment, a powerful BGM played. Kakashi grabbed Sakura with one hand and threw her into the forehead. Kakashi sensei. Sakura stared at Kakashi in bewilderment. Uchiha Itachi. Why can Kakashi activate Susanoo? Uchiha Izuna, exactly. He's not even a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, the ocular power of this Susanoo might even surpass mine. Uchiha Izuna, holy shit, big brother, are you joking? Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi, I never expected you to be so skilled with the Sharingan. Speaking of which, my son Sasuke has been in your care. Hatake Kakashi, it's my duty. Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi, I never expected you to be so skilled with the Sharingan. Speaking of which, my son Sasuke has been in your care. Hatake Kakashi, it's my— But it wasn't over yet. The viewers watched Sasuke's Rinnegan and Naruto's Six Paths Sage Mode, falling into shock. Momochi Zabuza, in my prime I defeated these four all by myself. Anoki, awesome. So rounding up, is Zabuza stronger than Kagaya? Fourth Kazekage Raza, awesome. Uzumaki Naruto, those aren't the point. Don't you think future me is handsome? Uchiha Sarada, as expected of the 7th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke young. The scene continues. You should come see too. This time I will definitely protect this world. Kakashi stared intently at Kagaya in the distance, his gaze firm. The viewers were a bit confused who was the him Kakashi was referring to. Senju Tobirama, could it be Obito? Senju Hashirama, little brother Obito died long ago. Senju Tobirama, I feel he is not dead. Uchiha Sasuke, outrageous. Uncle Obito is a hero of the Uchiha clan. What right do you have to insult him? Uchiha Obito, ahem. Sasuke, let it go. The scene continues. The music became tense. Kagaya controlled her arm and quickly grabbed forward, everyone's eyes turning cautious. The next moment Kakashi crossed his hands, infusing the power of Kamui into his shuriken. Kamui shuriken. Whoosh. Several shuriken swiftly cut through the air, rushing into the distance. The next second Kagaya's body was twisted by these Kamui shuriken with a crack. The sound of bones breaking came. Kagaya let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the viewers immediately shuddered. Just as I expected. I received the Six Paths power, enhancing my ocular power. Kakashi's eyes were cold. Due to the video editing, the viewers didn't know why Kakashi had obtained such powerful power. In the Kamui dimension, Obito watched Kakashi's performance, his pupils full of shock. Why would Kakashi have his ability in the future? How is this possible? Obito's lips trembled. Could it be that Kakashi will steal my eyes in the future? Uchiha Itachi, indeed, every technique has its weakness, even Kagaya is no exception. Otsutsuki Kagaya, relying on the cooperation of these few people in the video, do you think you can defeat me? Uchiha Sarada, how terrifying. So this is the kind of battle Lord 7th Hokage faced in his time. Uzumaki Boruto, I never thought that idiot dad was so impressive when he was young. Uzumaki Naruto, young man, son, what are you saying? How could your dad be an idiot? Uchiha Sarada, Boruto, I advise you to show some respect to Lord 7th Hokage. The way, that's right. Uzumaki Boruto. The scene continues. Even more powerful than Sasuke. Naruto's lips trembled. This chakra. The next moment, the ground was torn apart by pale blue chakra. Kagaya absorbed this chakra, her body gradually swelling. Kagaya let out a roar to the heavens. The next moment, her entire body transformed into a huge beginning ball space. Kagaya's visage appeared within it. The massive truth-seeking ball behind her continued to expand. Watching the truth-seeking ball swelling violently before them, the viewers were once again shocked. Good heavens! Is this a battle of gods? At this moment, Black Zetsu began to explain the principle of the beginning ball space. This thing will keep expanding and eventually destroy the entire ninja world. Seeing this, the viewers' lips trembled. This is too terrifying. This is the same as the ball behind me. Naruto said, shocked. But the size difference is too great, and it's still growing. Sasuke shook his head. That thing is too huge, there's no way to transfer it with Kamui. Even if we temporarily take refuge in the time-space, if that thing becomes too large, we'll never be able to return. Kakashi analyzed calmly. To stop it. Then we can only seal her main body, that big rabbit. Naruto raised his finger. Exactly. Sakura nodded. Gather together now, we discuss the plan. This is Team 7's final mission. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, solemn music began to play. If this battle is lost, then the entire ninja world will be destroyed. Seeing this, the viewers were all shocked. What kind of era do we live in? Compared to the combat power in the video, the new generation felt that their own squad leaders were just like children. Let's save the world together. Understood. The three nodded. At this moment, Kagaya looked down at Team 7 with a contemptuous gaze. I am an immortal being. If either of you dies, I cannot be sealed. So, which one should I choose? As she spoke, Kagaya activated her Byakugan. Seeing this, the members of the Hyuga clan were shocked again. Hyuga Hayashi, our Hyuga clan is the strongest clan in Konoha. Hyuga Hizashi, that's right. Anoki, is this Kagaya from the Hyuga clan? Why does she have the Byakugan? Hyuga Niji, is this Kagaya, our Hyuga clan's ancestor? Otsutsuki Kagaya, yes. Uchiha Madara, by the way, why haven't I appeared in the video yet? Senju Hashirama, that's right, I'm not in the video either. The scene continues. Naruto decisively gathered shadow clones to surround Sasuke. If either of them dies, then Kagaya cannot be sealed. Sasuke and Naruto quickly rushed into the sky, planning to strike first. Kagaya glanced at the two charging up. Behind her, a large number of bone spikes appeared. Kakashi saw this and decisively flew high into the sky. The bone spikes swiftly cut through the air, aiming at Kakashi. Too fast, Kakashi said, shocked. Crack, crack. The bone ash of joint attack directly hit Kakashi's Susanoo. The Susanoo cracked like glass, showing numerous fractures. Seeing this, the viewers were shocked again. Is this enemy's damage so high? Even the Susanoo has shattered. Pain, the Kagaya in the video is quite powerful, but I am a god. In Amagakure, Pain looked at the sky screen above. Letting the rain slide down his face, his gaze remained cold. In his view, none of those in the video could defeat him. Why? Because he possessed the Rinnegan. He was a god. Uchiha Madara. Madara looked at Pain's message, sweat dripping from his forehead. If he remembered correctly, Nagato's Rinnegan was still his right. If this truth were revealed, how embarrassed would Nagato be? Hanzo of the Salamander. Pain, if you hadn't ambushed me back then, do you think I would have lost? Pain, any scheme challenging a god is foolish. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, can you defeat this Kagaya? Uchiha Madara, 7-3, I have 7 Kagaya 3. Uchiha Madara was quite confident in his own strength. Once he realized the infinite Tsukuyami plan, and became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Defeating this Kagaya would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Otsutsuki Kagaya blowing bubbles. The scene continues. Music gradually tense. One of the bone spikes pierced through Kakashi's heart. Seeing this, the viewers were full of worry. Lord Sixth Hokage, please don't get hurt. The Susanoo completely shattered. But the next moment, everyone was shocked again. Kakashi seemed unharmed, his hand gathering black Kamui. Indeed, it's a great ability. Kamui can penetrate attacks. At this moment, the bone spike that had just hit Kakashi's chest simply passed through, without causing any damage to Kakashi. With this, the game is won. Kakashi, holding the Kamui lightning blade, swiftly pierced through Kagaya's shoulder. Kamui lightning blade. Thud. A huge gap quickly tore open in Kagaya's shoulder. Her right hand was temporarily unusable. Kagaya used her left hand to create a bone ash of joint attack, aiming at Naruto beside her. At this moment, seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were about to touch her body with their palms, now she should not be able to escape through space. The viewers were full of anxiety. Damn, what should we do? Black Zetsu stared at the scene in the sky and decisively threw out a bone ash of joint attack connecting to space. At this moment, with a squelch, the bone ash from Kagaya's left hand quickly struck Naruto's body. Naruto's body began to wither and peel away like dried up. Bang! The Sasuke beside suddenly turned into Naruto's appearance. So it was Naruto's transformation technique. Indeed, both are reincarnations of Ashura. Had he already transformed back then? Kagaya began to analyze rapidly in her mind. Earlier, when Naruto used shadow clones to cover Sasuke's line of sight, he himself had transformed into Sasuke's appearance. Just now it seemed like two people were going to seal her, but in fact it was only Naruto alone. What was the meaning of Naruto doing this? The viewers were full of confusion. Uchiha Sarada, Dad, and Lord Seventh Hokage, please don't come to harm. Uchiha Itachi, wait. What is that? The scene continues. The music gradually intensifies. Kagaya once again mobilizes the all-killing ash bones, intending to utterly defeat Naruto. At that very moment, Kakashi swiftly activates Kamui. Kamui. Bang. Space warps violently. High above, the black rod is about to pierce Naruto's body, but in the next second, the rod vanishes into thin air. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto extends his hand and swiftly touches Kaguya. Meanwhile, the Naruto clone struck by the all-killing ash bones and already disintegrating, fades away bit by bit. Sasuke decisively uses his Amino Dojikara ability to swap positions with the shadow clone. Bang! In a mere instant, Naruto and Sasuke both close in on Kaguya. Witnessing this, the viewers watching the video are filled with excitement. Excellent. All that remains is for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Kaguya, and everything will be over. But Kaguya is no fool. She rapidly begins to contemplate. Should she shift dimensions at this moment? Shifting to the icy world. But that would be futile, for Indra's reincarnation possesses Amaterasu. Sasuke has anticipated this, his pupils streaming with tears of blood. If Kaguya attempts to shift dimensions, he will unleash Amaterasu. Seeing that shifting dimensions is unfeasible, Kaguya swiftly flies upward, completely oblivious to Sakura plunging down from above. There's still me. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman, you bastard. Thud. The punch connects with Kaguya's head, gushing forth a torrent of blood. Kaguya's skull is nearly shattered. Meanwhile, Kakashi, still falling, gazes at Team 7's performance in the sky, his face brimming with satisfaction. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. The image gradually blurs. Returning to the past, Kakashi's first impression of Team 7 appears on screen. Naruto, Uzumaki. Wait. Kakashi could have dodged the eraser, but he chose not to. Sakura, Haruno. No matter what Kakashi Sensei is a jonin, how could he not dodge an eraser? Sasuke, Uchiha. I can't believe they're airing my embarrassing past. Boruto, Uzumaki. Dad, didn't you say you were mature and steady when you were little? During the Boruto era, Boruto angrily pushes open the Hokage's office door, glaring at his father, who sits in the chair with a stern expression. Every day before school, his father always lectures him harshly, saying things like, "When I was your age, I attended class diligently every day. When I was your age, school conditions were very tough. I had to walk several kilometers every day. And what's more, he'd say, when I was your age, I was very mature and steady. Look at this video. Where's your maturity and steadiness?" Naruto sits in his chair staring at his son, his expression somewhat awkward. That video is just an embarrassing memory of mine. The rest of the time I studied very steadily. Naruto rests his chin on his hands, looking at Boruto with a serious face. Shikamaru, standing nearby, twitches the corner of his mouth. If he remembers correctly, Naruto used to skip class with him every day, right? The scene continues. Kakashi had gone to great lengths for Team 7 back then. The final shot freezes on. Kakashi sitting in his rented apartment, gazing at the photo album of Team 7, his expression tinged with helplessness. The scene returns to the present. Kakashi watches the coordinated efforts of the three in the sky, his face beaming with pride. The you of now. I like it very much. Now's the time. Sasuke's expression is urgent. Go to hell. Sakura clenches her fist. Here it comes. The three simultaneously reach out and touch Kaguya. The next moment, the ground trembles violently. A colossal being, nearly 10,000 meters tall, a deity, clasps its hands together. The entire scene awe-inspiring. 6 paths Chibaku Tensei. Bang. The eye on Kaguya's forehead begins to close, astounded that she has been sealed again. After all, she is the progenitor of chakra. Now, gazing at Naruto and Sasuke before her, Kaguya's face is utterly despairing. Countless boulders rise irregularly. In an instant, a region spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers tears apart violently. Innumerable stones surge upward in chaotic fashion. The entire scene visually overwhelming. The original dimension behind Kaguya also begins to shatter. The final frame freezes on Kaguya being completely sealed. The 9-tailed beasts regain their freedom. System, Uchiha Kakashi's review has concluded. Hatake Kakashi, finally it's over. Hatake Tsukumo, why do I feel like I'm wearing a green hat? Anoki, normal. As the saying goes, to live a good life, you must wear a little green. Senju Hashirama, what? Senju Tobarama, big brother, why are you crying? Senju Hashirama, this video moved me so much. Senju Tobarama. Now, during the Boruto era, Sarada stares at her father's youthful appearance in the sky, her face brimming with excitement. She had thought her father was weak, but unexpectedly, he was a hero who saved the world. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, Boruto also pumps his fist in excitement, never imagining that the father he always complained about could be so powerful. And in the video, his father was flying the whole time, with 2 truth-seeking balls behind him. The way, Sasuke is truly amazing. I thought the rumors were fake. Denki Kaminaraman, only Sasuke can match the 7th Hokage, right? Chocho Akimichi, I have a question, why did Sasuke lose an arm later? Naruto Uzumaki, which bastard did that? Hearing the new generation's discussion, Naruto's face twists with anger. In the future, Sasuke would lose an arm. Who could have done this? If he ever catches them. Otherwise, Naruto, I have a feeling it was you who broke my arm. Sasuke beside him wears a strange expression. How could it be me, Sasuke? Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge your lost arm. Naruto shakes his head. Kuratsuchi Kakashi Susanoo is incredible. His power should have reached the 6 paths level, right? Senju Hashirama, good. Seeing that Konoha is in your hands as Hokage, I'm relieved. Senju Tobirama, indeed brains alone aren't enough. You need immense strength. Sarada Uchiha, I never expected Kakashi Sensei Susanoo to be even stronger than Dad's. Boruto Uzumaki, Kakashi's Kamui is so cool. I want to learn it too. Mitsuki, Boruto, that's Kakashi Sensei's Sharingan ability, we can't learn it. Himawari Uzumaki, it's a bit of a pity though. Mom didn't appear in the video. Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Niji, Hinata-sama, why do you keep fainting? System ding. Now selecting the next subject for review. Extraction successful. Next let's review Indra. Kakashi Hitaki, this is not a character I like reviewing. He'll directly decline. Minato Namikaze, so when will we review Obito? Naruto Uzumaki, exactly. Seeing Uncle Obito fills my heart with warmth. Niji Hyuga, seeing Obito gives me a pain in the chest. Obito Uchiha. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito felt a bit panicked. After all, he was still alive at this moment. If these people knew he was still alive, the Moon Eye plan would be ruined. During the Boruto era, Sarada was still in school. But unlike usual, a large number of reporters suddenly appeared in the classroom. They all interviewed Sarada and took numerous photos. Shocking. Sarada loves sweets. Could it be that she inherited Itachi Uchiha's talent? Shocking. The last descendant of the Uchiha clan did this at the Ninja Academy. Boruto, the son of the 7th Hokage, often quarrels with Sarada. Does this imply a bad relationship between Sasuke and the 7th Hokage? These utterly absurd headlines were constantly appearing in the Konoha news. Faced with such news, Sarada was speechless. She liked sweets because her best friend Chocho Akimichi also liked them. Secondly, what did they mean by she did this at the Ninja Academy? Couldn't they come up with less weird titles? Finally, her quarrels with Boruto were simply because she found him annoying. What were these ridiculous headlines implying? Sigh. Indra is the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, possessing immense power. The narration emerged from the sky. Seeing yet another powerful Uchiha appear, the ninja world's first reaction was confusion. Why wasn't Uchiha prefixed before Indra's name? But when they heard the system explain that he was the progenitor, everyone gasped. Izuna Uchiha. Do we Uchiha have such a progenitor? Madara Uchiha. I've never heard of this either. Sarada Uchiha. I've never seen any record of this person in books. Itachi Uchiha. If I'm not mistaken, the era must be extremely ancient. Is Indra our supreme grand elder? Kisame Hashigaki, as expected of Itakusan. At this moment from the sky, Indra's identity began to be explained. He was the heir of the ninja sect and the first to invent hand seals. Many later generations were able to use ninjutsu smoothly thanks to him. Indra was a genius among geniuses, and also the son of the sage of 6 paths. Seeing this, the viewers gasped. This world truly had countless prodigies. Sasuke Uchiha. Is Indra the ancestor of our Uchiha clan? Indra indeed. Sasuke Uchiha. How did you awaken your Sharingan? Indra. Oh, my pet dog died. I was so heartbroken that I awakened the Tsutomu. Sasuke Uchiha. Well, Sasuke fell silent. You lost a dog and directly awakened a Tsutomu Sharingan. How incredible was that? Sarada Uchiha. Father, how did you awaken your Sharingan? Sasuke Uchiha. Hashirama Senju. Wait, Sasuke really looks like Izuna. Madara Uchiha. He really does resemble him. I can't bring myself to hit him. Sasuke Uchiha. Really? Itachi Uchiha. Of course it's true. Would the ancestor lie to you? At this moment in the Boruto era, Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his chest as he read Madara's comments. If he remembered correctly back, then Hashirama Senju said he would teach him a ninjutsu that could counter Madara. And he naively believed it. The moment he encountered Madara, his chest was pierced and Madara hoisted him high, using him as a selfie stick. The scene continued in a village. A diligent and studious youth spent his days delving into all kinds of knowledge. He was Indra. Unlike Ashura, Indra was extremely fond of learning. Shikamaru Nara, Ashura reminds me of Naruto. Choji Akimichi, he really does look like him. Ino Yamanaka, exactly. Naruto skips class every day while Sasuke can study seriously. Kuratsuchi, don't you all think Indra is handsome? Mei Terumi, he's indeed very handsome. The Uchiha clan are all gorgeous. System nonsense. No one is more handsome than the viewers. The scene continued. The two brothers had a very close relationship. The image blurred, and young Indra soon invented hand seals. He discovered that when trying to gather chakra and unleash power, forming different shapes with his hands allowed him to use different ninjutsu. So he named these hand-shaped seals. The ninja world gasped upon seeing this. That meant the ninjutsu they used were all invented by Indra. This was a genius among geniuses. In the dojo, the sage of 6 paths looked at his son Indra with a gratified expression. Indra's invention changed the history of the ninja world. Everyone would no longer need to struggle so much when training ninjutsu. But with that came worry. If everyone mastered ninjutsu, the world would face great turmoil. The viewers' faces were full of astonishment. At Indra's age, they were probably still playing in the mud. But Indra was already brilliant, directly creating techniques. 4th Kazekage Raza, is this our ninja world's progenitor? Anoki, I never expected the myths to be real. Itachi Uchiha, why did tragedy happen later? Sasuke Uchiha, exactly. Those two brothers started fighting for no reason. The scene continued. Several more years passed. One day while Indra was practicing ninjutsu, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared behind him. The figure called himself Black Zetsu and told Indra the truth of this world. Indra fell into silence. He felt that what Black Zetsu said was false. He was now in a state of half-belief. A few weeks later, the family's little dog inexplicably died, and a surge of extreme emotions welled up in Indra's heart. Indra directly awakened the Three-Demo Sharingan. Seeing this, Sasuke fell silent. Sasuke Uchiha, why are you all looking at me? Watch the video. Itachi Uchiha, my foolish little brother, your awakening of the Onetamo looks weak compared to the video. Sasuke Uchiha. The scene continued. Stimulated by extreme emotions, Indra's personality changed drastically. Boruto Uzumaki, so this led to Indra's corruption. Chocho Akimichi, are the Uchiha always this extreme? Tobarama Senju, I foresaw such consequences. That's why I created the police force and enrolled all the Uchiha into it. Hashirama Senju, little brother, why do you say that? Tobarama Senju, let me explain it to you this way. Tobarama Senju, let me explain it to you this way. Tobarama Senju, the Uchiha clan are all extremists. They act purely on emotion. When they see a loved one die, the intense shock triggers them to awaken the Sharingan. Tobarama Senju, the Uchiha who awaken the Sharingan become extremely radical. If all these Uchiha were sent to the battlefield, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hashirama Senju, little brother, you really understand the Uchiha. Tobarama Senju, I've made a special study of the Uchiha. Obito Uchiha, then what do you think of me? Tobarama Senju, you are an evil Uchiha. Minato Namake's 2nd Hokage, you misunderstand. Obito is my proudest student. Kakashi Hitaki, exactly 2nd Hokage. Chocho Akimichi, I feel like the 2nd Hokage is talking nonsense. The way Buino, indeed, it seems the 2nd Hokage isn't as smart as the rumors say. Obito Uchiha hem. Inside the Kimui space, Obito was utterly bewildered. That Tobarama Senju, his guess was too accurate. How did he figure out that he was still alive? Well, Obito was completely dumbfounded this time. Another unsolved mystery of the ninja world. The scene continues. In the dojo affected by this incident, Indra turned extremely cold. He was no longer the gentle big brother he used to be. Facing the challengers, he knocked them flying with a few punches and kicks. Not my type. I'll just kill them. Seeing Indra's harsh strikes, Ashura broke out in a cold sweat. Hagoromo Otsutsuki also furrowed his brows deeply. The scene shifts. In the afternoon, while Indra was having lunch, he overheard people gossiping about him. The gossip was nothing but curses, saying he was not even half as good as Ashura. Everyone was comparing him to Ashura. Hearing these curses, Indra's face turned icy cold. Watching the footage, the audience showed worried expressions. Indra's appearance was becoming more and more striking, but his personality was too extreme, wasn't it? Tobarama Senju, see. This is what the Uchiha become after awakening the Sharingan. Izuna Uchiha, where did this mad dog come from? What did the Uchiha clan's Sharingan awakening do to you? Madara Uchiha, little brother, just block this fool. Hashirama Senju, both of you calm down. Sarada Uchiha, I feel like the relationships among the seniors don't seem very good. The scene continues. Indra went to the back mountain again and found Black Zetsu. The two conversed. Indra gradually came to understand Black Zetsu's idea. Only by initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi could peace be achieved in the ninja world. Seeing this scene from the footage, the audience looked bewildered. Why didn't Hagoromo Otsutsuki control his own son? Indra's personality changed so quickly. Didn't you even ask about it? You just let them develop. Seeing this, the audience fell into silence again. Time passed quickly. Hagoromo Otsutsuki was about to choose a successor for the Ninshu. When everyone thought Indra would inherit, Hagoromo gave the two brothers a task to divert water to 2 drought-stricken villages. Indra was straightforward and crude. He used water release to quickly create a large amount of water and also taught the villagers ninjutsu. Indra finished his task quickly and returned to the Ninshu. Have you completed the mission? Yes, the village has returned to peace. Hagoromo-sama and Drasama returned first. then the successor of the Ninshu. A retainer hesitated. By tradition, since Indra completed the task first, he should be the next successor. But Hagoromo shook his head. He was not testing the speed of the task. He intended to wait for Ashura to return and finish his work before making a decision. Time passed quickly. Ashura arrived at the drought-stricken village. He appeared kind and generous, and with this personality, he gained many companions. It took an entire year. Together, they dug wells and finally solved the village's drought problem. Indra took one day, Ashura took an entire year. The audience watching the video already had the answer to who would become the successor. Tobirama Senju, I feel like this Ashura is just like Big Brother. Hashirama Senju, ahaha, really. Sasuke Uchiha, looking closely, he's a bit like Naruto. Boruto Uzumaki, he really does resemble Dad. Sarada Uchiha, Ashura Senpai is just like the 7th Hokage. He makes people feel good. Ashura, well, Naruto is technically my reincarnation. Madara Uchiha reincarnation. In the Pure Land space, Madara Uchiha's face was full of confusion. What was this so-called reincarnation? Could he also be a reincarnation of Indra? The scene continues. Hagoromo Otsutsuki ultimately chose Ashura to inherit because he believed Ashura's generous nature had taught the villagers many principles. Although a year was a long time, the spirit of cooperation and everyone working together to dig the wells moved Hagoromo Otsutsuki. As for Indra, he was too arrogant. Although he completed the task in just one day, he did not understand the human heart. Therefore, Hagoromo did not let Indra inherit his position. Boruto Uzumaki, but Indra did it quickly and well. Why didn't he get to inherit? Naruto Uzumaki, young son, you don't understand. One person's power is limited. You must trust your comrades. Sarada Uchiha, so Indra didn't become the successor of the Ninshu because he didn't trust his comrades. The scene continues. Hearing the announcement, Indra's face turned icy cold. He had completed the task in just one day, yet he wasn't allowed to inherit the Ninshu. The scene shifts. Indra had previously taught the villagers to use ninjutsu. After learning, the villagers became greedy, fought for power, and ended in ruin. Hearing his father's explanation, Indra's face turned livid, and he left without looking back. That day when he left the Ninshu, no one chose to follow him. Madara Uchiha, humph, no one followed me when I left Konoha either. Tetsuka Uchiha Madara-sama, we were waiting for you at the back gate of the village, but we never saw you. Madara Uchiha, I left through the main gate. 4th Kazekage Raza, badass, you defected openly through the main gate. Hashirama Senju, Madara, it was my fault back then. Can you still forgive me now? Tobirama Senju, big brother, what are you doing? Dare we these two have such a good relationship? The scene continues. Indra found Black Zetsu. He fully agreed with Black Zetsu's idea that only by controlling the world with force could lasting peace be achieved. Enraged, Indra's expression twisted. He quickly killed 2 of his own clansmen. Sorry, this is a necessary step for the plan. Indra awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama Senju, humph, the evil Uchiha clan is always so radical. In the Pure Land space, seeing Indra kill his own clansman, Tobirama was even more convinced of his conclusion. Why did Indra kill his own clansman? Hashirama asked with a shocked expression. To obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indra has completely gone mad. In fact, the Uchiha clan all have such radical personalities, Tobirama said, folding his arms with a stern face. Sasuke Uchiha, why are you all looking at me? Watch the video. Water Shadow Zhao Meiming, how terrifying. This Yinshuayuo actually killed his own clansman for power. Tion, now I understand why the 2nd Hokage always kept a wary eye on the Yuzhibo. Yimu, seeing Yinshuayuo in the video reminds me of Yuzhibo Ban. Both of them are so domineering. The scene continues. One day Yinshuayuo found Axioluo, intending to end him once and for all here. I will use my power to create a world without war. Yinshuayuo, how is your approach any different from Kagaya's? Datong Muyu, he shook his head looking at his son with an expression of disappointment. Without further words, Yinshuayuo vanished instantly, then conjured numerous thunder spheres. These thunder spheres were dazzlingly bright, illuminating the entire night sky. Bang! The spheres shot toward Axioluo in the distance with a whoosh. Axioluo struggled to block with both hands. Facing the intense lightning, he was sent flying and landed far away. Seeing this, the crowd watching the video showed shocked expressions again. Axioluo barely managed to prop himself up, his forehead covered in sweat. Enough, I don't want to fight you, big brother. Oh, you say you're fighting me. You think you can beat me? Yinshuayuo's face instantly turned cold. Shanzhong Jing, Yinshuayuo is quite handsome, but why is he so radical? Tion, he feels a lot like Sasuke-kun. Yinshuayuo, well, strictly speaking, Sasuke is my reincarnation. The scene continues. Axioluo, do you think you can defeat me? Yinshuayuo conjured another large string of thunder spheres. Axioluo's expression also turned stern at this moment. It seemed this fight was unavoidable. He quickly formed hand seals. Dong! A powerful surge of air rose sharply, blocking the thunder spheres. Axioluo continued forming hand seals rapidly, creating many chakra balls. These chakra balls emanated wind nature and were quickly thrown by Axioluo. Yinshualuo, seeing the chakra clusters in the distance, changed expression drastically. He knew the power of this technique and quickly activated Amaterasu. Amaterasu quickly burned through the protective barrier. Once the barrier was gone, a large number of chakra balls chaotically charged toward Yinshualuo. Even through the screen, one could feel the impact. Bang! A violent explosion occurred, and a hurricane whoosh knocked over the civilians watching from afar. That's incredible. Is this the power of the ancestors? Wolfeng Shuimin, truly amazing. This is the power of the ancestors. Axioluo, big brother, you really went down the wrong path back then. Yinshualuo. The scene continues as the smoke slowly disperses. Yinshualuo walks out from the purple light, his expression icy cold. Next, the skeletal frame around him began to grow rapidly and gradually materialized. You've got some skills, but with just that you can't beat me. As soon as the words faded, the size of Susanoo grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a complete Susanoo standing 400 meters tall appeared before everyone. Yinshualuo stood at the forehead of Susanoo, looking down at the people below. At this moment, he was like a god. But didn't Yinshualuo just have a normal Mangekyo? Yuzibo, he only awakened his Mangekyo. But didn't Yinshualuo just have a normal Mangekyo? Yuzibo, he only awakened his Mangekyo a few hours ago, and he's already mastered Susanoo. Yuzibo Jishue, amazing. Is this what a genius is? The crowd watching the video was filled with shock. Is this a genius? Yinshualuo could activate the complete form with just a normal Mangekyo Sharingan. He was like a god. Xianwubo run, I want to complain. When these two sons are fighting, why is the six-path sage? Niliang Lu Wanyang, Bo Rin, you don't understand. The six-path sage must have his reasons. Xianwubo run, I don't get it. What exactly is the six-path sage thinking? The scene continues. Yinshualuo lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground. Crack, crack. Large fissures appeared on the ground. Bang. A violent tremor came like an earthquake. Yinshualuo drew the sword at his waist and swung it fiercely into the distance. The mere aftershock of that swing shaved off several distant mountain peaks. A massive gust of wind knocked over the onlook. Give up. Before me, a god, you have no chance of victory. Yinshualuo's eyes were full of contempt. With that, he swung his sword again and struck down with all his might. Just as he was about to slash everyone to death, unexpectedly the six-path sage transformed a truth-seeking ball into a wall, instantly blocking his attack. At this critical moment, Axioluo also awakened the six-path's power. Seeing this, the crowd watching the video was shocked again. Is this a battle of gods? Axioluo is also a genius. At such a desperate moment, he could awaken the six-path's power. But, from the current situation, it seems Yinshualuo still has a higher chance of winning. Unless the six-path sage decides to help Axioluo. Jianai Yenbu, amazing. Can the Seventh Hokage defeat these two? Yuzibo's Wuliang Na, probably. Yuzibo ban. Humph, they are all insignificant, not even a fraction of my power. Xiao Chun, as a ninja you talk big. Looks like you're not much either. Lei Min Dianqi. So the legendary Shura of the ninja world was all hype. Niliang Lu Tai. Yuzibo ban isn't that strong. The textbooks exaggerate too much. Can one person destroy a country? Besides the six-path sage who could do that. Fourth Raikage, I didn't expect someone sensible. It's hard to say if Yuzibo ban can even withstand my lightning armor. Water Shadow Zhao Meiming, useless Yuzibo ban. Everyone in the chat group looked down on Yuzibo ban, only Yimu firmly believed in his overwhelming strength. After all, at his peak, Yuzibo ban was comparable to the six-path sage. But since the video hadn't reached that point yet, everyone thought he was just a braggart. Chimu Kakashi, so who will win in this video? Yuzibo die too, hard to say. The scene continues. Yinshualuo looked at his younger brother, his gaze growing even colder. I didn't expect you to inherit the six-path's power too. Saying this, Yinshualuo grabbed his sword again and swung down with force. Bang! A powerful gravitational pressure descended. Even with the six-path's power, Axioluo couldn't match Yinshualuo at this moment. Seeing he was about to collapse, the six-path sage quickly begged everyone to help his son. Then everyone joined hands, quickly gathering a surge of chakra that flowed into Axioluo's body. Feeling the conviction of his comrades, Axioluo's expression became resolute again. Bang! Axioluo clapped his hands together. Immortal technique would style wooden Buddha thousand-armed cannon. Eop! Dong! A giant Buddha statue, nearly 1,000 meters tall, emerged from the ground, the visual impact immense. Countless rocks and sand were sent flying by this technique. This nearly 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue looked down at Yinshualuo. It towered 3 body lengths above Susanoo. Susanoo appeared tiny before the Buddha statue. Yinshualuo stared at his brother, his lips trembling, unable to believe his brother could possess such overwhelming power. Uzibo, indeed the power of one person is still limited. Xian Wabo Ran. So this video is trying to tell us to trust our comrades. Uzibo's Wo Liang Na incredible. This is the battle of the ancestors. Jiolama. I'm recalling bad memories again. The crowd watching the video was utterly shocked. This nearly 1,000-meter tall Buddha statue was too exaggerated. The scene continues. A 1,000-meter tall Buddha statue looking extraordinarily majestic stared down at In Tualuo from above. In Tualuo. Ashio Luo. The two shouted each other's names, then rushed swiftly toward one another. In Tualuo controlled the Susanoo to draw its blade and soar into the sky. Ashio Luo, on the other hand, commanded thousands upon thousands of arms rapidly hammering down. This is the power of bonds. Bang bang bang. In an instant the air was violently torn apart. Thousands of arms directly smashed into In Tualuo's body. Thump 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 thump. In the blink of an eye, In Tualuo plummeted from the sky to the ground. His Susanoo showed numerous cracks. Crack crack. Thump. A violent explosion erupted. After a long while the smoke gradually dissipated. In Tualuo weakly propped himself up. Ashio Luo trotted over. Elder brother, don't come near me. In Tualuo glared at his younger brother, looking utterly disheveled. Ashio Luo, I recognize neither the ninja sect nor you and me. In Tualuo clutched his shoulder, his body transforming into a blue flash, swiftly vanishing from the spot. Elder brother. Ashio Luo's eyes were complex. At that moment time passed quickly. The Six Paths Sage's lifespan was nearing its end. He lay on the bed, his face extremely weak. Ashio Luo was leading his clansmen, supporting the Six Paths Sage. In the Hokage office, Rijan stared at the video content, his face icy cold. This Shiwan does nothing proper all day. What's the use of studying immortality every day? Lord Kazekage, you must be amused. Rijan noticed the Kazekage Luo Sha beside him, sweat beading on his forehead. Not at all, not at all. Shiwan barely restrained his urge to lick his lips. The scene continues. Ashio Luo, I truly failed to guide this world correctly. The Six Paths Sage's tone was complex, his face full of regret. Father, that's not true at all. Father, you must hold on. From now on your will can still be spread to more people through the ninja sect. Ashio Luo shook his head. But some people don't think so. In Tualuo came here last night. The Six Paths Sage's eyes were complex. As soon as the words fell, the watching crowd's expressions also froze. In Tualuo had actually come here last night. Then why didn't he kill the Six Paths Sage? The scene shifted. Rain poured heavily, thunder and lightning raged. The Six Paths Sage lay weakly on the bed. Soon a figure walked out of the room. Is it In Tualuo? The Six Paths Sage's tone was complex. In Tualuo looked weathered, much more mature than before. Are you here to kill me now? There's no need for me to act anymore. I came here to tell you that the future of the ninja sect will be hell. You have always feared grandmother's power, never daring to face that immense strength, merely avoiding it with the lies of love and bonds as excuses. This self-righteous misunderstanding of yours will bring strife and disaster to the future of the ninja sect. Ashio Luo and our clansmen, and finally the ninja before this world is destroyed. We will fight forever. To accomplish this, my soul will keep reincarnating and fighting. Bang! With a flash of thunder and lightning, In Tualuo quickly left. The scene returned to the present. Ashio Luo weakly raised his finger. Father, please rest assured. If elder brother's soul will keep reincarnating, then my soul will also keep reincarnating. Ashio Luo held his father's hand, his eyes earnest. Ashio Luo, the future of this world is entrusted to you and your descendants. The watching crowd was greatly shocked by what they saw. In other words, Uzibo Ban and Chinsho Jujian were actually the reincarnations of those two. The scene continues. After several more years, the two brothers continued their conflict. The two kept fighting. The scene shifted. In Tualuo activated his complete Susanoo. Ashio Luo activated the three-headed, six-armed immortal fox state. Their conflict threw the world into chaos. After their deaths, their souls continued to reincarnate. Finally, it came to Uzibo Ban and Chinsho Jujian. Seeing this, the watching crowd was shocked once again. This worldview was too vast. The video recap ends here. The people of the ninja world couldn't help but sigh. The Six Paths Sage really didn't know how to raise children. He didn't even bother to discipline his eldest son, In Tualuo, whose personality had become so extreme. As for Ashio Luo, to put it bluntly, he was completely favored by the Six Paths Sage. Without the Six Paths Sage's intervention, Ashio Luo would have likely been defeated long ago. Extraction successful. Inventory of Uchiha Obito. At this moment, seeing the title high above, the ninja world was puzzled. Inventory of Obito. Isn't that guy the fourth Hokage's most prized student? Rumor has it that he died in a mission protecting his teammates. Hatake Kakashi, excellent. Finally an inventory on Obito. Uzumaki Naruto. Exactly when I look at Uncle Obito, I feel warmth all over. Hyuga Niji, then I feel cold all over. Niji stared at Obito in the sky, unable to suppress a shiver. For some reason, seeing Obito's portrait made Niji's chest ache. Uzumaki Kushina. Seeing Obito makes me warm too. Uchiha Teka. Obito is a hero of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha clan, you should all learn from Obito. Uchiha Sarada. How strong is ancestor Obito? On the streets of Konoha, Sarada was strolling with her best friend, both gazing at the image in the sky. Oh, he looks like a cheerful young man. Akimichi Choji teased. I never thought the Uchiha clan could have someone so sunny. Sarada's face was full of surprise. In her understanding, the Uchiha clan were all hotheads. Only her uncle used Rejoice shampoo. Wait, her own shampoo was also Rejoice. Alright Rejoice, send me the money. Inside the chat group, Uzumaki Baruto, this Uncle Obito looks so Inajin Yamanaka, I heard he was the fourth Hokage's most brilliant student. Just as everyone was about to discuss further, Obito's resume appeared in the sky. The power of Kamui could not hide his tears. His eyes were only for Rin, a mere deadlast in his youth who dared to defy the entire ninja world for his beloved. One who dared to declare war on the world, yet dared not confess to the one he loved. Possessing the strongest Mangekyo that could see through everything yet failing to see her heart. The scene shifted. A title appeared on the screen. The meeting of Team Minato, Obito's first light. Everyone stared at the scene in the sky, utterly bewildered. Didn't Obito die young? Why did his title feel so epic? And what was this about waging war against the entire world? Fourth Kazekage Raza, I'm confused. Didn't this Obito die as a child? Hatake Kakashi, Obito, are you still alive? Tobarama Senju, brother, in my opinion those two are definitely still alive. Uchiha Izuna. Had that mad dog. Tobarama Senju, brother, in my opinion those two are definitely still alive. Uchiha Izuna. Had that mad dog. Tobarama Senju is always slandering the Uchiha clan. The scene continued. A boy wearing goggles appeared on screen, rushing frantically toward the Ninja Academy. Earlier he had helped an elderly woman cross the road, causing him to be late for registration. By the time he finally reached the academy, the welcome ceremony was already over. What made him even more desperate was a group of new students holding their enrollment documents walked toward him, looking at Obito with confusion. In an instant the boy's face went blank. Who am I? Where am I? Kakashi cast a disdainful glance at Obito. You're late, even for the entrance ceremony. Someone as tardy as you has no right to be a ninja. At these words, the three members of Team 7 couldn't hold back. Uzumaki Naruto, what? Kakashi Sensei is late every day, how can he lecture others? Uchiha Sasuke, exactly. Haruno Sakura, that's right. Yurino Awabe, what's going on? The sixth Hokage is habitually late. Uchiha Sarada, I don't believe it. Denki Kaminaraman, I don't believe it either. The new generation all refused to believe that the sixth Hokage could be late. After all, the sixth Hokage was so handsome, appearing so gentle and reliable. How could he ever be late? The scene continued. Hearing Kakashi's taunt, Obito grew angry. Just as he was about to punch Kakashi, Rin grabbed his hand. It's okay, Obito. I already picked up your enrollment form. Looking at the girl before him and feeling the soft touch of her hand, Obito's face flushed red. Thank you. As long as you stop being late next time. Rin waved her small, delicate fist. Rin, you spoil him too much. That's why he's always late. Kakashi looked at Obito with a mix of disappointment and frustration. In his eyes, people who were always late were the worst. And Ebisu, who carried around those little yellow books every day, was hearing Kakashi's inner thoughts. The new generation nodded. Yurino Awabe, the sixth Hokage has a point. Aizu no Yamashiro, the sixth Hokage must be very diligent, right? Uchiha Sarada, of course he's the sixth Hokage, and also my father's teacher. Take no Hoki, the sixth Hokage is my idol. Hearing the new generation showering Kakashi with praise, Naruto couldn't hold back. If everyone knew that Kakashi spent his days slacking off carrying little yellow books and wandering around aimlessly, what would they think? Young Kakashi Sensei was really a chatterbox. Sakura complained. Kakashi wiped sweat from his forehead. The one who used to lecture others for being late has become the one who's always late. Kakashi Sensei is the most habitually late person in the entire village. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, also sounded displeased. Recently his Sharingan seemed on the verge of another breakthrough, and a smirk crossed his face. If he felt like it, even Indra in the video was no match for him. The scene continued. In class, Obito was a dead last. He couldn't grasp theoretical knowledge. Combat performance. Even worse. Obito challenged Kakashi every single day, but every time Kakashi would grab him and beat him up. Seeing this, everyone's lips twitched. Was this guy really from the Uchiha clan? His talent seemed so poor. Even Sasuke, whose talent was lacking, had reached the level of a genin at Obito's age. How could Obito still act like a kid? Minato Namikaze, haha, Obito, and Kakashi have such a great relationship. Rin Nohara. Exactly, they've always been so close. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, I miss you. How are you doing now? Uchiha Obito. Inside the Kimui dimension, Obito was panicking. After all, he was still alive. If Kakashi found out he was alive, wouldn't he charge straight into the Kimui dimension to find him? What would he do then? Chocho Akimichi. Although his talent is a bit lacking, Obito perfectly inherited the good looks of the Uchiha clan. Ino Yamanaka, indeed. Inogen Yamanaka, mom was a looks-oriented person when she was little. Ino Yamanaka. Alright, my son who will be my future husband. Sai Yamanaka young him. It is I. Inoichi Yamanaka Sai. The scene continues on the school playground. Today is the shuriken practice test. Kakashi made a spectacular entrance. As soon as he appeared, the girls in the school instantly erupted in excitement. After all, Kakashi was incredibly handsome. Without exaggeration, a boy with a good family background, talent, and good looks would be a hot commodity anywhere. On the other hand, Obito, aside from being somewhat good-looking, was ordinary in every other aspect. Watching the popular Kakashi from afar, Obito's expression turned sour. Kakashi threw the shuriken first. Every single one hit the bullseye. This is nothing special. I can do it too. Obito also threw his shuriken, but he was a bit off target and nearly killed the substitute teacher. Seeing this, the people watching the video twitched their mouths slightly. Is this guy really that strong? Boruto asked, looking confused, raising his head to gaze at his father in doubt. Uncle Obito's potential hadn't burst forth yet when he was young. Naruto scratched the back of his head. In his memory, Obito had single-handedly started the Fourth Great Ninja War and later became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The scene continues. Obito and Kakashi engaged in a taijutsu battle. Bang bang bang. They exchanged blows, one punch each back and forth, the fight looking quite smooth. It was clear that Obito's taijutsu was not bad. The fact that he could spar with Kakashi for this long showed that his talent was actually decent. Kakashi seized the opening and decisively tripped Obito to the ground. Just as Obito tried to counterattack, he was defeated again. The camera switches, showing Obito's performance in various aspects. In every aspect, he seemed not outstanding enough, as if he hadn't awakened yet. Shikamaru Nara, but still. He is at least a hero of Konoha, right? Gama Shiranui. That's right, besides, Obito's talent is not weak. He was just always competing with Kakashi. Zabuza Momochi. So why is this video highlighting such a weak character? Mei Terumi Mizukage. At least the previous ones had cage-level strength. This Obito isn't even a jonin. Anoki Tsuchikage. The progress bar is still long. Let's watch slowly. The scene continues. Kakashi planned to take the graduation exam. Keep in mind, Kakashi was only 5 years, graduating at age 5. Even the genius Itachi Uchiha graduated at 7. This talent was truly astounding. Watching this, the new generation was shocked once again. Truly worthy of the 6th Hokage. Seeing Kakashi in the distance holding a headband, Obito clenched his fists, his gaze becoming complicated. After all, he had promised Rinshin that he would surpass Kakashi. But reality was cruel. In terms of talent, Kakashi was several levels above him. The camera shifts again. Stimulated by Kakashi, Obito began to train hard day and night. Soon on graduation day, Obito was successfully assigned to Team 7. At first, when he saw Rin, his face lit up with excitement. But when he caught a glimpse of Kakashi, Obito's expression immediately turned helpless. Why did this guy have to be here too? Watching this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Kuratsuchi, Obito, and Kakashi have been competing since they were kids. Darui, these two little ones are quite interesting. Chojuro, Obito was such a cheerful kid, it's a pity he died so young. Jinai Yambu. By the way, does Rin in the video like Obito or Kakashi? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but gossip. After all, gossip is human nature. Sarada Uchiha, Rin likes the 6th Hokage more, right? Boruto Uzumaki, I think it's Uncle Obito. Jinai Yambu. Plus one, I also feel Rin likes Obito more. Wasabi Izuno, no way, I feel Rin likes Kakashi Sensei more. Namada, how wonderful this is love. On the streets of Konoha, Kakashi, who was still babysitting, looked at the high-altitude scene with a complicated expression. Rin, Obito, and Minato Sensei, I miss you all so much. Especially Obito. If you're still alive, hurry up and stab me. After saying this, Kakashi's face turned sorrowful. Of course, the last sentence was just him speaking casually. Obito couldn't possibly still be alive. Obito Uchiha cough cough. Minato Namikaze, Obito, why are you coughing all the time? Tobarama Senju, Humfai old man suspect this Obito is still alive. Uchiha clan members, Tobarama Senju, you are really a bunch of profanities. Hashirama Senju, little brother, maybe you should apologize. The scene continues. Time passed quickly. As the saying goes, happy times are always short. The third Great Ninja War broke out, and Konoha was in imminent danger. The 3 members of Team 7 received a mission to cut off the supplies at the Canopy Bridge. Before that, the interactions between Rin and Obito appeared on the screen, making many people shift the CP. Especially the words Rin said, "Keep it up, Obito. I'll always be watching you. Especially your cool back, as you save the world." However, everyone thought this was just a joke between children. They didn't know that Obito would later truly fulfill his promise. Meiterumi, I feel like there's going to be a knife incoming. Minato Namikaze, sorry it's my fault for not arriving in time that day. Kakashi Hitaki. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, don't be stubborn here, quickly apologize to them. In the Pure Land space, Hashirama found Tobirama. Big brother, you don't understand. This Obito is definitely still alive. Tobirama crossed his arms and glared at his older brother. The 4th Hokage himself told me in private. If Obito is still alive, then you'll be my big brother from now on. Hashirama glared at his younger brother. Seeing his brother so serious, Tobirama had no choice but to apologize to Obito. Tobirama, I old man misunderstood you. Sasuke Uchiha, is that the attitude of someone apologizing? Uchiha clan members, exactly, hurry up and apologize to the hero of our Uchiha clan. Tetsuka Uchiha, I'll put it this way, if Obito is still alive, I'll electrify a fan. Uchiha Dawa, then I'll eat. Obito Uchiha 4. Forget it. In the Kamui space, Obito was extremely flustered. This video would eventually expose the following scenes, and then all these Uchiha clan members would be embarrassed. And that guy who said he would electrify a fan. Maybe we should just forget it. The scene continues. The members of Team 7 were hurrying forward without stopping, while Minato Sensei was on another battlefield. However, before leaving, he gave Team 7 a special kunai. Once they encountered danger, they should inject their own chakra into the kunai, and Minato would quickly teleport using Flying Thunder God. Boruto Uzumaki, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Jinai Yambu, that's right, nothing bad must. Minato Namikaze, yes, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Kushina Uzumaki, how did it come to this? In the Pure Land, Kushina's lips trembled, her face etched with worry. Among the 3 young ones, Obito was her favorite. But watching the footage, she knew Obito was about to face disaster, yet there was nothing she could do. This feeling was utterly despairing. The scene continued. The group soon encountered a sniper from the Hidden Stone Village. Kakashi intended to test a newly developed jutsu, the lightning cutter. He rapidly formed hand seals, lightning gathering in his palm. With a bang, Kakashi vanished in an instant, his blazing speed combined with the attack, quickly dispatching a large number of stone ninjas. However, this technique had a fatal flaw. Kakashi had no time to react to enemy attacks, because his own speed was too fast for his eyes to keep up. If only he could pair it with the Sharingan, the move would be perfected. Just as Kakashi was about to be cut down, Minato instantly appeared on the battlefield, using the Flying Thunder God technique, saving him. Then Minato effortlessly dispatched the distant stone ninja with a few swift moves. Witnessing Kakashi's talent and Minato's yellow flash, the viewers gasped in awe. Damn, these 2 master and disciple are way too strong. In the Boruto era, Boruto is the 4th Hokage. In the video, really your grandfather? Denki asked excitedly. Yeah. Boruto sweated nervously. To be honest, he felt quite awkward. Wherever he went, he was swarmed by interviewers. After all, his father was the 7th Hokage, and his grandfather was the 4th Hokage. His lineage carried immense prestige. It could be said Boruto was born with a silver spoon, which made him unable to understand his father. He thought his father was just a Hokage who bossed everyone around, even suspecting he bought the title. Little did he know Boruto's future would be filled with pain, and he would later despise his naive childhood fantasies. Sasuke Uchiha, was young Kakashi Sensei always this impulsive? Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Sensei always calls me impulsive, but you were even worse when you were young. Sakura Haruno, exactly. Kakashi Hitaki ahem. The scene continued after the enemies were dealt with. The group trekked several more kilometers. Seeing no enemies around, Team 7 set up camp, arranging night shifts. Minato specifically found Obito and told him about Kakashi's past. Obito looked confused. He hadn't expected Kakashi to have endured such pain. His father Tsukumo had died under mysterious circumstances. The way Buino, I never thought the 6th Hokage had such a tough childhood. Sarada Uchiha, Zabuza Momochi, a bunch of naive brats. Which one of us from that era didn't suffer? The scene continued after Minato's explanation. Obito gradually began to understand Kakashi. Dawn soon broke and the group resumed their march. Minato vanished again with the Flying Thunder God technique, while Kakashi, as team leader, led the way. Surprisingly, Obito didn't bicker with Kakashi this time and followed his orders completely. Watching this, Rin was astonished. Was this really Obito? Cut to the next scene. As expected, trouble was imminent. On the way to the Canopy Bridge, 2 Hidden Stone ninjas ambushed Team 7. One Jonin launched a jutsu drawing Kakashi and Obito's attention. The other Chunin used stealth to abduct Rin from behind. He'll take this one. He threw a smoke bomb, and thick smoke quickly spread. When the smoke cleared Rin and the two ninjas were gone, seeing Rin kidnapped Obito was furious. He was about to chase after them, but Kakashi blocked him. Watching this, the younger generation flooded the screen with question marks. What was going on? Their teammate had been taken, and Kakashi as leader wasn't going to rescue her. Iway Buino, Lord Sixth Hokage, are you not going to save your comrade? Boruto Uzumaki, what's happening? Shinki, does the Sixth Hokage really have such a dark past? Anoki, some few youngsters are too naive. Sometimes abandoning your comrades for the mission is necessary. Naruto Uzumaki, how can this be? The scene continued. Obito stared at Kakashi in shock. Kakashi, do you know what you're saying? I know, but a ninja should continue the mission. Kakashi's voice was calm. Then what about Rin? Obito gestured anxiously. Kakashi remained silent. The viewers were also puzzled. Were they really going to abandon their comrade? Well, rescue Rin later. The enemy won't kill her immediately if they want our plans. Besides, she's a medical ninja. Even as a prisoner, shall be treated well. But more importantly, if the enemy learns our battle plan. Kakashi's eyes were cold as he looked at Obito. If the plan leaks, they'll strengthen the bridge's defenses. That would make the mission extremely difficult. Hearing this, Obito was frantic. He couldn't understand why they should abandon a teammate in such a situation. Their ideals clashed. Obito firmly believed they should save their comrade first, then complete the mission. Kakashi held the opposite view. A ninja must complete the mission even if it means sacrificing comrades. That's the rule. These harsh words made the younger generation's eyes widen. Compared to real ninjas, they seemed to be playing a game. Seeing Kakashi's emotionless demeanor, Obito punched him, saying, "You bastard, I really hate you. Hate me all you want. I'm the leader, you must follow my orders. In any situation, to keep the team from falling apart, one person must make the decisions." Kakashi stood up, his voice icy. "You lack ability, Obito, so am the leader." As Kakashi continued, Obito grabbed his collar. "Are you serious about what you just said?" "Yes." Kakashi's voice was cold. He still remembered his father's fate clearly. His father had protected his comrades only to fail the mission and be blamed by the villagers. In the end, he committed seppuku. "Enough. Since you won't go, I'll save Rin myself." Obito's face was cold. "You really don't understand anything. In the ninja world, those who break the rules. Listen, I think your father was a true hero, a remarkable man," Obito said without looking back. A gentle breeze blew and bamboo leaves fluttered down. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he stared at Obito's back, his lip. "In the ninja world, those who break the rules are called trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash." Obito glared at Kakashi. "Since I'm trash anyway, he'll break the rules. If this isn't the true ninja way, then I'll crush." With that, Obito walked away without looking back. Kakashi watched his retreating figure, his expression complex. After watching this recording, the entire ninja world was shocked. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. The words echoed in everyone's minds. The chat group instantly erupted. Xuanhua Mingren. So the words that teacher Kakashi often murmurs came from Uncle Dai too. Yuzibo Zueju, I never expected that. I always thought it was teacher Kakashi who said it. Chunaying, teacher Kakashi was so cold and heartless when he was young. Wuin Village Umbu, a bunch of naive kids. In this situation, abandoning teammates to complete the mission is the most rational act. Shiguashan Hitong Gue, exactly. Hey too, now I can probably guess who Lin likes more. Daidala, it's obvious. Any girl with a normal mind would like Dai too in this situation, right? Shuing Zhao Maiming, breaking the ninja rules just to save his girlfriend. Wow, that's so romantic. See Dai laying AI, truly worthy of being the disciple of the yellow flash of Mai. Zilai Yi, the words Dai Tu just said were really great. Chong Shirlang, I'm curious, why did Dai Tu die? The crowd watching the video, seeing Dai Tu dare to break the rules to save his teammate, were instantly shocked. Strictly speaking, abandoning one's teammate in this situation is the most sensible course of action. In the past, Shimao made an equally absurd decision, which led to a heavy blow to my village. Times change, and one wonders what will become of Dai Tu. Dai Tu stood on a tree branch, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Because in the distance was the place where Lin was imprisoned. Dai Tu swallowed hard. Just as he was about to act, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. "Kid, where are you going?" Dai Tu's pupils contracted, and he turned his head sharply. With a squelch at the critical moment, Kakashi swiftly arrived on the battlefield, gripping his blade, and quickly sliced through the abdomen of the Chunin in front of him. At that moment, the music struck like a drum, igniting the scene. Dai Tu watched in stunned amazement as Kakashi arrived. Kakashi, why are you here? A crybaby like you, I can't feel at ease letting you do things alone." Kakashi glanced at Dai Tu and said coldly, "Silver hair and that chakra blade. Could it be you are the white fang of my The Yenin village Chunin's lips trembled. This is my father's heirloom. Kakashi raised the short sword in his hand. Seeing that it was not Shimu Shinao, the Shur of Yenin village breathed a sigh of relief and used his invisibility ability again, quietly coming behind Daitu. Just as he was about to strike, Daitu, behind you. Kakashi's face became anxious and he rushed over quickly, using his own body to block the enemy's attack. With a squelch, the blade cut Kakashi's eye. Kakashi writhed on the ground, clutching his eye. Kakashi! Daitu's face was anxious as he supported Kakashi's body. The Shur had somehow climbed to a tree trunk high above. Although he was a Chunin, his invisibility ability was very troublesome. Even a special Jonin would need considerable effort, let alone two kids who had just graduated. Got sand in your eyes again. A ninja doesn't cry, Kakashi said, looking at Daitu. Daitu took a deep breath and wiped his tears. He was wearing goggles, so how could sand get into his eyes? I've always been a loser. But this time I'll protect my comrades. Daitu's gaze became firm, and he gripped a kunai in both hands. With a squelch, Daitu spun around quickly and decisively stabbed Ashur behind him, while the two tomo in his eyes began to spin. To protect his comrade in the critical moment, Daitu activated the Tutomo Sharingan and instantly stabbed through the Yenin village Chunin. Seeing this, the crowd watching the video was again shocked. Yuzibo Zuoju, hey, why are you all looking at me? Zuoju was somewhat angry and embarrassed. No matter which street or alley of my village he walked, a bunch of passers-by would look at him with strange eyes. There was no helping it. After all, he had only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan after the death of his entire clan, which was really absurd. But could he be blamed? How old was he then? He didn't have that much chakra. Yuzibo Jishue, I can understand Zuoju. Daitu is true. Yuzibo Chuanai, to protect his comrade, instantly awakening the Tutomo Sharingan, indeed a genius. Yuzibo Ban, very strong talent. Yuzibo Shana, such a good kid, pity he died, sigh. Bluffing Shuman, Daitu, it's all my fault for not arriving in time. Inside the Kimui space, Daitu looked at teacher Shuman's words, his face extremely cold. Yuzibo Shana, such a good kid, pity he died, sigh. Bluffing Shuman, Daitu, it's all my fault for not arriving in time. Inside the Kimui space, Daitu looked at teacher Shuman's words. Xuanhua Borin, so that's how the scar on Uncle Kakashi's forehead came about. Yuzibo Zuoyang Na, Borin, you should address him as the 6th Hokage. Jian Nai Yanbu, the 6th Hokage, speaks coldly, but he still came to save his teammate. The crowd watching the video began to look forward to the subsequent story. Daitu, angered by his teammate's injury, awakened the Tutomo Sharingan. Strictly speaking, he was a genius. Xuanhua Mingren, Uncle Daitu is really too kind. Yuzibo Zuoju, by the way, when will this video feature me? Daita Lahe, I'd rather watch Daitu than you. The two quickly fought their way in. Sharingan Daitu paired with White Fan Kakashi, their cooperation seemed flawless. The crowd watching the video saw the two fighting their way out of the encirclement, cheering excitedly. A gentle breeze passed, and the two arrived inside a cave. In the distance was Lin, bound and tied. I didn't expect you to come. A bunch of useless fools. Huguang stared at the two, his head topped with a fluffy afro. He was the captain of the Magia squad. A wind blew and Daitu quickly checked Lin's body with his Sharingan ability. Finding that Lin was only under a Jinjutsu, Daitu breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Kakashi and Daitu stared at Huguang from left and right. I fought him once, he's fast. Be careful. Kakashi drew the short sword from his back, his tone serious. Boom. Huguang shattered the ground, charging swiftly. Fighting two alone, he was not at a disadvantage. After all, he was the captain of Yenin village. Bang 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 bang. A clang of metal rang out. Kakashi struggled to parry, gripping his short sword. The two fought back and forth, their blades striking hot sparks in the dim cave. Daitu rushed over with a kunai, and Huguang decisively kicked. Daitu bent to dodge, and taking this chance, Kakashi gripped his blade with both hands, executing a quick draw cut. Huguang reacted again, his blade sliding swiftly, grazing Kakashi's scalp. A few strands of silver hair fell to the ground. The entire battle was extremely tense, with both sides exchanging blows, but it was clear to any observer that Huguang had the upper hand. Next, can Daitu and Kakashi really rescue Lin? Yuzibo Zuoyang Na, I'm so nervous. Xuanhua Borin, so this is the battle of our predecessors. Xuanhua Mingren, Uncle Daitu, teacher Kakashi, go for it. Defeat that Afro guy. Yuzibo Zuoju, the battle in the video doesn't seem that impressive. If I got in the mood. Yuzibo, you wait. Daitu in the video seems to have made a mistake. Daitu stumbled, his attack had just missed. Huguang swiftly turned around and was about to slash Daitu with his blade when Kakashi's pupils contracted. He stomped the ground, gripping his sword and swinging it over. Bang! Sparks flew again. Huguang decisively turned and with a charged strike quickly rushed toward Daitu. Because Daitu possessed the power of the Xiaolun Yin, his reflexes were much faster than Kakashi's. Thus it was mostly Dai-Tu who engaged Huoguang in combat, while she seized the opportunity to ambush Huoguang. Watching their seamless coordination, the audience watching the video gasped once more. Dai-Tu soon could not withstand Huoguang's attacks. Although his reflexes kept up, his close-quarters combat skills were truly inadequate. But Kakashi compensated for this flaw. Taking advantage of the distant enemy's exposed opening, she swung his blade and rapidly charged over. Dai-Tu also seized this moment to quickly grab the enemy's body. Kakashi, gripping a short sword, swung it over, swiftly striking Huoguang's head. With a squelch, a torrent of blood, Kakashi took this chance to step on Huoguang's shoulder. Huoguang quickly fell to the ground. Without a word, the two decisively rushed toward the distant-bound Lin. Kakashi dispelled the Genjutsu controlling Lin. Seeing this, the audience's faces grew anxious again, because although they had defeated Huoguang, they did not finish him off. Huoguang was slowly pushing himself up. The audience watched with extreme anxiety. The scene continues. It's already fine. Dai-Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Good, then let's retreat quickly. Kakashi untied the ropes on Lin. I see. Huoguang's cold voice came again from afar. Hearing this, the three of them froze. What a fine coordination, but you are still brats. Now you are caught in the enemy's scheme. Huoguang stood up weakly and quickly formed hand seals. Too done, Yin Subong. Huoguang decisively slapped the ground with one hand. A violent tremor spread around to the cave before them, seemed on the verge of collapsing. We're in trouble, retreat quickly. Kakashi commanded with an anxious expression. The three of them ran desperately ahead. A large amount of rubble fell from above. Because Kakashi had lost one eye, he did not see a stone strike his head. Bang! Kakashi staggered and quickly fell to the ground. Kakashikuin. Lin's face turned anxious. Dai-Tu looked at the fallen Kakashi and the rocks falling from above. He swiftly stepped forward, decisively grabbed Kakashi, and fiercely threw him forward. But he himself was struck by the huge bang. The cave showed signs of collapse, a thick smoke swirled. Huoguang stared at the distant scene, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Heh, is that all? Two noobs. Inside the Shunwei Kong Jian Kimui dimension, Dai-Tu's face was somewhat awkward. To be honest, if he wanted, he could definitely use the Shunwei Kong Jian to teleport to Kakashi and then stab him. That guy Kakashi would probably be utterly bewildered if he saw him alive. Alright, Dai-Tu was now panicking again. After all, he was still carrying out the Yuji Yinji Huamunai plan. If this got exposed, what would he do? The scene continued. The smoke gradually dissipated. Half of Dai-Tu's body was crushed under the rock. His voice was weak. Cough cough. Kakashi, Lin. Are you two okay? At that moment, Kakashi and Lin weakly propped themselves up. Kakashi stared at Dai-Tu before him, his pupils violently contracting. Dai-Tu. Lin was also stunned. The two quickly rushed over. Kakashi tried to push the stone away, but no matter how hard he tried, the stone would not budge. Give up. It's enough, Kakashi. Blood trickled from the corner of Dai-Tu's mouth as he spoke weakly. I can't make it anymore. My right side has been crushed, I can't even feel it. Damn it. Kakashi pounded the stone fiercely. How could this be? Lin covered her mouth, unable to bear watching the scene. The audience watching the video, upon seeing this tragic scene, also had complex expressions. Is this what war is? Children so young have to die. Inside the Shinwei Kong Jian, Dai-Tu was a bit speechless. After all, he was still alive and not dead. The scene continues. She knelt on the ground. At this moment, he could do nothing. Damn it. But the password was correct while the account was wrong. Damn it, if I had listened to you from the start and come to rescue Lin together, it wouldn't have come to this. Kakashi sobbed. What kind of captain am I? What kind of jonin? In the end, I can't even protect my own teammates. Speaking of which, I forgot. Dai-Tu said weakly. At this moment, it seems only I haven't prepared a gift for your promotion to jonin. Kakashi. A faint weak smile curved at the corner of Dai-Tu's mouth. Hearing this, she looked at Dai-Tu with confusion. What should I give you? I've thought about it carefully. The music came intermittently like a flute carrying a maiden's sorrow. The audience's eyes suddenly reddened. This story is too tear-jerking. Now I've figured it out. Don't worry, it's not something useless or redundant. Dai-Tu opened his eyes weakly. They'll give you my Xieluin Yin Sharingan. No matter what the villagers say, you are an outstanding ninja. This is my wish. Accept it. Seeing Dai-Tu before her, Lin wiped away her tears. Lin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Xieluin Yin into Kakashi's left eye. Listening to Dai-Tu's last words, Lin nodded. Kakashi, come over here. It's starting now. Hearing Lin's words, Kakashi's lips trembled, but at this moment, I'm already dead. But I can become your eyes and see the future. Kakashi's gaze grew resolute. At that moment, the music gradually swelled. Kakashi swore he would avenge Dai-Tu. Kill that Huoguang outside. He would definitely do it. Staking the name of Kakashi of the Xieluin Yin. The final scene freezes on Huaguang still leisurely drinking water, and Kakashi grieving and enraged hiding under the rock. Mitsuki Sarada, what are you saying? How could I possibly treat Barutokin like that? Uchiha Sarada. Uzumaki Himawari, Uncle Obito looks so gentle. Uzumaki Naruto adult. Yet without Obito, I might have died long ago. Hatake Kakashi, wait. Naruto, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Sasuke adult, ahem. Useless Kakashi, just keep watching, and you'll find out. Senju Hashirama. It can't be that Obito is actually still alive, can it? Senju Tobarama. If I knew it would turn out this way. The scene continues. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from a distant boulder. Huaguang, who was drinking water, was startled. He stiffly turned his head. High above, the smoke lingered for a long time. I can't believe you're still alive. Huaguang stared at Kakashi in the sky, utterly shocked. At that moment, tears streamed profusely from Kakashi's left eye. Huaguang glanced at Kakashi's tears with disdain. You're still just a brat, aren't you? What's a mere ninja crying for? Are you playing house? Come on, crybaby, let's end this. A gust of wind blew and Kakashi's disheveled bangs fell over his forehead as his gaze turned icy. Bang! He opened his left eye, which gleamed with a vivid crimson Totemo Sharingan. Huaguang's pupils constricted as he stared at Kakashi in the sky. The music began to intensify at this moment. The birds in the forest seemed startled, flapping their wings and fleeing. The air around them seemed to slow down. Kakashi was truly furious at this moment, more furious than he had ever been in his entire life. He tightened his grip on the short sword, locking eyes with Huaguang below from a commanding height. Witnessing this, the audience watching the video felt their blood boil as well. The sixth Hokage must win. He must avenge Obito. Uzumaki Naruto, so Kakashi-sensei will win, right? Uchiha Sasuke, if I were in that scene, maybe this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Uchiha Itachi, my foolish little brother, can you stop being so cocky all the time? Uchiha Shisui, exactly, you should learn from Obito. Look at him. He awakened the Sharingan, but did he get arrogant? Uchiha Obito, ahem. The scene continues. Huaguang's expression turned serious. He wasn't stupid, he could sense something was wrong. The camera slowly panned up, revealing a deep crater beneath Kakashi. Inside the crater, Obito and Rin looked tense. Kakashi, don't lose. From now on, Rin is in your hands. Obito's voice was weak. Kakashi nodded. He had a reason he couldn't afford to lose. He slowly raised his arm, then drew the short sword from his back. With a sharp crack, Kakashi gripped the sword in one hand and vanished in an instant. Huaguang, staring at the suddenly missing Kakashi, was filled with terror as he frantically looked around. At some point, a white flash of lightning rushed right in front of him. Huaguang reacted quickly, swinging his twin blades to block the strike. With a sharp crack, the short sword in Kakashi's hand finally shattered under the strain of the previous clash. As the blade broke, a shower of sparks flew. Time seemed to slow down. Huaguang looked up at Kakashi with contempt. Kakashi's face was cold, and the moment he landed, his hands flew through hand signs. Seizing the opportunity, Huaguang drew his blade to stab Kakashi. But the short sword high above gleamed with a cold light, illuminating the two combatants below. Kakashi charged forward with Chidori in hand, his Sharingan compensating for the technique's flaw. Kakashi's body finally matched the enemy's reflexes. As the enemy's blade grazed his hair, a few strands of black fluttered. Kakashi ducked decisively, thrusting the Chidori straight through the enemy's chest. The cold gleam of the blade illuminated everything. With a wet sound, the blade plunged deep into the ground. The scene shifted. Obito and Rin held hands, nervously, barely daring to breathe, staring at the sky. At that moment, in an instant, on the high rock, Huaguang lifted his head, his expression twisted with rage. Seeing this, the hearts of the viewers nearly stopped. Holy crap, did Kakashi lose? Uzumaki Boruto. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Holy crap, don't scare me like that. The scene continues. Don't panic, Rin. Obito sensed Rin's anxiety, his voice weak. The next second, Huaguang's body thudded to the ground, replaced by Kakashi. Kakashi panted heavily, his expression exhausted. Obito and Kakashi had successfully defeated the elite Jonin of Awagakure. Seeing this, the viewers' faces lit up with excitement. Great, they won. This way Kakashi and Rin can survive. Kakashi, take Rin. Leave me quickly. The enemy reinforcements will arrive soon. Obito's voice was weak. Obito. Rin clung tightly to Obito's hand, refusing to let go. Obito shook his head. Rin released her grip and Obito urged them on. All right, hurry up and leave. Rin. Kakashi raised his hand and swiftly pulled the girl up. Soon after, a large number of Awagakure reinforcements arrived. These ninjas rapidly formed hand signs, launching a combined jutsu that threatened to collapse the ground instantly. There was no time to hesitate. Obito urged Rin to leave quickly. Tears streaming down her face, Rin took one last deep look at Obito, then grabbed Kakashi's hand and fled. In his final moments of consciousness, a torrent of rocks collapsed and buried Obito beneath them. Through the gaps in the stones, Obito saw the two escape successfully. I finally managed to get along with Kakashi. But in the end, I never confessed my feelings to Rin. Obito's gaze was complex, and then he closed his eyes. Mizukage Terumi Mei Wan crying. Fourth Kazekage Raza Sai, my eyes are stinging again. Uchiha Itachi, Obito is truly a great ninja. Uchiha Setsuna, exactly. Obito is truly magnificent. Uchiha Shursue, Sasuke, you should learn from Obito. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke stared at Obito in the video, utterly astonished. He never imagined that Obito in the video would willingly sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. The scene continues. Kakashi fled with the girl, dashing desperately into the sunlight. Behind them came the roar of collapsing rocks with countless Owagakure ninjas hot on. Seeing this, a question arose in everyone's minds: where was Minato? Hadn't they agreed that if they activated Minato's kunai, he would instantly appear on the battlefield? But where was he? Kakashi knelt on the ground, gasping for air, his stamina nearly depleted. Yet before his death, he had promised his best friend he would protect Rin no matter what. At this moment, a multitude of Owagakure ninjas stood on the surrounding tree trunks, encircling Kakashi and the girl. Damn it! Kakashi's face twisted with fury. Mustering his last shred of consciousness, he began to gather chakra. Chidori started to form, lightning crackling, illuminating the dark surroundings. Kakashi opened his eyes, and the crimson markings flickered once more. Raising the Chidori above his head, he glared at the distant enemies. The viewers' faces were similarly tense. Can they really escape? If there were 1,000 mountains and rivers. Cough cough. This is getting mixed up. Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi, you failed to fulfill the promise I made back then. Hatake Kakashi. I'm sorry Obito, it's all my fault. Please can you forgive me? Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi, I will never forgive you. Noera Rin Obito. Senju Hashirama. Could it be that Obito is really still alive? Senju Tobarama. Brother, do you remember what you said to me earlier? Senju Hashirama. Deidara, is that guy who talked about the electric fan still here? Hide in 666, oh what a madman. The scene continues. To still have fighting spirit in such a situation. Worthy of someone who dared to infiltrate deep behind enemy lines. The Owagakure ninjas stared down at Kakashi, their voices cold. Kakashi stood up weakly, his right hand gathering the Chidori while his left hand held the kunai. He intended to break through this encirclement. Rin'll hold them off. You take the chance to escape. But Rin clutched her chest, her eyes complex. I promised Obito, so even if it means death, I will protect you. Kakashi. Rin's lips trembled. Rin, Obito really likes you, so you must survive no matter what. Then Kakashi, I too. Rin wanted to say more, but Kakashi interrupted her. The ninja high above swiftly descended, surrounding Kakashi from all directions. The ninja high above swiftly descended, surrounding Kakashi from all directions. The screen went black. Everyone watching the video wore anxious expressions. What on earth was happening? When Kakashi opened his eyes again, he found himself alive. High above, faint stars dotted the sky, and the sound of cicadas chirped incessantly around. You're awake, came Minato Sensei's gentle voice from beside him. Kakashi sat up, his face full of astonishment. Sensei, why? Minato shook his head and explained to Kakashi that he had killed all the enemies earlier. Kakashi, I've already heard about what happened from Rin. Minato's eyes were complex. The two of them stared into the distance. In the distance, Rin stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the sky. The scene shifted. The third great ninja war soon ended, with countless heroes laying down their lives to put a period to this conflict. Seeing this, those watching the video wore expressions of deep complexity. This is war. So many innocent people died. On that day, Konoha gave birth to two heroes who wielded the Sharingan. One was engraved on the memorial stone, the other was called Kakashi of the Sharingan. His name also spread far and wide across other nations. Just as everyone thought the video was about to end, the scene suddenly shifted. The high screen went black and a few lines of small text appeared. You walked toward the bright path while I fell into the darkness. Seeing this, those watching the video were utterly bewildered. Wait, what is this all about? Obito is still alive. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha clan members, tell me, what is this? Look me in the eyes and answer me. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Sasuke, so Obito is still alive right now. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, that's great. I never thought you were still alive. Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi, why didn't you protect Rin? Hatake Kakashi, I. Uchiha Obito, it's too late for all of this now. The scene continues. The boy opened his eyes groggily, and the first thing he saw was an old man. The moment he saw the old man, Senju Hashirama inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where. Who are you? And where is this? Obito looked terrified. This is the boundary between the world of the dead and the living. The old man spoke calmly. Your eyes. Obito quickly noticed Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. Old man, are you from the Uchiha clan too? Uchiha Madara remained silent and did not answer. Obito continued talking to himself. Where's this place? And old man, you're not some kind of death god, are you? Seeing Madara holding that sickle, Obito became even more convinced of this idea. His face was full of terror. Old man, I've been helping old folks cross the street since I was a kid, and I've never done anything bad in my life. Please don't take me to hell. Looking at the boy before him, Madara's forehead dripped with sweat. He found it a bit ridiculous, but he had to keep up the act. I saw you were injured, but you didn't die. I just bandaged your wounds. So you saved me. Thank you. It's too early to thank me. You can repay me properly when you get the chance. Madara said meaningfully. As soon as these words were spoken, Obito didn't pay much attention. After all, the old man before him looked well past his prime. It was unlikely he would still be alive later, right? Several weeks passed. Obito continuously did rehabilitation training. He supported himself with one hand against the wall, moving forward bit by bit. When he was tired and couldn't hold on, he fell to the ground and crawled with his chin. I have to get out. Kakashi-rin. I'm still alive. Seeing Obito in such a miserable state, those watching the video felt a pang of distress. This boy was too pitiful. Boruto era. This Obito uncle is really miserable. Boruto's forehead dripped with sweat, right? Half his body is crippled, and now he's wriggling like a worm. Inogen hesitated. Hey Inogen, how can you talk like that? Chocho glared at Inogen. Konoha streets. Kakashi watched Obito's pitiful state, his face full of pain. Obito, it's all my fault. I was too weak back then, and I couldn't protect you and Rin. Kakashi was filled with guilt and self-blame. After Obito and Rin died, he had nightmares every night. Hands that couldn't be washed clean. A boulder that couldn't be pushed away. The scene continues. Time passed quickly. Compared to before, Obito's condition was much better. At least he could move around now. At the same time, his half-broken body, having been treated with Hashirama cells, had fully recovered. Now I've finally gotten used to this body. He'll be able to see Kakashi and the others soon. Obito's lips curled upward, just as he was rejoicing. White Zetsu's head emerged from the wall, reporting anxiously. Obito-sama, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? I was out gathering intelligence just now, and I saw Rin and Kakashi in a very bad situation. It seems they're surrounded by Kirigakure ninjas. White Zetsu said urgently. The moment he heard this, Obito's face tensed up. He quickly jumped off the bed, but just as he was about to leave the cave, the entrance was blocked by a huge boulder. Obito punched it in anger, striking several times. The stone cracked violently, but it didn't break. Instead, Obito's right hand snapped off, pouring out a large amount of blood. Seeing this, White Zetsu merged with Obito's body. Your body is still too weak now. Put on my body. Okay, thank you, White Zetsu. Obito said thanks, and then walked back to the entrance. His figure flickered for a moment. Then he swung his fist and struck with all his might. Boom. The light from outside streamed in, everything signifying a new beginning. On the ground, a chrysalis was breaking open, transforming into a butterfly that flew into the distance. Obito had been reborn. White Zetsu's mask celebrates a new life. The title suddenly shifted. Those watching the video grew tense. Would Obito be able to save Kakashi and Rin in time? Konoha Street. Everyone looked up at the scene high in the sky, their faces etched with astonishment. In order to see Kakashi sooner, Obito relentlessly pushed his body to the limits, training with desperate intensity. However, it seemed as though the bond between Obito and Kakashi was somewhat off. Sweat trickled down the foreheads of the onlookers, but recalling the traditions of Konoha village, the furrowed brows of the crowd gradually relaxed. The scene continued. Gazing at the moonlight outside, the young man was about to leave when a cold voice sounded from behind him. Are you leaving? Obito was silent for a moment, then nodded. Over these past few years, he had been under Madara's care. To be honest, he was quite grateful to Uchiha Madara, but he would never return here again because he was about to embrace a new life. It's still too early for you to thank me now, Madara said meaningfully. I'm leaving. He'll never come back. Goodbye. No, you will return. Uchiha Madara stared at Obito's retreating figure, his words heavy with implication. At that moment, looking at the vast array of weapons in the distance, Obito gave them a cursory glance and found he couldn't use any of them. Never mind. He simply threw on a cloak and dashed off in the direction White Zetsu had pointed. Seeing this, the spectators watching the video twitched their mouths in disbelief. What the hell? With so many divine artifacts at your disposal, you just take a piece of clothing. Within the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara was now flustered. If Hashirama found out that this old man was actually him, wouldn't his infinite Tsukuyomi plan be exposed? The scene continued. Obito raced forward, the young man sprinting at breakneck speed, pushing aside thick clumps of grass, mud splashing beneath his feet. In the distance, a brilliant light shone. As he drew closer to Kakashi and the others, Obito's face was filled with excitement. The scene continued. Obito raced forward, the young man sprinting at breakneck speed, pushing aside thick clumps of grass, mud splashing beneath his feet. In the distance, protect Kakashi and the others, defeat the enemies from the hidden mist village, return to Konoha village, win the girl's heart, and finally become the Hokage. Hee. The more Obito thought about it, the more excited he became, but soon a wave of anxiety washed over him. Because White Zetsu had reported that the forces surrounding Rin and Kakashi were all Jonin and elite Umbu members. Seeing this, the viewers of the video wore puzzled expressions. Why would the hidden mist village dispatch so many elite ninjas to surround these two children? The scene continued. Minato Sensei, what is he doing now? Obito leaped from branch to branch, advancing rapidly, his face taut with anxiety. He's still carrying out another mission. White Zetsu shook his head. Why of all times? Damn it. Obito's face was fraught with worry. However, the thought that he would soon arrive on the scene to save them eased Obito's mind a little. Obito, in terms of combat ability, you seem inferior to me. How about I take over for you during the fight? White Zetsu suggested, noticing Obito's. No, the Sharingan only unleashes its true power when both eyes are complete. As long as Kakashi and I cooperate, our combat strength will definitely surpass yours. Obito shifted his tone this time. It's my turn to protect them. Seeing the young man's resolute expression, White Zetsu had nothing more to say. As the video unfolded to this point, the audience fell into silence. There were still sharp minds in the ninja world. The old man from before had been very certain that Obito would return, and he appeared utterly confident. As the video unfolded to this point, the audience fell into silence. There were still sharp minds in the ninja world. The old man from before had been very certain that that old man was so advanced in years, how could he have set up such a scheme? Seeing this, everyone was deeply perplexed. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru was barely suppressing his laughter. He couldn't afford to laugh yet. Hiruzen sensed something off about the Kazekage, his face showing concern. Kazekage-sama, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No. Orochimaru's voice came out low and hoarse. Hiruzen looked bewildered. Hadn't he heard that voice somewhere before? Your voice? Oh, I just had a bit of a sore throat. No need to worry, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru coughed awkwardly, reverting to Raza's tone. The scene continued. Everyone knew they couldn't blame the fourth Hokage, as he was carrying out another mission at the time. But Obito didn't see it that way. As he hurried along the way, his face grew increasingly anxious. His lost right eye seemed to have foreseen the image of Rin's death. Obito clutched his eye in anguish. What is going on? Finally, after running for a long time, Obito pushed aside the distant grass, but his face instantly froze. In his line of sight, Kakashi was using lightning cutter to pierce through Rin's chest. Blood trickled from her lips, her eyes vacant and lifeless as she stared at Kakashi. Kakashi. Rin's expression was one of extreme pain. She called out weakly, and as her words faded, her form flickered and finally collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the weight any longer. With a thud, in an instant, Obito's mind felt as if it had exploded. His face was filled with terror, like a child witnessing his worst nightmare. If circumstances allowed, he would have writhed wildly on the ground, letting the rain drench his body. His breathing grew heavy, and Obito felt as though his chest was being sliced by 1,000 blades. A torrent of negative emotions surged within him. Konoha Street. Obito, I will always be watching you. Cheer up. I will watch your heroic back as you. Rin's words to him now surged into his mind like film reels. But in an instant they all turned into bubbles. Obito stared at the dead Rin in the distance, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Rin. Raindrops fell on Obito's face. At this moment it was impossible to tell whether it was tears or rain. In an instant, bang. A violent hurricane suddenly swept over. The Kirigakure ninjas who were still watching the scene were stunned. The crowd stiffly turned their heads. From somewhere a young boy suddenly emerged from the grass. A crimson light glowed in his eyes, beginning to rotate rapidly. Tudamo Sharingan quickly evolved into Threedamo, but this was not the end. The scene split into two, and the eyes of Obito and Kakashi evolved into Mangekyo simultaneously. However, because Kakashi's chakra had been exhausted, he could not withstand the stimulation of the Mangekyo and fainted on the ground. Obito was now blinded by. He staggered forward, crushing the mud under his feet. The rain suddenly turned into a downpour, and thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The sense of oppression in this scene was too strong. The people watching the video also felt terrified. Obito roared in anger, and gusts of strong wind swept through, stirring the surrounding rain. With Obito at the center, the ground around him cracked violently. What is going on? Suddenly a large amount of wood release burst out from Obito's body. The Kirigakure ninja, trembling, reached out and decisively threw several shuriken. The shuriken cut through the air and flew swiftly. I won't accept this. The shuriken passed through Obito's body and lodged into the trees behind him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds came, but Obito seemed unharmed. This kind of thing, I will never accept. Obito stomped the ground fiercely. Mud mixed with surrounding soil, and rain splashed in all directions. Like an arrow leaving the bow, Obito charged forward and tackled a Kirigakure ninja in front of him. The next moment, which shavings began to spread from his hand. With a squelch, a large amount of branches instantly grew inside the Kirigakure ninja, piercing through his internal organs. With a crack, a large amount of blood splashed onto Obito's white Zetsu mask, looking unusually eerie. Obito then pulled out the tree root and stared down at the ninja in front of him. The ninja, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, kept retreating like a spider, his face full of terror. The next moment, his comrade drew a blade, leaped into the air, and swiftly stabbed at Obito. The surrounding rain was instantly split apart. This strike looked extremely fierce. Die! Just as the blade was about to pierce Obito's body, the pattern in his eyes spun rapidly. In an instant, the blade passed through his body and stabbed the ninja below, but did not harm Obito. Obito took the opportunity to jump quickly and kicked 3 ninjas away. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking came, and the 3 flew backward like kites, with broken strings crashing heavily to the ground. The ground showed large cracks, and mud splashed onto the uniforms of the surrounding ninjas. Everyone was terrified. What the hell is that guy, eh? The jutsu he uses is so strange. Everyone, don't panic. We have numbers, the advantage is on our side. Take that woman away. First, we must not hand over her body to the enemy. This sentence completely enraged Obito. His face instantly filled with anger. His figure flashed forward, quickly streaking like a white lightning. Along the way, a large number of ninjas were brutally impaled in half by Obito. The whole scene looked extremely bloody, with blood splashing irregularly into the sky. Seeing that the distant ninja was about to reach out and touch Rin's face, Obito quickly pulled out the tree root and threw it with force. With a crack, the tree root directly hit the ninja's waist, and he instantly flew backward. The surrounding rain was violently split apart by this strike. Obito quickly formed hand seals. The ninja hit by the branch began to have wood shavings grow rapidly inside his body. To suddenly use the wood release wood spike technique, Obito, I finally understand why he chose you. White Zetsu said, terrified. At this moment, the scene switched. A Kirigakure ninja turned his head, and in his field of vision, he saw a white lightning rapidly approaching him. He saw the pattern of the Sharingan in Obito's eyes, extremely crimson and enchanting. Before he could think, his head spun, and in the dizziness, he saw his own body in the distance. But this was not over. Obito angrily reached out and kept punching the ninja's body. The bones made violent cracking sounds, and Obito's screams echoed through the silent rainy night. The girl he couldn't bear to even touch was actually tortured to death by these ninjas. Crack, crack. Everyone dropped their weapons, letting them fall to the ground. Rain poured down again, and trembling voices came from all around. What is that guy's identity? In everyone's sight, the distant young boy slowly turned his head. Through his eyes, one could see an extremely ferocious expression. Everyone swallowed hard. The next moment, Obito stood up unsteadily. With every step he took forward, the Kirigakure ninjas involuntarily took a step back. A dramatic scene thus appeared. The tree roots behind Obito began to extend rapidly. Bang! Soon a heart-wrenching scream came. Unbeknownst, the moon in the sky seemed to have turned blood red. Blood mixed with rain falling, pattering to the ground. In the crevices of the ground, a flower that had been dancing gracefully was stained red by the blood. At this moment, the music seemed to become sacred. A huge tree root grew out of the ground, piercing through countless corpses. The corpses hung haphazardly on the branches, blood flowing like rain. Unbeknownst, a pool of blood had formed on the ground. Obito stood in the pool of blood, walking forward with difficulty. I understand. This is hell. Obito's mask came off, tears streaming from his eyes, his face covered in blood. Obito stood in the pool of blood, walking forward with difficulty. I understand. This is hell. Obito's mask came off. Rin, I have decided. I will create a world where you exist. I will sever the cause and effect of this. The scene played to this point. The people watching the video had their pupils contract violently, their minds exploding. Thighs. This plot is too explosive. Everyone never thought in their lives that there could be such a twist. Sarada Uchiha. I can feel Obito's despair through the screen. Boruto Uzumaki, the girl he loved most, died in the war, and he could do nothing. Shikadai Nara, by the way. Why did the 6th Hokage in the video kill Rin? Kakashi Hitaki. In a rented room, Kakashi looked at his own palm, his lips trembling, sweat pouring from his forehead. At that time, he didn't want to kill Rin either. But Rin suddenly ran into his Chidori. Itachi Uchiha. I can't imagine how much pain Obito must have felt. Totemo directly evolved into Mangekyo. Indra. I also killed 2 clan members to go from Freedomo to Mangekyo. Shursui Uchiha. I awakened my Mangekyo by seeing my comrade die. Sasuke Uchiha. Ahem. Can you stop cyberbullying me? I was still young then my chakra wasn't enough. The people watching the video looked at the screen and gasped. After Obito awakened his Mangekyo, he transformed into a monster and directly killed a large number of Kirigi. The Obito in the video looks only about 12 years old, right? At this age he already has cage-level strength. Isn't that a genius? Chinsho Jujian, this young man's wit style, is used quite well. Chinsho Feijian, now is not the time to discuss this. Chinsho Feijian, what is Daito doing now and who is that old man? Deluyi, this plot is too heartbreaking. Haido, exactly, it's really too heartbreaking. The crowd watching the video learned that Daito had turned dark because of this incident, and they could also understand Daito. After all, Daito had been an orphan since childhood, growing up all alone. Lin was his everything, even if Lin didn't like him. As for what Lin said, keep going Daito, I will always watch your cool back as you save the world. That sentence was probably just a polite gesture, right? Daito has now walked down the opposite path. Lin always hoped that Daito would be the savior, but heaven is just like a joke. Daito became the person Lin hated the most, and he was now doing the opposite of what he had originally done. Killing innocents. Starting wars. At this moment inside the Kamui space, Daito looked at his own palm, and his eyes also became complex. Sorry Lin. I don't seem to have fulfilled my promise to you. Daito shook his head. He continued to look at the screen high in the sky. In the chat group, Xuanhua Changmen, this video is too despairing. Taudi Zaibuzan, indeed it's despairing. Xiaonan, seeing Daito's avatar for some reason, I always feel a warmth in my body. Xuanhua Mingren, me too. Rixiang Ningzi, no I'm not, I feel a pain in my chest. The scene continues. Daito quickly returned to the previous. He found the old man. I knew you would come. Yuzhibo Ban extended his hand. He explained his plan to Daito. Daito slowly walked over. Under the moonlight his silhouette stretched longer and longer. He had already walked down the opposite path, an extreme path. Inside the Kamui space, Daito's eyes were complex. Lin's words about saving the world. I'm afraid I have disappointed her. Sorry. Lin, I'm truly sorry. Of course the crowd watching the video, including Daito, would never have dreamed that later on he would actually become the savior. Although he took many detours, in the end he finally returned to the right path, becoming the savior in a particularly tragic and heroic way. The scene continues. Yuzhibo Ban told Daito his plan. This plan was the Moon Eye plan to create a world only of peace. Similarly, during the explanation of the plan, the old man also revealed his identity. He is Yuzhibo Ban. Daimu, what? Yuzhibo Ban is actually still alive. Daimu's pupils were shocked. He was so scared that his back was sprained. Ouch, my back. Old man, are you serious? That Yuzhibo Ban doesn't look that strong. Haida was pounding Daimu's back, her expression a bit strange. The Yuzhibo Ban in the video is so old his strength probably isn't even as strong as a Jonin, right? Fourth Raikage, AI. Yuzhibo Ban is still alive, just right for me to challenge him to a duel. Kalabi. Oh yeah, as expected of big brother. Fourth Kazakage Luasha. Then I also want to duel Yuzhibo Ban. Water Shadow Zao miming. That's impressive. Count me in. Chinsho Gongsho. I heard that Yuzhibo Ban's strength is about the same as great-grandfather's, should be around cage level, right? Chinsho Jujian. Little Gongsho, you know nothing about my strength. Chinsho Feijian. Isn't it just Yuzhibo Ban? Look at how excited you all are. However, the important issue now is to analyze the content of the video. What exactly does the Moon Eye plan mean? Yuzhibo Ban. Haha, keep watching and you'll know. The scene continues. After several more years Yuzhibo Ban died, and he also left many backups. After his death his Luan Hui I was given to Xuanhua Changmen. Then Xuanhua Changmen met Mayan, and the other two, the three grew up together and established the Shao organization. Daito, under the guise of Yuzhibo Ban, found these three. However, his sudden approach aroused their suspicion. Daito was prepared, and he recited the words he had prepared earlier. Luan Hui I. This is the eye of a god. The purpose of my coming is to give proper guidance to the one who has awakened the Luan Hui I. Hearing Daito's words, Xuanhua Changmen's face became excited, and the Chunibyu spirit in his heart instantly ignited. Do you understand, my eyes? Of course. You can bring peace to the world. You are the reincarnation of the six paths sages will. Why should only the great nations bask in peace while the small nations suffer from war? That's precisely why you awakened the Luan Hui I. You will be the one to guide the world's transformation. Come. Daito extended his hand. Just as Changmen was about to grasp it, he was interrupted by Mayan. Mayan didn't believe Daito's words at all, thinking that Daito was just using them. Seeing that he couldn't convince them, Daito had no choice but to leave first. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching the video fell into silence. They hadn't expected that someone in the ninja world was playing a game of chess, and everyone was just a pawn. Xuanhua Borin, has Uncle Daito already believed Yuzhibo Ban's words? Jinai Yambu Daito is now using Yuzhibo Ban's name to swindle and cheat. Shimu Kakashi, Daitu, you've gone the wrong way. You should return to my village quickly. Yuzibo Daitu, it's already too late. The scene continues after many years because of the troublemaker Danzo, who feared Changman's Luanhu AI. He decided to cooperate with Banzang, and the two together plotted against the Xiao organization. They caught Xiaonan one time, and then used Xiaonan to lure Changmin and Mayan over. Later a series of tragedies occurred. Mayan died. Changmin felt the pain, and he mobilized the power of the Outer Path Demon statue, quickly repelling the distant crowd. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching the video were shocked, their pupils dilated. Is this the power of the Luanhu AI? It's truly terrifying. Because of this incident, Changmin recognized the sorrow of this world, and thus turned Mayan into the Deva Path puppet. Daitu thus reached a cooperation with Changmin. One would establish a new organization intending to capture all tailed beasts, make them into tailed beast weapons, and bring peace to this world through force. The other planned to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. In other words, Changmin was merely a puppet of Daitu. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Seeing this scene in the sky, the crowd watching the video was shocked again. Xiao organization. Changmin stared at the sky, his face full of disbelief. My Luanhu AI actually belongs to Yuzibo Ban. Changmin, calm down. Xiaonan supported Changmin, her face full of worry. Changmin shook his head, indicating he was fine. He really hadn't expected that. He always thought the Luanhu AI was his own, but after all this it turned out to be someone else's. No wonder his body is so weak. Nara Lutai. Is this infinite Tsukuyomi really real? Are you sure it's not something someone made up? Uchiha Ban, kid, what do you mean by that? Nara Lutai, don't you think it's too fake, as if it were a lie crafted specifically for you? In the Pure Land space, Uchiha Ban frowned deeply upon hearing Lutai's words. Thinking carefully, it seemed to make some sense. Earlier while watching the video of Kakashi, Uchiha Ban had seen that Black Zetsu seemed to be on good terms with Kaguya. Could it be that he had truly been deceived? Senju Jujian, Ban, stop doing this. Infinite Tsukuyomi is after all nothing but a false world. Senju Feijian, Jujian, you can't reason with this Uchiha Ban. Senju Jujian, enough. Feijian, I'm your elder brother. That bet doesn't count. Senju Feijian, brother, aren't you just reneging? Little Tsunade probably inherited her gambling addiction from you. Senju Tsunade, grandfather, second grandfather, please calm down. Tiantian, wait. Lady Tsunade gambles. Jingyin, ahaha, let's just watch the video for now. Jinjian's expression turned awkward. If the new generation were to learn that Lady Tsunade was a gambler deeply in debt, heaven knows what they would think. The scene continued. Obito traveled through the major ninja villages. Seeing the brutal scenes in other villages, Obito's gaze grew complex. Indeed, this world could only change through infinite Tsukuyomi. The great nations waged endless wars, and in the end it was the small countries that suffered. The villagers of these small nations lived in misery. To survive, people even resorted to cannibalism. Some could not bear to eat their own children, and traded them with other villagers. Witnessing this, the children raised in peacetime were once again struck with shock. Confined by their limited understanding, they had never imagined such cruelty in times of war. A ninja in essence was nothing but a killing tool. Xuanhua born, hey, no kidding. Are these things in the video real? Uchiha Ziliangna, how terrifying. Do the higher-ups not care about the common people at all? Nara Lutai, if that's the case, maybe infinite Tsukuyomi isn't a bad idea. Xuanhua Mingren, why are those ninjas in the video hurting ordinary people? Memoji Zabuza, a bunch of naive kids. The scene continued. Deleted due to being an author's note made-up plot to make Obito's infinite Tsukuyomi more reasonable. To survive, to exchange for food, people began selling their own children. The village was filled with the tragedy of cannibalism. Obito could not bear to watch. He distributed the food in his hands. But when the villagers saw the food, their eyes were filled with greed. No matter how much food Obito gave, they could never be satisfied. No matter how much food Obito produced, these tragedies remained unsolvable. A little girl who received food would be beaten by other adults and her food would be snatched away. At first Obito tried to save these people, but slowly, he became numb. The scene shifted. Years had passed. Obito now wore a tiger-striped mask. He arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. With the power of Kamui, he easily infiltrated the village's barrier defenses. During this time, he often saw Kakashi offering flowers to his grave. Hearing Kakashi's apologies, his face burned with anger. After Kakashi left, Obito grabbed the flowers and threw them to the ground. If I can't protect the ones I want to protect, what meaning does this power hold? However, his visit was not without gain. From Kakashi's rambling, he learned that Kushina was about to give birth and Naruto would be born soon. Obito's gaze turned icy at that moment. Seeing this, the viewers felt that Obito was somewhat cruel. Anoki, so you killed your teacher and Kushina. Fourth Raikage, I don't understand. Why did Obito do that? Namikaze Minato, Obito. Why did you make such an absurd decision? Hatake Kakashi, exactly Obito. Uchiha Obito. Let me ask you instead. You as a teacher didn't recognize your own student. You're nothing special. Senju Feijian. Evil Uchiha. You were wrapped up like a dumpling that day. How could your teacher recognize you? Senju Jujian. This Obito has gone mad. The scene continued. That night, it was the day of Naruto's birth. With the cry of a newborn infant, Minato breathed a sigh of relief, thrilled to become a father. Congratulations, it's a lively boy. Biwako, who delivered Naruto, spoke sincerely. Little Naruto, mother finally sees you. Lying on the hospital bed, Kushina's face was full of love, her eyes tender. Just as Minato wanted to hold Naruto, Biwako shot him a glare. The baby just arrived. Let the mother hold him first. Is that so? Sweat formed on Minato's forehead, and he looked a bit embarrassed. Biwako then carried Naruto to another room to bathe the infant. After all, a newborn baby is very fragile and needs to be cleaned of grime. Just as everyone thought nothing would happen, Obito swiftly used Kamui to pass through the wall, killing Biwako and her assistant. Hearing a scream from the next room, Minato's face froze. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen Biwako. Sarutobi Biwako. Hiruzen, I'm sorry, I'm leaving before you. Namikaze Minato, Obito, what you've done has truly angered me. Uchiha Obito. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito's forehead was beaded with sweat. He knew there was no turning back now. But so what? Once he created the world of infinite Tsukuyami, everyone would live happily in that false world. Pain is only a momentary thing. The scene continued. Obito held the newborn Naruto in his arms, and even stuck several explosive tags on the baby's swaddling. Seeing this, Naruto was stunned. Holy crap. He finally understood why he always felt warm when he saw Uncle Obito. It turned out that Obito had stuck explosive tags on him when he was a baby. Shuanwa Mingren, I finally understand why I feel warm when I see Uncle Obito. Hyuga Niji, then why do I feel cold when I see him? Shuanwa Borin, Uncle Niji, could it be that Obito stabbed you through the chest? Hyuga Niji, I have the strongest defense, the rotation. How could I be stabbed through the chest? Hyuga Niji looked disdainful. After all, he had the ultimate rotation, and the Byakugan that could see in all directions. He would never be ambushed. The scene continued. Obito placed his palm over the baby's face, his tone threatening. Fourth Hokage, leave the Jinchuriki's side immediately. Otherwise this child has only 1 minute to live. Staring at Obito in the distance, Minato's lips trembled. Calm down first. Seeing Minato hesitate, Obito took out a kunai and pressed it against Naruto's neck. Don't you care about this child's life? Wait. Calm down. You should say that to yourself. I am very calm right now. Obito threw Naruto into the air, then drew a kunai to kill him. In an instant, Minato was much faster, snatching Naruto away. But unexpectedly, the swaddling burst with a blazing white light. Minato's pupils contracted. Uchiha Itachi, can you really react in time? Minato's face was filled with urgency. At the critical moment, he decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly teleporting to the small wooden hut from before. Minato tossed the swaddled bundle toward the distant wooden house, then clutched the infant and rolled forward in a desperate scramble. Seeing the baby still crying in his arms, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Naruto isn't hurt. Minato wanted to say more, but his brow furrowed in pain. A wooden splinter had pierced through his leg. Forced to use the Flying Thunder God technique in a pinch. The enemy's target is Kushina. It seems I've fallen for a diversionary tactic. Minato flicked the wooden splinter high into the air. The moment it landed, he vanished from the spot. He first placed the baby in the crib, and after confirming Naruto was safe, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. Witnessing Minato's speed, the new generation stared in it. Boruto, grandfather's speed is just too fast. Himawari, it really is fast. Will grandma be okay? Inujin, Obito has completely lost his mind. Tobirama, the wicked Uchiha clan has always been this extreme. Hashirama, big brother. Bah. Tobirama, don't always say that. The Uchiha clan has good people too. I think this kid Sasuke is pretty good. Sasuke, at least I wouldn't hurt my own comrades. Karen, that's right, Sasuke-kun is amazing. The scene continues. Kushina's face was twisted in agony, the Nine-Tails chakra within her being slowly extracted bit by bit. Soon the Nine-Tails completely broke free from Kushina's body, and she felt an excruciating pain. In a single night, she had faced death twice and given birth to 2 children. Under his control, the Nine-Tails was about to strike Kushina when Minato arrived at lightning speed, tightly embracing his wife and teleporting to a distant tree. Under his control, the Nine-Tails was about to strike Kushina when Minato arrived at lightning speed, tightly embracing his wife and teleporting to a distant tree via the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly worthy of the yellow flash, but now it's too late. Obito looked up at the sky, his tone cold. Minato-kun, is Naruto. Is he alright? Kushina's first concern was Naruto. Yes, Naruto is fine, he's in a safe place now. Good. Minato, you must stop that man. He's about to invade Konoha. Hearing this, Minato slowly turned his head, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the distant Obito. Obito glanced at Minato in the sky, his face cold. Humph, even as your teacher you still haven't recognized me after all this time. Watching the scene on the screen, the audience fell into silence. This Obito has truly gone mad. To attack Minato and Kushina. At that moment on the streets of Konoha, Naruto looked up at the screen with a complex expression. Unforgivable. That bastard Obito. Naruto clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Naruto, calm down. Sakura said worriedly. Minato, Obito, are you serious? Did you really try to kill Kushina just now? Obito. Anoki, I can't bear to watch anymore. Obito is nothing but a beast. The fourth Raikage, indeed a beast. The fourth Kazekage Raza. Come to think of it, does Konoha have some strange tradition where disciples always try to kill their masters? In the Pure Land, Raza naturally knew that Orochimaru was currently impersonating him in Konoha, but he chose not to expose it. Orochimaru, I hope you live up to expectations. Better take down the old third Hokage. Raza sighed lightly. Hiruzen, Lord Kazekage, what do you mean by that? Raza guessed. Orochimaru. Ahem, let's just watch the video. The scene continues. Minato carried his wife back home and laid her on the bed. He was now furious beyond measure. No matter what, he had to defeat the masked man. Hearing the sound of a wardrobe sliding open, Kushina held the baby in her arms, her voice weak. Take care. Will be back soon. Bearing the name of Hokage, I cannot lose this battle. Minato draped the Hokage cloak over his shoulders, his expression intensely focused. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was instantly captivated. Boruto, I never imagined grandfather was so cool. Sarada, Boruto, your grandfather is the fourth Hokage. How could he not be cool? Iwabi, come to think of it, Boruto's background is really impressive. Boruto, is it? It's not that great, at least my dumb dad isn't that strong. Naruto, young adult, what did you say, you brat? The scene continues. The Nine Tails appeared in the village, wreaking havoc. In an instant, countless Konoha shinobi were killed or wounded, and Irika's parents also perished in the chaos. Just as despair gripped everyone, Minato appeared on the Hokage rock. The distant Nine Tails noticed him, and without a word began forming a tailed beast ball in its mouth. It intended to completely destroy Konoha village. Staring at the massive tailed beast ball in the distance, Minato's eyes grew calm. In an instant, the tailed beast ball, radiating a terrifying aura, obliterated everything around it and charged toward him. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to strike the Hokage rock and annihilate the entire area, the next moment, it inexplicably stopped, hovering in midair as if restrained by some unseen force. Then a violent explosion erupted from a distant mountain peak. Obito wasted no words, silently appearing behind Minato. Just as he was about to absorb Minato into the Kimui dimension, Minato reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai and thrusting it at Obito. Yet, as before, the kunai passed through Obito's body without causing harm. Obito grabbed Minato's wrist, his eyes filled with contempt. Your opponent is me. Besides, it's all over now. As Obito spoke, he began to absorb Minato. Minato's body began to warp. Just as he was about to be absorbed, with a crack, he reacted with lightning speed, using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Failing to catch Minato, Obito's eyes grew even colder. In Konoha village, the crowd glared at Obito in the sky with fury. So many people had died in the Nine Tails rampage. Their families' elders, those dearest to them, had perished in that tragedy. Hence their hatred for Obito was bone deep. Then came deep guilt, for they had blamed Naruto for the Nine Tails disaster. Yes, when you think about it, Naruto was just a baby. What did he have to do with any of it? It was all Obito's doing from start to finish. Mask shop owner Naruto, I'm sorry. From now on, anything you buy from me is free. Konoha civilian A. Naruto. I'm truly sorry. I lost my mind over my family's death and believed the village. Konoha civilian B. Naruto, I shouldn't have cursed you before. A flood of Konoha villagers apologized to Naruto. Naruto looked at the crowd, apologizing, his expression complex, mostly surprise. In the past, these people would have been cursing him, wouldn't they? Should he forgive them? Kurama, have fourth Hokage, this is the village you protected. As Kurama's words faded, the chat group fell into a heavy silence. Minato, to protect Naruto, I did not reveal his identity back then, said Hiruzen Sarutobi. I understand, Lord Third Hokage, replied Minato Namikaze. Looking back, I'm very grateful to Grandpa Third. If it weren't for him, I would probably have been imprisoned, said Naruto Uzumaki as a young man. The scene continued. Minato lay on the grass, struggling to prop himself up. Having performed multiple long-distance Flying Thunder God transfers, his chakra was now severely depleted. At that moment, thoughts raced through Minato's mind. The enemy had easily breached Konoha's barrier and even knew the location of Kushina's childbirth. Could it be that Elder Danzo of Konoha had leaked the intelligence? Why would Elder Danzo do that? Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who was watching the video, looked utterly bewildered. Hold on. I want to take the blame for this. It was Kakashi who leaked the information. Obito, why did you do this? Said Kakashi Hatake. I should be asking you, Minato Sensei. How could you as a teacher fail to recognize your own student in such a situation, retorted Obito Uchiha. But you were wrapped up like a dumpling. Who could possibly recognize you as Sedanoki? The scene continued. The next moment the space in the distance warped and Obito slowly emerged from within. Who are you? Could you be Madara Uchiha? Who knows? No, that's impossible. Madara Uchiha died long ago. Who you are no longer matters now. Why are you targeting Konoha? Minato shook his head, his tone icy. Perhaps it was a whim, or maybe it was long premeditated. Obito spoke with an enigmatic tone. As he spoke, he pulled out an iron chain from his cloak, flexed his wrist, and a disdainful expression crossed his face. The next moment, both sides charged at each other. As before, Minato's attack passed through Obito's body. Obito then wrapped the chain around Minato. In an instant, Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly vanishing and breaking free from Obito's grasp. Watching Minato appear at a distance, Obito was utterly astonished. As expected of his teacher, his reaction speed was truly remarkable. Their inner monologues appeared on the screen, and the audience watching the video was thoroughly thrilled. After the brief exchange, Minato had already analyzed many crucial pieces of information. First, the enemy solidifies when attacking. In other words, only by targeting the moment of their clash could he have a chance to defeat Obito. In other words, whoever is faster will decide the outcome. Minato's eyes grew resolute. As expected of the yellow flash, his combat experience is truly overwhelming, said Fourth Hokage. I'm quite curious. How will this Obito end up losing, said Inoki. On the surface, Obito holds all the advantages. How could he possibly lose, said Mizukage to Rumime. Hard to say. The Fourth Hokage must have discovered Obito's weakness, said Itachi Uchiha. The scene continued. Both sides charged at each other again. Unlike before, Minato swiftly hurled a kunai forward. The kunai bore the Flying Thunder God seal, allowing Minato to instantly teleport with this strike. Obito watched the kunai hurtling toward him, a sneer on his face. As before, he used Kamui to phase his body. The kunai passed through his head. Under the moonlight, Obito was about to reach out and touch Minato's body. The kunai had completely passed through Obito's head. Obito was brimming with confidence. He decisively deactivated his phasing ability. But then an anomaly occurred. A Rasengan abruptly formed in Minato's hand, its azure light instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. I've got him. Obito thought he had victory in his grasp. The next moment, with a whoosh, Minato vanished from his spot. He appeared above Obito, turning his body. At that moment, the music swelled. Minato twisted his frame and slammed the Rasengan into Obito's back. Bang! The ground immediately cracked and fissured. Obito's body crashed heavily to the floor, his pupils contracting sharply. No good. He teleported along with the kunai just now. The audience watching the video was stunned. The Fourth Hokage, that was way too cool. But at the same time, it was so risky. Wasn't Minato afraid of being sucked into Kamui? After all, only a mere few seconds had passed. If he had been even half a beat slower, wouldn't Minato have lost outright? This is the Flying Thunder God second step. Minato's voice was cold. After all, only a mere few seconds had passed. If he had been even half a beat slower, wouldn't Minato have lost outright? This is the Flying Thunder God second step. The air was thick with smoke. Obito leaped up in panic, landing high above his arm, peeling off like viscous liquid. Below, Minato stood up unhurriedly, his expression frigid. You really turned the tables on me. Grandpa is so cool. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique too, said Boruto Uzumaki. Enough, Boruto, can you stop making such a fuss, said Sarada Uchiha. I suspect Boruto is just showing off, said Uebiano. The new generation watched Minato's brilliant performance with great excitement. Minato was not only handsome, but also incredibly intelligent. Through the battle just now, he had directly analyzed the enemy's weakness and counterattacked. Who else in the ninja world could do that? The scene continued. Obito stared at Minato from a distance, his expression cautious. Just as he was about to retreat, Minato suddenly appeared before him and decisively struck his abdomen. Bang! Obito froze. Flying Thunder God technique. So, you marked me. The contractual link between Obito and the Nine Tails was swiftly severed by Minato. In that case, the Nine Tails is no longer yours. In the distance, the rampaging Nine Tails quickly regained its consciousness, but the recovery seemed hardly effective. The Nine Tails continued to vent its fury, relentlessly destroying Konoha. Obito broke free from Minato's hold again, standing on a branch, staring down at Minato. As expected of the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, I can't afford to be careless even for a moment. I never thought you would wound my hand and separate me from the Nine Tails. But the Nine Tails will be mine sooner or later. Just wait. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Obito quickly disappeared into Kamui. In Konoha, the people watched Minato's defeat of Obito and marveled at his extraordinary intelligence. After all, Minato held no advantage at the time, and the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it became for him. The Nine Tails was still wreaking havoc across Konoha, and his wife was in critical danger. Under such circumstances, Minato remained calm. Truly a man among men. I feel Grandpa is even stronger than Dad. This is so cool, said Boruto Uzumaki. Boruto, the seventh Hokage, is also incredible. There's no need to praise one by putting down the other, said Sarada Uchiha. That's right. But speaking of the fourth Hokage, he doesn't seem to have any special secret techniques, said Uebiano. Does that mean the fourth Hokage came from a common background, said Denki Kaminaraman. Truly worthy of the fourth Hokage, just like the seventh Hokage, both handsome and gentle, said Choji Akimichi. In Amage Cure, Nagato watched Minato's performance on the high screen with astonishment. By seniority, Minato was his junior disciple, wasn't he? He never expected his junior disciple to be so cool. In Kumogi Cure, truly worthy of my lifelong rival, said the Raikage, arms crossed, his expression stern. Oh yeah, that's right. The yellow flash of Konoha is even stronger than me and Big Bro, Killer Bee sang in his grating rap. In Kirigakure, the Mizukage looked up at the screen, equally astonished. The fourth Hokage is truly handsome. What a pity he already has a wife. Mizukage Terumi may let out a long sigh. Mizukage-sama. Chojuro hesitated, then fell silent. Jiraiya. Indeed, no one can compare to Minato's excellence. At that moment, the scene on the screen shifted. Obito, after destroying Konoha, wandered among the various ninja villages. In the scene, of filthy and desolate ruin unfolds. A group of vagrants are cruelly dismembering bodies. To survive, they even boil and eat the nearby infants alive. After eating the infants in their hands, the vagrants' bellies swelled up, yet they still felt unbearably hungry. They then turned their gaze to a newly captured little girl. The girl was very beautiful, but unfortunately she was mute. The little girl's legs trembled uncontrollably. She knew her fate well, but like a lamb to the slaughter, she had no means to survive. Daidu stared at the crowd in the distance, his expression cold and stern. The little girl in the distance reminded him of Lin, an aura exactly the same as Lin's. Daidu used his Shunwei ability to snap the necks of all the vagrants in the distance, then took out some bread from his space and handed it to the little sister before him. After doing this, Daidu disappeared again from the spot. Next, he had to go to control the fourth Mizukage Shirtsong. Daimu. It seems that this Daidu is not inherently evil. Chimu Kakashi Daidu. Even so, do you still have to do this? Uchiha Daidu. Look at these tragic incidents in the video. This is the reason I want to create a new world. Chinsho Jujian. I don't understand. Back then I distributed the tailed beasts to the major ninja villages. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't start a war? Chinsho Feijian. Big brother, you are too naive. They didn't start a war only because they feared your strength. Chinsho Jujian. But in the Pure Land space, Jujian looked at the scenes of people eating each other on the celestial screen, feeling deeply shocked. He never dreamed that these people would do such absurd things to fill their stomachs. Big brother, your decision to distribute the tailed beasts was completely wrong. Feijian looked at his elder brother with a serious face, his tone full of disappointment that he could not become what he was expected. Jujian fell into a long silence. Uchiha Sarana. Our era is still too comfortable. Ita Yeson Koeya. These people feel so evil. Uzumaki Boruto. So is Uncle Daida's plan correct? To create a world where everyone is equal and everyone can live a happy and blissful life. Raimon Denki. Then everyone won't need to work anymore, and everyone can live on interest for a lifetime. Chinsho Jujian. But this is all false, no different from dreaming. Chinsho Feijian. Big brother, just keep watching. Sigh. The scene continues. The fourth Mizukage was quickly controlled. He implemented a series of policies in the Kirigakure village, and it soon became the Bloody Mist village. Seeing this, the people watching the video were shocked again. No wonder the Kirigakure village's economy had declined so much. It was Daidu manipulating behind the scenes. Uchiha Itachi. Daidu has hurt many people along the way. Uchiha Daidu. To achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi, this is what must be done. Chimu Kakashi. Daidu, are you really going to make this decision? The scene continues. Daidu then returned to Konohagakure, found Uchiha Itachi, and cooperated with him. Daidu was responsible for killing the members of the security force. The camera switches. In the corridor, a man resembling a convict held a long blade. With each step, his figure teleported, looking extremely oppressive. Seeing this, the crowd could no longer hold back. Uchiha Sasuke. Dad, you told me to learn from Daidu. Is there still a need to learn? Uchiha Fugaku. Cough cough. Uchiha Izuna. Damn, I'm so angry watching this. Daidu Itachi, you are simply inhuman. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Daitu. Uchiha Madara, Ototo calm down. The scene continues. Daitu collected a large number of Sharingan eyes. After all, these Sharingan were spare, revival armors, that must be cherished. After collecting these revival armors, Daitu found Uchiha Itachi, and they went to the Akatsuki organization together. Daitu, under the identity of a Fae, acted crazy and stupid in the Akatsuki. He did this with a purpose. High in the sky, the screen turned again, and a title appeared on the image. Tiger-striped mask treads on ghostly souls, swirl mask feigns idiocy. Inside the chat group Changshilang, this title is pretty cool. Goju Shungla. So was the grandfather in the video controlled by Daitu. Daitu's Jinjutsu level is too powerful. Nizukage Terumi Mei, after all, Daitu studied under Uchiha Madara. It is because Daitu controlled the Kirigakure village that the village's economy declined so much. Uchiha Sasuke, I can't watch anymore. How could Daitu attack his own clan members like this? Sasuke looked at the scene in the sky, his face full of anger. If it were him, he would never stab his own teammates. Absolute. Uzumaki Karen, as expected of Sasuke-kun, such a strong sense of justice. But for some reason my chest hurts a little. Uchiha Sasuke Young. Shimura Danzo, this entire wall of Sharingan. Daitu, why don't you hand them? Uchiha Izuna. You idiot, what are you yelling about? Full screen of curses. Uchiha Izuna has been muted again for 1 hour. Uchiha Madara, Ototo calm down. I had long guessed that the Uchiha clan would end up like this. That day I left the village. Uchiha Tekka. Madara-sama, we were all waiting for you at the back door, but you left through the front door. Uchiha Madara. The scene continues. Daitu continued to act crazy and stupid, which indeed worked. On the surface he was just a fool, but behind the scenes he was the real leader of the Akatsuki. Even Uzumaki Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, had to obey Daitu. Otherwise Daitu wouldn't mind using the power of the Sharingan to eliminate Nagato. Otsutsuki Kagaya bubble. Otsutsuki Ishiki Kagaya, you traitor. Changshilang, the two above don't seem to be locals. The scene continues. Daitu and Deidara then began to capture the Three Tails. Along the way Daitu disguised himself as a Fae, constantly acting crazy and stupid. Watching Daitus' exaggerated acting, the people viewing the video were amused. This Fae is quite interesting. Deidara kept bickering with the Fae, every time the two looking like comedy performers. Camera switch. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the lake surface. The two quickly defeated the Three Tails. Deidara molded 2 large birds, dragged the corpse of the Three Tails, and kept talking about his art. However, Daitu lay on the back of the Three Tails silent, and still completely different from his previous lively personality. Deidara glanced at a Fae, his eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong with this guy? Did he get dumped? Deidara, I never expected. This Fae is actually Daitu. Haiden, this acting is too realistic. It could even win an Oscar. Uchiha Itachi, I admit Daitus' acting is much better than mine. Uchiha Daitu. Uzumaki Baruto, by the way, why did Daitu in the video stop talking? Uchiha Sarana, maybe he thought of Lin. Ketsuno Awabe. Even such a strong person has weaknesses. Watching everyone in the chat group berating Daitu, Mingren, who was still handling office affairs, could no longer bear it. After all, Uncle Daitu had once saved his life. Xuanhua Mingren Young. Ahem, let me give you a spoiler. Later on, Uncle Daitu truly becomes a savior. As soon as Mingren finished speaking, everyone in the ninja world was baffled. Wait, Daitu is already this despicable. How can he become a savior later? That's just laughable, isn't it? Xuanhua Baruto, I don't believe it anyway. Nothing that idiot father says is true. You Ino Awabe, well, I don't really believe it either. Mitsuki, if Baruto doesn't believe it, then neither do I. Uchiha Sarada, then I believe it because it's the 7th Hokage who said it. Uchiha Madara, that Daitu fellow can become a savior. In the Pure Land space, Uchiha Madara was utterly bewildered. Wasn't that Daitu his pawn? How would he later break free from his control? Senju Tobarama, someone like this can become a savior. I don't believe Daitu will ever reform. Senju Hashirama, Brother Mingren has no reason to deceive us. What if Daitu really does reform later? Uchiha Shimetsu, if Daitu becomes a savior, he'll have my way with a 3-speed electric fan. Hinata Daiki, then he'll have my way with a big tree. The scene continues. Several years later, Uchiha Itachi was soon killed by Sasuke. Upon hearing this outcome, Daitus' face showed full satisfaction. He no longer had to pretend. He had been acting foolish all along because he feared Itachi might guess his identity. After all, Uchiha Itachi was different from others. His Sharingan could see through people's hearts. Lord Daitu, what do you plan to do next? White Zetsu hesitated. Daitus' face was filled with excitement as he hopped on a branch in agitation. How wonderful. I can hardly believe it. Of course I'm tricking you. Daitus' voice suddenly shifted to a hoarse, smoky tone, and a wave of oppressive pressure emanated. Mingren and the others below froze. What was going on with this guy? Daitu reached up to cover his face, and like a magician, it slowly slid off. In an instant his body vanished from the spot. Watching Daitu disappear, Mingren and the others were tense with fear. Was this still the same jester who had been grinning all along? How had he suddenly transformed into something so terrifying? The scene shifted. Daitu found Sasuke, and as he looked at the pouring rain and the Amaterasu flames scattered around his face was filled with shock. Truly worthy of Itachi. Even at death's door he used Amaterasu to form a protective barrier. Mizukage Terumi May, this Daitu is way too cautious of Itachi. Chojuro, given his cautious nature, he has to be on guard. Darui, does Uchiha Itachi's ability counter Daitu? Jiraiya, probably. A healthy Itachi should be able to defeat Daitu. The scene continues. Sasuke woke up, dazed in a cave, and the first thing he saw was Daitu, wearing a tight black bodysuit that accentuated his muscles. On Konoha streets, Kakashi watched the scene on the screen, and suddenly felt a sting in his nose. Blood began to flow. He swore it was just because of the heat. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Sakura asked, bewildered. It's the heat. I'm going to buy some iced tea, Kakashi said, lazily rubbing the back of his head. Uchiha Obito, worthless Kakashi, I know you're thinking of me. Hatake Kakashi. Darui, here it comes, the tradition of Konoha village. Hatake Sakomo Kakashiyu. The scene continues. Sasuke stared at Daitu before him. The moment their eyes met, blood tears streamed from Sasuke's pupils. The next second, Amaterasu flames ignited on Daitu's shoulder. Daitu's pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated into the shadows, enduring the excruciating pain of the fire. Then used Izanagi to nullify the Amaterasu. Indeed, truly worthy of Itachi. Even in death he was scheming against me. Daitu gritted his teeth and approached Sasuke again, recounting the truth about Itachi. Sasuke listened, sweat beading on his forehead. What is this guy talking about? Uchiha Sasuke, is this true? Kagaya Otsutsuki, bubbling. Jiraiya, foolish child, Daitu is clearly lying to you. The scene continues. Daitu spoke with 7 parts truth and 3 parts lies. The gist was that Konoha was at fault. The Uchiha clan had no wrongdoing, and the Nine Tails incident was an accident. He hadn't started it. However, Itachi cared deeply for you. Even in his final moments he was worried about you. But fortunately Itachi didn't know everything about me, or I would have died just now. Daitu said in a dejected tone. Enough. Do you understand, Itachi, or do I? He killed the entire clan. He's a bastard. Sasuke grabbed his collar, his face burning with anger. Then why did you alone survive? Daitu's words struck Sasuke's pupils. That's right. Why had he alone survived that day? Uchiha Sasuke, is that really how it is? Uchiha Itachi. Yes, I originally wanted to conceal the truth. Uchiha Shursue, Itachi, you've carried too much on your journey. Schwanwa Baruto, Sasuke-sensei, I had such a painful childhood. Mamashiki Otsutsuki, don't worry, your future will be even more painful. You Inoue, Baruto's family, are all officials. Will his future be painful? You're joking. Raiden Dento, let's keep watching. After Sasuke learns the truth, will he fall to darkness? Kuratsuchi, obviously, since this Daitu is deceiving Sasuke. Senju Hashirama, damn, how come I feel like you're all committing fraud? Senju Tobarama, what a pity. Without Konoha's anti-fraud app, Sasuke won't fall into so many traps. The scene continues. Daitu, having learned from Uchiha Madara, perfectly mastered Madara's telecom fraud techniques, and Sasuke was quickly brainwashed. It must be said that Daitu was truly clever. He knew how to exploit Sasuke's weak points to brainwash him. Sasuke's social experience was still immature, and he quickly believed Daitu's one-sided story. He thought Konoha owed the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Itachi, so Konoha had to pay the price. Thus Sasuke formed Team Hibi and awakened his Mangekyo. The team's only goal was to destroy Konoha. Uchiha Sarada, no wonder Dad's anti-fraud investigation skills are so strong. He's been deceived since childhood. Schwanwa Baruto, I feel a bit sorry for Sasuke-sensei. Daitu is too wicked, using Sasuke's sympathy for Itachi to make him do his dirty work. The scene continues. Many years passed, and poor Sasuke kept working as Daitu's unpaid labor, fighting one after another. The scene shifts to the Land of Iron, where the 5 Kage summit was proceeding orderly. But at that moment a distortion appeared high in the sky, and Daitu emerged from the Kimui, space, his voice icy. As the saying goes, the king descends from heaven furious and fierce. The audience watching the video looked puzzled. What was Daitu trying to do? Could it be that he had come to confess and kowtow to the 5 Kage? That would make sense. After all, these were the 5 Kage. Surely Daitu wouldn't dare declare war right in front of them. Everyone's faces showed disdain. Yuzhibo Sasuke, is Daitu planning to admit his mistake? Delui, after all, these are the 5 Kage. Hey too, Daitu came to find these 5 people in person, probably to apologize. Everyone thought Daitu was going to apologize. After all, these were the 5 Kage, the 5 strongest individuals in the entire ninja world. Daitu came here alone, and besides reconciliation, no one could think of any other reason. The screen continued. I am Yuzhibo Ban, and I have come to discuss something with you. Daitu stepped onto the stone slab, his eyes full of disdain. He stood before the 5 Kage and stated his plan to destroy this world. Watching this, the viewers all felt that Daitu was insane. Announcing your plan right in front of your enemies. Aren't you afraid of being stopped? Daitu looked at the 5 cautious figures, his eyes brimming with contempt. Fine, I knew you wouldn't agree. In that case, Daitu stood high above, looking down on them with disdain. The 4th Great Ninja War. I declare war here. Bang! Thunder and lightning flashed outside the window, and the faces of the viewers instantly froze. What? You came here alone just to declare war on the entire ninja world? Daitu, are you crazy? Xian Wabo run. Hey, no kidding. Isn't Daitu alone? Nai Liang Lu Tai. Daitu found the 5 Kage to declare the Great Ninja War. What is his purpose? Shan Zhong Jingzhan. It really is strange when you look at it. Qian Shou Fei Jian. Is Daitu doing this to draw fight? Qian Shou Zhu Jian. Brother, why do you think so? Yuzhibo Yu, there are still too few clues. Let's continue. The viewers watching the video saw Daitu declaring war on the whole world and couldn't help but gasp. This Daitu is too incredible. He single-handedly provoked the entire ninja war, all for the peace of this world, to reform the ninja system and to let everyone live in a beautiful dream. If this were in ancient times, Daitu would be the greatest benefactor, his name forever remembered in history. At that moment, the scene in the high sky suddenly shifted. Daitu quickly found Do, and the two began discussing the terms of their cooperation. Do, being a grave robber, had dug up all the coffins of the strongest figures from past generations. As long as he wished, he could resurrect them all. Seeing this, the viewers fell into silence. Seriously, Shiwan, how did your disciple become so wicked? Zilai Yi, I can't watch anymore. Shiwan, how can you always take your disciple grave robbing? Qian Shou Gang Shou, indeed you two, master and disciple, are truly evil. Shiwan, it seems Do has perfectly inherited my strengths. Yao Shi Do Shiwansama. The screen continued. Using Qian Shou Zhu Jian cells, Yao Shi Do quickly created a full 100,000 Baiju. 100,000 Baiju. The ninja world gasped again. Do also summoned a large number of famous strong figures from the ninja world. Looking at the familiar figures before him, Daitu frowned. This guy is no simple character. During the Bo-Rin era, at an orphanage, a large number of reporters began interviewing the director, Yao Shi Do. After all, no one expected that this gentle big brother at the orphanage used to be so ferocious. Shocking. The director teaches orphans to ascend and become dragons every day. A massive earthquake in Muyi village. A director of an orphanage has such a dark past. The untold secret between the 7th Hokage and director, Yao Shi Do. At a burger shop, the new generation turned to look at Si Yue, their faces equally astonished. Si Yue, if we remember correctly, that Do should be your uncle, right? Zuoliang Na said, surprised. Yes, he is on good terms with my mother. Si Yu nodded, his voice gentle. Unbelievable. I feel like anyone is stronger than my dad. Bo-Rin rested his head on his hands, speaking with emotion. In the chat group to Yimu, I thought Daitu came here to declare war just to show off, but I didn't expect he actually had such confidence. Si Dai laying AI, from now on everyone in Yunin village will protect the coffins. Shueing Zhao Mei Ming us too. Si Dai Feng Ing Luo Sha, same as above. Yuan Fei Rijan. Shiwan, look at the disciple you've raised. You rebellious disciple. Shiwan, it's fine, Rizan Sensei, we will meet again soon. The screen continued. Seeing the massive scale of enemies, the viewers gasped again. After the two reached an agreement, Daitu planned to retrieve Chongmen's reincarnation eye and summon the Outer Path demon statue. Xian Wu Chongmen, so I'm dead in the future. Xiaonan, impossible. Who could defeat Pei En? Dita La, damn, there's someone stronger than the boss. Yuzhibo Ban, Chongmen is nothing more than a grain of sand. Xian Wu Chongmen, at least I'm infinitely stronger than a certain blabbermouth. Jian Nai Yen Bu, exactly, everyone's here hyping up Yuzhibo Ban. But in the end, Ban can't even show any. The new generation, that's right, Yuzhibo Ban is all talk. The screen continued. Rain poured down endlessly from the high sky, and countless steel pipes interwove like a maze. This was Yuin village. The space rippled, and Daitu soon stood on a steel pipe. He looked around as if searching for something. Looking for something, a cold voice came from behind. Where did you put Chongmen's remains? Daitu glanced at Xiao Nan, thinking it would be better to avoid trouble. If Xiaonan handed over the remains, he would spare her. Jiao Du, seeing this, see, I have a bad feeling for some reason. In the Xiao organization, Jiao Du clutched his chest, panting and looking very exhausted. Jiao Du, what's wrong with you? Fei Duan looked at Jiao Du in confusion. I don't know either. Just a bad feeling. Jiao Du wiped the sweat from his forehead, staring at Xiao Nan with a strange expression. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Xiaonan seemed to be staring back at him. Dita La will die to kill Xiaonan. Yuzhibo die too. Why would I kill her for no reason? Chimu Kakashi great. Die too, I knew you were. The screen continued. The atmosphere was cold and desolate. The viewers watching the screen couldn't help but shiver. Why does this village always rain? It looks so chilly. Chongmin is not here. Xiaonan shook her head, then her body transformed into a swarm of paper cranes drifting past Dai Tu into the distance. Dai Tu's eyes turned cold as he slowly turned around, his body absorbed into a vortex. Far away on a vast ocean, there were 2 abandoned steel pipes. The paper cranes soon landed on them, coalescing into Xiaonan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Tu also emerged from the rippling space. Staring at Dai Tu in the distance, Xiaonan's eyes were ice cold. It seems you won't tell me where Chongmin is. Dai Tu spoke slowly. I knew you would come looking for me, so I've already prepared myself. Xiaonan said meaningfully. The viewers watched Xiaonan's confident demeanor and couldn't help but wonder. What trump card did she have? GCUN Tuan Song. I can't stand this anymore. Such a powerful ability as the reincarnation I should be given to me. Xian Wa Chongmen. Xian Wa Bo Ren. I think this Tuan Song is a bit stupid. Jiao Du, this isn't the time for that. Don't you think this sea is strange? Qian Shou Zhu Jian, now that you mention it. It is a bit strange. Xuanhua Boren, what's strange about this? Isn't this just a big ocean? Rixiang Ningzi Boren, how is your training now? Xuanhua Boren, I've learned the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Rixiang Rizu, haste makes waste. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Rixiang Richa, brother, you don't need to be so strict with your grandson. Rixiang Rizu, strictness is exactly what's needed. Qianshou Zhujian, after Obito took the Rinnegan, will his strength become even greater? Qianshou Feijian, with the Rinnegan and the Kemui ability, one can hardly imagine how strong Obito will be. I'm afraid even you, brother, are no match for him, right? Yuzhibo Chuan, truly worthy of being a genius of our clan. Yuzhibo Ban, just so-so. Xiaochun Uchiha Ban is just showing off here. It seems the history in the textbooks is fake. Yuzhibo Ziliangna, though I hate to admit it, it really seems to be the case. The new generation all didn't believe that Uchiha Ban had any real power. What did they see in the textbooks? Uchiha Ban, over 50 years old after being resurrected, was online dancing. In the process of dancing, he killed the 5 Kage. Then he also killed Mr. Sasuke, the 7th Hokage. Such absurd history. Tell me who would believe it. This is not to blame the new generation for not believing history. After all, the history depicted in the textbooks was too fake. If it weren't for this celestial screen appearing, people would really not believe that a bunch of dead people would be resurrected and then inexplicably fight with the living. Xuanhua Chongmen, the Rinnegan side effects are very strong. Obito, you can't handle it. Yuzhibo Daitu, I'll know once I try. Chimu Kakashi, Obito, please come back to Konoha village. The scene continues. Konan is a woman of few words but ruthless actions. She is determined to protect Nagato's remains at all costs. She would never allow someone like Obito to trample on the treasure of the Rain Shadow village. Konan conjured a massive amount of paper which quickly pierced through Obito's body. Obito let these paper pieces pass through his body. Amidst the sea of paper around him, he quickly found a cold and stunningly beautiful face. Without further ado, Obito grabbed Konan's neck and immediately refined. Boom. The power of Kemui space began to absorb Konan and also sucked in the surrounding paper pieces. Unfortunately, Konan had originally planned a mutual destruction. Among the vast amount of paper, she had secretly concealed tens of thousands of explosive tags. Catching a glimpse of the astonishing number of explosive tags, Obito's pupils contracted. Boom. A blinding white light flashed intensely and a violent explosion directly blasted open a huge splash of water. Seeing this, the people watching the video immediately pulled out question marks. Know what's going on? Are these two going to die together? Dadara, the number of these explosive tags is a bit much. Haiden, exactly why did Konan take out all her savings? Xiaonan ahem. Akatsuki organization. Konan's expression was somewhat disdainful. This little bit of explosive tags. That's nothing at all. Of course, if people were to see that this entire Pacific Ocean was filled with explosive tags, who knows what they would think. Kakuza might be the first to have an accident. Jiaodu, the ominous premonition is getting stronger. Yuzhibo Fuyue, you didn't appear in the video, so why are you nervous? Yuzhibo's Weiju, looking closely at the strength of these two in the video, it doesn't seem that strong. As long as I'm in the mood. Xuanhua Boren. Ahem. Boruto's expression was somewhat embarrassed. He had already known that his master Sasuke was so fond of boasting when he was young, completely different from the mature and steady Sasuke now. The scene continues. The smoke gradually dissipated. A large amount of wreckage appeared on the sea surface. The paper pieces burned out, floating wetly on the water. Half of Obito's mask, as well as the red cloud Akatsuki robe, also floated on the sea surface, tinged with blood. The entire scene looked exceptionally tragic and heroic. Obito had lost one arm and his mask was half broken. I really underestimated you. Come to think of it, you are after all a member of the Akatsuki. High in the air, Konan was panting heavily, looking equally distressed. She had originally planned to die together with Obito, but unexpectedly it failed now. Since that's the case, there is still one backup move. That is Kakuzu's tears. It seems my action was faster. I even absorbed the explosion, though I suffered a minor injury. Obito said coldly. You owe me for saving your life. Hurry up and thank me. Shimu Kakashi. Obito is quite polite. Yuzhibo Dai too. If you honestly hand over Nagato's body to me, I won't kill you. Xiaonan, you also want Nagato's Rinnegan. Impossible. Mine, so my body was made into pain by Nagato. Schwanwachoman, that's right. It's my favorite type, directly made into a puppet. Dashawan, I never expected that the real leader of the Akatsuki organization was Nagato. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru barely restrained the urge to lick his tongue. He really hadn't expected that this pain was actually a puppet. To think he had wanted to steal a puppet's Rinnegan. Lord Kazekage, are you feeling unwell? Rizen's gentle voice came. No, Lord Hokage. Your disciple Orochimaru might be very eager to see you right now. Orochimaru looked at Rizen with a meaningful gaze. Alas, don't mention him to me. He is a rebellious disciple. Rizen's expression was pained, but thinking of Orochimaru as a child, his expression softened somewhat. This scene was observed by Orochimaru, his eyes complex. Schwanwa Boren, I don't understand, so I asked Sister Konan, is there any other backup move? Xiaonan, yes there is. Jinai Yambu, but it doesn't look like there is a backup. The scene continues. Do you know why I betrayed you and chose to believe in Naruto? Konan asked a strange question. I don't know and I don't want to know. It's just your foolish choice. Obito heard this with a look of disdain. Because after meeting Naruto, I realized the light. You are nothing but darkness. In a world without light, flowers will wither. With these words, Konan's gaze turned cold. The next second, the pupils of the people watching the video violently contracted. Because what did they see? The sea surface where Obito stood was suddenly cut open, revealing a bottomless abyss below. Obito stared at the tens of thousands of paper pieces below, his face full of shock. The people watching the video were equally shocked. This technique actually cut the entire Pacific Ocean in half. Obito's body began to plummet rapidly. Just as he was about to enter Kamui space to escape, Konan decisively controlled the explosive tags and stuck them onto Obito's body. If Obito transferred into Kamui space, these explosive tags would follow him in leaving no time to dodge. With no other choice, Obito had to use his intangibility ability. Obito glanced at the explosive tags around him, his face filled with shock, as if he had seen a ghost. What came into view were dense layers of explosive tags, countless beyond measure. Yuzhibo, I don't understand, so I asked how many explosive tags are there? Dadara, probably tens of millions. Xiaonan, not even close. Jiaodu, I feel a pain in my chest. The scene continues. It seems your space-time movement failed. Before betraying you, I wasn't idle. I investigated your information and learned your weak. Konan looked down at Obito from above. She manipulated the surrounding explosive tags, continuously sticking them onto Obito's body. Your ability to phase through matter lasts about 5 minutes. To kill you, I prepared a full 600 billion explosive tags. Enjoy yourself. In Kamui space, Obito, still watching the video, was dumbfounded, his lips trembling. No, tell me this many. How many? Jiaodu, Konan, where did you get so many explosive tags? Xiaonan, your savings. Seeing the 4 cold words from Konan, Kakuzu's pupils contracted. He felt he was about to meet his ancestors. In the Boruto era, the pencils in the new generation's hands snapped and fell to the ground. They were just having this history lesson. Seeing the 600 billion explosive tags depicted in the book, everyone thought it was fake. How could there be such an exaggerated number? But looking at the celestial screen in the sky, people looked at each other. Sarada, I feel like everyone in your clan is so amazing. Boruto's lips trembled. Enduring 600 billion explosive tags, Obito is no longer human either. Denki's lips also trembled. Everyone fell into a state of shock. Konan had prepared a full 600 billion explosive tags to kill Obito. Obito was a ruthless man as well, directly choosing to endure those 600 billion explosive tags. Damn, Obito, big bro, you're taking a bath in there. The new generation was too scared to speak. Daidara, Sister Konan's artistic level is far above mine. Haiden, this is no longer about art. Kakuzu is dead now. Kakuzu, I think I can still be saved. Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu clutched his chest, foaming at the mouth, looking extremely pained. He felt as if he was already talking to the king of hell. That damn Konan. You took all my savings to buy explosive tags, you're truly wicked. Uchiha Obito, I just wanted to ask for directions. If you had honestly told me where Nagato's body is, I might not have even fought you. Conan, how I will not hand over Nagato's body to you. Uchiha Itachi, with such a large area of explosive tags going off, Obito will at least shed his skin, even if he doesn't die. Uchiha Izuna, this is the foundation of our Uchiha clan. Inogen, taking a bath in 600 billion explosive tags. Sarada, your family is too terrifying. Raimon Denki, exactly, the Uchiha clan is just too strong. Tsubaki, I always thought the Hyuga clan was the strongest, but I never expected. The Uchiha clan is the strongest. Hayashi Hyuga. Well, now Hayashi was a bit embarrassed. He originally thought the Hyuga clan was much stronger than the Uchiha clan. But looking at the scenes on the celestial screen, he now fell into silence. The Uchiha clan has Izanami Izanagi and the Susanoo technique. What does the Hyuga clan have? Hashirama Senju. By the way, the explosion has been going on for so long. Obito isn't really dead, is he? Tobirama Senju, no, not yet. He used Izanagi. Jiraiya, Obito pulled out an Izanagi. The scene continues. Boom, boom, boom. The scale of this violent explosion looked enormous. Everyone watching the video was stunned. There was a lot of smoke around, covering everything, making it impossible to see clearly. Conan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, with a large number of paper pieces floating on the sea surface. The god of paper technique has been undone. Sweat dripped from Conan's forehead. She had used up all her chakra. After all, activating 600 billion explosive tags was truly not something an ordinary person could accomplish. But with this, Madara should be. Conan staggered forward, about to say something, when a sense of pressure came from behind. Dead. Conan's pupils contracted. With a sound of puncture, her abdomen was pierced through by Obito. Drip, drip, a large amount of blood flowed down. Why? You should have been killed. Conan turned her head, lips trembling, her face full of disbelief. You know, she had rehearsed this move countless times. How could it fail? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded again. Wait, what do you mean by countless times? Uchiha Itachi, countless times. Kisame Hashigaki, the organization really is full of hidden talents. Daidara, this rehearsed countless times. Master Kakuzu's savings must have been completely burned up. Haiden, can you stop talking? Master Kakuzu is already about to die. Akatsuki organization. Haiden looked at Kakuzu with a bewildered face. Kakuzu finally woke up, took a look at the scene on the celestial screen. Well, now he fainted again. What do you mean by rehearsed countless times? Conan, you are truly a genius. Madara Uchiha, in a sense, Obito's talent is not bad, using Izanagi so perfectly. Tobirama Senju, Obito used phasing to withstand 5 minutes of explosion, then perfectly avoided the remaining explosion with Izanagi. Hashirama Senju, the foundation of the Uchiha is too amazing, isn't it? Uchiha Izuna. This is the power of the Uchiha. The scene continues. Obito explained to Conan the principle of his technique. As he spoke, the 3 tomo in his left eye quickly closed. Obito then fooled Conan, who was confused. She looked at the black rod, piercing her abdomen, her eyes full of disbelief. She never dreamed that the Uchiha could have such power. You? Who are you? Conan asked weakly. The world believes that Madara Uchiha was defeated by Hashirama Senju, but what is the truth? The one with long-term vision is the victor, Obito said meaningfully. Hearing Obito's words, everyone watching the video also became thoughtful. Boruto Uzumaki, Master Sasuke, is Madara Uchiha still alive? Sasuke Uchiha, he should probably be. Nagato Uzumaki, my Rinnegan is from Madara Uchiha. Madara's contingency plan is too meticulous. Uchiha Itachi, truly worthy of being the ancestor of our Uchiha clan. Naruto Uzumaki, what's that saying? The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Shikamaru Nara, Naruto, where did you learn that again? The scene continues. The two were still talking when the dark clouds in the sky were broken by a ray of sunlight. Sunlight spilled onto the ground, reflecting a rainbow, looking very beautiful. Obito looked up at this scene, his face full of surprise. This country that had been crying all the time had actually stopped crying. It was as if heaven itself was encouraging Conan. Conan looked at the rainbow in the sky, her gaze firm. Yahiko Nagato, there will not perish. I also believe that Naruto will definitely succeed, and I will become their pillar. Conan quickly broke free and staggered forward, then raised one hand above her head. In the next moment, a ring shape, formed by paper pieces, rapidly shot toward Obito. Obito quickly dodged. The ring of paper fell onto the distant sea surface, instantly kicking up a huge splash. Obito stomped the ground and rushed over with a black rod in hand. Conan reached out again, and a new light cluster formed. The ring that had missed was also controlled by Conan. The 2 rings broke through the sea surface, surrounding Obito. After a bout of struggle, Obito grabbed Conan by the neck. In an instant, Conan fell under Obito's genjutsu and was forced to reveal Nagato's location. After getting the answer he wanted, Obito glanced at Conan and casually threw her onto the sea surface. Obito came to the church and looked at Nagato's corpse with a complex expression, because Nagato's corpse had a faint, almost imperceptible smile on its lips. You're already dead and you're still laughing. Obito closed Nagato's eyes, then stored him in the Kemui space and left. Everything came to a temporary end. Everyone looked at the video on the celestial screen with shocked faces. Konan had meticulously planned and rehearsed her trap countless times to kill Obito. Obito also expended great effort to defeat Konan. Both sides originally had the chance to win. Konan lost because of the information gap. After all, who could have thought that Obito could use Izanagi to avoid death? Tsubaki, amazing. The ninjutsu used by Senior Konan could probably blow up Konoha, right? Boruto Uzumaki, seeing the explosion in the video, am really curious. Why is our village built in a crater? Naruto Uzumaki, young adult, well. Hokage's office. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. Boruto, regarding this question, you'll have to ask your uncle Nagato. Why? Boruto was even more confused. What does the village being built in a crater have to do with Uncle Nagato? It couldn't be that Uncle Nagato did it, could it? Your Uncle Nagato is a hero. He revived everyone in Konoha. As for how the people of Konoha died, don't ask. Boruto was even more confused. Inajin Yamanaka, did Konan just die like that? Shikadai Nara, it seems so. By the way, what does Obito plan to do next? Kakashi Hitaki, Obito, don't be so stubborn anymore. In the sky, the celestial screen suddenly shifted, and several more years passed. Obito now wore a white mask, possessed the Rinnegan, and was controlling the power of six-tailed beasts. Seeing this, the pupils of everyone watching the video sharply contracted. Damn, how did Obito's power increase again? How can anyone fight against Obito with the Rinnegan? Onoki, wow, our village's Jinchuriki is here too. Fourth Wind Shadow Luo Sha, scared me to death, good thing Woluo is not here. Woluo, Bluffing Shuaman, Dai 2 is controlling six-tailed beast Jinchuriki at once. Yara Lin, what level has Dai Tu's combat power reached? Yuzibo Yu, he should be above cage level, right? The scene continues. Mingren and Kalabi walked together, both appearing in the frame. Mingren stared at the distant Dai 2, his eyes filled with anger. The young man decisively executed a rocket headbutt. Dang, after the two collided, they both quickly recoiled some distance. Dai 2 had changed to a new mask. The material was exceptionally hard and impossible to break, also hinting at Dai Tu's resolve at this moment. As long as his mask didn't shatter, then what he was doing was right. Mingren stared at the distant Dai 2, saying angrily, I told you, I will definitely tear off your mask. Wanting to tear off this mask won't be that easy. I will capture you and realize the infinite Tsukuyami. Dai 2 said with icy eyes. Soon he stood on a tree branch, controlling the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki like that. The six-tailed beast Jinchuriki were controlled with great synergy by Dai 2. Facing the numerical advantage of the enemy, Kalabi and Mingren were beaten back step by step. Kalabi, oh yeah, this enemy is too strong. Fourth Lightning Shadow AI. Idiot B, can you stop singing? It's terrible. Kalabi, big brother, you'll regret this, you bastard. Fourth Wind Shadow Luo Sha. Lightning Shadow, can you control your little brother? If you really can't, just kill him. After all, it's almost New Year, killing a kid to liven things up for everyone. Oh, Inoki, I agree with the Wind Shadow's statement. Water Shadow Zao miming. What the hell, liven things up? Ha, you guys are hilarious. Uzumaki Boruto, that's not the point now. My dad in the video is getting completely overwhelmed. Uchiha Sasuke, because I haven't appeared yet, don't panic. Boruto era. Mingren rested his chin on his hands, watching the high-altitude screen with great interest. Time really flies. I was still very young back then. Yeah, time really does fly, said Luan as he smoked a cigarette. He only dared to smoke in the office. If he were at home, his wife would scold him. Sai Mingren and Luan had both become henpecked. The scene continues. Facing the encirclement from afar, Kalabi had no choice but to enter his tailed beast form. Kalabi decisively transformed into a giant octopus which spun continuously. This violent and raging aura quickly destroyed the surrounding area. However, Dai 2 was not stupid. Seeing Kalabi's tailed beast transformation from afar, he likewise controlled the six-tailed beast Jinchuriki to undergo tailed beast transformation. The six gigantic tailed beasts quickly dominated the field, and in an instant they sent the 8 tails and Mingren flying. Maite Kai, so many monsters. Chimu Kakashi, Dai Tu's current strength is terrifying. I'm afraid even Uchiha Madara can't beat him, right? Uchiha Madara, mere grains of sand, not even a fraction of my power. Jinai Yambu, you're just stubborn. Mightily looking at this. The weakest in Sarada's family is Uchiha Madara, right? It's not surprising that the new generation thinks this way. After all, Uchiha Madara never appeared, even once from start to finish. Who knows what his actual strength is? The scene continues. Mingren's body was covered in coral, and he was unable to move. Dai-Tu glanced at Mingren below his face, full of disdain. Got it. He decisively reached out to grab, just about to seize Mingren's face. The next moment Mai-Tai Kai swiftly kicked him, and Dai-Tu had no choice but to activate intangibility again. My strong force whirlwind. Mai-Tai Kai radiating blue light quickly arrived at the battlefield. Kakashi took this opportunity to swiftly carry Mingren away. Dai-Tu grabbed nothing, his face darkened. He slowly turned his head and quickly analyzed the conclusion, using Mingren as bait, waiting for the moment I materialize. Two more troublesome guys. At this moment Mingren slowly opened his eyes. Before him were Kakashi and Mai-Tai Kai, one on each side, staring at the high-altitude Dai-Tu. Although Mai-Tai Kai and Kakashi usually seemed a bit unreliable once they got serious, it was a top-tier match. Even with two more, it's useless. You still can't resist my dojutsu and the power of the tailed beasts. Dai-Tu said disdainfully. I also have the Sharingan. Kakashi said solemnly. Plus the lone blue beast of Mai-Tai Kai's eyes were serious. At this moment Dai-Tu and Kakashi below locked eyes, and the air froze in an instant. Seeing this scene, the viewers watching the video became excited. Uchiha Sarada, Dai-Tu in this period is too strong. Renegade demonic statue of the outer path, plus the power of six-tailed beasts. Uzumaki Boruto, exactly, my dad is no match for him. Yamanaka Inajin, good thing the 6th Hokage arrived on the scene. Mightily, teacher Mai-Tai Kai was so handsome when he was young. Layman Dienshi, so this is the pinnacle battle of the ninja world. The 6th Hokage and his close friend Mai-Tai Kai facing off against the six-tailed beasts in the distance. The scene continues. Dai-Tu didn't bother with nonsense, decisively using his dojutsu to control the six-tailed beasts. The six-tailed beasts quickly divided the battlefield. Under Dai-Tu's control, the six-tailed beasts coordinated seamlessly, sometimes attacking, sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, sometimes feinting, splitting the entire battlefield into two halves. Kalabi and Mingren fought against the three-tailed beasts in the distance, while Kakashi and Mai-Tai Kai dealt with the remaining three. Dai-Tu looked confident, even somewhat relaxed. Controlling six-tailed beasts at once. Could he really handle it? Seeing this, the viewers' pupils contracted. Oh, Inoki, so this is a master of puppetry. Uchiha Itachi, the battle situation in the video doesn't look good. Senju Tobarama, unless Mai-Tai Kai uses the 8 gates, there's no way to win. Mai-Tai Kai, so it's time for the red beast to appear. Shimu Kakashi, Kai, calm down. Wolfeng Schumann, once Mai-Tai Kai uses the 8 gates you will die. Jinai Yambu, if you don't know just ask. Are the 8 gates that powerful? Boruto era. The new generation looked at the high sky, their faces full of confusion. What kind of technique was the 8 gates? Was it powerful? It didn't seem so impressive. The scene continues. Seeing that both sides were exhausted, Dai-Tu looked very satisfied, decisively summoned the 5-tailed beasts from afar, and left 1-tailed beast to restrain Kalabi and Mingren. His idea was simple: make the 5-tailed beasts gather tailed beast balls together and directly blast the entire surrounding area. At this moment, a cold wind blew and the surrounding grass became barren. A great hurricane roared. The tailed beast balls in the mouths of the 5 distant tailed beasts began to gradually swell. Everything looked like the end of the world. This is really bad. Mai-Tai Kai stared at the 5 massive objects in the distance, his face anxious. Kai, don't act rashly. Kakashi shook his head. I'll use my left eye's Kimui to send them flying. No, there are too many. Relying solely on my dojutsu is not enough. Mai-Tai Kai shook his head. The 5-tailed beast balls in the distance were gradually expanding, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Compared to the 5-tailed beast balls in the distance, Kakashi and Mai-Tai Kai appeared incredibly small, like ants. Mai-Tai Kai intended to open the 8 gates, but Kakashi dissuaded him. Meanwhile, Mingren, the situation is critical over there. 5-tailed beast balls are rapidly approaching. Kalabi said anxiously. I understand. Mingren's lips trembled. At this moment he seemed unable to do anything. Just as Mingren was in despair, the 9 tails privately communicated with him. It had fully acknowledged Mingren. The experiences they had gone through together appeared on the screen. The viewers' faces were moved. Mingren stared at the 9 tails in astonishment. He never expected that he could become friends with the 9 tails. In that case, click click. The prison door quickly opened. Mingren spread his arms, looking into the distance with firm eyes. Behind him, the 9 tails was eager to act. In that case, let's go, Kurama. Ah, bang. The music surged at this moment. Mingren's body turned into a golden lightning bolt, rushing swiftly into the distance. The next second, dong. Mingren decisively swept his tail, and in an instant he batted the 5-tailed beast balls away to a distant mountain peak. A violent collapse occurred on the distant mountain peak, and the entire scene looked extremely shocking. What happened? Mai-Tai Kai was stunned. Kakashi looked at the familiar figure in the distance, his pupils constricting. Amid the golden light in the distance, The fourth Hokage's Haori appeared in the frame. Teacher. Kakaxi's lips trembled. Uzumaki Boruto, holy shit, it's getting hype. Uchiha Sarada, as expected of the seventh Hokage. Uchiha Itachi, unbelievable Ming-Rin in the video, actually batted away 5-tailed beast balls directly. Hoshigaki Kisame, Mr. Itachi, why are you so excited? Uchiha Itachi, forgive me, I got a bit carried away. The Naruto in that video might even be stronger than Uchiha Madara. Deidara, is that true? Uzumaki Boruto, that idiot dad is actually this strong. Uchiha Sarada, Boruto, please show some respect for the seventh Hokage. The scene continued, the music surged at this moment. Everyone's faces were brimming with excitement. Kakashi stared at the familiar silhouette in the distance. He rubbed his eyes, his face full of shock. That figure in the distance was not his teacher, but Naruto. No wonder Kakashi had mistaken him. After all, it was a hereditary vision problem of the Uchiha clan. Is it Naruto? Might Guy was equally astounded. Bang, bang, bang. Several mountain peaks in the distance were obliterated by the tailed beast balls. With a single swipe of his tail, Naruto deflected the 5-tailed beast balls to different. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he watched the explosions in the distance. So this is the power of a tailed beast. Incredible. Might Guy wiped the sweat from his brow. High above, Obito looked down upon the crowd with contempt. Deflected all of them, huh? Then, Obito manipulated the 6-tailed beasts and charged forward swiftly. Kakashi and Might Guy tensed up instantly. The viewers watching the video also felt the tension. After all, these were 6-tailed beasts. However, Naruto's gaze was resolute. He believed in the power of his comrades. Let's go, Kurama. Yeah. Boom. A fierce golden lightning bolt exploded. In an instant, the dense golden energy coalesced into a 9-tailed fox. Naruto manipulated the 9 tails and slapped the 6-tailed beasts away with a single strike. Naruto single-handedly held his own against 6-tailed beasts. Witnessing this, the viewers were once again astounded. Was this even possible? The clash between the two sides generated a scorching hot air current that toppled trees for miles around. The ground cracked like a spiderweb. Uzumaki Himawari, that's amazing. Is this dad's big fox? Uzumaki Boruto, so that idiot dad is actually this strong. Mitsuki, to be able to contend with such an opponent. Obito is terrifying too. The scene continued, the smoke gradually dissipated. Kakashi and Might Guy opened their eyes to find themselves enveloped in the 9-tails chakra. Naruto quickly summoned a shadow clone which entered Sage mode and began sensing the control rods in the distance. Since it was his first time activating tailed beast mode, the duration was short, only 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes was enough. Naruto curled his lips and stomped the ground fiercely. Boom. A golden lightning bolt shot into the sky. Since there are too many of them, I might be a bit rougher this time. Sorry. The next moment, the 7 tails high above was swiftly subdued by Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to pull out the rod from its neck, Obito manipulated the 3 tails to charge over, followed by the 5 tails biting Naruto's arm. But that wasn't all. A swarm of tailed beasts stampeded the ground, surrounding Naruto completely. At this point, Kakashi and Might Guy could no longer be of much help. Killer Bee was also resting due to severe injuries. In other words, Naruto would have to face 6-tailed beasts alone, along with Obito high above. Holy crap. Seeing such a massive battle in the video, the viewers were thrilled and gasped in unison. During the Boruto era, that's incredible. Is that the 7th Hokage? Exclaimed Urue Katasuke in astonishment. Indeed amazing. Sweat dripped down Tsubaki's forehead. Truly worthy of the 7th Hokage. Sarada pumped her fist excitedly. Hey Boruto, do you think the 7th Hokage in the video is impressive? Sarada turned to look at the displeased Boruto, a puzzled expression on her face. I bet he's not as strong as Master Sasuke, Boruto replied with its undertone. Of course, seeing his father's younger self perform so brilliantly, Boruto couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. If the 7th Hokage is this strong, then how strong is Sasuke, who can match him? Denki pushed up his glasses. Probably just exaggerated. I agree, Sasuke looks fragile, and he's missing an arm. The crowd didn't believe Sasuke could rival the 7th Hokage. Even Sarada, his own daughter, harbored doubts. But Boruto alone firmly believed Sasuke was the strongest. Uzumaki Boruto, system, when will you feature Master Sasuke? System, the ranking is not in order. Uzumaki Boruto, Sarada, you don't need to always praise Sasuke. Urue Katasuke, Sasuke's strength might only be at the Kage level, nowhere near the 7th Hokage. The scene continued. Naruto swiftly subdued the 3 tails. The next second, the 6 tails charged over. The 2 tails circled the area at high speed, causing the ground to tremble violently. Leave it to me. Naruto extended his arm decisively. Bang! The 2 tails was sent flying by Naruto. The 5 tails tried to resist, but was firmly suppressed by Naruto. Naruto smirked. Good, I found all the positions. This is like a monster attack. My guy couldn't help but comment. Kakashi nodded in shock as well. High above, Obito watched the scene below with a dark expression. I didn't expect this. Time for a ruthless move. Obito intensified his dojutsu control. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Naruto was only temporarily at a Super Kage level. The three tails broke free, swiftly spinning like a chariot and landing in the distance. In an instant, the six-tailed beasts broke free from Naruto's grasp and gathered together to form a massive tailed beast ball. Bang! In a flash, a tailed beast ball nearly 100 meters wide appeared. A truly staggering sight. Staring at the colossal tailed beast ball, Might Guy and Kakashi were dumbfounded once more. The viewers were equally terrified. Was Obito this powerful? Could he control six-tailed beasts without getting tired? Senju Hashirama, this is the battle of the young. It gets my blood boiling. Senju Tobirama, brother, why did you slap my shoulder? Don't you know your own strength? Senju Hashirama, oh sorry, I didn't notice. Let me rub it for you. Senju Tobirama. Saratobi Hiruzen, Naruto in the video has become so strong that even I might not be a match for him. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto, keep it up. If all goes well, you'll definitely achieve your dream. Don't forget your comrades along the way. Uzumaki Naruto, yeah, I will Itakinii. Uchiha Sasuke, just a dead last. Sasuke watched Naruto's impressive performance in the video with a displeased expression. What annoyed him even more was that his own brother only spoke to Naruto and not to him. Damn it. Uzumaki Himawari, Dad, can I play with that fox? Kurama, what did you say, kid? Uzumaki Naruto young. Himawari Kurama is a very important comrade to me, not a toy. In a courtyard, Naruto was calming Kurama down. Upon hearing Himawari's words, Kurama's face twisted in anger. It was the strongest tailed beast. How could it be treated as a toy? Senju Hashirama, the power of the nine tails in the video is still too great. It was right to seal it back then. Kurama. Well, Kurama's anger subsided again. After all, Senju Hashirama's true, several thousand hands. A Buddha statue nearly 1,000 meters tall. Could any ninja possibly defeat that? Uzumaki Boruto, by the way. When will Master Sasuke be featured? Denki, what's there to feature about Sasuke? Urue Katasuke. I'm curious. Can Obito really become a savior later? The scene continued. Naruto stared at the enormous tailed beast ball in the distance, showing no sign of weakness. He made the nine tails open its mouth and spit out a tailed beast ball of equal size. At that moment, the two tailed beast balls collided in midair, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding white light. The heat was like two atomic bombs colliding. The collision produced a massive mushroom cloud. Bang! The intense shockwave soon reached Uchiha Obito, who had no choice but to activate his intangibility. Killer Bee also curled up inside his tail. The two-tailed beast balls clashed continuously until Naruto's ball carried the other up to a height of 1,000 meters. The next second, both tailed beast balls exploded in the sky. Bang! The impact affected an area of nearly 10,000 meters. The music swelled as the viewers watched the immense scale of the explosion, their faces filled with shock. The new generation stared wide-eyed at the power displayed in the video. It felt like the world itself was being destroyed. Anoki, this video is too intense. I've thrown my back out. Uchiha Itachi, incredible. Minato Namikaze, that's my son. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, you might be about to lose. Uchiha Obito, facing an opponent like this, how could I be sweating? Everyone thought Obito would lose, but Obito himself wore a scornful expression. After all, he was a Super Kage level combatant. How could Naruto with his temporary Super Kage strength possibly defeat him? Hatake Kakashi, Obito, you might be about to lose. Uchiha Obito, facing an opponent like this, how could I be? Seiue, the monster inside the Seventh Hokage is terrifying. Yuzebo Zuliangna. I saw in the library that among the nine-tailed beasts the strongest is the nine tails. Schwanwa Born, what about the weakest? Juju Shinla. Probably the one tail, since it only has one tail. One-tailed Showa. At this moment, the one tail inside Wailuo's body instantly became furious. What a joke. How could it be the weakest? Jalama, hee stinky badger, if you're weak, don't make excuses. One-tailed Shoha, you bastard. Schwanwa Zyangriki, so these two-tailed beasts don't get along. The scene continues. Mingren decisively stretched out his arm through the smoke of the explosion and grabbed the necks of six-tailed beasts in the distance. Seeing this, everyone watching the video felt it was too exaggerated. How could the nine tails be so powerful? The Seventh Hokage single-handedly confronting six-tailed beasts, this is so thrilling. At this moment, in the instant he grabbed the nail, Mingren entered a space. In the space, he learned the thoughts of the various tailed beasts. Seeing that the tailed beasts were all freed from control date, you raised an eyebrow slightly. You can actually fully control the nine tails. But it seems it won't last long, so let's do as before. With that, Date-yu pressed his palms together. At this moment, the outer path demon statue quickly spat out 6 chains from its mouth. The chains cut through the air, rushed over, and instantly bound the 6-tailed beasts in the distance. The next second, the 6-tailed beasts were directly devoured by the outer path demon statue. Date-yu stared at Mingren below with a look of disdain. However, Mingren covered his abdomen, the corners of his mouth lifting. How can it be the same as before? Someone just told me a lot of hard-to-remember names. Seeing this, the faces of everyone watching the video tensed up. Yuzebo Zuliangna, can the 7th Hokage win? Xuanhua Boren, idiot dad must win. Jinai Yambu, how will Date-yu deal with Mingren next? Yuzebo Yu, watch closely, Mingren's state has been dispelled. Yuzebo Date-yu, humph, just a bunch of motley crowd. Xuanhua Mingren, motley crowd. At this moment, Mingren, who was still training, unintentionally glanced at the chat group message and was instantly dumbfounded. What does motley crowd mean? No way, after all, Mingren used to be a dead last. He completely didn't understand theoretical knowledge. Chunaying, Mingren, you idiot. Motley crowd refers to a group of people without organization, without discipline. Even if they cooperate, they can't accomplish anything. Yuzebo Zhuazhu, idiot. Xuanhua Boren, stupid dad, didn't you say you were erudite and talented when you were young? During the Boruto era, Boren felt he had been fooled, because his father always lectured him, saying how mature and steady he was back then. He also said he was diligent and studious, completely different from Boren. Tell me, if even such a simple 4-character idiom is not understood, are you sure this isn't an idiot? Hey Boren, I advise you to show some respect to the 7th Hokage. Zuliangna looked at Boren with cold eyes. Looking at this annoying childhood friend in front of him, Boren let out a light sigh. Really, I completely don't understand what's so good about idiot dad. Boren, my goal is to become a Hokage like the 7th Hokage. Zuliangna slapped the table with one hand, her face cold. If you insult the 7th Hokage again, be careful, I'll hit you. Boren looked at Zuliangna in front of him, sweat beading on his forehead. Xuanhua Mingren, young adult. Boren, when I was your age, I was quite mature and steady. Can't you learn from me? Nayang Luan. Yuzebo Zhuazhu, Mingren, are you serious? Daimu, stop talking nonsense here. Date-yu has now devoured all 6-tailed beasts. What exactly does he plan to do? Yuzebo Ban. If nothing unexpected, it should be to summon the 10 Tails. New generation group, 10 Tails. The scene continues. Data's next plan is to revive the 10 Tails, then launch the infinite Tsukuyami. Before that, he must protect the outer path demon statue behind him. Mingren and the others also sensed something was wrong, and after discussing, they decided to destroy the distant outer path demon statue. Xuanhua Boren, Uncle Date-yu, aren't you worried? This is you against 4. Yuzebo Zhuazhu, if I were there in the video, I would definitely defeat this Date-yu as long as I feel like it. Yuzebo Yu, Dudu, can you stop showing off? Even your brother can't defeat Date-yu. Yuzebo Zhuazhu. The scene continues. The ground suddenly began to tremble. The huge outer path demon statue slowly opened dozens of eyes. Soon I will be able to launch the infinite Tsukuyami. At that time, everyone on this planet will fall into the illusion. Date-yu stared at the distant group, speaking meaningfully. His gaze lingered on Mingren. For some reason, Date-yu seemed to see his younger self in Mingren. Shimu Kakaxi, Date-yu, you are still kind at heart. Yuyuin Lin, Date-yu, are you forced to launch the infinite Tsukuyami to stop the war? Yuzebo Date-yu Lin. I. Inside the Shunwei space, Date-yu subconsciously ignored Kakaxi. He looked at Lin's words, his eyes becoming very complex. Lin was right. At first, he simply wanted to create a world where Lin existed, so he decided to launch the infinite Tsukuyami. However, after traveling through various worlds, his thoughts changed. Lin was actually just a facade. His true goal was to achieve peace and create a brand new world. Even if this new world is fake. Wolfing Shuamin, Date-yu turned back. Xuanhua Jixinai, Date-yu. Shuamin and Jixinai looked at Date-yu with heartfelt pain. The once innocent and cheerful boy had now become like this. It's hard to imagine how much pain he has endured. The scene continues. This world no longer needs heroes. Everything will end soon. At that time, everyone will fall into an endless dream. Date-yu spread his hands, describing his ideals. Mingren heard Data's words and immediately retorted, I have a father, a mother, and the pervy sage teacher. My dream is to become a man who surpasses all previous Hokage. I said I will definitely uncover your mask. Although I don't want my youth to end like this, dreams always have a day of awakening. Mai Kai chuckled. That's right, dreams must be realized by oneself. Kakaxi nodded. Mingren didn't say anything more. Holding the spiral sphere in his hand, he quickly rushed towards Date-yu. At that instant, Date-yu reacted with lightning speed, decisively pulled out the Uchiha fan, and in one move knocked the charging Mingren flying. You must know that Mingren was in the Nine Tails chakra mode at this moment, and ordinary people couldn't even react in time. From this, it can be seen that even without using his Shunwei ability data, strength had reached the Super Kage level. Mingren was quickly knocked flying, his entire body crashing heavily into the distance. Date Yu raised the fan above his head standing before the Outer Path Demon statue and shouted dominantly, "From now on no one will harm the Outer Path Demon statue." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding stones began to rise irregularly into the sky. Seeing this dominant scene of Date Yu, the faces of everyone watching the video were filled with shock. Shuing Zhao Mei Ming, suddenly I think this Date Yu is so handsome. Haido, indeed Date Yu wearing a mask feels especially imposing. Deluyi, I'm curious how can Mingren and the others win against Date Yu. Yuzebo Zuliangna, the fan Date Yu is holding in the video is a divine artifact of our Uchiha clan, right? Yuzebo Chuanai, that's right juniors, watch closely, this is the heritage of our Uchiha clan. During the Boruto era, the new generation watched Date's performance in the video, their mouths agape in shock. What kind of monsters are the Uchiha clan? Jishui possesses the strongest illusion by Ishinshin. Yu possesses 2 divine artifacts. Fuyue and Chuanai also both have the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yinshuayuo is even more heaven-defying, a giant 400 meters tall. The new generation still remembers it clearly. Maybe the weakest in the Uchiha clan is Ban. Now Mr. Zuizhu hasn't been reviewed, yet everyone guess who is weaker, Zuizhu or Ban. It should be Ban who is the weakest. After all, only Yuzebo Ban has not been reviewed, yet Ban has no feats at all. Uchiha Madara, do you want to dance as well? You know a wave. Hey, among the Uchiha clan you are the weakest. Thinky, that's right. Naruto Uzumaki young ahem. Uchiha Madara is very strong, at least his strength far surpasses mine. Huh. Seeing the words of the 7th Hokage, the new generation was bewildered. What the hell? Didn't they say Madara was weak? Even the 7th Hokage is no match for him. Uchiha Madara. Interesting, when will the system rank me? System, all characters are randomly selected. Uchiha Izuna, can you hurry up and rank my brother? Let those inexperienced brats see something. The scene continues. Obito single-handedly takes on 4 people. To protect the Geto statue, Obito gripped the war fan tightly with his right hand. Naruto couldn't touch Obito even once. Conversely, Obito could detect Naruto's flaws every time. Killer Bee and Kakashi were tasked with sneaking an attack on the Geto statue, but it was completely ineffective. Obito's strength was just too overwhelming. Kakashi devised a plan. Everyone would stall Obito while he tried to use Kamui to twist off the Geto statue's head. However, just as this plan was about to be executed, Kamui was forcibly interrupted. Watching this, everyone's faces showed bewilderment. Hashirama Senju, Kakashi, how did your Kamui get interrupted? Is it a fake, Kamui? Tobarama Senju, brother, can you think calmly? It must be Obito's interference that prevented Kamui from being used properly. Hashirama, huh? Boruto Uzumaki, I feel like this first Hokage is a bit dull. Sasuke Uchiha, by the way, when will I be ranked? I'm really anxious now. On the streets of Konoha, Sasuke was hopping with impatience. He couldn't help but start fantasizing. If he were ranked, how much shock would it cause? For example, subduing Obito with one hand, turning the tide directly. Of course, if they really rank Sasuke, they must first highlight the famous scene, "You are my little peanut." Boruto, I'm also starting to look forward to the ranking of Master Sasuke. The scene continues. Kakashi looked at his interrupted Kamui, his face full of confusion. What's going on? His chakra was still there. Kakashi stared at Obito in the distance, a terrible speculation crossing his mind. Kakashi's face suddenly turned pale. That guy couldn't be Obito, could he? No, absolutely impossible. Minato Namikaze, congratulations Kakashi, you guessed the right answer, but no reward. Kushina Uzumaki, why does it have to be this way? Kakashi Hitaki, if my eye is a Mangekyo, can I enter the Kamui dimension? Obito Uchiha. The scene continues, too naive. Obito glanced at Kakashi in the distance with a disdainful. At that moment, Naruto extended his arm holding a Rasengan and swiftly attacked towards Obito. Boom. The white light gradually dissipated and Obito was already gone. Naruto closed his eyes, calming himself to sense Obito's location. The next moment, Obito emerged from the ground and quickly grabbed at Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to be in trouble, Might Guy quickly arrived at the battlefield, but the surrounding rocks were in the way. For a moment, Guy was still on his way. Obito phased himself, and the war fan in his hand also phased. Thus the fan passed through the surrounding rocks and struck Naruto swiftly. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was shocked. Can this phasing ability be used like this? Obito grabbed Naruto, and just as he was about to reach out to catch him, Kakashi decisively threw a kunai. Obito had no choice but to activate his phasing, letting the kunai pass through his head. Naruto, you go ahead, I'll handle the... Kakashi said urgently. At that moment, Obito decisively extended his foot and kicked the kunai upward. The kunai tore through the air and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto ignored the kunai and extended his arm to grab Obito. Kakashi quickly used Kimui to absorb the kunai. At that moment Obito's body passed through Naruto's attack. Just when everyone thought it was safe, cracks suddenly appeared on Obito's mask. Seeing this, the viewer's pupils constricted. Boruto, what's going on? Didn't Obito just not get hit? Shikadai Nara, I understand now. Sarada, Uchiha Shikadai, what does this mean? Shikadai, the 6th Hokage, and Obito used the same eye. Let's make an assumption first. Shikadai, assume that their phasing ability absorbs objects into a space. Then just now when Obito transferred his head into the space, Kakashi also used Kimui to transfer the kunai into the same space. Then the kunai grazed Obito's mask. Watching Shikadai's analysis, everyone was shocked. Shikamaru Nara young, that's my son. Naruto Uzumaki young, Shikadai's analysis is correct. Kakashi Sensei and Obito-san used the same space. Sasuke Uchiha young, they both transferred the space at the same time and Obito was grazed by the kunai in the space. Meitarumi, I want to say, is this a couple space? Kakashi Hitaki. Obito Uchiha. Inside the Kimui dimension, Obito, who was still drinking water, almost choked. What the hell? Couple space. Obito was a pure straight man, perfectly embodying pure love. How could he abandon Rin and like that bastard Kakashi? Wait, let alone the fact that they are both men. Rin Nohara. Indeed, I came at a bad time. Obito, Rin, let me explain that bastard Kakashi. Minato, Obito, I didn't expect you and Kakashi to be in that kind of relationship. Kushina. Hashirama, hahaha, I approve of you two. You actually have an exclusive couple space, something even me and Madara couldn't achieve. Hashirama, so, in terms of bromance, you two far surpass me and Madara. Haha. Tobirama, brother, can you be serious? In the Pure Land, Tobirama glanced at Mito, whose face was gloomy, and glared at his elder brother. Brother, are you stupid? Don't you see that sister-in-law is still angry? You just announced your love for Uchiha Madara right in front of her. Uchiha Madara, idiot. Can you shut up? Madara covered his forehead with one hand, his face full of black lines. Who knows what kind of eyes his brother and father were looking at him with? Uchiha Izuna, this cunning Senju clan, how dare they deceive Tobirama? I will never stand with the evil Uchiha. The scene continues. Everyone stared at the cracks on Obito's mask, their faces full of confusion. Why did his mask have cracks? Now is not the time to think about that. Killer Bee seized the opportunity, controlling the body of the Eight Tails Gyuki, and punched towards the Geto statue. Just as he was about to hit the Geto statue, Obito said coldly, his hands quickly forming seals and decisively slapping the ground. Don't underestimate the power of the Uchiha. Uchiha flame formation. Boom. In an instant, a blood-red flame barrier stood in front of the Geto statue, directly blocking Killer Bee's full-force attack. Killer Bee clutched his burned arm, howling in pain. Killer Bee. Oh yeah, is this the depth of the Uchiha? Kakashi, Obito, you've actually learned so many jutsu. Obito, him not like you. Have you degenerated to the point of only talking? Kakashi. Madara, Obito, your efficiency is too slow. In the Pure Land, Madara frowned at Obito's efficiency. If it were him, he would have dealt with these people in the video in a few minutes. As for that 8 gates, in his eyes it's no different from a roadside dog. Hashirama, damn it, will I be reincarnated by Edo Tensei in the future? Orochimaru, don't panic, look at me first. Hokagesama. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, you traitor, what do you want? Layman Dianchi, the battles of the seniors are truly formidable. Uchiha Hikari, I wonder if this video will feature me next. Haidu, in the video Kakashi seems to be doubting Obito's identity. Daru, Kakashi just can't believe that guy is Obito. Gaara, it's only natural given how deep their bond is. The scene continues. Seeing the enemy set up a barrier. With no other choice, he had to defeat the enemy first. Kakashi stared at Obito in the distance. A thought struck his mind. Thus, Kakashi discussed a plan with the others. Kai Naruto, Killer Bee, I need to run an experiment. Please help me. Kakashi's tone was grave, seeing the group seemingly discussing a plan in the distance. Obito's eyes were filled with disdain. Killer Bee extended his hand and flung Naruto, Might Guy, and Kakashi into the air. The three tore through the air, swiftly flying toward the distance. Might Guy charged forward first. Wielding his nunchaku, he smashed the rock before him into pieces. Bang! After the rock shattered, countless small stones rained down toward Obito below. Obito activated his intangibility, easily evading the attack. Impressive destructive power. Before Obito could finish, Might Guy was already behind him, nunchaku in hand. What? Too late to absorb, huh? Obito turned around with a contemptuous expression. The nunchaku passed right through his body. Obito swiftly reached out and snatched the nunchaku. You underestimate the Sharingan too much. I saw through your movements long ago. Witnessing this, the others were greatly astonished. After all, Might Guy's taijutsu was at the Kage level. Yet Obito, relying solely on physical prowess, had directly seized Might Guy's nunchaku and Might Guy couldn't even struggle free. Suigetsu, even without the Sharingan Obito's taijutsu, is at the Super Kage level, right? Meitoromi, Obito has truly mastered all kinds of abilities. Haito, that's terrifying. Where can you find a boy so excellent and so devoted? Anoki, enough Haito. I told you to read more books, not obsess over that wicked Uchiha. Tobarama Senju, brother, do you hear that? I told you to read more, but you're always hanging around with that Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, Ototo, can you stop being so hard on me? Itachi Uchiha, Obito's strength is overwhelming now. I doubt I could last 3 rounds against him. Jiraiya, that's because you're not in good health. If you were healthy, Obito might not be your match. Itachi Uchiha, Lord Jiraiya flatters me. In terms of combat experience, Obito far surpasses me. Sasuke Uchiha, hell, I've awakened the 3 Tomo now. I can see Obito's movements clearly. Konoha Street. Sasuke was getting cocky again. As the saying goes, the sky clears, the rain stops, and the second pillar thinks he's back. Fugako Uchiha, Sasuke, stay humble. Sasuke Uchiha, father is right. Boruto, Master Sasuke could take on White Mask Obito at age 12. That's true talent. The scene continues. Just as Obito was about to absorb the nunchaku with Kamui, a faint smile curled at the corner of Might Guy's mouth. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Might Guy decisively bent down. Naruto charged forward with a Rasengan in hand. A contemptuous expression still lingered on Obito's face. He reached straight through the Rasengan, intending to grab Naruto's face. At the same time, Kakashi decisively activated his Kamui ability. Now, inside the Kamui dimension, the Rasengan was transferred in, slamming directly into Obito's back. An explosion suddenly erupted from Obito's shoulder, sending him flying backward. But he reacted quickly, grabbing the chain of his war fan to steady himself. Naruto watched Obito momentarily at a disadvantage with excitement on his face. I see. Naruto didn't dispel the Rasengan. You used Kamui to transfer it. Thoughts raced through Obito's mind. Watching this scene, Kakashi had already reached a conclusion. The identity of that man in the distance was likely a shinobi from a Wagakure. A shinobi from a Wagakure had dug out Obito's eyes and relied on the Kamui ability to wreak havoc across the ninja world. Seeing Kakashi's inner thoughts, the viewers were somewhat speechless. Boruto, Uncle Kakashi, did it never occur to you that guy is actually Obito? Sarada Uchiha, the 6th Hokage, probably couldn't accept that truth. Mitsuki, it's hard for anyone to accept when a brother they've known for years suddenly becomes a traitor. Boruto, Mitsuki, what would you do in a situation like this? Mitsuki, if Boruto ever defected, I'd defect right along with him. Haida, you two have a pretty strange relationship. Anoki, it's normal. Keep it low-key. It's a tradition of Konoha. 4th Raikage, a beware of Konoha's friendships. Naruto, young adult, Sun Yu and Mitsuki. Hokage's office. Naruto's forehead was beaded with sweat. He couldn't help but feel that something was off about those two. Naruto, just let it be. Remember when you and Sasuke kissed? Shikamaru teased. That was an accident. Naruto shot Shikamaru a glare. Sarada Uchiha, mom's first kiss was with dad, right? Sakura Boruto, era sigh. No, my first kiss was with the 7th Hokage. Sarada Uchiha. The new generation was utterly bewildered, but this wasn't the time to dwell on that matter. The scene continues. Where did you get that eye? Kakashi stared coldly at Obito. Obito stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and spoke with undisguised contempt. Strictly speaking, I suppose it was from the Canopy Bridge. You? Kakashi tried to say something more. Obito grew impatient, pointing a finger at Kakashi. Enough, Kakashi. Have you fallen so low as to be just a talker? No matter what you say now, it's useless. Even if you regret it, reality will march forward mercilessly. I've seen too much despair. That's why I must initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Kakashi stared at the man in the distance, his lips trembling. He had already formed a rough guess in his mind, but as long as that man hadn't removed his mask, he clung to a sliver of hope. What if he wasn't Obito? Sarada Uchiha, no matter what, the infinite Tsukuyomi is a lie. I will always believe in the 7th Hokage. Boruto Uzumaki, idiot dad is still too naive. Sarada Uchiha, Boruto, I advise you to show some respect to the 7th Hokage. You know, Awabe, you two are always arguing. The new generation watched the two quarreling, already accustomed to it. Sarada's idol is the 7th Hokage. Boruto's idol is Mr. Sasuke. To be honest, everyone even suspected that Naruto and Sasuke might have swapped babies back then. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, please come back. Obito Uchiha, the versions of you in the video are nothing but my victims. Itachi Uchiha, you will absolutely fail, Obito, if you don't trust your comrades. Sasuke Uchiha, Nizan. The scene continues. Seeing that reasoning with Obito was futile, Kakashi fell into despair. But Naruto's expression grew resolute, and he stepped in front of Kakashi. Stop your nonsense. I've said it before, I will never give up my dream of becoming Hokage, because too much has been entrusted to me. Hearing Naruto's reply, everyone perked up. Entrusted to you. But Naruto, if you belittle what Jiraiya and the fourth Hokage entrusted to you, what would they? Obito's tone was disdainful. Hearing Obito's response, Naruto recalled Jiraiya Sensei and his father. Jiraiya, it seems the future is lost. Nagato, who killed Jiraiya Sensei? Conan, exactly who killed Jiraiya Sensei? The Akatsuki Nagato fell into a rage. Jiraiya Sensei was his mentor, and as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Jiraiya had done so much for him, yet he was killed by someone else. Who was so heartless? Nagato swore he would avenge Jiraiya Sensei. Naruto Uzumaki young cough cough. In the Hokage's office, Naruto looked at Nagato's words with a bewildered expression. If he remembered correctly, it was Nagato who killed Jiraiya Sensei, right? Nagato, Naruto, why are you coughing? Naruto Uzumaki young, you guess. Nagato. Jiraiya, why do I feel a pain in my chest? The scene continues. Naruto, if you fail their trust, how would you see yourself? Obito's eyes were cold. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, unsure how to answer. Postpone the problem, deceive yourself with the word hope. Waiting for you is only emptiness and reality. Whether the one who entrusts or the one who is entrusted, it's all emptiness. Obito held the fan with one hand, his tone icy. Meanwhile, Kurama watched Obito's words, unable to stand it, and quickly logged into Naruto's account. Thus controlling Naruto's body, it refuted Obito. The fourth Hokage sealed me inside Naruto's body. To defeat you. As he spoke, Naruto's body erupted with a vast golden light. Go Naruto. Kurama smirked. You will not fail. Alright. Naruto nodded, transformed into a golden lightning bolt, and vanished in an instant. Itachi Uchiha. Great, Naruto has activated that mode again. Sasuke Uchiha, so this is the perfect Jinchuriki. Killer Bee. Oh yeah, why is my perfect Jinchuriki different from Naruto's? Fourth Raikage, stop singing, you idiot bee. Kuratsuchi. Honestly, Kakashi is truly smart to deduce that his space is connected to the enemy's. Darui. But the problem is Kakashi can never bring himself to strike at Obito. Meitarumi, Obito is the same. If he had been ruthless back then and directly taken Kakashi's eyes. Gaara, dual Kimui Obito, I can't imagine how sinister he is. Inside the Kimui dimension, Obito looked at the screen, showing Kakashi still see worthless Kakashi. He entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi to protect Rin. But in the end, Kakashi couldn't protect anything. From the moment he saw Rin die, Obito felt despair for this shinobi world. Thus he would realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Itachi Uchiha, you will absolutely fail if you don't trust your comrades. Obito Uchiha, you who wiped out your own clan, have the right to lecture me. Indra, calm down, descendant of my clan. Don't you find it all strange, as if someone is orchestrating everything behind the scenes? Obito Uchiha, what do you mean? Indra, isn't it too coincidental? You arrived at the scene just as Rin was dying in Kakashi's arms. Madara Uchiha. Ahem, let's continue watching the video. Everyone stopped paying attention and looked up at the sky, screen, curiosity in their eyes. What does Obito look like now? When his mask shattered and his reunion with Kakashi, what would that scene be? The scene continues. After gaining Kurama's power, Naruto swiftly charged at Obito. That power again. Obito's tone turned cold. Naruto in the distance extended his arm and grabbed decisively. Bang. The ground shook violently. Obito emerged unscathed from the Nine-Tails' arm. Watching the two still fighting, Might Guy began to encourage Kakashi. Even his own student was fighting. What right did he as a teacher have to give up? Staring at the distant white mask, Kakashi still lacked confidence. Could he really be Obito? No, it's impossible. Kakashi, do you hear me? The key to attacking that guy is a feint. Might Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder. We're going in next. Encouraged by his friend, Kakashi finally pulled himself together. At that moment, Obito quickly summoned a large number of shuriken from the Kimui dimension. The shuriken sliced through the air, rapidly flying into the distance. Killer Bee extended his tentacles to intercept the shuriken. But the shuriken were so sharp that they cut through the octopus tentacles. Just as they were about to hit Naruto, he quickly used the fox head to bite down on the shuriken. Bang! Watching the shocking scene in the distance, Obito held the fan. For against one, the advantage was his. I am not alone. Don't forget Kurama and Bisan and Hachibi, the bushy-browed sensei, and Kakashi sensei. Hearing Naruto's words, Obito's pupils contracted, as if seeing himself from the past. Kushina Uzumaki, Obito, you know your personality as a child was exactly like Naruto's. Minato Namikaze, Obito turned back. Obito Uchiha, I've said it. I will realize the infinite Tsukuyomi, no one can shake my will. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, it seems Obito's will is very firm. Sarada Uchiha. Then how did he fall later? Sarada's expression was curious. Logically, such a powerful Uchiha could not be found in the library's records, so how did he fall? Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Speaking of which, I'm also curious. Obito had such a strong will, how did he end up losing? Uchiha Obito. Hatake Kakashi. Obito, please come back. It's all my fault. On the streets of Konoha, Kakashi looked at Obito in the group chat with guilt. Back then it was because he failed to protect Rin. That was the reason Obito turned dark. Of course Kakashi didn't know that even if he had protected Rin, Obito would still have fallen later. Uchiha Madara. Ahem. This video is quite interesting. The scene continued. Seeing Naruto in the distance, Kakashi's expression gradually hardened. Let's go, guy. Truly my rival. This is much more like it. Might Guy clenched his fist excitedly. The two vanished, instantly charging toward Obito in the distance. This power can't be used consecutively, and it's borrowed, so it's nothing to fear. Let me show you. The true power of Kamui. The two vanished, instantly charging toward Obito in the distance. This power can't be used consecutively, and it's borrowed, so it's nothing to fear. Let me show you. Killer B's expression was anxious because the black rods could bind tailed beasts. Hearing this, Naruto quickly hid behind Killer B, rapidly forming a shadow clone. The shadow clone Naruto, holding a Rasengan, sped into the sky. The original Naruto condensed a tailed beast Rasengan. Bang bang bang. A torrent of black rods fell from the sky. Kakashi understood perfectly and decisively activated Kamui. Obito looked at the group with disdain. Same tactic as before. As long as I don't let Naruto break through. Obito suddenly slammed a black rod down. Bang. The Naruto in front dissipated into smoke. It was a shadow clone. After using Kamui, Kakashi collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Seeing this, Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. Senju Hashirama, Kakashi, you're too weak. How did using Kamui a few times exhaust you so much? Senju Tobirama, big brother, could you stop? It's impolite to speak like that. Not everyone is like you. Can I help it? On the streets of Konoha, Kakashi's face stiffened with embarrassment. After all, I don't have the Uchiha bloodline, so I can't close the Sharingan. Kakashi covered his left eye, his voice weak. Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi, I bet you're so weak from reading those dirty books all day. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Sarada. Speaking of which, what book does the 6th Hokage read? Must be a very philosophical book, right? Uzumaki Boruto. Now I'm curious too. I tried to buy that book at the bookstore before, but the owner scolded me. Said I was too young to read it. In the Boruto era, the new generation was full of curiosity. After all, they wanted to buy the same novel as the 6th Hokage, but every time they tried, the owner politely refused due to their age. But the more they were denied, the more curious they grew. Uzumaki Naruto adult. Ahem. You're not old enough yet. This book isn't suitable for you. Why does the 7th Hokage say that? Uzumaki Naruto adult. Well, in the Hokage's office, Naruto looked at Sasuke, whose expression was grim. That useless Kakashi. Always loafing around holding that smutty book, and now he's corrupting his daughter. Sasuke's eyes blazed with fury. He wished he could go right now and throw that make-out paradise into the river. I have a bad feeling about this. The scene continued. Obito looked down at the scene below, his eyes full of contempt. Kakashi, you couldn't transfer the Rasengan, and you wasted Kamui. It's not over yet. Tailed Beast Ball. Naruto's eyes were firm as he quickly launched the condensed tailed Beast Ball. Too late, wasted effort. Obito said dismissively, diving into the Kamui dimension. The tailed Beast Ball landed in his previous position, instantly triggering a massive explosion. Too late, wasted effort. Obito said dismissively, diving into the Kamui dimension. The tailed Beast Ball landed in his previous position, instantly Seeing this, the viewer's eyes widened. In other words, it wasn't the Rasengan that was transferred by Kamui, but the entire shadow clone. Kakashi was brilliant. Juno Awabe, truly the 6th Hokage. From now on, the 6th Hokage is my idol. Didn't you say your idol was the 7th Hokage? Shh. Juno Awabe, both are my idols. I'm getting more and more curious. What kind of book is Make-Out Paradise? Jiraiya, you bastard. You never do anything serious and you write this kind of book. Kushina, this is art. Art my foot. Don't corrupt Naruto. Ahem. The scene continued. Naruto holding a Rasengan charged toward Obito's mask with determination. Bang. A flash of white light. I told you. I will definitely tear off your mask. Seeing this, the viewers were instantly awestruck. The 7th Hokage was so cool. Uchiha Obito, against such an opponent. How could I possibly lose? I can't watch this anymore. Obito, why are you so inefficient? Uchiha Obito. Inside the cave, Obito's face turned cold as he read Uchiha Madara's comment. If circumstances allowed, he would have cursed Madara out. Obito clutched his chest, sweat beading on his forehead. That bastard Madara placed a seal on my heart. If I want to become the Sage of 6 Paths, I must remove this seal. The scene continued. The mask cracked in midair with a sharp sound. At that moment, memories of Obito's childhood flashed across the screen, scenes of heartwarming tenderness. Especially in the Ninja Academy, every move of Obito and Rin made the viewers ship them. These two couples are so sweet. What a pity. They were so happy before, but now they're enemies because of their positions. Seeing the scenes in the video makes me nostalgic for Ninja Academy life too. The scene shifted abruptly, and a brutal image appeared. A gust of wind blew and Obito's mask shattered completely. His handsome face emerged, blood at the corner of his mouth, looking heartbreaking. Hatake Kakashi Obito. Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi, I will never forgive you. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Please stop. Why is it raining all of a sudden? The scene continued. Obito. I never thought you were still alive. Kakashi's lips trembled. The scene froze there, and the title above shifted. The truth behind the mask. Uchiha Obito, the zealous savior. This book does not follow conspiracy theories. Everything goes according to the original plot. I don't know why some people are still cursing me. I said it from the beginning. My grandfather needs dialysis every week, costing 1000 yuan. The scene continues. Kakashi stared at Obito in the distance, his lips trembling. Obito, seeing that his mask had shattered, saw no need to keep up the pretense. He fixed his cold gaze on everyone present, especially Kakashi. Whether I'm alive or not is utterly irrelevant. But Obito paused, then shifted his tone. If you insist on a reason, it's because you abandoned Rin to die. The music grew tense at that moment. Listening to Obito's memories, Kakashi and Might Guy stood frozen in place. Don't make that face, Kakashi. Obito sneered. Aren't you going to curse me? What's the point of cursing such a boring reality? Obito raised his hands above his head, his eyes cold and indifferent. This world on the verge of vanishing no longer held any interest for him. No matter what, he would still unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. After hearing the answer, he saw Kakashi's resolve began to waver. I told you I will create a new world. The scene continues. I have nothing to say to you. Trapped by this reality, Obito swiftly leaped into the air, his hands forming seals rapidly. Harnessing the power of Kamui, he exhaled a torrent of flames. Fire-style storm dance. The scorching flames coiled like a dragon in flight. The moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature rose imperceptibly. The fire surged into the distance, about to engulf Kakashi and the others, when Naruto decisively controlled the Nine Tails, swatting the attack away with its tail. Obito stared at the Nine Tails in the distance, his voice cold. The power of the Nine Tails, is it? As the tense atmosphere hung in the air, the ground beside Obito suddenly erupted with a violent explosion. It was as if something heavy had plummeted from the sky, striking the earth with a tremendous tremor. Watching this, the viewers in the video filled the screen with question marks. The scene continues. From the smoke emerged a figure. Obito glanced at it briefly, then turned his attention back to the distance. As the smoke cleared, everyone's pupils contracted violently at the sight. The newcomer was none other than Madara. You seem to be having fun, don't you? Obito. Madara Uchiha stood with his arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Obito stood silently to Madara's right. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha looked at Boruto's comment, pondered for a moment, and let out a cold laugh. At that moment, Sasuke in his inflated state was completely unaware of the looming threat. In his view, having awakened the 3-Demo Sharingan at the age of 12 was already a remarkable feat. This Madara Uchiha had never displayed any combat prowess. If nothing unexpected happened, the advantage was his. I will win. Sasuke's face was resolute. In the Boruto era, seeing a younger Sasuke, so arrogant, Boruto excitedly pumped his fist. How awesome. He loved this cocky attitude. His own father was too laid back. He had never seen him display any real strength. The scene continues. Madara looked at Obito with a mix of disappointment and frustration. In his eyes, those distant figures were no different from ants. Resisting the impure world reincarnation technique. This is indeed like you. Obito turned his head to stare at Madara, his voice icy. Forget that for now. Why have you been dawdling until now? Madara crossed his arms. At that moment, the music grew tense for this man's arrival. This was the legendary Madara Uchiha. Even standing still without moving, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The new generation watching the video met Madara's gaze from the high ground and were terrified to tears. Sasuke saw Boruto's comment, covered his face with one hand, and smirked. He would strike any pose to look cool. Sasuke's appearance at that moment was as stunning as that of the audience. The scene continues. Staring at Madara in the distance, everyone's expressions tensed. However, since the video primarily focused on Obito, Madara's role was not extensive. Madara Uchiha, wielding his war fan, planned to deal with the Nine Tails and Eight Tails first. Obito would be responsible for stalling Kakashi and Guy. Seeing this, the viewers in the video began to mock Madara's arrogance. Based on previous videos, Naruto with the Nine Tails had at least surpassed the Kage level. How could Madara be confident enough to defeat Naruto? Tobirama Senju, brother, I told you to read more. When you were young, you were always hanging around with the Uchiha. Hashirama Senju. Itachi Uchiha Madara-sama's strength should be beyond cage level, right? The scene continues. Obito, how could you become like this? Stop colluding with someone like Madara Uchiha. Kakashi stared at Obito in despair. Seeing Kakashi like this, Obito felt a surge of irritation. I have nothing more to say to you. Shut up, you worthless talker. Obito quickly charged forward. Kakashi barely managed to exchange blows with Obito. During their clash, they each argued their own beliefs. Kakashi kept pleading for Obito to return, saying that if Obito would come back, he would accept any punishment Obito deemed fit. Watching their tug-of war, the audience fell into silence once more. Just when everyone thought Obito wouldn't fall for it, Obito actually held back. Kuratsuchi, this is suspicious. Their relationship is definitely not right. Meitarumi, Kakashi is acting like a love-struck wife, crying and begging Obito to come back. Sakura Haruno, the key point is that Obito seems to have really gone easy on him. Ino Yamanaka, is this the bond of our Konoha village? Madara Uchiha Obito, is this your usual strength? In the Pure Land space, Madara Uchiha could no longer bear to watch. He had taught Obito for several years after all. Where are your forbidden techniques? Where is your wood style? You are just holding a kunai and fighting Kakashi in close combat. Damn it. Watching the two of them tangled up in the video, Madara felt his blood pressure rising. He still had to be resurrected after all. Obito Uchiha, worthless Kakashi, I will never forgive you. No matter what you say, I will not. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, please. It's all my fault. I was wrong. If you'll come back, you'll do anything you say. Obito Uchiha, the you in that scene is merely a dead soul beneath my blade. Rin Nohara, you too. In the Pure Land space, Rin fell silent. She had thought Obito and Kakashi were close, but not this close. Wait. Something's off about you two. Anoki, Konoha's open policy is too far-reaching. Fourth Raikage, impressive, at least our village couldn't achieve that. Fourth Kazekage Raza, truly worthy of Konoha village, effortlessly accomplishing what other villages cannot. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Raza. Orochimaru ahem. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen looked bewildered at the Kazekage Raza. He felt that the man before him was clearly Orochimaru. Ahem, I accidentally misspoke. Orochimaru coughed awkwardly. At the same time, he secretly messaged Raza. If the fourth Kazekage said another useless word, he would kill Gaara. The scene continues. Kakashi was in low spirits. However, just as Obito was about to deliver the killing blow to Kakashi, Naruto quickly arrived at the battlefield. His shadow clone caught Obito's windmill shuriken. I am not trash. Nor will I ever become trash. I will stop you both. I will never let anyone kill my comrades. Naruto's eyes were resolute. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi's gaze hardened. The audience watching the video was also excited. Sarada Uchiha, truly worthy of the 7th Hokage. Denki Kaminaraman, the 7th Hokage is truly great. Niji Hyuga, it seems the caged bird can break free from its own shackles. Boruto Uzumaki, Uncle Niji, why do you say that? Boruto looked puzzled at Niji's comment. As a new generation, he knew nothing of the Hyuga clan's outdated customs. Niji Hyuga, it's nothing. Hisashi Hyuga, Niji, I sacrificed myself willingly to protect the village. I did not become a caged bird. Hayashi Hyuga, Niji, your father was a truly great ninja. The scene continues. At that moment, thanks to Naruto's sudden intervention, the atmosphere finally turned. Naruto was still exchanging blows with Obito, and the two were locked in a stalemate. Naruto was highly wary of Obito's Kamui ability, because once sucked inside, his life would be in danger. Naruto had to fight Obito while also protecting Kakashi Sensei. After all, Kakashi Sensei was too weak. Having used Kamui several times, he could no longer stand. Hashirama Senju, Kakashi, you're too frail. Tobirama Senju, enough brother, do you think everyone is like you? Kakashi Hatake, first Hokage, I can't help it. The scene continues. Kurama saw Obito's intentions from afar. Naruto, let me take over. He'll handle this. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto nodded. He quickly handed over control of his body to Kurama. Kurama looked at Kakashi and said coldly, Kakashi, hurry up and reach out your hand. At that moment, the weakened Kakashi barely lifted his head. Though he didn't know what was happening, his disciple was worried about him. Kakashi gratefully grasped Naruto's hand. The next second, Kurama in Naruto's form grabbed Kakashi's hand and flung him toward Obito in the distance. Obito was stunned. He thought Naruto would use a tail beast bomb, but why did he throw Kakashi at him? Worried that Kakashi would fall to his death, Obito quickly used Kamui to absorb Kakashi. Seeing this, the audience watching the video fell silent. Anoki, damn, you just threw your teacher at him. Kuratsuchi and Obito actually caught Kakashi and absorbed him. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Sensei, that was Kurama's doing. Not my fault. And Kurama, why did you do that? Kurama, just trust me. This Obito won't kill Kakashi. Boruto Uzumaki, I don't quite understand this plot. Uncle Kakashi is in the Kamui dimension, so if he uses Chidori, wouldn't he stab Obito right through? Sarada Uchiha. Right, if the 6th Hokage stabs him with Chidori, what happens to Obito-san? Madara Uchiha. Obito, are you setting me up? In the Pure Land space, Madara Uchiha could no longer hold back. This plot was beyond his comprehension. If Kakashi fell from a height, why not just let him crash? Let Kakashi die on the ground, then deal with Naruto in the distance. Wouldn't that easily end the fight? But no. You sucked Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. What if he stabs you? What then? Brother, isn't the relationship between those two a bit off? Izuna Uchiha's mouth twitched. Useless Obito. Madara's forehead veins bulged. Obito Uchiha heh. Madara Uchiha, what heh? You're definitely setting me up, aren't you? Kagaya Otsutsuki bubbles. The scene continues. Naruto stared at the scene in the distance, falling silent. Huh. Kurama, look what you've done. Kakashi-sensei has been captured by the enemy. Naruto's face was full of anxiety. Alright, now there's no more worry. The rest is up to you, Kurama said teasingly. At the same time, he handed control back to Naruto. Naruto's face twisted with anger. He quickly extended his arm and rushed toward Obito. Obito immediately phased his body. Seeing this, the audience watching the video grew excited. Great. Kakashi will definitely stab Obito with Chidori now, right? But the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. In the Kamui dimension, Kakashi furiously punched Obito several times in the abdomen, looking extremely angry. Take these fists as big as cauldrons. Bang bang bang. In the real world, Obito paused for several seconds, his body curling up, and through the Kamui dimension, he stared at Kakashi. Seeing this, everyone in the chat group typed question marks. Itachi Uchiha, wait. Kakashi, where's your Chidori? Kakashi Hitaki, I don't have any chakra left. Itachi Uchiha, then your kunai. Kakashi Hitaki. Madara Uchiha, useless Obito, I get it now. You and this Kakashi are both messing with me, right? Black Zetsu, Madara-sama, calm down. Getting angry will only harm your health. Seeing Black Zetsu's words, Madara felt a warmth in his chest. Oh well, now it's up to Black Zetsu. As long as he is resurrected, he can initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Tonari Otsutsuki, wait. The Ten Tails in the distance seems to have revived. Boruto Uzumaki adult. In the era of Boruto, the new generation watched the abstract video high in the sky, falling into silence. Is this the battle of our predecessors? How can this feel so ridiculous? The 6th Hokage and Uncle Obito have a special relationship, huh? As soon as the words fell, the new generation quickly nodded. At the same time, the news in Konoha quickly had a new headline: shocking. The 6th Hokage is still single, reportedly, because he cares about Mr. Obito. Shocking. The untold past between the early 6th Hokage and Mr. Obito. Konoha earthquake. The 6th Hokage actually has such a preference. At this moment, Kakashi was pushing Kai in a wheelchair. He fell into silence. These news headlines are all messy. Inside the chat group, Naruto Uzumaki, by the way, how big is the 10 Tails? Hamura Otsutsuki, not that big, just about the size of my Susanoo. Sasuke Uchiha, that's pretty small. Hamura Otsutsuki, over 1,000 meters. Itachi Uchiha, how much? Sarada Uchiha, a Susanoo, over 1,000 meters tall. This is the power of our ancestor. Kuratsuchi, it's useless to say this now. The 10 Tails has been summoned. What should we do next? The scene continued. Obito took several punches from Kakashi, and blood quickly trickled from the corner of his mouth. He soon gently released Kakashi from the Kamui dimension. On the other side, crack crack. The barrier was breaking. The 9 Tails and 8 Tails together gathered tailed beast balls, their intention being to destroy the distant 10 Tails. The tailed beast ball quickly shot into the distance, and a violent explosion occurred in the distance. Boom. That distant area was directly destroyed. Seeing this, everyone watching the video breathed a sigh of relief. Great, the demonic statue of the outer path was destroyed. The smoke gradually dissipated. Madara Uchiha sat on a rock, one hand propped on his knee, his tone full of contempt. Next, let's begin. Bang. A nearly kilometer-high tailed beast appeared in the frame. Seeing this massive monster, the new generation was immediately scared to tears. Sarada Uchiha thighs is the 10 Tails from the textbooks. Boruto Uzumaki, this big. Zabuza Momochi awesome is the sage of 6 paths. Susanoo, as big as this 10 Tails. Itachi Uchiha, it's really huge, feels bigger than Susanoo. Shursui Uchiha Itachi, be confident you can remove the word feels. Kisame Hashigaki, such a powerful tailed beast ball couldn't destroy the 10 Tails. Pipa Shirzong, the tailed beast ball, is not strong at all. I once blocked it with my sword. Kakashi Hitaki, then how did you die? Pipa Shirzong, the afterwave of the tailed beast ball split my sword in two, and then I was stabbed to death by my own sword. Kakashi Hitaki. The scene continued. The 10 Tails was now fully revived. Looking at its nearly kilometer height, everyone watching the video fell into a state of shock. The next second, Obito and Madara Uchiha jumped onto the head of the Ten Tails. Without much ado, the Ten Tails grew 2 roots and inserted them into the two's heads. They were like piloting the Gundam from Pacific Rim. Together they looked down upon the mortals below. I originally planned to capture them before the Ten Tails revived, but I didn't expect they had some skill. Madara Uchiha crossed his arms. Sarada Uchiha, it's simply that you can't defeat the 7th Hokage. Denki Kaminaraman, we didn't even see Madara Uchiha make a move in the scene. He probably isn't that strong. Hashirama Senju Madara, aren't you going to refute that? Madara Uchiha, only the weak need to prove themselves. I said from the beginning. The exciting parts should be saved for later to enjoy. Jiraiya not bad, it seems the person above understands. Uchiha Hikari, will this video also review me later? Boruto Uzumaki, why do I feel like I've seen the person above before? On the streets of Konoha, Boruto stared at Uchiha Hikari, his face full of confusion. Uchiha Hikari is from the Warring States period. Idiot Boruto, how could you have seen him? Sarada looked at Boruto with a speechless expression. Itachi Uchiha, the Ten Tails has fully revived. The situation ahead will be very dangerous. The scene continued. Obito controlled the Ten Tails and charged forward rapidly. The Ten Tails was extremely fast, crawling on the ground like this, stirring up a violent tremor. A large amount of smoke rose irregularly. The next second, bang. The Ten Tails quickly swung a slap directly, sending the Nine Tails flying. Under Obito's control, the Ten Tails was extremely powerful. In an instant, Naruto could only enter a passive defensive state. It must be said Obito's control ability was truly strong. He was naturally good at the path of slavery. Inoki, the size of this Ten Tails is too huge. Obito can control it so well. In a sense, Obito is also a genius, right? Izuna Uchiha, he directly awakened his Mangekyo from the Totemo Sharingan. He is already a genius among geniuses. Sasuke Uchiha, why are you looking at me? I was young at that time, I didn't have that much chakra. Shursui Uchiha, whenever there is a topic about unlocking the Sharingan, Sasuke gets cyberbullied. Mirai Sarutobi, who are you above? Asuma Sarutobi, this Mirai is my future daughter, right? Kurinai Yuhi, yes. The scene continued. Naruto and Killer Bee were continuously blown back 1,000 meters high. The two could only enter a passive defensive state. But if this continued, they would eventually lose. So the two decisively spat out tailed beast balls. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of tailed beast balls cut through the air like fireworks rushing over at height. Obito glanced at this scene, his eyes contemptuous. He just waved his hand lightly. The next moment, the Ten Tails decisively spat out a tailed beast ball. The power of this tailed beast ball was enormous, covering an area of several hundred kilometers in an instant. This tailed beast ball carried a devastating strike. Obito controlled the Ten Tails and decisively swung its head. This tailed beast ball, like a laser, cut the distant continent in half. Naruto and Killer Bee huddled together, quickly forming a turtle shell. Bang! The laser hit the two, quickly spreading a large amount of aftershock. This aftershock directly shattered the ground. The whole scene looked terrifying, like the end of the world. The smoke gradually dissipated. Everyone was still struggling to survive. Sarada Uchiha, this is too terrifying. How are we supposed to deal with this power next? Boruto Uzumaki, where the opponent's dad encountered back, then this strong. Naruto, Uzumaki young. Obito is not in his final form yet. He will later become the Sage of Six Paths. Everyone's Sage of Six Paths. The moment the 7th Hokage spoke, the faces of everyone watching the video froze. No one could have imagined that Obito's future potential would be so high. Becoming the Sage of Six Paths directly, what kind of concept is that? Holy crap. You know, Wave, are you serious? Sarada Uchiha, if you look at it this way, the strongest in the Uchiha clan might be Obito, right? Denki Kaminaraman, exactly, the strongest is Uchiha Obito, so the weakest is Uchiha Madara. Mitsuki, Sarada's clan is really terrifying. In the Boruto era, will the Obito in the video really become the Sage of Six Paths? Asked Wasabi Izuno, her lips trembling. So scary, so scary. Namada's pupils contracted, and before she knew it, tears were falling. Shinki, can Lord Father beat Obito? Hwangu obviously can't beat me. Boruto Uzumaki, only Master Sasuke can beat Obito. All Uchiha are trash. Sasuke Uchiha, well said as expected of my disciple. When I'm in the mood. 4th Kazekage Raza, that's not the point. My future son Gaara actually becomes Kazekage. In the Pure Land space, the current Kazekage Raza looked somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't expected his own son to become Kazekage. He could become Gaara. On the streets of Konoha, Gaara looked up at the image in the sky, also somewhat dumbfounded. He never dreamed that he would become Kazekage in the future. The scene continues because Obito was too focused on the Ten Tails, he didn't notice Naruto's shadow clone and Kakashi appearing in the sky. Kakashi began to fall rapidly from 10,000 meters decisively, using Kamui. In the Kamui space, Kakashi brought out Killer Bee. Killer Bee fell rapidly, gathering a tailed beast ball in his mouth, and shot it towards the Ten Tails. It has to hit. Naruto's face was full of anxiety. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit the Ten Tails' eye, Obito controlled the Ten Tails and disdainfully raised a finger, which directly flicked the tailed beast ball away. Killer Bee was hit by his own tailed beast ball and was sent flying far away. There are still 2 flies up there. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, speaking disdainfully. Watching Killer Bee flying in the air, Naruto pushed Kakashi-sensei away. The next moment, Naruto was caught by the Ten Tails' arm and instantly turned to dust. Obito watched this scene in the sky, remembering his childhood. At that time, he was just like Naruto, pushing his teammate away to take the attack himself. Naruto, you are just like me. Naruto Uzumaki. How could I ever become as dark? Momoshiki Otsutsuki, that's not necessarily true. Boruto Uzumaki, what is this idiot upstairs trying to say? Obito Uchiha Naruto, when you see the most important person die before your eyes, what will you feel? Naruto Uzumaki, I would feel sad. But I wouldn't do something as extreme as you. In a rented room, Naruto thought briefly and gave his answer. After all, Naruto had lost his parents since childhood, so he couldn't understand Obito's feelings. Obito Uchiha, just wait and see. I told you were actually very similar to me. Kakashi Hatake, Obito, please come back to Konoha. Minato Namikaze, exactly, Obito, come back. The scene continues. Yes, you are just younger than me, but one day. Bang! A violent explosion occurred in the distance. Killer Bee endured the explosion and was blown away. Naruto, on the other hand, dissipated into smoke. Another shadow clone, huh? Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. At that moment, the real Naruto caught the falling Kakashi and ran quickly towards Killer Bee in the distance. Naruto decisively extended his arm, stopping the still retreating Killer Bee. The atmosphere became tense. After being in battle mode for a long time, Naruto reached his limit and quickly reverted to his normal state. No choice from now on, he could only stall for time. But the problem was, Killer Bee also returned to his normal form. Both of their tailed beasts had reached their limits. Well, what to do now? Kakashi, having exhausted his dojutsu, fell into a weakened state. As for Might Guy, due to the side effects of opening the 8 gates earlier, he could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Oscar, looking at all of them, Might Guy is the most useless. Why is he always panting? And I hung. Oscar, don't talk about the seniors like that. Rock Lee, upstairs, Might Guy Sensei is very strong. Oscar, I can't see it at all, he's as useless as Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, kid, do you want to dance too? Hashirama Senju, Madara, don't bother with this kid. In the Pure Land space, Hashirama Senju patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Never mind, when this video later highlights his glorious moments, he would see how to humiliate these younger generations. Sarada Uchiha, I heard from my father Might Guy Senpai is a very powerful ninja. Might Guy, hahaha, burn with youth. Rock Lee, as expected of Guy Sensei, I am fired up too. On the streets of Konoha, Guy and Rock Lee, with heavy weights on their legs and hands on the ground, were slowly walking forward. The villagers looked at them with strange eyes. This taijutsu ninja is completely useless. What's the use of these two still practicing taijutsu here? In the video, the biggest burden is Might Guy. Shino 8 gates. I've heard a little about it. You? Teacher. The scene continues now. The situation became very tense, and everyone was somewhat blamed. After all, in the video, Might Guy had never exerted any effort, just lying on the ground gasping. I really don't understand why this guy is on the battlefield. It seems the chakra of the 8 tails and 9 tails is temporarily depleted. Obito stared at the people below, his tone cold. Naruto heard this and looked displeased, taking a deep breath and crossing his fingers. You're going to use your favorite shadow clone again. Just making more trash. Uchiha Madara frowned. I'm not trash. Naruto retorted to Uchiha Madara, but was stopped by Kakashi as they had to conserve chakra. You're just a bunch of rabble. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. As soon as he finished, Naruto froze, sweat dripping from his forehead, lips trembling. R.A. Rabble. Naruto was confused. What do these 4 characters mean? He knew each character individually, but together, he didn't understand. Seeing this, Boruto couldn't hold it any longer. Boruto Uzumaki, how wasn't Dad very knowledgeable when he was a kid? What's going on in the video? Answer me. Naruto Uzumaki young. In the Hokage's office, Naruto stared at his son, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Ahem. Didn't you see me in the video? I was mature and steady. Naruto glared at his son. Where's the maturity? Enough. I'm your father. Unable to hold back any longer, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk with a resounding slap. Bang. The tea on the desk rippled in circles. Damn, old man, you'll regret this. Boruto shot his father a fierce glare, then turned and stormed out, slamming the door. Witnessing this scene, the ANBU members still cleaning the office exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Why do I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere? Yet it feels so familiar. Uchiha Madara, truly a fool. Uchiha Obito, Naruto, you don't even understand what that means. I was far more mature and steady at your age. Hatake Kakashi. Minato Namikaze, aha. On the streets of Konoha, Kakashi watched Obito's comment, the corner of his mouth twitching. At Naruto's age, Obito was probably still playing in the mud. The scene continued. A gust of wind blew past. Uchiha Madara was somewhat bewildered. He never expected that the man before him would have such a poor level of education. The future of Konoha seemed bleak. Truly a waste. Uchiha Madara sighed helplessly. It means even if there are many people, if their heads are empty, it's useless. Obito explained calmly. Hatake Kakashi, Obito the dead last of your class, and you're here explaining. Uchiha Obito. Waste Kakashi, just tell me, isn't that what it means? In the Kamui dimension, Obito was furious. What did he mean by being the dead last? At Naruto's age, he had always been mature and steady. The scene continued. The two began to taunt Naruto. One day, everyone will become like me. Obito's eyes were cold. I won't become like you. How many times do I have to say it? The person I want to become is the Hokage. Naruto's fingers interlaced, his gaze unwavering. Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. No ninjutsu can defeat Infinite Tsukuyomi. In Infinite Tsukuyomi, you can also become Hokage. Obito paused, then shifted his tone. The Ten Tails opened its mouth and began to concentrate a tailed beast ball. The sphere grew larger and larger, carrying a power that could destroy heaven and earth. With a whoosh, it shot out rapidly. Boom! The immense force, like an atomic bomb, exploded in the distance. A violent hurricane swept through, and the surrounding ground was blown away by the blast. Watching the devastating attack in the distance, Kakashi's pupils contracted. Thud! But the attack seemed to have missed. It struck a distant mountain peak, directly obliterating nearly 1,000 kilometers of terrain. The entire explosion flashed continuously. The viewers of the video fell silent once more. But why did the blast go off course? Boruto, Uncle Obito, was that a mistake? Sarada Uchiha, how could he make such a basic error? Nagato, if Uncle Obito had succeeded, you probably wouldn't have been born. Tobarama Senju, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Yamanaka clan must have intervened. The scene continued. Obito was momentarily stunned. He had just been controlled by Ino Yamanaka, which caused his misoperation. The tailed beast ball had gone off course. What happened? The distant smoke slowly cleared. A deep fissure appeared on the ground, spanning dozens of kilometers in diameter. Did it miss? Was it intentional? Kakashi's lips trembled. In an instant, countless figures descended from the sky. Finally, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. The music swelled at that moment. Sorry to keep you waiting. Using the Byakugan's assistance, I executed the most precise new turning technique, but it was broken in 2 seconds. Ino's lips quivered. But we still made that guy's attack miss. Well done. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Hinata asked with concern. Don't act tough just because Hinata's here, Naruto. Kiba teased. Himawari, is that Mom when she was young? Boruto, huh? Mom actually fought in a war when she was young. Naruto, young, your mother was a chunin. It's normal for her to be on the battlefield. Himawari, and you, Dad. Naruto, young. In the Hokage's office, Naruto's mouth twitched. Though he had become Hokage, strictly speaking, he was still a genin. Sarada, why is the 7th Hokage still a genin? Konohamaru, young, because Naruto lost to me. Mitsuki, huh? Konohamaru Sensei defeated the 7th Hokage. In the Boruto era, Konohamaru quickly accepted an interview from the villagers. Everyone was curious. How strong was Konohamaru, who could defeat the 7th Hokage? Konohamaru's mouth twitched. He had won against Naruto because Naruto had violated the match rules by using Sage Mode and was disqualified. Konohamaru, completely baffled, had taken the victory. Anoki, you're all just spouting useless nonsense. How can this video fight against Madara? The scene continued. A large number of people descended from the sky. The Aburame clan swiftly released swarms of insects numbering in the tens of thousands. The ninjas from the Mist Village quickly formed hand seals and spat out a massive amount of mist. With the added numbers, the scale of the ninjutsu became enormous. At that moment, the distant smoke was stirred by the insect swarm, instantly obscuring the view around them. Seeing this, the viewers were once again astonished. Sarada, so clever. This is the intellect of our predecessors. Chocho, they used this method to create a distraction. Naruto, great. Everyone in the video is here. What comes next is the most powerful ninjutsu in the entire history of Shin. The scene continued. The music swelled at that moment. Everyone gathered to one side. Sakura healed Kakashi, and the allied shinobi forces headquarters began directing the battle. 1st Division in position. 2nd Division in position. 3rd Division also in position. Resolute voices echoed from the smoke. They moved in perfect coordination, each belonging to a different unit. Seeing this, everyone's blood boiled. Meanwhile, Madara stared at the distant smoke with a disdainful look. You think you can hide like this, eh? Obito commanded the Ten-Tails tail to sweep fiercely, blowing away the distant smoke. The next moment, wind-style wind cutter jutsu. The smoke completely dissipated. Gazing at the tens of thousands of allied shinobi forces below, Madara's face showed a hint of surprise. This is no longer a rabble. Naruto interlaced his fingers, a smile curling at the corner of his. What you see now is the allied shinobi jutsu. Boruto, so cool. Is this the battle from Dad's era? Mitsuki, why isn't Mom in the video? Tsunade, I want to complain. Orochimaru, you have your son call you Mom. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you're a tranny. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, you. Son. Orochimaru, we'll meet again soon. In the year 64 of Konoha, Orochimaru suppressed the urge to lick his lips, staring intently at the third Hokage. Hiruzen shivered. Strange he hadn't turned on the air conditioner, so why did the office feel so eerie? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Ahem, let's continue watching the video. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Kazekage. Don't you feel the office is a bit cold? Orochimaru. It seems the Lord Kazekage doesn't like to talk. In the Pure Land space, sweat dripped from Raza's forehead. That Orochimaru fellow repeatedly told him privately to keep quiet lest he reveal his identity. Helpless if he dared to disobey him, his 3 children would likely be killed by Orochimaru. Itachi Uchiha, the allied shinobi forces technique. This technique is indeed the greatest one. Sasuke Uchiha. As expected of my brother. Minato Namake's Obito turned back from the brink. The scene continues, looking at Naruto's determined eyes below. Obito's lips trembled. He seemed to see his younger self in Naruto. The allied shinobi forces technique. Quite a bunch of nonsense. Madara sneered contemptuously. We will use this technique to stop you. Naruto said firmly. Inogen Yamanaka, Mom is too authoritative, she actually directly controlled Obito. In the Boruto era, Inogen, still playing ninja cards, had sweat on his forehead. He never dreamed that his mother Ino Yamanaka had directly controlled Obito in her youth. If this feat were told, it would probably be boast-worthy for a lifetime, right? Hey Inogen, it's my turn now. Shikadai urged impatiently. Oh. In the crowd, Sarada glanced at these childish boys and sighed. She often felt out of place with these peers. Only Mom appears in the video. I wonder where Dad is. Of course, Sarada didn't know that her father was currently trying to revive Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru's technology was too powerful. If he were revived, it should be possible to revive all the previous Hokage, right? Sarada Uchiha, Dad, what are you doing in this timeline in the video? Sasuke Uchiha Young, I'm reviving Sarada, Dad, why are you reviving Orochimaru? Sasuke Young, you'll understand when you see later. Himawari, that's my living uncle in the video. Niji Hyuga, ahem, so why did I die? The scene continues, even if you succeed in stopping us, it's still meaningless. Once the war is over, your unity will fall apart. Obito said meaningfully. Hearing Obito's meaningful words, the new generation looked disdainful. How could that be? They were living so peacefully now. Doesn't that prove that the infinite Tsukuyomi is a foolish idea? The scene continues, look clearly. There is no hope in this world. Obito said coldly. No matter what you say, I firmly believe that hope must exist. Naruto's eyes were determined. The two discussed back and forth, each confirming their own stance. Obito always believed that people could not coexist peacefully. The current unity was because they had a common enemy. Once the enemy was defeated and peace was restored, before long another great ninja war would break out. Naruto didn't think so. He believed that everyone had finally come together and forged deep friendships. How could they possibly start another war? Hashirama Senju, Naruto's thinking is right. Tobirama Senju, Naruto's personality is just like big brothers. Obito Uchiha, long-lasting peace is impossible. Itachi Uchiha, you who don't believe in your comrades are destined to fail. The scene continues, the shot splits in two. Naruto and Obito's faces appear in the frame. Who will win and who will lose next? The viewers watching the video held their breath, their faces full of tension. At this moment, both sides decided to fight to the death. Without further ado, everyone go. This is the final battle. The allied shinobi forces shouted. Everyone quickly spread out, numerous figures surged in the smoke, and the whole scene looked incredibly stunning. At the allied shinobi forces headquarters, many strategists began analyzing the plan. The people of Kimobikure quickly formed hand seals. Lightning released lightning light pillar. A violent white light burst forth below. Storm release. Darui decisively released lightning, reflecting that white light. A large amount of white light enveloped the two men. Madara Uchiha and Obito closed their eyes. Madara activated his Rinnegan and began to withstand everyone's attacks. This move first blocked the Ten-Tail's sight. Then everyone cooperated, combining countless ninjutsu to produce a particularly strange effect. These basic ninjutsu, when used by a large number of people, produced an effect far greater than 112. This violent storm, combined with the surrounding dust, made it impossible for Obito to track the allied shinobi forces with his Sharingan. At that moment, the ground suddenly caved in, and the Ten Tails fell directly to a depth of nearly 1,000 meters. Seizing this opportunity, everyone rushed forward, spitting lime from their mouths. The lime quickly mixed with the water release of Kirigakure. Many ninjas from Konoha spat fire release into the hole below. In an instant, the intense heat directly evaporated the moisture inside the lime. The Ten Tails was firmly trapped by the lime, completely unable to move. Seeing the allied shinobi forces' plan, Tobirama Senju's eyes lit up. Tobirama Senju, the Nara clan people, are truly clever to come up with such a plan. First, they used light to block the two's vision. Then they used a storm to disrupt Obito's judgment. Afterward, they used earth release to lower the ground where the Ten Tails was. Hashirama Senju, finally spitting lime to evaporate it. That's so brilliant. Why didn't I think of such a plan? Mei Terumi. So this is the strategist of Konoha. Terrifying. Sarada Uchiha. Looking at this, Obito and Madara will soon be defeated, right? The scene continues. The allied shinobi forces jumped down from a high altitude en masse. Their idea was simple. Obito could only maintain his intangibility for 5 minutes, so they would use a human wave tactic and fight a prolonged battle. Obito would soon be defeated. As for Madara Uchiha, just have a large number of taijutsu ninjas attack him. Admittedly, the plan of the allied shinobi forces was truly excellent. But unfortunately, facing a gap in power, no matter how good the plan, it could not do much. The Ten Tails quickly broke free from the lime's control. It casually swung its arm, and the allied shinobi forces were instantly. Now I'll show you what despair is. Obito's face darkened. He controlled the Ten Tails and decisively launched a tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball shot forward rapidly, and in a single instant it shattered the group that had just gained the upper hand. Seeing this, the viewers watching the video fell into silence again. But it wasn't over yet. Obito wasn't stupid either. After their previous exchanges, he could probably guess that there was a Zhuge Liang behind the allied shinobi forces. So Obito began to gather a tailed beast ball and flung it to a distant area thousands of kilometers away. Tobirama, wait. That direction is the headquarters, right? Hashirama, damn it, Obito, you beast. Obito, Inogen, so that's how grandfather died. Sarada, so smart. Both sides' plans are very methodical. Awabe, Obito is really evil. He actually killed the strategist of the allied shinobi forces. Niji, so how did I die? Kagaya, the new generation watched Daitu's deeds with utter contempt. This was going to the battlefield to kill enemies. He actually killed the strategist of the allied shinobi forces. Daitu, you are too despicable. Everyone used to think Daitu was handsome, but now they only find him vile and shameless. Shanjie Banzang, a bunch of naive little brats. Isn't this standard battlefield procedure? Xuanhua Changman, indeed, peace has made you too comfortable. Jinai Yambu, this Daitu just can't accept defeat, that's why he uses this trick. Yuzibo Ban, a bunch of fools, isn't this a perfectly normal move? Yuzibo Chuanai, you clowns are like this, lacking even the most basic common sense. In the Boran Zhuan era, the new generation looked at the chat group messages and instantly fell silent. They now live in such peace. They never imagined the battlefield could be so cruel. Xuanhua Boran, the battlefield is terrifying indeed, peace is better. Yuzibo Zuliangna, if I don't understand, I ask, why are we so peaceful now? Without war. Qinsho Feijian, that's because Mingren and Zuizhu are there so no war occurs in your place. Qinsho Zhujian, shouldn't it be mutual understanding, leading to peaceful coexistence? Qinsho Feijian, big brother, you are too naive. The scene continues. Well, now all the strategists of the allied shinobi forces are dead. Everyone felt deep despair from the video. After all, with the commander dead, the battlefield instantly fell into chaos. The morale of the allied shinobi forces plummeted, and some even began to give up on themselves. What were they even fighting for? The Ten Tails, nearly 1,000 meters tall in the distance, could destroy vast areas around it with a flick of its finger. What was the use of all their efforts? The next moment, Daitu controlled the Ten Tails to spew out a massive volley of wooden spikes, and the allied shinobi forces were instantly routed by this attack. Mingren watched helplessly as many comrades died around him, his face filled with despair. Just as the Ten Tails' arm was about to strike Mingren, Rizhao swiftly used the 8 trigrams empty palm to knock, but soon the Ten Tails' arm again shot out a large number of wooden spikes heading straight toward Mingren's direction. Oh no, we're being targeted. But soon the Ten Tails' arm again shot out a large number of wooden spikes heading straight toward Mingren's direction. Oh no, we're being targeted. There are too many wooden spikes, just relying on Chutian and Ningxis empty palms. Ningxi decisively activated the Bai Yin, standing resolutely before everyone. Because he was of the Rishiang branch family, he had a fatal flaw, one that prevented him from blocking the wooden spikes from his blind spots. With a thud, the sound of blood splattering came and Ningxi's body crashed heavily to the ground. His spirit, like a caged bird, gradually ascended. At this moment, Boren and Xiangriki, who were watching the video, were stunned. Xuanhua Boren, stupid dad, get up quickly. Xuanhua Xiangriki, Uncle Ningxi. Xuanhua Mingren Ningxi, why did you go this far to protect me? Rishiang Ningxi, it seems my fate from now on is like this. Father, you were right. A caged bird can also change its own destiny. Rishiang Ningxi, it seems my fate from now on is like this. Father, you were right. A caged bird can He had already understood his father's feelings back then. Probably out of responsibility to protect someone important. He was forced to sacrifice himself, wasn't he? The scene continues. Taking this opportunity, the allied shinobi forces surged forward toward the distant Ten Tails. Mingren, trembling, held Ningxi in his arms and looked around anxiously. Medical squad, where are you? Hurry up, someone is injured. However, no matter how much Mingren shouted, the entire allied shinobi forces had only one target, the distant Ten Tails, and no one heard his cries for help. A highly ironic scene appeared in the video. Yuzibo Ziliangna. Why doesn't everyone stop to save Senior Ningxi? Yuzibo Jishui, sacrificing the individual to preserve the whole, is also normal. Yuzibo Yu. Qinsho Zhujian, how is that normal? Where did your will of fire go? Inside the Jingtu space, Zhujian watched the scene on the celestial screen, furious. In the video, everyone was indifferent to Ningxi's life and death, blindly attacking the Ten Tails. Why doesn't everyone stop to save Ningxi? Zhujian's tone was anxious. Big brother. This is normal. The actions of the people in the video are correct. Sacrificing one person for an opportunity to attack is the wisest choice. Feijian shook his head. Xuanhua Changmen. In the end, it's because everyone isn't strong enough that leads to this kind of individual sacrifice. Yuzibo died too. Mingren, you saw it too. The you in the video couldn't change anything. Xuanhua Mingren. The scene continues. Ningxi leaned on Mingren's shoulder, his breath weak. I'm afraid. I'm done for. Chutian knelt anxiously on the ground. Brother. At this moment, Ningxi's voice was weak, choked with emotion. Mingren. Lady Chutian is willing to sacrifice herself for you. So your life is not just this one. The music at this moment became especially moving. It seems my life is also one of them. Why? How can you die here? Your place in the Rishiang clan. Mingren's lips trembled. It was you who used those words to free me from the shackles of fate. Why did you sacrifice yourself for me? You risked your life to protect me. Tears streamed down Mingren's face. Because you called me a genius. As soon as the words were spoken, Mingren's pupils contracted sharply. The memories of the past kept appearing on the celestial screen. The curse mark on Ningxi's forehead also began to fade. He was like a bird in a cage, finally breaking free and experiencing his first flight in this life. But soon that bird crashed heavily to the ground. Daitu stood on high, looking down at Mingren with contempt. Didn't you say you wouldn't let your comrades be killed? But look around you. What about all these corpses on the ground? Daitu's tone was icy. These words were like a blade stabbing straight into Mingren's chest, his lips trembling. Looking at Mingren's despair below, Daitu was very satisfied. Mingren, touch the bodies of your comrades and feel it well. Death will continue, and those naive ideas you once had will eventually turn to nothing. Daitu stared at the desperate Mingren below and coaxed. Mingren, tell me, what is there worth holding on to in this reality? If this continues, your comrades will leave you one by one. Come, let's create a new world together. Daitu extended his hand, his tone full of temptation. At this moment, Mingren was completely broken, looking down at his toes with a face full of pain. Seeing the scene on the celestial screen, the new generation also wore expressions of despair. Xuanhua Xiangriki, so that's how Uncle Ningxi sacrificed himself. Xuanhua Boren, stupid dad, pull yourself together. Yuzibo Ziliangna, Senior Ningxi chose to sacrifice himself to protect the Seventh Hokage. Did he find release? Rishiang Rizhao Ningxi. At this moment, everyone watching the high-altitude scene couldn't help but put themselves in Mingren's shoes. If they were Mingren, they would probably agree with Daitu's idea at this point, right? After all, if this battle continued, the casualties of the allied shinobi forces would only become more severe. In the end, perhaps only Mingren would be left. Rather than enduring such pain, it would be better to enter that false dream world. Qinsho Zhujian, youngsters, pull yourselves together. Inside the Jingtu space, Zhujian looked at these disheartened youths, frustrated that they didn't live up to expectations. This infinite Tsukuyami, in essence, is a false world. What meaning is there in living in such a false world? Jinai Yanbu. Is this the fourth shinobi world war that the seniors talked about? Layman Dianshi, it's truly terrifying, corpses everywhere. Dali, so peace is better after all. Beholding such a large-scale scene of sacrifice in the video, everyone watching fell into silence. This battle. Is there truly any reason to continue? The scene continues, seeing Mingren begin to waver. Dai Tu grew excited. Come, that's it, come over to my side, Mingren. Just as Mingren was about to step toward Dai Tu, Chutian raised her hand and decisively slapped him across the face. Bang! Seeing this, everyone's expressions were filled with surprise. Dai Tu, standing high in the air, had sweat trickling down his forehead. Mingren was different from him. At the critical moment, Chutian was there to help Mingren, while his own only white moonlight had already departed. Just now, older brother Ningxiai said that Mingren's life is not just this one. Do you understand what that means? The words "never let a comrade be killed" and "this belief" are not false. Older brother Ningxiai kept that phrase in his heart and even lived up to it. As Chutian spoke, she glanced at Ning Si's body in the distance. It's not just you, Mingren. Everyone is the same. Everyone carries this phrase and this belief in their hearts, tightly linking each other's lives together. So, we are comrades. If everyone abandons this phrase and this belief, then everything older brother Ningxiai has done will be in vain. The music gradually turned sorrowful and the battlefield was in ruins. Mingren silently listened to Kyushin's words, feeling the warmth of her hand, and his gaze gradually became resolute. At the same time, Dai Tu, standing high above, exchanged a gaze with Mingren, below his eyes tinged with complexity. Ban cast a meaningful glance at Dai Tu. Enough! Dai Tu spread his arms and decisively commanded the Ten Tails to begin gathering a tailed beast ball once more. The tailed beast ball quickly aimed at the people below. At this moment, Chi Labi swiftly leaped down from the sky, decisively transformed into a tailed beast, and spat a tailed beast ball directly into the Ten Tails' mouth. The next second, bang! A violent explosion occurred in the distance. Mingren also perked up and regained his composure. Chuchian, thanks to you. And thank you. Ningxiai. Bang! Mingren once again activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, but this time it was different. He transferred his own chakra to Chutian and everyone present. In an instant, this blood-red flame spread like a spark across the battlefield. The scene continues. Mingren gathered a raisin shuriken and swiftly charged toward the sky. The Ten Tails, due to its enormous size, the scene continues. Mingren gathered a raisin shuriken and swiftly charged toward the sky. The Ten Tails, due to its enormous size, was immediately surrounded and attacked by the allied shinobi forces. With no other choice, Yuzhibo Dai Tu had to jump down and engage these people. Just then, the Ten Tails, which had been under constant attack, suddenly began to lose control, letting out a violent roar. In an instant, a violent hurricane swept over with lightning and thunder in the distance, making the scene look like the apocalypse. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was shocked once again. In the Boruto era, a group of new generation watched the scene in the sky, stunned. This Ten Tails, judging by its movements, seems intent on destroying the world. Seventh Hokage-sama, how are you going to survive this? On the streets of Mai, Lu Tai and Jingjin looked at Boren with displeased expressions. This guy Boren had previously lied to them, saying that his mother was very strict and very fierce. Tell me, in the video, where does the gentle appearance of the Hokage's wife look fierce? Boren looked bewildered. He simply couldn't understand how the gentle mother in the video could be the same person as his mother in reality. The scene continues. The Ten Tails destroyed everything around, and Dai Tu's gaze turned. Boren looked bewildered. He simply couldn't understand how the gentle mother in the video could be the same person as his mother in reality. The scene continues. The Ten Tails destroyed everything around, and Dai Tu's gaze turned cold. Perfect. This was all part of his plan. Earlier, he had deliberately exerted full control over the Ten Tails with the main purpose of making it angry. Dai Tu used Kamui space to pull Kakashi inside. The scene shifts. Inside Kamui space, when Kakashi recognized the man before him, he decisively gripped his lightning cutter and charged forward. However, just as he was about to strike Dai Tu's chest, he stopped. Kakashi couldn't bring himself to do it. Useless, Kakashi, you are indeed hesitating. Are you feeling guilty? Because you failed to fulfill the promise between us. You didn't protect Lin. Dai Tu, as if still not satisfied, stared at Kakashi with contempt in his eyes. What are you trying to make me reform? Dai Tu. Kaka's lips trembled. At this moment, he didn't know how to face his best friend. As soon as Yuzhibo finished speaking, everyone watching the video nodded nervously. Indeed. What exactly was happening to those outside? The scene continues. Kakashi raised his lightning cutter, staring at Dai Tu before him, unable to move for a long time. Dai Tu, stop it now. Your dream was once to become Hokage, and Mingren is the same now. He also said the words you once said. Kaka's face was filled with complexity. Looking at the Dai Tu before him, he unconsciously thought of Mingren. Dai Tu and Mingren were really too similar. Their experiences were truly alike. The only difference was that Dai Tu's beloved had long since died, while Mingren still had Chutian to comfort him. Dai Tu had no one behind him. If not for Chutian comforting Mingren, would Mingren have also followed Daitu's path? Uchiha Itachi, Obito can't really be about to become the sage of six paths, can he? Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. Senju Hashirama. Madara, why are you and that loach always just... The scene continues. You can't possibly not understand Naruto's feelings. You can still turn back and become the person you once were. Kakashi's tone was complex. Hearing Kakashi's words, Obito let out a light laugh, then burst into a wild skyward laugh, as if mocking fate, or perhaps mocking himself. There it was. One of the four madmen of Uchiha. Precisely because I understand Naruto's thoughts too well. That's why I want to listen to everything he says. Then deny it all. Obito's tone was icy. Senju Hashirama. This Kakashi has been holding his Raikiri and chatting the whole time. Senju Tobarama. Brother, these aren't the things you should be focusing on. Uchiha Itachi, wait. Obito, what is he trying to do? Uchiha Madara. Obito, you bastard, are you tricking me? Uchiha Obito. Hatake Kakashi. Obito, why won't you kill me? The scene continues. Your guilt toward me is laughable in itself. If you think my reason for starting this war is only about you and Rin, you're sorely mistaken. With that, Obito rammed his chest into Kakashi's Raikiri, instantly puncturing a massive hole through his chest. Seeing this, the audience watching the video all wore puzzled expressions. I know everything. Kakashi looked at the Obito before him, his pupils contracting, as if recalling the time he had pierced Rin's chest. Obito then spoke a string of profound words, and the audience quickly grasped his intent. So the war he had started was not just for Rin. Obito's hatred was directed at the very ninja system of this world and the false world itself. Thus he decided to launch the infinite Tsukuyomi. Just as Kakashi was about to retort, Obito spoke angrily, spreading his hands and pointing at the hollow in his chest. Through the hole the other side was visible. Look clearly, there's nothing left in my heart. Now I can't even feel pain. You don't need to feel guilty. This hole was torn open by this world. Terumi May, this Obito, is he serious? Fourth Raikage is seeing that insane smile of Obito's just now. I thought of Uchiha Itachi. Haiden. Exactly, is there some tradition in the Uchiha clan? Kisame Hashigaki. I also thought of Itachi-san's smile. Of course, compared to the four madmen of Uchiha, the audience watching the video was more worried about how the story would unfold next. Everyone initially thought Obito was mad, but after hearing his lengthy discourse, the audience fell into silence. Perhaps the infinite Tsukuyomi was the right choice. After all, many must have already died outside the Kamui dimension. The scene continued. The two debated back and forth, but Kakashi did not agree with Obito's idea of the infinite Tsukuyomi. They stood on opposite sides. At that moment, Kakashi dispelled the Jinjutsu, deciding to settle the fight here. Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Sensei, you must win. Hatake Kakashi, I will win. Sasuke Uchiha, the last person who said that got cut in half. Uchiha Itachi, him. The scene continued. It seems I really can't change you. Then the only thing I can do for you now. As Kakashi spoke, he raised his fingers and formed the seal of opposition. Is to send you to death. Then, same here, come on. At that moment, the shot suddenly blurred and images of the two as children appeared on the screen. Now then, the ninja combat training exercise begins. Minato Sensei, acting as the referee, announced the start of the match. The next moment, both moved at once. Boom. The two quickly exchanged punches and kicks, a flurry of blows. The sound of fists cutting through the air echoed loudly in the silent Kamui dimension. Their blows landed solidly back and forth. Obito landed several punches on Kakashi, who then quickly created distance. Scenes of their childhood battles kept flashing on the screen, interweaving with the present. Everything seemed dreamlike, but unlike their childhood, now both were determined to kill each other. Obito kicked Kakashi far away, sending him sprawling. Obito then stomped on the ground. Boom. Cracks like a spiderweb spread across the ground. Kakashi scrambled to his feet and landed several more punches on Obito. In the childhood flashback, Kakashi somersaulted through the air, kicking down at Obito, then pulled a kunai from his vest and lunged at Obito. Obito sidestepped and knocked Kakashi's kunai away with a black rod. Kakashi produced another kunai and hurled it. The kunai struck Obito's face, drawing a trickle of blood. He turned and threw a punch, sending Kakashi flying again. Senju Hashirama, Kakashi, why are you so weak? Hatake Kakashi, first Hokage-sama, because of the Sharingan. Senju Hashirama, you shouldn't be this weak. Senju Tobarama, enough brother. Not everyone is as freakishly strong as you. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, you're 1,000-meter-tall Buddha. There are few in the ninja world who can match it. Kurama, you once said I was strong, but tell me, where am I strong? The scene continued. Kakashi struggled to his feet. In the distance, Obito curled his lips into a sinister smile. The next moment, the wound on his face healed instantly. He pulled a black rod from his palm, cracked his neck, and charged forward. Kakashi likewise drew two kunai to defend himself desperately. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. Their cold weapons collided, sending sparks flying. The fight was incredibly stylish, like a feast of taijutsu. However, any keen observer could see that Obito had the upper hand. The camera angles shifted constantly, making the scene incredibly immersive. Fourth Raikage, awesome. This fight is awesome. Inoki, truly awesome. Terumi Mei, I'm really curious now. Who will win in the end? Uchiha Obito, worthless Kakashi. The you in the video is no match for me. Hatake Kakashi Obito. The scene continued. Kakashi struggled to hold his kunai against Obito's assault. Clink clink. They exchanged blows, advancing and retreating. Obito soon subdued Kakashi and they were locked in a stalemate. Just when everyone thought they would remain deadlocked, Obito's lips curled upward. Lend me your hand. He forcibly used Kakashi's hand to form hand seals. Kakashi tried to react, but was kicked in the chin several times. Obito created distance and the image blurred. The young Obito formed hand seals quickly. Fire-style fireball, boom. A blazing fireball erupted from Obito's mouth and hurtled toward Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm on the ground. Boom. A massive stone wall rose from the earth, blocking the blazing fireball. Boom. The residual force of the fireball spread in all directions, and the stone wall cracked and crumbled. Kakashi was still shaken. Footsteps echoed from the distant smoke. His pupils contracted. The smoke beside him was suddenly parted by an object, and Kakashi turned in alarm. But what had parted the smoke was merely a kunai. The next second, Obito emerged from behind Kakashi and kicked him square in the face. Boom. Kakashi slammed into the wall, his pupils contracting, unsteady on his feet. Obito seized the opportunity, black rod in hand, ready to impale him, when the ground beneath Kakashi suddenly burst open. Obito glanced at the Kakashi before him with a disdainful look. No, it's this way. In an instant, the Kakashi in front of him turned into a flash of lightning. It was a lightning clone. Uchiha Itachi. I feel like Obito is Uchiha Madara. Obito, where is your Rinnegan ability? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. You're tricking me. Uchiha Azuna. Brother, calm down. Black Zetsu. Indeed, Madara-sama, don't let anger ruin your health. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu is the one who worries me less. Minato Namikaze. Stop it. You two, stop fighting. Stop already. Uzumaki Kushina. Exactly. In the Pure Land. Kushina watched the video with a worried expression. Obito and Kakashi are both good kids. She didn't want either side to get hurt. The scene continued. Kakashi took the chance to kick Obito several times. Obito quickly flew backward and rolled clumsily. He struggled to prop himself up. The next moment, Kakashi held a kunai and aimed it at young Obito. Minato Sensei, acting as referee, watched this scene with gentle eyes. Alright, the exercise is over. The winner is Kakashi. Now, hurry up and perform the reconciliation seal. At that moment, young Kakashi reached out his hand to Obito. Obito, sitting on the ground, was about to take Kakashi's hand. The next moment, the camera split. Adult Obito reached out, grabbed young Obito's shoulder, and decisively pushed his childhood self away. In Kakashi's view, a grown man in the distance was charging at him. The image blurred and returned to the present. Both sides resolved to die, quickly thrust at each other's weak points. Bang! Kakashi, holding a lightning cutter kunai, stabbed through Obito's chest. Obito in turn pierced Kakashi's shoulder with a black rod. A breeze passed by. The air seemed to freeze. Obito's throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a large amount of the kunai in Kakashi's hand fell to the ground, clattering as it landed. His fingers trembled incessantly. Finally, he jerked it out of Obito's chest. This scene, just looking at it hurts. The two separated. Obito collapsed to the ground, seemingly unable to get up again. Kakashi knelt on one knee, panting heavily, and pulled the black rod out of his shoulder. Uchiha Madara, Obito, answer me, why did you stab Kakashi's shoulder? Uchiha Obito, guess. Uchiha Madara, guess my head. In the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara watched the scene on the screen, his heart instantly blazing with anger. Damn it. This Obito is just an actor, and I trusted him so much before. After all this time, I was exhausting myself outside the Kamui dimension while he was going easy inside. This is not just going easy, he's practically letting out an entire Pacific Ocean of water. Even that fool Uchiha Itachi would have to call him master. Uchiha Itachi, why are you looking at me? Obito isn't taught by me. Uzumaki Boruto, Uncle Kakashi, just one. Boruto's face was also confused, although he was only a genin. But anyone could tell something was wrong in the video, right? Why didn't this Obito stab Kakashi's chest just now? If he had, wouldn't Kakashi be dead directly? Hatake Kakashi, Obito, why did you go easy? Is it because you couldn't bear to kill me? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi, in terms of going easy, Obito far surpasses me. Uchiha Sasuke. Hey Obito, why didn't you kill me that day? Uchiha Obito, because I couldn't catch up. Uchiha Sasuke. The scene continued. It's all over, Obito. Kakashi said coldly, seeming to have won. This battle. He'll let you win, but I want hand over the victory of the war. Obito said weakly. After saying that, he quickly disappeared from the Kamui dimension. Watching Obito leave, everyone watching the video felt puzzled. With his chest pierced like that, head probably only lived for a few minutes outside, right? Uzumaki Boruto, I don't really understand this plot. Uchiha Sarada, I don't understand this plot either. Minato Namikaze Obito. In your current state, it's better to stay in the Kamui dimension, right? Uchiha Obito. System, friendly reminder, high energy ahead. The scene continued. Soon as spatial distortion appeared above the Tintail's head, and the fighting people looked confused. No, what the hell was that? Obito weakly fell from the Kamui dimension onto the Tintail's head, panting heavily, looking as miserable as a drowned rat. That guy seems to be finished. Uchiha Madara looked at Obito with disdain. This Obito is truly useless even with the Rinnegan. And he still lost to Kakashi. Never mind. Madara raised one hand and began to control Obito in the distance. The next moment, with a squelching sound, a large number of black rods emerged from Obito's body. In an instant, Obito felt excruciating pain, his body control being taken away by Madara. My body, Obito said weakly. He turned over, enduring the intense pain. Just as he was about to be devoured by Uchiha Madara, a burst of white light emerged. In the white light, Obito seemed to see Rin's bang. Obito pressed his hands together and let out a roar that echoed across the entire battlefield. He endured the pain and gradually regained control of his body. The sound quickly drew the attention of all the allied shinobi forces. Uchiha Madara's face turned displeased, light surged from his body, and he increased his control over Obito. Seeing this, everyone watching the video suddenly understood why Obito had let Kakashi stab through his chest. So this Uchiha Madara is even earlier when he saved Obito. He had implanted a seal in Obito's chest, so that he could control Obito at any time, and make him use Rinne Rebirth to revive himself. Senju Tobarama, did everyone see that? This is what the evil Uchiha are like. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, how can you be so evil? You've deceived this Obito for over 20 years. Uchiha Madara, enough Hashirama. This Obito is not a fool. Can't you see he's always dragging his feet, unwilling to revive me? Uchiha Itachi, is this the wisdom of the ancestors? Will Uchiha Madara now control Obito to fully revive Uchiha Sarada? If so, then wouldn't everything Obito did before be in vain? Uzumaki Boruto, I feel like this Obito is just a pawn. Uchiha Madara, Obito, stop struggling. You're just a pawn to be used and discarded. Hurry up and revive me. The scene continued. Hashirama saw that Madara was about to revive, his face full of anxiety. Everyone quickly stopped that guy over there. Naruto and Sasuke heard this and quickly vanished from their spots. At this moment, because of the intense pain, Obito's hair turned white overnight. What's that saying? It's not me who is wrong, but this world. The battlefield was now divided into two parts. One side trying to stop Uchiha Madara, the other side trying to stop Uchiha Obito. If either of them was killed, the battle could end. Everything seemed extremely tense. The people watching the video also held their breath. At this moment, Rin's figure appeared again in Obito's mind. At that time, Minato Sensei was also encouraging him, telling him not to give up on his dreams. The music gradually became warm, and everyone watching the video was moved to tears. They had such a wonderful past, but in the blink of an eye things turned out like this. Sigh. When Obito opened his eyes again, Minato Sensei in front of him held a kunai and slashed his own chest. Sensei. In his dying moments, Obito uttered these words. Minato recognized Obito at that moment. With a thud, Obito's body fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone watching the video breathed a sigh of relief. Anoki, great Uchiha Madara's revival failed. Kuratsuchi, yeah, we won. Uchiha Sasuke, what a waste this Obito is, all show and no use. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, be polite. Sasuke looked disdainful. Even though his brother was criticizing him, he still felt contempt. This Obito is nothing special. During the Boruto era, the new generation gazed at the high-altitude imagery, a pang of regret stirring within them. Didn't the Seventh Hokage say that Obito would become a savior later? The Obito in the video deliberately threw the fight and committed suicide, preventing Madara's resurrection and ending the ninja war early. You call that a savior? No, is that really a savior? He's nothing but a clown. Sarada Uchiha. So that's what the Seventh Hokage meant by savior. Iwabi Yuino. I was really looking forward to it. Mitsuki. In a sense, Obito's throwing the fight and ending the war early does make him a savior, doesn't it? Wasabi Izuno, but this is just too lame. This is too frustrating. Although in a sense, it was indeed saving the ninja world. Sasuke Uchiha, once we deal with the failed resurrection of Madara, the war will be over, right? What a pair of weaklings. Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke, how dare you speak to your ancestor like that? Madara Uchiha. Is that young Sasuke of the Uchiha clan? What a pair of weaklings. Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke, how dare you speak to your ancestor like that? Madara Uchiha. Is that young Sasuke of the Uchiha? So you're alive. If only you could have become Hokage. But why? At that moment Sasuke walked over his face, full of disdain. Too easy. Next just seal that Madara Uchiha, and the war will be over right. Just as Sasuke was gloating, Obito on the ground murmured weakly, what makes you think the war will end? My traitorous compatriot. The next moment the ground shook violently. Sasuke and Minato froze, their pupils constricting sharply. The Tin-Tail's body kept shrinking, soon breaking free from the restraints of the Myojinmen. Its entire body began to be rapidly absorbed by Obito, forming a vortex that stirred up a fierce whirlwind. Sasuke and Minato, who had leaped to a high place, were about to be swallowed together from below. Naruto quickly extended his arm and grabbed the two. Gamakichi! Naruto shouted anxiously. Gamakichi rushed over swiftly, carrying the three on his shoulders and leaping high into the sky. Everyone looked into the distance, seeing the nearly kilometer-long Tin-Tails shrinking. What's going on? What happened? Minato was shocked. During the Boruto era, the new generation stared at the high-altitude image, their pupils dilated in shock. Wait. What's this situation? Is Obito being devoured by the Tin-Tails? Iwabi's lips trembled. No. Rather than the Tin-Tails devouring Obito, it's that Obito's goal from the beginning was to become the Tin-Tails Jinchuriki. Sarada's face instantly turned pale. As soon as Sarada finished speaking, Boruto, who was drinking water nearby, dropped his bottle with a plop. No kidding. Uncle Obito is about to become the second sage of 6 paths. Holy shit. The classroom erupted in exclamations. Everyone originally thought Obito would become a savior in a frustrating way, but unexpectedly, Obito pulled off such a huge reversal. Inside the Akatsuki. Awesome. Did Obito plan to become the Tin-Tails Jinchuriki from the start? Deidara was shocked. That's probably the case. Itachi nodded. The Tin-Tails Jinchuriki looks troublesome. Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, revealing a row of shark teeth. In the chat group, Mitsuki, so Obito was just acting all along. Boruto Uzumaki, Obito was acting all along. That acting could win an Inajin Yamanaka. Awesome. So this is the battle of our predecessors. The scene continues. Has the Tin-Tails changed form again? Sasuke looked bewildered. The nearly kilometer-long Tin-Tails in the distance soon turned into a white sphere. No, that's not right. He has completely broken free from Madara's control. Naruto's lips trembled. At this moment the music became oppressive. The entire ninja world seemed to fall silent. Obito had been forming hand seals from the very beginning to achieve this form. In the distance the huge white sphere, like glass, soon developed cracks. Crack crack. Bang. The glass crystal shattered completely. Looking at Obito within the crystal, Naruto was again shocked. That is. Obito closed his eyes tightly, reaching out to peel off the shell shedding from his face. The Tin-Tails Jinchuriki. The scene froze on this image, and everyone watching was stunned. The screen went black, and a line of large text appeared, 3 flowers gathering at the crown, ascending to immortality. Obito's body and mind merged with heaven and earth at this moment. He possesses the strongest combat power in the ninja world. The chat group fell into a long silence, followed by, holy shit. Anoki, wait. Has Obito become an immortal? Fourth Raikage, has he reached the combat power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Mizukage Me Terumi, 3 flowers gathering at the crown, ascending to immortality. It sounds so cool. Fourth Kazekage Raza, this is an immortal, patting my head, binding my hair to receive eternal life. Itachi Uchiha, to actually become a Sage of 6 Paths. Unbelievable. Sasuke Uchiha, doesn't look all that impressive. On the streets of Konoha, Sasuke stared at the high-altitude image, his face full of disdain. The version of himself in the video already has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Can't he beat a mere 6 Paths Obito? Besides, isn't this 6 Paths Obito just Madara's pawn? A pawn that is discarded after use. Why does he have the right to be arrogant? Denki Kaminaraman. So this is the battle of our predecessors. Sarada Uchiha. I always thought the textbook content was made up. Boruto Uzumaki. I treated it as fantasy fiction. Didn't expect all of this really happened. The scene continues. Thump thump. The sound of everyone's heartbeats was especially loud in the silent battlefield. Where did this intense sense of oppression come from? The smoke in the high altitude gradually dissipated, irregular glass crystals floating around in the air. Obito had now ascended to immortality, becoming the only earthly immortal in the ninja world. Obito looked around, his face full of divinity, a contempt for life. Hashirama, seeing the situation was unfavorable, decisively activated Myojinmen. Bang bang bang. A large number of red gates descended from the high altitude, rapidly bearing down on Obito. The ground shook violently, for these red gates were condensed with Hashirama's sage arts capable of suppressing even the Ten Tails. The ground shook violently, for these red gates were condensed with Hashirama's sage arts capable of suppressing even the Myojinmen flew backward tens of kilometers away. Obito with just one strike sent these gates flying. Seeing this, everyone watching fell into silence again. Tobirama Senju, this Big Brother's sealing technique was directly broken. Hashirama Senju, holy shit, don't scare me. Obito Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha, is that young Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. Why aren't you talking? Sasuke Uchiha. In the Pure Land, Madara watched the video on the screen, his envy overwhelmed. They say when people are envious, they become sour. Damn, this Obito actually became a Six Paths directly. If this Obito comes to settle scores with him, next wouldn't Madara Uchiha be screwed? The scene continues. 5 flames burned behind Obito. He looked coldly at everyone, his body exuding a divine aura. Everyone who met his gaze instantly felt a sense of oppression. Obito's current state was neither human nor non-human. 2 horns grew on his forehead. Is this what an immortal looks like? The music became tense. The 5 flames behind Obito transformed into arms, quickly grabbing the edges of the barrier. Seeing this, everyone watching fell into silence again. Sasuke Uchiha, is Obito stupid? This barrier couldn't be broken even by the Ten Tails. Do you think you can break it? Takuma Hyuga, laughing my ass off. If the barrier can't be broken, won't Obito become a clown? Sasuke Uchiha, he's already a clown if I feel like it. Hashirama Senju, the Obito in the video is stronger than me. Breaking this barrier would probably be easy for him. Tobirama Senju, Big Brother, don't weaken morale at a time like Hashirama Senju, but I'm telling the truth. Hiruzen Sarutobi, even the first Hokage can't defeat Obito. Itachi Uchiha, this is the power of the 6 paths level. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, Madara, why is your face so dark? Tobirama Senju, that useless Madara is probably jealous. Izuna Uchiha, Tobirama, you mad dog, what are you barking about? Inoki, you're all talking about useless things. What if the 6 paths Obito in the video breaks the barrier and escapes? Sasuke Uchiha, that's impossible. The scene continues. Crack crack. The barrier emitted a tearing sound. The allied shinobi forces saw this, and were all stunned with fear. No, brother, are you really going to tear open this barrier? The next moment, the barrier violently compressed. Bang! The barrier quickly cracked open, triggering a The music became tense at this moment. Obito's face remained calm, as if he had just done something trivial. Everyone looked into the distance and gasped. That guy directly broke the barrier. You know, the 4 Red Yang formation was jointly created by all generations of Hokage, and it could even suppress the Ten Tails. Unbelievable, is this the power of gods? It's absolutely magnificent. Everyone present stared blankly at the figure in the sky, too shocked to speak. Obito's silhouette complemented the moonlight in the sky, perfectly matched. The next moment, Obito vanished from his spot and appeared on top of the Myojin gate. Minato looked at Obito below, his face anxious. Obito, stop it now. Obito Uchiha, at this point I can't turn back. Minato Namikaze Obito. Boruto Uzumaki, just asking, how did dad defeat this 6 paths Obito? Naruto Uzumaki young. The scene continues. Upon hearing the name Obito, his face showed. Obito seemed to have forgotten who he was, his face full of divinity, coldly despising everything around him. The next moment, Tobirama along with Hashirama and Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the battlefield. The 3 stared intently into the distance, their expressions full of caution. They'll say it straight. That guy is stronger than me. Even with Sage Mode activated, Hashirama was still no match for Obito. Although I hate to admit it, it seems to be true. Hiruzen said, his body tense. Seeing this, Minato used Flying Thunder God to take Naruto and Sasuke away, leaving only the 3 reanimated ones on the scene. The air fell into silence. A gust of wind blew, carrying the surrounding quicksand. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama, where is your top transforming Buddha? Hashirama Senju, the me in the video doesn't seem to be at my peak. Tobirama Senju, who created this impure world reincarnation body? Orochimaru, second Hokage-sama, if I'm not mistaken it should be me who created it. Tobirama Senju, then why is it so poorly done? It doesn't even have half of my brother's strength. Orochimaru, maybe it was a time crunch. Kabuto Yakushi, can Hashirama at his peak defeat 6 paths Obito? Hashirama Senju, probably not, there's a world of difference between 6 paths and Super Kage. Itachi Uchiha, indeed, even the life level is different. Sasuke Uchiha, what are you babbling about? With a whim I can take down this 6 paths Obito in no time. Fugaku Uchiha, Sasuke, how are you talking to your elders? Boruto Uzumaki, can't even Master Sasuke defeat 6 paths Obito? Sarada Uchiha, Boruto, it's obvious you didn't pay attention in class. Big brother just said the life level is different, understand. The scene continues. A truth-seeking ball appeared in Obito's palm, and it quickly pierced through his hand, his eyes cold. The next moment, bang, half of Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies were blown away by Obito. This happened too suddenly. The people watching the video were completely caught off guard. Holy crap, what's going on? The first and second Hokage were just blown up. Denki Kaminaraman, is this real? No joke. Itachi Uchiha, so this is a 6 paths level powerhouse. Minato Namikaze, stop fighting. Stop. Black Setsu, Obito, you bastard. What are you doing? You've devoured the 10 tails. What about Lord Madara? How are we supposed to counter Naruto and Sasuke? Obito Uchiha, simple. The scene continues. Hashirama's damaged body quickly turned into wood and wrapped around Obito. Tobirama also took the opportunity to stick many explosive tags on Obito. He intended to try a forbidden technique he had developed. That was the mutual explosion tag. Bang! A white light surged, instantly spreading across the entire battlefield. The next moment, Hiruzen leaped into the air looking at the violent explosion below, his face full of shock. Is that the teacher's mutual explosion tag? It's so terrifying. Bang! 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 The violent explosion instantly illuminated the entire night. The explosive tags continuously detonating in fixed points. And the white light soon turned the night into day. Obito's figure was completely engulfed in the smoke and fire. Watching this scene on the screen, the new generation was shocked again. During the Boruto era, I always thought that all those forbidden techniques invented by the second Hokage were made up. Awabe said, his mouth twitching slightly. At this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, these histories in the textbooks are more and more ridiculous. The first Hokage suppressed the 9 tails with a single slap, and the second Hokage was even more impressive. 80 of the forbidden techniques in the ninja world were created by him. Tell me, with such outrageous textbooks, which student would believe them? Boruto Uzumaki was the Flying Thunder God technique invented by Grandpa, based on the second Hokage's idea. Tobirama Senju, Kid, the Flying Thunder God technique was originally mine. Sarada Uchiha, what about the Bringer of Darkness? Tobirama Senju, that was also invented by me. Shikadai Nara, what about the Shadow Clone technique? Tobirama Senju, also invented by me. The new generation listed out the jutsu they knew, and after a long time they found that all of them were invented by the second Hokage. Seeing this, the new generation fell into collective silence. So the village of Konoha's profound foundation was all thanks to the second Hokage. Chocho Akimichi, these aren't the main point. Obito actually one-shotted the first Hokage. Granny Shima, are these guys really even human? Fukasaku, enough, mother, your words are an insult. The scene continues. The smoke gradually dissipated. The explosion lasted for several minutes. Its scale, comparable to Daidara's self-destruction. But as the smoke slowly cleared, everyone was amazed to find Obito seemed unharmed. The truth-seeking balls revolved around him, deflecting all damage. Seeing this, the new generation fell silent again. Tobirama Senju, it seems normal ninjutsu can't harm 6 paths Obito. Hashirama Senju, then what should we do now? Tobirama Senju, brother, can you calm down? You're making me panic too. Raza, Obito has become a 6 paths. How can the allied shinobi forces resist? Sasuke Uchiha, it doesn't matter. He'll handle it. Yuzebo, you Sasuke, how did I teach you? I told you not to show off, why don't you listen? Yuzebo Sasuke. Xuanhua Mingren, Sasuke always tries to be cool. Yuzebo's Woliangna, it feels like dad was really immature when he was a kid. The 7th Hokage is amazing. Xuanhua Borin, hell, when the video covers Master Sasuke, the entire ninja world will be shocked. Of course Borin was unaware. If they were truly going to cover Sasuke, they would definitely start from the little peanut. At that time Sasuke would be mortified, even wanting to kill Kakashi. The scene continues. Obito quickly found the 3rd Hokage. Yuenfei Risen stared at the distant Obito, his mind racing as he rapidly analyzed the situation. After the brief exchange, Risen had deduced the pattern of Obito's truth-seeking balls. The viewers witnessing the 3rd Hokage's high intelligence were instantly shocked. Darui, I feel like the Hokage of my village are all so formidable. Haidu, that's true, all the good resources are in my village. Daimu, don't worry, as long as my village has Danzo, my village will never be strong. 4th Reikage AI, Elder Danzo's actions in my village would earn a pile of medals in any other village. Mizukage Xiaomei Ming, Elder Danzo is truly remarkable. He resides in my village, yet his heart belongs to other villages. Jitsu and Danzo, few fools will never understand my actions. Obito, why didn't you hand over the Kimui Sharingan to me? Chinsho Feijian, Danzo, don't speak first. Come to the Pure Land for a moment. I have something to tell you. Chinsho Zhujian, Danzo, come to the Pure Land. I will teach you a technique. The scene continues. Risen quickly through shuriken, then rapidly formed hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. Bang! The next moment the thrown shuriken instantly multiplied into thousands. Obito glanced at the vast array of shuriken, a look of disdain on his face, and simply raised his hand. The truth-seeking balls quickly pierced through the shadow clone shuriken. In the blink of an eye, Obito was in front of Risen. Without a word, Obito grabbed Risen's face. Instantly, refine. Risen's upper body was pierced through and his lower body fell to the ground, never to move again. Seeing this, the new generation was shocked once again. No one could have imagined. Obito, who was at a disadvantage at first, had become the six-path sage in an instant. This is simply ascending to immortality. Wolfing Shuaman, there should be no one in the ninja world who can match Obito now, right? Yuzebo, you fourth Hokage, be more confident. Remove the word should. Yuzebo Sasuke, how aren't I still here? Schwanwa Borin, that's right, watch Master Sasuke beat Obito to a pulp. Borin excitedly shook his fist. In his view, no matter how powerful Six Paths Obito was, he couldn't defeat Sasuke, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The scene continues. Obito found Shuaman intending to eliminate everyone here. Just as the two were fighting, Obito suddenly flew into the sky, but the next second his stomach began to swell violently, and he uncontrollably crashed from the sky to the ground, causing a powerful shockwave. Here it comes. Obito, the big stomach, returns for a limited time. Schwanwa Juxanai, why has Obito's stomach become so big? Yuzebo Obito, this is called the big stomach. Yuzebo Obito, the big stomach, returns for a limited time. Chinsho Jujian, by the way, why did Obito suddenly grow a stomach? Chinsho Feijian, brother, are you stupid? They were just joking, why are you taking it seriously? Yaoshi Do, Obito hasn't become a perfect Jinchuriki, yet has he? -1 correct. Although Obito has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the Ten Tails doesn't want to be controlled by him, and is starting to rebel. Yuen Lin, then what will happen to Obito? Datong Mu Yui, that depends on luck. No one has ever perfectly controlled the Ten Tails, not even I can guarantee it. The scene continues. Seeing Obito immobilized in the distance, Shuaman's face lit up with joy. He planned to take this opportunity to eliminate Obito. I have my own original jutsu too. Let's use a long-lost spiral flash super round dance triple style. Seeing Shuaman's strangely named technique, the new generation fell silent. Why does the fourth Hokage name his techniques so strangely? At that moment, just as everyone thought Shuaman was about to succeed in his sneak attack, Gamakichi dodged. He's below. Mingren shouted anxiously. The ground shook violently, and Obito's entire body, like a snake, quickly emerged from the ground, sending Gamakichi flying. Mingren was also knocked back and fell in the distance. He pierced through the ground. Only his upper body remains. Shuaman turned his head, his face full of anxiety. Obito's body elongated, just as he was about to pierce Mingren with a truth-seeking ball. Sasuke decisively activated Shuzwa Nunghu to block the attack. Bang! A powerful shockwave resounded. The next second, Obito extended his leg and kicked Shuaman flying. Alright. Yuzebo Obito, Luffy manifestation, staring at Mingren and Sasuke in the distance. Obito's face turned cold. He grabbed the faces of Mingren and Sasuke, and just as he was about to pierce their heads, Mingren, using his quick wit, quickly broke free from Obito's grip. Just as Obito was about to continue his attack, the left half of his body suddenly began to swell violently, followed by a piercing pain. Obito, holding on to his last shred of consciousness, decisively raised his hand, aimed at the distant group, and launched a truth-seeking ball. Bang! The truth-seeking ball sliced through the air and rapidly shot into the distance. The next second, the truth-seeking ball actually missed its target, circled in the air, and directly destroyed part of Obito's own. Obito felt excruciating pain, and his body swelled violently again, completely engulfing him, leaving only one eye. Tears slid down Obito's face as he weakly murmured, Lin. Yuen Lin, Obito. You've done enough. It's time to turn back. Chimu Kakashi, Obito, please come back to my village. Wolfeng Shuaman, Obito, you once aimed to become Hokage. How did you end up like this? Yuzebo Obito. The scene continues. Obito's consciousness began to be gradually consumed. A heartwarming image appeared in the video. A group photo of Team 7, but the part with Obito was torn off. At this moment, Obito's right hand was torn apart by the Ten Tails. He gasped for breath. His body was still being pulled apart, the agonizing pain. Like someone scraping his bones with a knife, enduring torment every moment. Watching Obito's miserable state, the viewers couldn't help but feel pity. Chinsho Feijian, if Obito regains his consciousness, then he will become a perfect Jinchuriki. Chinsho Jujian, that might be very difficult. After all, not everyone has such a strong will. Even I might not be able to endure it. Yuzebo Obito's willpower is truly incredible. Yuen Lin, hang in there, Obito. Chimu Kakashi, Obito, you've already done so much. Schwanwa Borin, this video is painful to watch. Can Obito really become a perfect Jinchuriki? Datong Mu Yui, it's hard to say. Competing for control with the Ten Tails is extremely difficult. Among the viewers, some were gloating, some were worried, and some couldn't bear to watch. Although this Obito had done many wrong things in the past, sentencing him to death in this way wasn't that too harsh? Moreover, could Obito really regain control? Was this the end? Just as everyone thought Obito would fail, a flash of white light appeared. In the light, Obito vaguely saw a girl smiling at him in the distance. The next second, his pupils constricted, and his will became firm again. The photograph was being torn apart relentlessly. Obito gasped for breath, his body already broken and incomplete. The Ten Tails continued to pull at Obito's form. As the part of the album containing Rin was about to be completely ripped away, Obito gritted his teeth and forcibly pulled his nearly torn body back. With a roar, Obito resolutely wrenched his shattered body. Witnessing this, everyone watching the video was filled with admiration for Obito. What a ruthless man he was. Just watching the video, one could feel the excruciating pain. Boruto, hang in there, Uncle Obito. Inogen, seeing Obito struggle in agony. I can't help but want to cheer for him. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, whether Obito can overcome the Ten Tails will is uncertain. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama, do you think Obito can defeat the Ten Tails will? Tobarama Senju, hard to say. Probably he will fail. After all, even you couldn't do it, brother. The scene continued. Obito gritted his teeth and persisted. A strange thing happened. The album that had been torn began to stitch itself back together bit by bit. Soon a complete and intact photo of Team 7 appeared before everyone's eyes. During the Boruto era. Holy crap, Obito actually did it. Awesome. Obito really overcame the Ten Tails. He's incredible, truly incredible. Sarada, your clan is amazing. Raymond Denki's forehead beaded with sweat. Exactly. The Uchiha clan is so cool. I want a Sharingan too. Awabe exclaimed excitedly. Right. The Uchiha clan is way too strong. Izuno Yamashiro was equally astonished. Seeing her classmates gazing at her with envy, Sarada's heart swelled with joy. She lifted her chin high, brimming with pride. This is the power of the Uchiha clan. Sarada, proud expression. Sasuke Uchiha. Hell, I can do this too. It's nothing special. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke, is that how you speak to your elders? Boruto, that's not the point. Uncle Obito's willpower is incredible, isn't it? He actually suppressed the Ten Tails. Mitsuki, if it were me, I'd probably have fainted long ago. Chocho Akimichi, how much does Obito love Rin? To suppress the Ten Tails for her. Karatsuchi, grandfather, could you suppress the Ten Tails? Anoki, I certainly can't. I have to admit, this Obito is truly formidable. Sarada Uchiha, when Rin's photo was about to be torn away, that was the moment Obito's will became determined, wasn't it? As Obito fully entered the Six Paths state, the new generation was utterly astounded. It wasn't just the younger ones. The older generation was also deeply shaken. Someone actually managed to forcibly suppress the Ten Tails. Who would believe that if it were told? The scene continued. Smoke billowed and slowly dissipated over time. Obito held the Six Paths staff, his eyes closed, several truth-seeking balls floating behind him. At that moment, Minato, who had just arrived, saw this, and his face instantly turned to shock. What was happening? Obito slowly opened his eyes, his gaze ice cold. Finally, it's done, sensei. Minato hurled a kunai, swiftly stabbing at Obito. Obito looked disdainful, raising his staff to block the attack. With a crack, Minato's kunai snapped in two. Obito raised his palm casually and struck down swiftly. Minato's pupils contracted sharply, but he was too late to react. Thud. One of Minato's arms was directly severed. Dad! Naruto cried out in panic. Hashirama Senju, holy crap, is he that fast? Tobarama Senju, I probably wouldn't be able to react in time. Minato Namikaze, Obito, stop making mistakes. Come back to the village. Obito Uchiha, I understand, but I can't give up now. The scene continued. Naruto, get ready. Sasuke shouted anxiously. The next second, Minato instantly teleported in front of the two. Though I took the hit, I managed to escape with the flying thunder god. Minato shook his head. That's not certain. Obito raised his finger. Following his direction, a truth-seeking ball had inexplicably appeared right at the severed shoulder of Minato. The truth-seeking ball now glowed with a blinding white light. If it exploded here, Naruto and Sasuke would surely be killed. Itachi Uchiha, it's over. This is disastrous. Shursui Uchiha indeed. What do we do now? Boruto, Dad and Master Sasuke aren't in danger, are they? Hashirama Senju, Tobarama, what should we do now? Tobarama Senju, don't panic, brother. They'll handle it. The scene continued. Tobarama rushed to the scene, grabbed the truth-seeking ball, and vanished instantly, using the flying thunder god technique. The next moment, the ball exploded on a distant mountain peak. Bang! The blinding white light illuminated the surrounding darkness. The ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Then Tobarama's main body appeared on the scene. Don't worry. The one I sent over was my shadow clone. I marked him when I touched him last time. Seeing Tobirama's miraculous rescue, everyone watching the video breathed a sigh of relief. Scared us to death. It turned out to be just a false alarm after all. Sarada Uchiha, as expected of the fourth Hokage. He created the Flying Thunder God technique. Boruto exactly. Grandpa's jutsu is amazing. Minato Namake's, I didn't invent the Flying Tobirama Senju. I told you before. I created the Flying Thunder God technique. In the Pure Land, Tobirama frowned at the new generation's comment. Hashirama quickly comforted him. Alright little brother, don't bother with those kids. Brother, I invented all these jutsu, yet why does no one remember me? Tobirama sighed softly. Mizukage Terumi, the person in the ninja world most concerned with copyright, must be the second Hokage, right? Izuna Uchiha, he's just a mad dog. As far as I'm concerned, all these jutsu he invented are plagiarized. Tobirama Senju, you're a loser, stop spouting nonsense here. The scene continued just as everyone thought Obito would be destroyed by the truth-seeking ball. The distant smoke gradually cleared. Obito's body was wrapped in a truth-seeking ball, and he emerged completely unharmed. The truth-seeking ball slowly dissipated, eventually forming several spheres behind Obito. Obito stared at the group with cold eyes. He blocked it. He's fast. Minato's pupils contracted. Boruto, amazing. Is Madara Uchiha the weakest in the Uchiha clan now? Inogen, shouldn't it be Mr. Sasuke? Sarada Uchiha, Dad's battle footage has never appeared. Sasuke Uchiha young ahem. Sasuke, still investigating the Otsutsuki clues, looked at his daughter's comment and was at a loss for words. How could he explain to Sarada that he was actually very strong but was on a classified mission and had to keep his identity hidden? Author's note, I'm really tired. Everyone study hard. School has started, right? Do you still have time to play with your phone? Uchiha Itachi, too powerful. No one can defeat Obito now, right? Uchiha Shursue, indeed, after all, Obito has become a six-paths sage. Uchiha Madara, mere grains of sand. Scene continues. Indeed, a one-sided attack alone cannot harm him. Tobirama's forehead beaded with sweat. It seems I'll have to rely on my spiral flash super whirlwind roar triple style. Minato frowned deeply. Seeing this, the audience watching the video fell into silence once again. The younger generation didn't know where to start with their complaints. The originally serious and tense atmosphere was completely ruined by Minato's sudden cringy technique name. Naruto Uzumaki. Dad, these technique names of yours aren't cool at all. Minato Namake's, is that really but I spent so long thinking about them. Inside the belly of the death god, Minato, hearing his own son's mockery of his techniques, felt somewhat disheartened. Sigh, are the names I came up with really not good? Kurama glanced at Minato, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't blame your son for saying that. Your technique names are way too naive. Senju Tobirama, fourth Hokage, aren't your technique names too silly? Minato Namake's, are they real? Kushina Uzumaki, exactly, they're both tacky and long-winded. Nagato Uzumaki, these aren't the point right now. Obito in the video is too strong. How are we supposed to defeat him? Kabuto Yakushi, indeed, Obito in the video has fully reached the six paths level. Uchiha Itachi, there is still a way. Every technique has its fatal weakness. Scene continues. Tobirama gave Minato a strange look. You're a bit silly. Normally I'd be amused by you, but in front of that guy I really can't laugh. Senju Tobirama stared at the distant Obito, sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke could no longer sit still, and both vanished instantly from their spots. Amaterasu. Sasuke intended to launch a sneak attack. Obito seemed to have anticipated Sasuke's move. He raised his scepter, spinning it rapidly, and in that manner blocked the black flames. Naruto, Sasuke, I said I would create the opportunity. Minato's face was full of anxiety. He'll do it. Sasuke's tone was icy. No, it's we. Naruto shook his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto and Sasuke in the video are still too impulsive. Asuma Sarutobi, I agree. In this situation one must be more cautious. Mirai Sarutobi, Dad, did you like smoking when you were little? Kurenai Yuhi Boruto era. That's right, your dad loved smoking when he was young. Inside a barbecue restaurant on the streets of Konoha, Asuma, who was treating everyone to a meal, saw Mirai's message, and his face instantly lit up with excitement. So Mirai is Asuma's sensei's daughter. Shikamaru repeatedly read Mirai's words in the chat group. She really looks like sensei. Ino Yamanaka said with emotion. That's right, that's right. Choji Akimichi, with his mouth full of barbecue, mumbled in agreement. Naruto Uzumaki, by the way, how did Asuma sensei die later? Mirai Sarutobi, well. Uchiha Itachi, better not to say it yet in case something changes in the future. Boruto Uzumaki, as expected of Sasuke sensei's older brother, so calm. Uchiha Itachi, Boruto, you need to study hard. Your dad told me in private that you skip class every day. Naruto Uzumaki, adult. Boruto, can't you learn from your father? I was much more mature at your age. Scene continues. Naruto and Sasuke executed a spiral maneuver. Sasuke coded a shuriken with Amaterasu, and the two swiftly charged toward the distant Obito. The next moment, Senju Tobirama placed his hand on Minato's shoulder, and a flying thunder god technique mark appeared on Minato's shoulder. You understand what I mean, fourth Hokage? The flying thunder god used by a clone is indeed not fast enough. Minato looked at the flying thunder god mark on his shoulder and nodded. In a moment, we'll take turns using the flying thunder god. You make a mark on me too. Alright. Seeing this, the audience watching the video was full of confusion. Sarada Uchiha. Uncle, what is the meaning of the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage doing this? Uchiha Itachi, I don't understand either. Could the second Hokage explain? Senju Tobirama, it's a bit complicated to explain. This technique is called the Mutual Instantaneous Return Flying Thunder God Technique. Hashirama Senju, what the heck? Senju Tobirama, big brother, you never listen when I tell you to read more. You only know how to hang out with those Uchiha. Scene continues. In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke were still attacking. The next second, Minato suddenly appeared in front of the two. What the hell? What is going on? The audience watching the video was dumbfounded. Minato appeared in front of them. Wasn't that just going to get hit? You two are the main attackers. Minato's gaze was calm. At the same time, Senju Tobirama arrived behind Obito. Obito glanced around full of disdain. After all, he was now a six-path sage. A technique of this level. How could it possibly harm him? At that moment, Tobirama placed his hand on Obito's back. Only focused on the front, huh? Now, Minato and Tobirama's expressions turned serious. Mutual Instantaneous Return Flying Thunder God Technique. Bang! Minato quickly swapped positions with Tobirama. Obito, caught off guard by this clever maneuver, took a solid hit from the Amaterasu shuriken. Holy shit, there's such a slick move. The audience watching the video was utterly bewildered. Naruto Uzumaki, so this is Dad and the second Hokage's technique. Senju Tobirama, kid, I invented this technique. The principle is that two people who know the Flying Thunder God technique mark each other, then perform a mutual teleportation. Hashirama Senju, I still don't understand. Sarada Uchiha, I see. As expected of the second Hokage, the man known as the master of forbidden techniques. Senju Tobirama, kid, you're pretty good. In the Pure Land. Senju Tobirama heard Sarada's praise, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. It seems there are still those in the Uchiha clan who carry the will of fire. Little brother, haven't you always hated the Uchiha? Hashirama said with a strange expression. I just hate radical ninjas like Izuna. Senju Tobirama sighed lightly. This couldn't be blamed on the second Hokage. After all, the Uchiha clan mostly acted erratically. Back then, Tobirama founded the police force in order to better integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. Tsunade Senju, second grandfather, actually praised the Uchiha. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade already had the idea of becoming Hokage. She was serving as an assistant to the third Hokage. When the time was right, Hiruzen would pass the position of Hokage to Tsunade. Scene continues. Minato saw that the attack had worked, and his face lit up with excitement. He'll name it Scorch-style light, will swift wind. Anyway, let's go with that. At that moment, the music swelled. Obito's figure was sent flying backward. At the same time, his mind raced, instantly analyzing the principle behind the enemy's technique. Scene continues. Minato saw that the attack had worked, and his face lit up with excitement. He'll name it Scorch-style light, will swift wind. Anyway, let's go with that. Naruto Uzumaki adult, no need to learn it. My base speed is faster than the Flying Thunder God. Boruto Uzumaki, liar, I don't believe you. Scene continues. The distant hilltops suddenly burst into black flames, and everyone became excited at the sight. At this moment, the smoke gradually cleared. Obito walked out of the black flames completely unharmed, holding his scepter, with his eyes tightly shut. The next moment, Obito slowly rose into the sky, and the surrounding stones also began to float irregularly following his ascent. Watching this scene, the audience watching the video was utterly shocked. Uchiha Itachi, Obito is far too powerful at this moment. Within the Akatsuki, Itachi gazed at Obito's performance on the screen, his pupils contracting in evident shock. Obito can nullify ordinary ninjutsu. Could it be that only sage arts can harm him? Itachi's thoughts raced. As the saying goes, the bystander sees more than the player. In the video, Tobirama failed to discern Obito's weakness, which was hardly his fault. After all, the situation was dire, anyone else would have panicked. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, why haven't you analyzed Obito's weakness yet? Senju Tobirama. Brother, I'm thinking, don't disturb me. Senju Hashirama. Within the Pure Land, Senju Hashirama, scolded by his younger brother, felt aggrieved. Why does Tobirama always pick on me? Look at Madara's brother. He's always obedient to Madara. Am I the only one being Senju Hashirama, oh. Uchiha Sarada. We've obtained a piece of intelligence. We must not touch those black spheres. Uzumaki Boruto, but those black spheres keep circling Obito. We need to find a way to deal with them. Uchiha Itachi, everyone stay calm. Every jutsu has a fatal weakness. The scene continued. Minato began analyzing the current situation. Obito's defense and offense were both top tier. With their current setup, they stood no chance against Obito. This is troublesome. Sasuke's expression was cautious. Obito is far more formidable than I imagined in my dreams. Naruto's, undoubtedly Obito had become terrifyingly powerful. It seems he has truly obtained a dreamlike power. Minato's face was shocked. Something's off. Senju Tobirama stared at Minato's severed arm, his expression wary. What's the problem? Minato looked puzzled. Why hasn't your arm healed yet? At this sight, the viewers watching the video grew anxious. Wait. Hiruzen, who was cut in half earlier, hasn't recovered either. Uchiha Madara, Obito, your efficiency is too slow. If it were me, I'd have dealt with them by now. Uchiha Obito, then why didn't you become the sage of six paths? Uchiha Madara. Within the Pure Land, Madara, enraged by Obito's words, was fuming. That bastard Obito. If only I hadn't been resurrected yet. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, forcing himself. Brother, calm down. You'll surely succeed in your plan one day. Uchiha Izuna consoled his brother. Yes, you and Black Zetsu are the only ones who give me peace of mind. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, who knows what expression Madara will have when he sees Black Zetsu stab him through the chest. The scene continued. Gamakichi's summoning time ended. He looked at Obito in the sky, displeased, and spat. Facing this spit attack, Obito raised his hand, blocking with a truth-seeking ball. Just when everyone thought it was nothing, the truth-seeking ball began to dissolve. At this sight, the viewers' pupils dilated in shock. But it wasn't over. A gust of wind blew, carrying sand and stones. Minato stared at Obito in the sky, sweat beading on his forehead. Obito, you once said you wanted to become Hokage, so why are you doing this? Upon hearing this, Obito sneered, anger surging in his heart. You dare ask why? Don't you find it ridiculous? Let me ask you instead, where were you every time it mattered? When Rin was killed, where were you? It was because my teacher became Hokage that I gave up my goal of becoming Hokage. As a teacher, you couldn't even recognize your own student. You're nothing special. Obito kept taunting Minato. Minato's expression grew increasingly complex. Indeed, if he had recognized Obito back then, none of this would have happened. At that moment, in the corner, Naruto's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing the patterns of Sage Mode. Senju Tobirama glanced at Naruto, his face full of admiration. It seemed this kid wasn't so dull after all. Uzumaki Boruto, why did Dad suddenly enter Sage Mode? Senju Tobirama glanced at Naruto, his face full of admiration. It seemed this kid wasn't so dull after all. Uchiha Sarada, truly worthy of the 7th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, ahem. It's not that impressive. I sensed it too. Uchiha Itachi, then why didn't you say so earlier? Nagato Uzumaki, this kid Sasuke sure likes to show off. The scene continued. You failed as a Hokage. You died a hero's death, but you've lost all face in front of your son. Obito continued, all words taunting Minato. Naruto gritted his teeth, a Rasengan forming in his hand infused with Sage Chakra. Senju Tobirama placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. You who never became Hokage have no right to belittle the Hokage. More importantly, you have no right to belittle the father who became Hokage. Boom. Senju Tobirama teleported with Naruto behind Obito, and Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Obito's abdomen, his face filled with thump. The music surged. Obito glanced at the scene above, equally shocked. He hadn't expected his weakness. Minato looked at his son's performance, his eyes filled with pride. Seeing this, the viewers erupted. It was absolutely stunning. Uchiha Sarada, great, we finally succeeded. Uchiha Itachi, I see. When ninjutsu fails, use sage arts. Naruto's combat intelligence is incredible. It might surpass mine. Uzumaki Naruto young, brother Itachi, you flatter me. Uzumaki Boruto, truly amazing dad. During the Boruto era, Boruto watched the scene in the sky, pumping his fist in excitement. Overcome with joy, he accidentally blurted out his thoughts in the chat group. The next moment, everyone looked at Boruto. Boruto, you actually didn't disparage the 7th Hokage. That's rare. Uchiha Sarada teased. Haha, so Boruto is it Sundara? Yatsum Kai patted Boruto's shoulder. Amazing. So this is what the 7th Hokage looked like when he was young. He might even be stronger than my adoptive father. An inconspicuous character in the crowd stared at the scene in the sky, his face full of astonishment. He was Shinki Gaara's adopted son. He held great respect for Gaara, similar to Kawaki's respect for Naruto. This strike was incredibly fierce, directly smashing Obito Uchiha from the high sky to the ground with tremendous bang. The ground instantly trembled violently with fierce gales raging all around. Obito gritted his teeth, his heart filled with fury. As a 6 paths level powerhouse, He was actually wounded by these mere ants. Sarada Uchiha Great finally managed to hurt Obito. Boruto Uzumaki, never thought my idiot dad could be this cool. Boruto Uzumaki. Hey Boruto, is that how you talk to your father? Sarada Uchiha Boruto, I suggest you show some respect to the 7th Hokage. The smoke slowly dissipated as Obito rose to his feet, his face ashen. He never imagined that as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he would still have such a weakness. Even more unexpected was that after absorbing the Ten Tails, he could no longer use the Kimui intangibility ability. Seeing this, the viewers were somewhat bewildered. Why couldn't Obito use the Kimui ability anymore? Shinki, I don't understand. Is this a disguised nerf? Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Obito's stats increased, but he lost his technique. Feels like a covert nerf. Hashirama Senju, if 6 paths Obito still had the intangibility ability, I wouldn't know how to fight him. Tobarama Senju, if that were the case. Then the allied shinobi forces would truly have no hope. About time for the dream. Obito pressed his hands together and slammed them to the ground. Bang! The ground shook. The next moment, a tree root nearly 1,000 meters long burst from the earth, bearing 4 massive trumpet-shaped flowers. But this was not the end. Obito quickly ascended to the sky, unleashing his crossfire ability, aiming decisively around him. In an instant, a colossal red barrier appeared. 6 red yang formation. In a flash, all the allied shinobi forces were trapped within the red barrier, unable to move. It was over. What could they do now? The 4 distant trumpet flowers began to condense, tailed beast balls. Obito intended to completely obliterate this area. But the people were trapped in the barrier, unable to escape. Tell me, what should we do? Tobarama Senju, I have to say, Obito's plan is really effective. Hashirama Senju, damn it, everyone's trapped in here. How do we get out? Sasuke Uchiha, simple. He'll just activate Susanoo. Itachi Uchiha, my foolish little brother, those 4-tailed beast balls are so destructive. What good would activating Susanoo do? Naruto, look at your father. He's accomplished nothing. Failed to protect your family or his subordinates. Do you know what tomorrow is? Naruto, look at your father. He's accomplished nothing. Failed to protect your family or his subordinates. Do you know what tomorrow is? Naruto, look at your father. He's accomplished nothing. Failed to protect your family or his subordinates. Do you know what tomorrow is? Hearing Obito's taunt, Minato's expression was complicated, but Naruto gritted his teeth and retorted, tomorrow is also the day I was born. As long as I'm alive in this world, nothing is over. Naruto's eyes were firm. Tobarama Senju, 4th Hokage, how many tailed beast balls can you teleport at most? Minato Namikaze, I'm not sure. I can only teleport 2 at most. Himawari Uzumaki, Grandpa, that's already amazing. Kushina Uzumaki, Himawari looks exactly like Minato. Himawari Uzumaki, Grandma, really. Naruto Uzumaki, adult. Minato's face showed a gratified smile upon hearing Naruto's words. His child had truly grown up. Obito's figure was completely enveloped by the truth-seeking balls, unaware of the outside. Naruto and Minato bumped fists, and their chakra began to merge. The next moment, the allied shinobi forces stared in shock at the gradually expanding tailed beast balls in the distance. Now they were in dire straits. There was no retreat. What could they do next? Despair filled everyone's hearts. The viewers watching the video also tensed up. Just as tension peaked, red chakra suddenly surged from the allied shinobi forces. Seeing this, the chat group erupted. Hashirama Senju, it's covering the entire allied shinobi forces. Naruto's chakra might be even greater than mine. Tobarama Senju, brother, have you thought about why Naruto is doing this? Itachi Uchiha, I see. Naruto is currently fist-bumping with Minato. Sasuke Uchiha, that means Minato and Naruto's chakra are linked. When Minato teleports away with Naruto, it indirectly teleports the entire allied shinobi forces. Kakashi Hitaki, heaven never seals off all exits, does it? Deidara, whoa, this is getting intense. The 4-tailed beast balls detonated in an instant, causing massive changes within the barrier. Lava erupted from the ground, shooting tens of thousands of meters into the sky. A spectacular sight. Witnessing the violent explosion, the viewers felt sympathy, but more than that, they scorned Obito. After all, Obito was being so childish. Wrapped up like a mummy, how could he expect Minato Sensei to recognize him? Deidara, art is an explosion. Sasori, idiot, what are you ranting about? Pain, can you keep your voice down? Kakuzu is still in rehabilitation. Lying on the hospital bed, Kakuzu glanced at the explosion video on the screen and recalled unpleasant memories. The next second, bang, bang, bang. One of Kakuzu's hearts exploded directly. He foamed at the mouth and collapsed on the bed, convulsing. Damn it, Lord Kakuzu, you can't die. Deidara cried in panic. The smoke gradually cleared. Obito emerged from the truth-seeking balls, his eyes cold as he surveyed the ravaged battlefield. This is what happens to those who oppose him. But before he could revel in his triumph, his gaze shifted to the distance, and his pupils contracted violently. It turned out that Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the entire allied shinobi forces out much earlier. Now Minato was gasping for breath. The music swelled passionately. Tobirama Senju cast an appreciative glance at Minato. Minato, this is the second time you've saved the allied shinobi forces. Tobirama Senju, not bad. It seems this father and son aren't stupid. Naruto Uzumaki, who are you calling stupid second Hokage old man? Minato Namikaze, aha. The next chapter will feature Obito fighting Naruto and Sasuke. In about 6 more chapters, Obito's analysis should be complete. Whom do you want to see analyzed next? In the era of Boruto, the new generation looked up at the sky, their faces brimming with excitement at the spectacular performance of the 4th Hokage. Truly worthy of the 4th Hokage-sama, exclaimed Izuno Yamakawa excitedly. The 7th Hokage-sama is also incredibly amazing. Lei also chuckled lightly. By the way, both father and son are so handsome. Akimichi Choji's eyes were full of hearts. Darui, Obito not being able to use Kemui's ability is a sort of indirect nerf, right? Karatsuchi, from a certain perspective that's true. Chojuro, if 6 paths Obito could still use Kamui, the allied shinobi forces would have no chance. Gaara Naruto in the video seems to be only 16. Uzumaki Boruto, dad, was this amazing at 16? At this moment Boruto, who was watching the video, felt a surge of pressure in his heart. You see, he had previously sworn with great ambition to surpass his father. However, his father's performance in the video was simply too overwhelming. He couldn't help but wonder if he could really reach such a realm by the age of 16. The scene continued. Naruto and Minato exchanged a glance, nodded in mutual understanding, and then proceeded to undergo tailed beast transformation. Before long, Minato began to gather a Rasengan, while Naruto infused Sage Chakra into the Rasengan. You see, this technique imbued with Sage Chakra would definitely be able to harm Obito. Tobirama appeared behind the father and son, placing his hands on both of them. Obito still bore Tobirama's Flying Thunder God mark. Tobirama only needed to instantly teleport the father and son to Obito's side to deliver a finishing Rasengan, and this battle might have come to an end. Uchiha Obito, you are all mere souls under my blade. Hatake Kakashi Obito, you who do not believe in your comrades are destined to fail. Namikaze Minato, Obito laid down your blade and turned back from the shore. The scene continued. Bang. In an instant, Tobirama teleported the father and son above Obito. Obito seemed to have anticipated this. He turned his head abruptly and decisively waved his hand. The flames behind him instantly transformed into a giant palm tearing through the air. Just as it was about to grab the Rasengan, Naruto with quick eyes and swift hands reached out and firmly grabbed Obito's flame palm. Rasengan! Minato and Naruto shouted in unison. Obito's figure slowly descended as he activated the ability of the cross flames, then fused it with truth-seeking balls, thrusting upward swiftly. Crack, crack. A violent tremor reverberated in the air, as if the very air was being torn apart with faint crack. The truth-seeking balls seemed about to shatter in the next second. Obito's eyes were cold. Thud. The truth-seeking balls exploded instantly, and the powerful recoil directly sent the 3 engaged in combat flying heavily. Watching this scene, everyone viewing the video felt shocked once again. Obito quickly steadied himself, sliding a distance on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the distance. The smoke slowly dissipated. The father and son fell clumsily face first, utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying power of Obito's truth-seeking balls. That black thing is way too hard. Naruto winced in pain. He indeed anticipated it in advance. Relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed somewhat difficult. Tobirama's tone carried a hint of surprise. It seems we have to find a way to break that black thing. Naruto gazed into the distance, his eyes determined and cold. What should we do? Alright, next. I will infuse Sage Chakra into the tailed beast ball. Both 9 tails began to gather tailed beast balls simultaneously. Tobirama, upon hearing Naruto's idea, was filled with astonishment. Naruto, you might become a greater Hokage than my brother. Uchiha Sarada, the 7th Hokage-sama, is so smart. You know, Awabe, amazing to think of adding Sage Chakra into the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto's combat experience probably far surpasses mine. Uchiha Shisui, indeed truly the waves behind drive the waves ahead. Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto is indeed an excellent child. Sasuke, you should learn from Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. On the streets of Konoha, Sasuke looked at his father's words, his expression somewhat embarrassed. If his father told him to learn from anyone else, he could accept it calmly and generously acknowledge their excellence. But Naruto alone, that guy was his rival. How could he so easily admit that Naruto was better than him? Loser, don't get too cocky. With your current strength, you can't even scratch me. Sasuke's tone carried displeasure. TCH Sasuke, you're always scowling all day. Naruto crossed his arms and snorted in return. The scene continued, watching the gradually forming sage-tailed beast ball. In the distance, Obito's eyes were cold. He knew he could no longer wait to be attacked. He had to strike first. Obito quickly flew into the sky, clasping his hands together. The next moment, he pulled out a gigantic Ten-Tails from his Kamui dimension. Immediately, the Ten-Tails triggered a cataclysmic upheaval. Then the back of the Ten-Tails suddenly split open, and a bright red flower bud sprouted, looking eerily bizarre. The next second, a mass of roots wildly grew from the Ten-Tails' body, plunging into the ground. The ground trembled violently, causing a powerful earthquake. Naruto stared at the enormous monster in the distance, his pupils constricting. The Ten-Tails' pupils rotated in their sockets as its body continued to expand and grow. Those roots seemed to have come to life, rushing fiercely toward the distant allied shinobi forces. In just a moment, any shinobi entangled by the roots had their chakra instantly drained, turning into lifeless mummies. It must be said that Naruto and Minato's cooperation was indeed seamless. Although they forced Obito to use the power of the Ten-Tails, one must remember that Obito was after all a six-paths level powerhouse. And Naruto and Minato, after all, were mere mortals of flesh and blood. With their mortal bodies, they had withstood the godlike Obito for so long. From a certain perspective, the strength of these two was ridiculously strong. Uzumaki Boruto, this is too cool. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique too. In the era of Boruto, in a mansion, Boruto excitedly ran to his father, who was handling official affairs. Hey Boruto, the Flying Thunder God technique is not so easy to learn. It requires talent and time-space ninjutsu. Naruto glanced at his son, who wanted to take the scroll, and let out a soft sigh. TCH, Dad, I'm different from you, at least in terms of talent. Boruto waved his fist, his face full of excitement. Alright, take it, but remember to bring it back this afternoon. Naruto patted Boruto's head, his expression gentle. Uchiha Sarada, I'm so jealous of Boruto. Why isn't my dad the 7th Hokage? Uchiha Sasuke young. At this moment, Sasuke, who was investigating clues about the Otsutsuki, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He really wanted to show off his strength, at least to impress his daughter. Wouldn't that be satisfying? But thinking of his current mission, Sasuke had to endure again and again. Uchiha Makoto, granddaughter, does Sasuke usually spend little time with you? Shinshi, once caught by these roots, you'll be turned into a mummy. Goju Shirtsong, this is the power of the Ten-Tails. It's absolutely terrifying. Daitongu Yui, the destructive force of the Ten-Tails is indeed astonishing. Even I dare not confront it, Hiden. 4th Kazekage Loasha, I'm wondering now, will the Ten-Tails eventually develop its own consciousness? Daimu, that seems unlikely, right? Xuanhua Boren Young. The scene continues. The roots of the divine tree grew wildly and rapidly, plunging the entire allied shinobi forces into instant defeat. Everyone fled in panic, their initial fighting spirit utterly shattered. At this moment, the battlefield was awash with blood. A gruesome sea of corpses coming into view, the scene horrifyingly macabre. Even Naruto was inadvertently caught by these roots. Naruto began to struggle desperately. Naruto. Minato's face was filled with anxiety. Beside him, Shinsho Fujian rapidly formed hand seals. Water-style water-severing wave. The high-pressure water jet sliced through the distant roots, cutting them in two. In the next instant, the severed roots instantly regenerated and transformed into countless vines that encircled Naruto tightly. Damn it, there are too many. Shinsho Fujian's forehead beaded with sweat. At this rate, even sensing Naruto is useless. 4th Hokage, can you fly directly to Naruto? I'm afraid not. I've exhausted too much chakra with the Flying Thunder God and dealing with these vines. Minato's face showed urgency. What should we do now? Naruto was being slowly devoured by the roots. His Nine-Tails cloak instantly absorbed completely. Let me go. Naruto's voice was weak. Rishiang Ningzi, it's over. Could Naruto really be in trouble? Rishiang Chutian Naruto-kun. Xuanhua Xiangriki, will someone rescue Dad in the next part of the video? Uchiha Yu, damn it, I'm the one who's not on the battlefield. Xuanhua Changman, my junior disciple, is in trouble. Why hasn't Jiraiya Sensei appeared yet? Jiraiya, could I have been killed by someone? The scene continues. Just as everyone was frantic with worry, Hiruzen rushed to the battlefield and decisively rescued Naruto. Grandfather. Naruto's eyes were weak. Hiruzen looked at Naruto's frail state with deep concern, grabbed him, and dashed forward swiftly. I'm sorry for being late. Monkey. Fujian's eyes narrowed at the sight. Master, please leave this place first. Hiruzen said respectfully. Fujian placed his hands on both of them and vanished from the spot. Seeing Hiruzen's explosive entrance to save Naruto, the viewers were equally stunned. Is this the so-called strongest Hokage of Konoha? No matter how you look at it, this is truly impressive. Xuanhua Mingren Young. To be honest, I'm really grateful to Hiruzenjiji for. Is this the so-called strongest Hokage of Konoha? No matter how you look at it, This is truly impressive. Xuanhua Mingren Young. To be honest, I'm really grateful to hear his Injiji. Little Naruto's achievements now are probably even greater than mine. I never thought that little brat would become so formidable. Gangzhou chuckled lightly. So little Tsunade, you need to put in more effort too. Hiruzen turned to look at young Tsunade and stroked his goatee. Uchiha, the power of the 10 tails is truly terrifying. Uchiha Zhuaju, indeed such power should not exist in this world. Daitongwa Yutsuan, alas. Mother, you should never have fed the 10 tails back then. Daitongwa Hui. Hey, just keep watching and you'll understand. At this moment, still sealed Kagaya glanced at her son's comment, her face cold. Her thoughts back then were simple. She only wanted to stop those Otsutsuki clan members from invading Earth. But her two sons had misunderstood her intentions. Fine, you'll regret it later. The scene continues. The surroundings were in ruins, covered in wounds, the entire scene resembling a living hell. Yugo looked at the distant scene with a complex expression. It's finally stopped. Sasuke stood nearby looking as cool as ever, just as cool as the viewers. The next second, Phaeton swiftly teleported everyone to the outside. Naruto gazed at the tragic casualties of the allied shinobi forces in the distance. His pupils contracted, tears streaming from his eyes. He hated his own weakness, unable to protect even these comrades. Uchiha Zuliangna, this can't be blamed on the 7th Hokage. Blame it on Obito. Xuanhua Borin, exactly, Obito is too childish. Uchiha Daidyu, I know what you're trying to say, but I've already passed the point of no return. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito naturally understood that his actions were wrong, but he had already done so much. He had witnessed too much cruelty in the ninja world. He could only keep moving forward, to create a dreamlike world. Sensei Naruto, wait for me. He'll soon have you meet in the world of dreams. Obito's eyes grew determined. Xuanhua Changman, I've always believed in Naruto, my junior disciple, because I saw hope in him. Uchiha Naruto already possesses immense strength. Uchiha Guang, so will the ninja world be peaceful in the future? The scene continues. Obito soared into the sky, looking down at the hellish battlefield below, his eyes ice cold. Obito relentlessly taunted Naruto. Naruto's lips trembled as he listened. What Obito said was true. The sacrifice of these comrades was ultimately due to his own weakness. Chinsho Phaeton, chin up Naruto. Chinsho Zhujian, this video makes me so angry. I want to punch this Obito. Xuanhua Mingren Young, would you believe it if I said Obito-san later becomes a savior? Everyone. At this, everyone was bewildered again. Wait, Obito had already committed so many wrongs. How could he possibly become a savior? The scene continues. A flood of negative emotions surged over Naruto. At that moment, Naruto felt Obito's despair. On the battlefield, the will of most shinobi began to waver. They no longer wanted to fight. The enemy was too powerful. To confront them was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you don't want to regret it, don't do anything. Obito looked down at the crowd, his voice cold. If we just do nothing, can we survive? The voices were weak. Yes, you no longer need to fear death or endure humiliation. All of you can go to the dream world. Obito nodded. The crowd felt disheartened. Everyone, don't give up. Hashimura stepped forward, standing before them. If we fall into an illusion, what's the difference between that and being dead, oi? These words made everyone fall silent again. After all, they were ordinary people, with no grand ideals or ambitions. If they could truly enter the infinite Tsukuyami, wouldn't that be quite comfortable? Jiaodu Xiaonan, pay me back my money. Within the Akatsuki organization, Xiaonan looked at Jiaodu with an awkward expression. She truly had no idea how to respond at this moment. After all, she had used all of Jiaodu's savings to purchase materials for making explosive tags. This guy probably won't live much longer. Why not let me turn him into a puppet? Xia said in a cold tone. Jiaodu is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. Xia put away those thoughts. Pain glared at Xia. Uzumaki Boruto, father's childhood was really too hard. Uzumaki Naruto Young, stupid son, now you know to feel sorry for your father. Uzumaki Himawari, father big brother always speaks in its Sundara way, but he secretly cares about you behind your back. Uzumaki Boruto, hey Himawari. In a mansion, Boruto's face flushed red. He truly cared deeply about his father, but had always been too embarrassed to say it. The relationship between Naruto and Boruto was like that of many Chinese fathers and sons. There existed some estrangement between them. Otsutsuki Mamashiki, boy, those azure eyes of yours will one day take everything from you. Uzumaki Boruto, who are you? Uchiha Sasuke Young, Otsutsuki. Sasuke, who was still investigating clues, glanced at the chat group's message, and his gaze instantly turned icy. He had recently stumbled upon an Otsutsuki ruin and was about to enter when he ran into Kinshiki. Uzumaki Nagato, that's not the point now. The point is, how can everyone in the video defeat Uchiha Sasuke? Don't worry, you'll step in. Uzumaki Boruto, as expected of Master Sasuke. The scene continued. Orochimaru and the others soon arrived at the site. Seeing this, the new generation were filled with astonishment. Mitsuki, this guy is your father. A mother? Sarada asked curiously, studying Mitsuki. Yes, this guy is my mother. Mitsuki smiled gently, his whole demeanor like a little son. Beside him, Boruto couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Orochimaru in the video clearly looked like a man. Could it be that he actually underwent a sex change later? The scene continued. Hashirama began contacting Ino as he needed to speak to the allied shinobi forces. Hashirama informed the allied shinobi forces about Madara's plan. The divine tree in the distance still needed 20 minutes to bloom. Before that, everyone just had to cut down the divine tree. Hearing this, the allied shinobi forces grew even more despairing. They couldn't even defeat Uchiha Madara, so how could they possibly defeat Six Paths Obito? Just as everyone was losing heart, Sasuke activated Susanoo and severed one of the divine tree's roots. The root was sliced in two and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone was stunned. Naruto, are you giving up already? Then he'll go alone. Sasuke, aided by Jugo's sage art, slowly descended to the ground. Let's begin, Yugo. Inspired by Sasuke, Naruto also activated his Nine-Tails chakra mode. Boom. A surge of powerful chakra instantly radiated outward. Through Ino Yamanaka's mind transfer technique, everyone soon saw into Naruto's inner world. A melancholic melody played, and the image showed a shy, introverted child amidst a crowd with no one willing to play with him. Naruto gazed at Sasuke from afar, his expression complicated, hesitant to even greet him. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto was met with disdain from many parents who all resented him deeply. To prove himself, Naruto trained relentlessly. Because the Nine-Tails suppressed his chakra, Naruto had to put in far more effort than an ordinary person. To bring Sasuke back, Naruto underwent 3 more years of grueling training. Various tragedies from the Shippuden era continuously flashed across the screen, leaving the viewers in tears. Asuma Sensei fell, Uchiha Itachi passed away, and Jiraiya Sensei also departed. Uchiha Sarada. The reason we can live such a happy and peaceful life is because someone else bears the suffering for us. Shinki. Indeed, we must cherish this hard-won peace even more. Uzumaki Boruto. I never imagined father's childhood was so miserable. Compared to him, I feel so fortunate. Uchiha Izuna. This video is getting intense. Uchiha Madara. Good, now let the dance begin. The final scene froze on a tombstone, and the music gradually intensified. Encouraged by Naruto, everyone perked up their spirits. They had no reason to give up here. The infinite Tsukuyomi was nothing but an illusion. They had to pull themselves together and cut down the divine tree in the distance. High in the sky, Obito looked at Naruto with a complicated gaze. He and Naruto were very similar. However, along his journey, he had never met Iruka Sensei, Kakashi Sensei, or Jiraiya Sensei. What awaited him was only endless darkness, and after his soul light Rin died, Obito completely fell into darkness. He hated the shinobi world system, which is why he wanted to change it. The screen split in two, and Naruto and Obito locked eyes, each representing their own stance. The music became stirring at that moment, and the viewers watching the video felt a shiver run down their spines. So this is what wartime was like. The new generation's lips trembled, utterly lost in shock. The predecessors had fought so desperately. I have no reason to give up. I've met so many comrades along the way, I can't pretend none of this exists. Naruto transformed into a yellow flash, swiftly leaping into the sky to fight alongside Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm coming too. That's more like it. Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. At that moment, Hashirama gazed at Naruto in the sky with eyes full of approval. This guy Naruto, whether in strength or influence, had surpassed even him. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato watched the video on the sky screen with excitement. Truly worthy of my junior. Indeed, Yahiko's spirit in heaven must be overjoyed to see this. Konan nodded. I wonder which bastard killed Jiraiya Sensei. Nagato's gaze turned icy at the thought. He would definitely avenge Jiraiya Sensei. In the Hidden Cloud village, truly worthy of the Yellow Flash's son. Raikage A pounded the table in excitement. Oh yeah, Naruto is amazing. Killer B rapped joyfully. Everyone in the shinobi world supported Naruto, and they all chose to believe in him. The scene continued. Uzumaki Naruto. Time and again. You have obstructed my plans. Obito coldly stared at Naruto, then let out a soft sigh. Now he had no choice but to eliminate these two troublesome brats, Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a brief exchange. Curse marks soon appeared on Sasuke's Susanoo while Naruto gathered his sage mode. The two vanished instantly from their spot. Obito wielded the six-path staff and swiftly struck at Naruto. Naruto raised numerous golden arms in an attempt to block the blow. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the sky and Naruto was sent flying backward. Obito was now completely bloodthirsty. His body turned into a crimson light as he whirled his truth-seeking balls with incredible speed. Sasuke also struggled to cope, occasionally flying to a distance to shoot an arrow at Obito, while Naruto handled close-quarters combat. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions detonated one after another in the sky, and a powerful gust of wind blew away the onlookers below. As the smoke gradually cleared, Obito emerged from it seemingly unharmed. Fine. Since you want to oppose me, then just wait and see. Obito stared coldly at Naruto. I've said it before, I will tear off your mask. Naruto's gaze was equally resolute. With that, Naruto and Sasuke turned into flashes of light charging toward Obito from left and right in the sky. Obito stood alone facing the two titans. Uchiha Sarada, so this is the strength of our ancestors. Uzumaki Boruto, I feel like everyone from Sarada's clan is so powerful. Shinki, indeed a power even greater than my adoptive father's. Powerful six paths. Obito is truly too strong. Which other work dares to create a great villain who can simultaneously contend with two protagonists and even overpower them? Hashirama Senju, Naruto, and Sasuke cooperate quite well. Tobirama Senju, it's not that they cooperate well, but that Obito never fought seriously from start to finish. Itachi Uchiha, why is everyone looking at me? Obito going easy on them wasn't taught by me. Deidara, if Obito threw a truth-seeking ball, wouldn't Naruto and Sasuke be dead? Haiden, exactly. With Obito's stats so high, can he really fail? The scene continues. Obito quickly ascends into the sky with Naruto and Sasuke in hot pursuit. The three engaged in combat, instantly triggering a violent tremor. Naruto gathered the power of the Sage of Six Paths tailed beast, while Sasuke drew his bowstring. Sasuke, he'll coordinate with you. The two attacked simultaneously, charging fiercely toward Obito in the distance. Obito halted abruptly, waving his hand to transform the truth-seeking ball into a shield blocking the strike. Boom. A violent tremor once again came from the high sky. The younger generation watched this magnificent battle, their faces full of shock, mouths wide open as if they could swallow an egg. Sarada Uchiha, I never thought Dad was this amazing. Boruto Uzumaki, I never thought that idiot Dad could be this cool. Fourth Kazekage Raza, now I really suspect that Naruto and Sasuke might have swapped babies. Sasuke Uchiha Young. While Sasuke was somewhat embarrassed at this moment, he still remembered the first time he saw his daughter. He almost mistook Sarada for an enemy and nearly stabbed her to death. Perhaps it was because of this that Sarada had always disliked him. Of course, Sasuke did not know that the future sky screen would expose this scene, and then he would likely face a combined beating from his parents. Sasuke Uchiha, strange, why do I have an ominous feeling? Sasuke was walking on the street, sneezed, then focused on the sky screen above. The scene continues. The smoke gradually dissipated. Naruto and Sasuke stood on the ground, one on the left and one on the right, both staring at the lingering smoke in the high sky. Within the smoke, Obito stood on the truth-seeking ball, which now resembled the moon. Obito looked down from above at the crowd below, exuding overwhelming dominance. Kagura Karatachi, the seventh Hokage, and Mr. Sasuke must be the strongest in the ninja world, right? Boruto Uzumaki, that's right, they are tied for the world's strongest. Sarada Uchiha, he, Sasuke Uchiha Young, ahem. Sarada, about what happened before. Mikoto Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha, what's so mysterious about? Sasuke, who was still investigating leads on the Otsutsuki, glanced at his parents and ultimately decided not to mention this for now. After all, what father would almost stab his own daughter to death? The scene continues. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into two parts. The allied shinobi forces were responsible for cutting the divine tree, while Naruto and Sasuke pinned down Obito. Obito quickly flew high into the sky, looking down at the well-coordinated allied shinobi forces with a complex expression. But at this moment, he couldn't think much. A wave of high temperature swiftly approached from afar. Obito decisively turned around and used a truth-seeking ball shield to block the attack. Boom. The smoke cleared and Obito remained unharmed, just like before. Bastard. Naruto gritted his teeth and continued to chase Obito relentlessly. Kakashi Hatake, this video gets my blood boiling. Shimura Danzo. Humph, Obito, since you've become a six paths, the Sharingan is useless to you. Why don't you give it to me? Meitarumi. Anoki, this Danzo fellow is hopeless. Kabuto Yakushi, the focus now isn't this, the key point is that Obito's will seems to be wavering in the video. Orochimaru, are you mistaken, Kabuto? The scene continues. The allied shinobi forces shouted in unison and swarmed toward the distance. Their numbers appeared immense, and the scene was most spectacular. The viewers watching the video couldn't help but gasp. This was not over yet. Explosions continued in the high sky, and Naruto and Sasuke were still entangled with Obito. While fighting the two, Obito manipulated the divine tree below to attack the allied shinobi forces. Obito dodged Sasuke's slash, then rushed toward the high sky evading Naruto's grab. Damn, he's too fast. Naruto gritted his teeth. But Sasuke and Naruto turned their heads simultaneously. I can gradually sense it. Through continuous combat coordination, Naruto and Sasuke finally caught the faint red afterimage in the distance. There. Boom. Naruto and Sasuke attacked simultaneously. Obito quickly stopped midair, spread his arms, and decisively controlled the truth-seeking ball shield to block their attacks. Time to sleep. Obito's eyes were cold, and he exuded a strong sense of pressure. Next, I'll take you to the world of dreams. There's no time left. As soon as Obito spoke, the truth-seeking ball quickly pierced through their attacks, grabbing Naruto and Sasuke in his palm, like gripping little chicks. Seeing this, the viewers watching the video grew anxious. Sarada Uchiha, oh no. What should we do now? Boruto Uzumaki, can Dad and Master Sasuke really beat Obito? Izuna Uchiha, from the current situation, they absolutely cannot. Madara Uchiha, that Obito fellow. In the Pure Land space, Madara looked at Obito's 6 paths, form his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Don't panic, big brother. You'll definitely become a 6 paths later. Izuna walked over and patted Madara's shoulder. Madara nodded. At the same time, on the streets of Konoha, Kakashi looked at the sky screen video with a complex expression. Obito, I'm afraid you can't bring yourself to go all out against Naruto either. A single person's power is ultimately limited. When you see so many people cooperating and resisting with all their might, well, you will also waver. Kakashi shook his head and finally sighed softly. Karatsuchi, I feel like this is a bit of a plot kill. Darui, be confident this is a plot kill. Obito never went all out. Gaara, if Obito went all out, Naruto would probably be dead by now. Shojuro, after all, it's the stats of a 6 paths. The scene continues. Obito grabbed both of them, then rapidly descended with them. In the high sky, a blur shot past, slamming them hard into the deep pit below. Watching the video, the crowd was once again shocked. This violent tremor directly blew away the nearby allied shinobi forces once more. Looking at the bottomless abyss below, the allied shinobi forces were stunned, speechless. So after all this trouble, Obito had been holding back the whole time. Damn, can he still be this strong while holding back? The camera switches. In the 10th centimeter abyss, Naruto and Sasuke weakly stood up. Obito looked at the two in the distance with a complex expression. Especially when staring at Naruto's determined eyes, Obito wanted to find an answer from him. Why do you stand up? The scene finally freezes here with Obito's will wavering. Niji Hyuga, I can't find any flaw in this battle with my Byakugan. Takuma Hyuga, damn, isn't the Byakugan said to be the strongest in Konoha? Hayashi Hyuga. In the Hyuga clan, Hayashi looked at his clan members' comments with an embarrassed expression. Oh no, the words he casually bragged about before, how did they get brought up again? Sure enough, the next second the chat group became lively again. Uchiha Madara, where did this Hyuga clan come from? Uchiha Izuna. Humph back, then the Hyuga clan was routed by us Uchiha, how dare they call themselves the strongest? Hyuga Hayashi. While reading the group chat messages, Hayashi fell into silence. Upon careful thought, the Hyuga clan indeed had no formidable combat power to speak of. All of them combined, it would be difficult to even get past Susanoo. The scene continues. What are you fighting for? For your comrades, or for this world? Obito's tone was cold. Naruto ignored his words, panting heavily. Listen, one day your comrades will betray you, and in this world love will turn into hate. You should know this well. The people of the village and Sasuke have betrayed you before, and your love for Jiraiya has also given rise to hatred. Hearing Obito's words, Naruto's gaze turned cold. You are just like me. The accumulated pain day by day will eventually change you, and now you will endure even greater pain. Obito kept on with his long-winded speech. In his view, the allied shinobi forces could never defeat him. But then in the next moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood up simultaneously, the phantom images on their bodies intertwining. Because to keep my word is my ninja way. Naruto stared at Obito in the distance, his gaze resolute. I told you it's time for you to sleep. The one who should sleep is you. Sleep tomorrow. Dreams must be realized with your own hands. Watching the purple and golden phantoms intertwine in the distance, Obito's gaze turned cold. In an instant, the Nine Tails was clad in Susanoo armor. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was instantly shocked. Damn, the Nine Tails donning purple armor was truly magnificent. Uzumaki Himawari, Dad is so cool. Uzumaki Boruto, the Nine Tails actually put on armor. Kurama, this brings back bad memories. Senju Hashirama, Nine Tails, your power is still too great. It racked its brains, but could not figure out why Hashirama had said such a thing to it back then. It racked its brains, but could not figure out why Hashirama had said such a thing to it back then. Hashirama's 1,000-meter-tall Buddha, like grabbing a chick, had directly seized it firmly in its palm. Didn't it have any dignity? Uzumaki Naruto, young Kurama, calm down. Kurama, I can't calm down. Uchiha Sarada, dad in the video, is also kind of cool. Uchiha Sasuke young ahem. Sasuke, who was still out on a mission, saw his daughter's comment, and his expression immediately turned delighted. Not bad, not bad, he had finally received praise from Sarada. Of course, he still had to continue his mission. The scene continues. The music grew tense at this moment. Obito quickly flew high into the sky, looking down at the two below with a complicated gaze. Inside Kimui's space, Kakashi quickly observed everything outside through Obito's eyes. Kakashi acted as a narrator at this moment, starting to explain the battle situation. Everyone's expressions were somewhat speechless. Obito manipulated the truth-seeking balls and formed them into two divine weapons. It's too late for you to do anything now. Look above through the hole in the ceiling. What can you see? Obito's tone was enigmatic. Uchiha Itachi, you who do not trust your comrades are destined to fail. Uchiha Sasuke, Nizan is right. Hoshigaki Kisame, as expected of Itakusan. The scene continues. It is the moon. The time for you to enter the dream world is drawing near. The moon's dream can fill the hellish void within me. This moment has finally come. Obito sighed softly, his eyes filled with myriad thoughts. This sword is the Sage of Six Paths divine sword named Soja no Yari, Spear of the Swamp. You have no chance of winning. Obito looked down at the two below. It should be known that Obito was now holding the Ameninahoko heavenly spear. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths used this sword to create the world. Similarly, using this sword required willpower. The stronger one's willpower, the greater the sword's power. No matter how you looked at it, Naruto and Sasuke had no chance. After all, no matter how strong they were still mere mortals. How could they defeat Obito with the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Otsutsuki Hagoromo, it's over. The future shinobi world might truly be ended. Otsutsuki Hamura, calm down, big brother. If the future is truly covered by infinite Tsukuyomi, how could the new generation appear? Uchiha Itachi, right? Six Paths Obito, how did he end up being defeated? Everyone. Uchiha Izuna, damn, now that you mention it, I'm curious too. Obito, how did you lose? Uchiha Madara, in the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara looked at the group chat messages, utterly bewildered. Wait, Obito had Six Paths level power, and he could still lose to Naruto and Sasuke. The sword of creation in your hand with just a bit of firm will could easily slice this continent in half. How could you still lose? Uzumaki Boruto, wait, I'm also a bit confused. Uncle Obito, how did you lose? Nara Shikadai, logically Uncle Obito's will is so firm he shouldn't be unable to use the sword of creation. Senju Hashirama, I'm confused too. Otuto, explain. Senju Tobarama, big brother, I don't understand either, damn. The scene continues. The 12 young ninjas quickly arrived at the battlefield. The group swarmed down from the sky and landed on the Nine-Tails' tail. The next moment they were clad in the tailed beast cloak and began to gather Rasengan. Anyway, I'm counting on everyone for the Rasengan. We must break that shield. Naruto looked up at the sky with a firm gaze. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the 12 young ninjas had resolute looks. Relying on the power of their beliefs, they pushed the Rasengan toward Obito's shield. Obito saw the large number of people below. His pupils contracted, and the shield in his hand shattered rapidly. Gritting his teeth, he decisively retreated several hundred steps. With his shield broken, Naruto and Sasuke seized the opportunity and rushed into the sky. Together they swung their blades, cutting through the air and slashing swiftly toward Obito above. Gritting his teeth, Obito gripped the sword of creation and thrust it swiftly, colliding with the blades in the distance. Looking at Naruto's steadfast gaze, Naruto's face gradually became blurred. The next moment, it unexpectedly transformed into the appearance of Obito as a child. Obito's pupils contracted, and his will wavered. The scene froze here. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was filled with tension. The image blurred. Obito stood before the tombstone. The gentle melody of a music box filled the scene. The young man in the picture wore a sorrowful expression, and beside him stood Kakashi. The two stared at the tombstone together. Engraved on the stone was a photo of Rin. This was Obito's illusion. If he had not followed Uchiha Madara back, then he would have continued to steadfastly pursue the goal of becoming Hokage. Gazing at the Hokage rock high above, Obito strove day after day, earning the recognition of everyone in the village to become Hokage. Finally, in his fantasy, Obito became Hokage. The young man draped in the Hokage cloak stared at his own reflection in the lens. With a crack, it was nothing but a fleeting dream. The image began to shatter like a mirror. In reality, the Six Paths creation sword in his hand rapidly broke apart. Crack, crack. Why does such a scene appear in my mind? Obito's lips trembled as he charged forward without hesitation. Like a moth drawn to the flame, knowing he would be defeated, yet he could only press forward. Obito gritted his teeth. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Naruto and Sasuke swung their blades, vanishing instantly. Their strike was incredibly swift. Never had there been such profound blade intent. This slash not only cut through time and space, but also severed Obito's illusion. Bang! A gash quickly opened on Obito's abdomen. A massive amount of tailed beast chakra leaked out. Obito's face stiffened, still frozen in shock. In the surrounding air, numerous fragments of truth-seeking balls appeared, cutting across Obito's cheek. His short hair undulated gently in the breeze. Under the night sky, these beasts resembled glowing fireflies fluttering frantically forward. Naruto and Sasuke, the tailed beast chakra on his body, seemed to come alive. The beasts writhed and clawed as if trying to break free from his body. Under the night sky, these beasts resembled glowing fireflies fluttering frantically forward. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously extended their arms, pulling at the beasts. "You know what to do, Naruto," Kurama urged anxiously. "Same as before, a tug-of-war. Keep pulling and drag out all the tailed beast chakra." "Yeah," Naruto nodded. Without the chakra of Shikaku and Gyuki, there was no resonance, so they couldn't pull those two. At that moment, Gaara made an explosive entrance. "I was the one who coexisted with Shikaku, so let me handle it." Gaara extended his arm. A mass of sand quickly grabbed hold of Shikaku. At the same time, Killer Bee swiftly arrived at the battlefield. 4 of them began pulling the chakra from Obito's body. Obito frowned, but it didn't stop there. The Rookie 9 also came to help. Shikamaru, using Ino's mind transfer jutsu, quickly requested reinforcements from the allied shinobi forces. The next moment, Obito stared at Naruto in the distance. The memories in his mind were also glimpsed by Naruto. Naruto saw Obito's childhood memories. This scene was all too familiar. Naruto understood it better than anyone. Losing his parents at a young age, having no family to accompany him, and the only light of his life perishing in war. Wouldn't anyone go mad under such circumstances? The viewers watching this scene fell into silence for a moment. Obito's descent into darkness was not without reason. It was all because of this damned shinobi world. Wars raged year after year, and weak nations struggling to survive saw their people resort to cannibalism during great famines. So many brutal scenes continuously appeared in Obito's memories. In a sense, Obito could also be considered a savior. The scene continued. Naruto's emotions grew complicated. He understood Obito's feelings best. Thinking of Obito's tragic childhood experiences, tears streamed from Naruto's eyes. The life Obito had lived was simply too wretched. Holding his beloved sitting alone in a pool of blood, such a painful experience. If it were Naruto, he would have long fallen into darkness. Naruto was actually similar to Obito, but he was luckier, much luckier. He had met responsible teachers and trustworthy comrades. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, an anomaly occurred. Don't underestimate the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, who rivals the Sage of Six Paths. Obito's eyes turned cold. He roared downward and abruptly increased his brute force. Bang! The group who had been at an advantage suddenly lost all their ground. Seeing this, Sasuke decisively controlled Susanoo, extending numerous threads that rapidly spread downward. The Rookie 9 arrived quickly and joined the effort. "Naruto, you're the one who asked us to help. So let's fight to the very end," Kiba said excitedly. "Everyone." Naruto's face showed emotion. "But that's not all. What comes next is..." Shikamaru grinned. "The allied shinobi forces jutsu." The music surged at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of allied shinobi, a dense crowd, leapt together from the height of 10,000 meters into the abyss below. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes filled with determination. This battle, no matter what, they would win. Though it was a slim chance, and every second someone might be sacrificed, yet they bet their very lives on this fragile opportunity. This battle was the war of liberation, also the war of freedom. The vast allied shinobi forces mobilized together. At that moment, Minato rapidly split his chakra. "Everyone grab my arm." Bang! The golden chakra transformed into strands of light, swiftly covering the ground. The allied shinobi forces all grabbed the golden threads. "Good. Everyone, I'll count to 3, and we pull together." Naruto's eyes grew resolute. Everyone looked at the golden afterimage high above. They placed all their hopes on Naruto. Those present came from different ninja villages, different nations. But at this moment, their beliefs were united to destroy Six Paths Obito, to reclaim all 9-tailed beasts. In the Pure Land space, Hashirama and Tobirama, both of them also grew excited. Both were leaders of nations, so they naturally understood what this meant. Once this battle was won, there would be no war for the next 50 years. Because at this moment, everyone's hearts were linked together. The people who had always resented each other were now reconciled. What a rare opportunity. Obito gazed down at the vast army of shinobi below, his pupils suddenly constricting. With Naruto's cry, everyone exerted their utmost strength, beginning to pull at the tailed beast chakra. The scene shifted. When Obito opened his eyes again, he found himself in a space. Standing opposite him was Naruto. Soon a multitude of companions appeared behind Naruto. These individuals had chosen to follow Naruto, to trust him. Because Naruto had heeded Itachi's words. What Itachi said was profoundly philosophical. It is not that those who become Hokage are acknowledged by everyone, but that those who are acknowledged by everyone can become Hokage. With this conviction, Naruto had been able to gather many companions along the way. In the distance, the figures behind Naruto grew ever more numerous. Some came from different villages, others from different countries, yet they all chose to believe in Naruto. The music began to swell with intensity. Obito watched this scene from afar, his lips trembling. He instinctively turned his head, trying to glimpse that familiar figure. But that figure had long since vanished. Behind him, there was no one. Obito turned his head again, staring at Naruto's face. Naruto's face gradually morphed into the image of his younger self. Could I actually feel regret? Obito's gaze was complex. In the era of Boruto watched the scene on the celestial canopy, his face deeply moved. This is what Dad went through before. Dad has sacrificed so much along his journey. Stupid Dad. You have endured so much hardship on this path. Boruto wiped the tears from his eyes, his gaze growing resolute once more. Nevertheless, his goal remained to become like Master Sasuke. He aspired to be like Sasuke, a protector of the ninja world from the shadows. The scene continued. You said I am no one and don't want to become anyone, right? Naruto's voice came, interrupting Obito's thoughts. Obito's pupils contracted, and he instinctively stepped back. Stop. Don't enter my inner world. But in truth, you are like me. You also want to become Hokage, don't you? Naruto's words struck. Naruto's voice echoed. Obito's pupils shrank. I said from the very beginning that I would tear off your mask. Obito's lips quivered. He looked at Naruto, feeling a sense of fear like a child seeing the thing he dreaded most. He was now in a state of utter confusion, with no retreat left. The sword of creation was shattered, and the six-path shield was also broken. Inside the Kamui space, Obito stared at his palm, his gaze complex, beginning to lose his bearings. Having come this far, is it all going to be for nothing? Obito felt a reluctance. But it seemed that the version of himself in the video had failed. Even someone as strong as the Six Paths could be defeated by the allied shinobi forces. The scene continued. The two then engaged in a lengthy discussion. Naruto believed that in order to become Hokage, one must endure pain and walk at the forefront of everyone, never allowing anyone to step over the bodies of comrades. But Obito disagreed. He believed that the path ahead was shrouded in mist, and no one would choose to walk an uncertain route. If there was a bright path ahead, it was the infinite Tsukuyomi. Though it was a false world, it could bring peace. Wasn't the goal of a Hokage to achieve peace? Wrong. For one who becomes Hokage, there is absolutely no shortcut, nor any retreat. Naruto's eyes were resolute. Seeing Naruto's gaze, Obito's face turned pale. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute, becoming indecisive again. He just stared blankly at his own hands. He wondered if the path he had taken was truly correct. Upon reflection, the path of infinite Tsukuyomi was also filled with uncertainty. In the Pure Land, Rin watched the scene on the celestial canopy, tears streaming down her face. She had followed Obito for decades, waiting for him. Obito had taken many detours and endured much suffering along the way. She had witnessed it all. In the video, Obito fought against the entire world for her and for his ideal world. He stood against two supreme beings, alone maneuvered against the allied shinobi forces. It was unimaginable how much hardship Obito had endured. Inside the Kamui space, Obito looked at Naruto's declaration, his pupils constricting. This was his childhood dream. Back then, at the age of 12, Obito was naive and ignorant. He casually threw a kunai. The kunai hit no one, caused no casualties, and was even lost. Obito thought he had thrown it into emptiness. Little did he know, at that moment in the Kamui space, he heard a faint sound of wind. Turning around, the kunai he had thrown 10 years ago struck him right between the eyes. Watching the lengthy discourse on the screen, Obito's heart began to waver. Perhaps he, like Nagato with his red hair, could place his hope in a new world. Uchiha Obito. Let's just continue watching the video. Hatake Kakashi. Obito, turn yourself in. Outside the Kamui space is all Naruto. Namake's Minato. That's right, Obito, stop now. Uchiha Itachi. I feel like I've heard this somewhere. The scene continues. Obito kept retreating, uncertain how to counter Naruto's words. His long-cherished infinite Tsukuyomi, which he believed was the right path. But on second thought, what gave him the right to deem it the correct path? What if it was some fabrication? Naruto walked up to Obito and took a deep breath. Do you understand what I mean? Your name is Uchiha Obito, not Uchiha Madara. If that girl named Rin were still alive, she would be watching you with concern, and she would surely say this: don't overdo it, and hide your true self. It'll always be watching your heroic back, as you save the world. At these words, Obito's pupils constricted sharply. He slowly extended his hand, about to clasp Naruto's. But then abruptly he grabbed Naruto's neck. I can't go to your side. I have no regrets about the path I've walked. Obito's gaze turned icy. Then why do you still fantasize about becoming Hokage even now? Naruto angrily punched Obito flying. Obito was sent flying backward, barely stopping his momentum in the distance. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the one who had sent him flying was none other than his younger self. Obito's pupils contracted again. The person Rin wanted to protect is not the you now, but Uchiha Obito. The scene suddenly shifted and a cold wind blew. The music became hollow and mournful, as if mourning something. On a grassy hillside, the grass swayed gently, and fallen leaves slowly drifted to the ground. Sorry, we're coming now. Rin's voice came from behind. Obito turned in shock and saw Rin holding his own hand walking toward Kakashi and Minato. Obito stiffly reached out trying to grasp the girl, but his hand passed straight through Rin's body. In the next moment, the image began to distort like a scene from a horror movie. Rin tilted her head, eyes wide open, looking utterly terrifying. Hoshigaki Kisame, Mr. Itachi, my cabinet moved, I dare not watch. Uchiha Itachi, indeed it's terrifying. This must be Obito's subconscious, right? Pain, Obito is struggling with his inner demons. In the Akatsuki, Pain watched the video with a meaningful gaze. He had once been in a similar situation. Obito was now trapped in a state of inner demons, and whether he could break free depended on his own fate. Uchiha Shursue, Obito's combat power must be the strongest among our Uchiha clan, right? Indra, probably. Even I might not be able to defeat Six Paths Obito. Otsutsuki Tonari, so this is the strongest power on the surface. The scene continues. The next moment, Obito. Wait a moment, Rin. The voice of young Obito came from afar, interrupting Six Paths Obito's inner demon. Obito looked at his younger self in terror, and the younger Obito met his gaze. That's right. In your current state, Rin wouldn't even glance at you. The person Rin wants to protect is Uchiha Obito. You've gone too far. Young Obito walked over, a hint of displeasure in his tone, and grabbed the arm of his is Uchiha Obito. The scene cut to the present. Naruto grabbed Obito's hand, his gaze firm. All right, though you've taken many detours, it's time to come back with me. Naruto's eyes were resolute. Don't underestimate the power of the allied shinobi forces. The scene returned to the present. Everyone was panting, their faces full of exhaustion. Despite this, they still desperately pulled on the ropes. Everyone was betting on this slim chance, for they knew well the gap between mortals and immortals, so they placed all their hopes on Naruto. This battle was no longer just for the peace of the ninja world. It also represented the war drum of liberation. At this moment, everyone set aside their past prejudices, their hearts filled only with arduous struggle. Seeing the resolute expressions of the people below, Obito's eyes became complex. The millions of allied shinobi forces turned into specks of red light like sparks that could start a prairie fire. This accumulated power bit by bit illuminated the entire night. Watching the people below sweating and toiling, Obito breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt a sense of release. This battle was not his defeat, it was just that Six Paths Obito no longer wished to continue. Obito gave up struggling, gave up resisting, and also gave up the identity of Uchiha Madara. He finally found himself, and after more than 20 years, he finally remembered his own name. At this moment, he finally saw himself clearly. All the tailed beasts were extracted from his body, and the outer shell gradually fell off, returning to simplicity. The people below, seeing that they had finally succeeded, excitedly waved their fists and embraced each other. Obito fell rapidly from 1,000 meters, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Though he lost, he did not lose unjustly, for he finally saw himself clearly at the last moment. I lost. Seeing this, the viewers' faces were filled with shock. Then sounds of celebration erupted across the ninja world. Great! We won in the video, as expected of the 7th Hokage. Uncle Obito finally saw himself clearly at the last moment. This battle was Obito's voluntary surrender. Obito is also a savior. At first, the people held much contempt for Obito, but seeing him start the 4th great ninja war for the girl he loved, standing against the entire ninja world, they were shocked. Then the series of brutal acts Obito committed enraged them. Now at the end of his life, Obito finally saw himself clearly, voluntarily giving up and entrusting new hope to Naruto. It was also because of Obito that the allied shinobi forces united for the first time so strongly. Uchiha Sarada, the 7th Hokage, is truly amazing. Uncle Obito is also amazing. So disrespectful. Uchiha Obito, actually the me in the video can still revive everyone in the ninja world. In the chat group, as soon as Obito said this, the ninja world fell in. So disrespectful. Uchiha Obito, actually the me in the video can still revive everyone in the ninja world. In the chat group, as soon as Obito said this, the ninja world fell into silence, then exploded. Holy crap. Uchiha Itachi, so everyone can still be resurrected. Uchiha Madara, Obito, what do you think you're doing? Your Rinnegan is mine. Uchiha Obito, what's wrong with me using your Rinnegan? In the Pure Land space, Madara watched Obito's words and was furious. Damn it, Obito, you're a real beast. Brother, calm down. Obito won't succeed. Izuna, standing nearby, comforted his elder brother. The scene continued. Obito lay weakly on the ground, gazing at the moon in the sky, his expression complex. He had been wrong all along. Thinking about it carefully, if he had chosen to be like Naruto, would he have become Hokage by now? He wouldn't have ended up like this. At this moment, Obito's mind was filled with thoughts. He thought of many people, Rin and Kakashi. At the same time, Sasuke held his blade, intending to finish off the weakened Obito quickly. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, Kakashi suddenly leaped out of the Kamui space. Sasuke, who was about to stab Obito, was startled by the sight. Damn, where did this huge Kakashi come from? Uchiha Itachi, my foolish little brother, why are you so impatient? Uchiha Sasuke, I'm just eliminating the root. The Obito in the video is already as good as useless. Uzumaki Naruto, enough. Sasuke, how can you speak to Uncle Obito like that? Uchiha Obito, is that young Sasuke of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sasuke, what? On the streets of Konoha, Sasuke found Obito's words somewhat baffling. The next moment, a spatial distortion appeared before him, and Obito slowly emerged from it. Then, a big brother, don't kill me, don't kill me. Sasuke couldn't defeat Obito at all. He ran desperately ahead, crying helplessly. It was over, he would never talk big again. Uchiha Obito, look how scared you are. I came to Konoha this time to resurrect everyone. Kagaya Otsutsuki bubble. Uchiha Obito, not for you. Kagaya Otsutsuki, why? The scene continued. Sorry Sasuke, I'm butting in. Obito is my friend, let me send him off myself. Kakashi's expression was complex. He exchanged a deep gaze with Obito lying on the ground. The two couldn't look away for a long time. Seeing this, the viewers felt something was off. Kuratsuchi, is this the friendship of Konoha? Darui, I'm shocked by Konoha's friendship. Chojuro, now we just need to deal with Uchiha Madara in the distance, and everything will be over, right? Uchiha Sasuke, Humph, looks like Uchiha Madara is nothing special. The scene continued. Just as Kakashi was about to kill Obito, Minato arrived and grabbed Kakashi's arm, his expression complex. After all, Obito was also his student. As a teacher, he simply couldn't stand by and watch the two kill each other. Minato stared at Obito and said with a complex tone, when I sensed your chakra earlier, it seemed Naruto gave you a good scolding. That should have been Kakashi's responsibility. If there is anyone who truly understands Obito and can persuade you now, it's Kakashi. Minato took a deep breath. A gentle wind blew and the music became sorrowful at that moment. The Ninja Alliance members also had complex expressions. After all, everyone wasn't foolish. Obito, a six-paths level powerhouse, could not be easily defeated by them. It was simply that he went easy on them and deliberately lost. Obito, do you remember the four of us going on missions together? In his final moments, Obito talked about the past with his teacher and close friend. After receiving the answer he wanted, Obito curled his lips into a smile. His tired but handsome face instantly attracted countless admirers in the chat group. Akimichi Choji, looking closely, Uncle Obito, is also handsome. Meitarumi, as expected, there's no one in the Uchiha clan who isn't good-looking. Goju Shinla, I heard that Uchiha clan members are all good-looking. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Kuratsuchi, Grandpa, what do you think of Anoki? I'm watching while sitting. Uchiha Izuna, Humph, you all see it now? This is the foundation of our Uchiha clan. The scene continued. Since that's the case, I'll choose to believe in Naruto. Obito clasped his hands together, about to use the Rinne Tensei technique. Black Zetsu quickly arrived at the scene and directly attached itself to Obito, taking control of him. Seeing this, the viewers were shocked. Wait, what is this black thing? Obito, sorry to revive Lord Madara, I have no choice but to do this. Black Zetsu controlled Obito and decisively used the Rinne Tensei technique, resurrecting Uchiha Madara, who was far away on another battlefield. After watching the scene in the sky, the new generation fell silent, then anger surged in their hearts. Damn it! Uncle Obito in the video was about to atone for his mistakes. In a few seconds, he would have resurrected everyone in the ninja world. But this Black Zetsu guy directly ruined it. Everyone, Black Zetsu, you bastard, I really. Several thousand words of profanity. New generation, Black Zetsu, you're a songstress. Uzumaki Boruto, this makes me so angry. Uzumaki Himawari, Uncle was about to be resurrected. It's all Black Zetsu's fault, he's so evil. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, well done. I'll appoint you as Grand General. Black Zetsu, Lord Madara, it's my duty. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you and this Black Zetsu are so evil. In the Pure Land space, Hashirama watched the video and stomped his feet in anger. It was the first time he had been so furious. Brother, calm down, although this is indeed infuriating. Tobirama also struggled to hold back his anger. Uchiha Izuna, as expected of my brother, such strong willpower. That trash Obito is not worthy of becoming a six paths. Uchiha Madara, Humph, now it's my turn to dance. The viewers watched Obito being controlled by Black Zetsu, their hearts filled with rage. This Uchiha Madara is too cunning, bringing Black Zetsu to cause trouble. Of course, they didn't know that later Uchiha Madara would be stabbed through the heart. The scene continued. Due to the video editing, they weren't sure exactly what happened, but they could roughly infer some things. Obito failed to resurrect everyone. The resurrected target became Uchiha Madara, who became the Ten Tails. Jinchuriki and Naruto and Sasuke were on the verge of death. Because Naruto was a Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails had already left his body. In a few minutes Naruto would die. Therefore Minato could only anxiously transfer the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's body. At the critical moment, Black Zetsu made its move again. It sneaked up to Naruto and then devoured the Nine Tails chakra. Uchiha Sasuke, this Black Zetsu always messes things up at critical moments. Uchiha Itachi, this Black Zetsu. Is it really Madara Oswald? Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, well done. Seeing you makes me feel warm inside. Black Zetsu, it's my duty. That Obito is a useless waste. He became a Six Paths and still lost to Naruto and Sasuke. What a disgrace to us. Uzumaki Naruto, don't you dare mock Uncle Obito. Uchiha Madara, indeed Black Zetsu is the one I can trust. In the Pure Land space, Madara looked at Black Zetsu with growing satisfaction. Truly, he was his own will incarnate. He perfectly inherited his intelligence. The only flaw was his somewhat ugly appearance. However, Madara was not a fool. Why had this Black Zetsu inexplicably helped Kaguya before? Uchiha Izuna, regardless, Big Brother has become a Six Paths being. The allied shinobi forces should prepare to die. Senju Hashirama, Madara, why must you remain so stubbornly deluded? Senju Tobirama, Big Brother, you cannot reason with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, unlike that Obito, I will steadfastly walk the path of infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara's eyes were filled with disdain. He was determined to unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, and no one could. Now the situation had grown complex. In the video, Black Zetsu had stolen the Nine Tails chakra and was about to extract it from Obito's body to pass it to Madara. But Obito, with his tenacious will, directly regained control of his body. You bastard. Black Zetsu glared angrily at Obito. Obito ignored Black Zetsu's curses, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Madara in the distance. The viewers watching the video tensed up, unsure of what Obito would do next. It's not over yet. I have a question for you, Madara. Obito's eyes were cold. To you, what am I? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara found it somewhat amusing. Are you kidding me? After all this, you still ask such a question. To me, you are nothing but Madara sneered. Then Madara launched into a lengthy discourse, convinced that infinite Tsukuyomi was the right choice. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Obito seemed to be stirred again. He took a slow step forward. Seeing this, Minato, Gaara, and Kakashi became cautious. They had to prevent Uchiha Madara from taking a new eye. A massive sand wall rose before Obito, then Kimui began to warp his body. Minato instantly entered Sage Mode, a Rasengan in hand, and appeared before Uchiha Madara in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Jiraiya fell into silence. Inside the women's bathhouse, whoa, Minato can enter Sage Mode in an instant, Jiraiya exclaimed. A series of screams erupted in the bathhouse. Everyone threw basins, soap, and various other items at Jiraiya. In no time, the Konoha Anbu began a vice sweep and quickly arrested Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, you rebellious disciple, why do you keep doing this? Jiraiya, old man, I'm just gathering material. And how did you know? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem. The Anbu reported it to me. But Minato is truly outstanding. He can enter Sage Mode instantly. Jiraiya, Minato, didn't you say Sage Mode is hard to master? You call this hard? Minato Namikaze, Master Jiraiya, I only know a little. Uzumaki Himawari, Grandpa is so cool. Uzumaki Boruto, indeed very cool. The scene continued. Madara looked at Minato before him, swiftly broke his arm, and kicked Minato far away. Gaara and Kakashi were also caught in the blast and sent flying. Seeing this, the viewers sank into despair again. This Six Paths Madara was too strong. How could they fight him? Uchiha Itachi, he sent 3 of them flying in an instant. Dewave Ueno, didn't they say Uchiha Madara was weak? Denki Keminaraman, I don't know, everyone said he was weak. The ninja world fell silent watching the video. No one expected Uchiha Madara to be this powerful. Those who had mocked him were instantly proven wrong. The scene continued with no more obstacles. Obito walked toward Uchiha Madara. Just as he was about to take Madara's hand, Obito thrust his hand through Madara's chest. The viewers were stunned again. Sarada Uchiha, what's going on? Boruto Uzumaki, is Uncle Obito planning to help the allied shinobi forces? Minato Namikaze, great Obito, I knew you would do this. Kakashi Hitaki, well done Obito. Naruto Uzumaki, young Uncle Obito aiming to be Hokage is the coolest. Obito Uchiha, watch closely. This is my final swan song. Anoki, how did this suddenly become so intense? The scene continued. I heard that to become Hokage you must let your comrades step over your corpse. Obito explained his view. Influenced by Naruto, he had finally found himself. Seeing Obito's stance reversed Uchiha Madara's face. Then to prove that you first have to become a corpse. I won't be stepped over by you. Letting others carry your name and entrusting everything to them is not the same as entrusting your comrades. Now I finally understand this. I am not you. Obito heard this, his eyes filled with disdain. He absorbed the six paths power from Uchiha Madara's body. A flood of memories surged. The words Rin had once encouraged him with echoed in his mind. Go for it, Obito. Let me see your back as you become Hokage and save the world. That's our promise. Obito opened his eyes again. At this moment his gaze was firmer than ever. Holding the staff he tilted his head and stared at Uchiha Madara. Now I am the Obito Uchiha who once aimed to be Hokage. Bang! The music ignited at this moment and the viewers felt an adrenaline rush. Whoa, this is incredibly cool. Madara tried to grab Obito's Rinnegan, but his hand passed right through. Senju Tobirama, awesome. This video is truly awesome. I've long wanted to say something heartfelt to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama, do you think my big brother is a fool? He's already a six paths being. How could he be stabbed in the heart? Anoki, that's not the point. Obito's will in the video is truly firm. Boruto Uzumaki, exactly. He made a stunning appearance at the critical moment and even regained control of his body. Mitsuki, that was so cool. Iwaibu Ueno, from now on Uncle Obito, is my idol too. Obito Uchiha. In Konoha, Obito glanced at the chat group messages and felt a warmth in his heart. So this is what it feels like to be a hero. Obito had communicated with Nagato and taken one of his Rinnegan to revive all the dead. At the same time, Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru turned into grave robbers digging up the tombs of all the powerful ninja in the world. They didn't want Obito to revive the past masters. I don't ask why. Orochimaru just wanted to cause trouble. Lord Orochimaru, is this really okay? Kabuto Yakushi looked bewildered. Kabuto, don't ask too many questions. I want to give the old man a surprise. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with killing intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, strange. I have a bad feeling about this. The new generation watched the content in the video feeling exhilarated. After all, Uchiha Madara had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and in one fell swoop, he had reduced everyone to a near-death state. Just as everyone had lost hope, Obito, who had set his sights on becoming Hokage, stepped forward. Obito stood before tens of thousands, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. With his Oscar-worthy acting skills, he thoroughly deceived Uchiha Madara, directly wresting away a portion of the Six Paths power from his body. Next, Uchiha Obito only needed to seize the Nine Tails chakra, and everything would be settled. But the only problem was, Obito was currently in a weakened state. After all, he had just been separated from the Ten Tails Jinchuriki body, and his remaining lifespan was likely only a few days. The scene continued. Obito's gaze was resolute. He struggled greatly to pull out the chakra of the Eight Tails and the One Tails from within Uchiha Madara's body. There was no choice. If it had been Obito at his peak, such a grab would not only have captured the tailed beasts, but would have blown Six Paths Madara to pieces. This was no empty boast. Uchiha Madara should now be grateful that Obito was in a weakened state. Tobirama Senju. Humph, wicked Uchiha Madara, you will surely fail. Uchiha Madara. Well, every story needs a few twists and turns to be interesting. Hashirama Senju. Madara, promise me, can you stop waging war? Uchiha Madara, no. Uchiha Itachi. It seems reasoning with Uchiha Madara is impossible. Uchiha Sasuke young. Uchiha Madara is nothing but a relic of a bygone era. The scene continued. Kakashi, hurry and send Naruto to the Kamui dimension. Obito's eyes were urgent. Kakashi naturally understood his meaning and decisively used the power of Kamui to transfer Sakura and Naruto. Now all that was left was to transfer Obito in as well, and the plan would be complete. But how could things go as they wished? Uchiha Madara was not foolish. Just as Obito was about to enter the Kamui dimension, the truth-seeking balls cut through the air, sending him flying. Bang! Damn, the speed of space-time movement is still too slow. Obito frowned deeply. At that moment, Kakashi approached him. I sent Naruto in. Now all you need to do is go in too, and Naruto will be saved, right, Obito? Kakashi's voice was cold. Seeing his old friend still the same as before, Obito's lips curled upward as he weakly propped himself up. Seriously, you're still the same as always acting so aloof and speaking so arrogantly. It's always been like this. Obito ribbed Kakashi. Then memories of the past flooded his mind. Perhaps this was the so-called life flashing before his eyes. This time he'll take the lead in the attack. You understand, don't you, Kakashi? Yeah. Kakashi nodded. At the same time, Uchiha Madara had also devised a countermeasure. He planned to use the truth-seeking balls to exert overwhelming pressure over a large area, intending to kill both Kakashi and Obito with this move. However, Obito spoke a meaningful sentence. Madara, you once said that the Sharingan can only unleash its full power when both eyes are together. Do you remember? Wrong. I now have the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara's face was disdainful. He thought Obito was trying to prevent him from taking the other Rinnegan to unleash his full power. You're wrong too. I said. Obito's lips curled upward. The music surged at that moment. Madara decisively unleashed a torrent of truth-seeking balls. Minato, seeing this, was anxious, but having lost both arms he collapsed to the ground. But Sensei? Rin's voice came through the silent night. Leave it to me now. They'll make sure they're both safe. Rin's phantom grasped both Kakashi and Obito's arms. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was electrified with excitement. The former team of three seemed to be reunited once more in this moment. Kakashi and Obito activated Kamui simultaneously. Whoosh! A violent spatial distortion occurred, and in an instant Uchiha Obito entered the Kamui dimension at a speed so fast it surpassed the truth-seeking balls. Two people using Kamui at the same time can be this fast. Uchiha Madara's face was shocked. Hashirama Senju, holy crap, that's awesome. Tobirama Senju, brother, why did you suddenly slap my shoulder? Hashirama Senju, oh haha, sorry, I got too excited. Uchiha Izuna, oh no. Brother, could this mean we're going to lose? Uchiha Taijima, Izuna, your brother has already become a six-path sage. Can these people really defeat Madara? Uchiha Sasuke, Madara is nothing but an old fossil from a bygone era. During the Boruto era, the new generation, watching the scene high above, were also excited. The speed of dual Kamui is incredible. It's even faster than the truth-seeking balls. Boruto's face was shocked. To think that even the fourth Hokage couldn't react to the speed of the truth-seeking balls, let alone the fact that dual Kamui's speed surpasses them. Sarada adjusted her glasses, equally stunned into silence. So this is the battle of our predecessors. Denki was also excited. That's awesome. From now on, Uncle Obito is my idol too. Wabe's eyes burned with fervor. The scene continued. Obito walked weakly into the Kamui dimension, and Sakura looked at him with wary eyes. Can I trust you? I'm here to save Naruto, don't worry. I've taken some wrong turns in the past, but this time I've finally made it back to the right path. Obito looked at the weakened Naruto, his eyes complex, as if seeing his former self. He placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen and sent the Nine-Tails chakra into Naruto's body. Outside, Might Guy rushed to the scene at top speed. The green light shone like a beacon of hope in the pitch-black night. Seeing this, everyone watching the video was puzzled. Might Guy was a taijutsu specialist. What was he doing here? Oscar, hey, isn't this Might Guy just a useless guy? He arrives at a time like this, and will probably be killed by the truth-seeking balls in a few seconds. Uzumaki Himawari, Oscar, can you please be more polite? Himawari's face was angry. Her father had taught her never to judge a book by its cover. Although Might Guy now spent his days in a wheelchair and indeed didn't look like a formidable ninja, that was no excuse to mock him casually. Oscar, did I say something wrong? A cripple in a wheelchair. Probably had his legs broken by Uchiha Madara. Neon, Miss Oscar. Kisame Hashigaki, the Might Guy in the video should be about to open the 8 gates, right? Uchiha Itachi, indeed I've heard that the final gate of the legendary 8 gates possesses power several dozen times greater than that of the 5 Kage. Uzumaki Boruto, Uncle Itachi, is that true? Uchiha Itachi, I've only heard as much. During the Boruto era, on the streets of Konoha, Kakashi was pushing Might Guy, who was seated in a wheelchair. He gazed up at the firmament high above, a trace of emotion in his eyes. Guy, that kick of yours back then, I still remember it vividly. Kakashi said teasingly. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi couldn't help but shiver. He knew all too well how terrifying the power of that night. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi couldn't help but shiver. He knew all too well how terrifying the power of that Night Guy technique had been. Such an astonishing technique, and it was originally aimed at him. Passers-by cast strange glances, sizing up the Everyone was filled with curiosity. Why did the 6th Hokage hold Might Guy in such high esteem? Wasn't he just a man in a wheelchair? Tobirama Senju, wait. I've thought of a great idea. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, what did you think of? Tobirama Senju, isn't Obito still carrying Madara's Rinnegan? And he's inside the Kamui space right now. Sasuke Uchiha, holy shit, if Sakura destroys Obito's Rinnegan, next won't Madara be furious? As soon as Sasuke's words fell, the viewers fell into silence, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Madara's face darkened. Indeed, as Mr. Lu Sun once said, the joys and sorrows of people cannot be shared. Madara, Uchiha Obito, you can't do this. This is too despicable. Obito, heh. Black Zetsu, Lord Madara, trust me, he'll find a way. Black Zetsu's face also turned panicked. He cursed inwardly. If the Rinnegan were destroyed, then whether Mother could be resurrected would be in jeopardy. Obito then turned his attention to Sakura, hoping she could destroy his Rinnegan. This way Madara's combat power would be weakened, and the allied shinobi force's chances of victory would greatly. Alright, Naruto finally returned to normal from the brink of death. Due to the video editing, Naruto inexplicably vanished within the Kamui space. Obito then turned his attention to Sakura, hoping she could destroy his Rinnegan. This way Madara's combat power would be weakened, and the allied shinobi force's chances of victory would greatly increase. However, Sakura hesitated. After all, she was a girl, and it was only natural that she dared not do such a thing. Obito barely managed to convince her. Sakura tremblingly raised a kunai, just about to pierce Obito's Rinnegan, when Madara suddenly burst into the Kamui space, decisively throwing several truth-seeking balls towards Sakura. At the critical moment, Obito had to use Kamui to teleport Sakura outside. Seeing this, the viewers fell silent. Itachi Uchiha, is this for real? Kisame Hoshigaki, after all, Sakura is a girl, it's normal that she can't do it right. Deidara, then how did she become a ninja? Kakashi, that's not the point. Madara suddenly entering the Kamui space probably means he took my Sharingan. Might Guy, what's happening outside? Nagato, my junior brother won't be in trouble, will he? In the Rain Village, Nagato watched the video with a worried expression. Because Obito had given him white Zetsu cells, Nagato was no longer emaciated. Even with only one Rinnegan, his current strength had reached the upper tier of Super Kage level. I hope Naruto is alright. Nagato, relax, Naruto will be fine. Konan, holding Nagato's arm, also had a tense expression. Naruto, I won't fall until I become Hokage. Databeo. Minato Namikaze. Hahaha, Naruto's catchphrase is exactly like Kushina's. Kushina, really? The scene continues. Madara grabbed Obito by the neck, his eyes full of confusion. How did you remove the seal I placed in your heart? Obito in pain spoke weakly. It was Kakashi who pierced his heart with Chidori, causing the seal to disappear. It was in this way that Obito broke free and prevented himself from becoming Madara's puppet. Madara looked at Obito before him, sneered, and revealed his plan from back then. At these words, Obito's face instantly turned horrified. He finally realized that he had been deceived. Back then, Rin Nohara, to avoid being controlled by Madara, had also voluntarily let Kakashi pierce her chest with Chidori. Now he had made the same choice. Madara had long anticipated the impact of Rin's death. This entire scheme was meticulously orchestrated by Madara. So he had been misunderstanding Minato Sensei all along. The reason he couldn't arrive in time back then was because Madara manipulated ninjas to stop him. Back then, blinded by rage, he had killed Minato and Kushinani. Obito was now filled with guilt. Recalling his journey, tears streamed from his eyes. Watching Obito like a clown before him, Madara felt immense pleasure, constantly taunting and belittling him. Seeing this, the viewers wished they could tear Madara limb from limb. This Madara is truly too wicked. He deceived Obito for so long, it's like he's toying with emotions. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you once swore you loved me. Was that also a lie? Madara, when did I ever say that? Tobirama, brother, can you be serious? I told you back then not to associate with Madara, but you never believed me. Izuna Uchiha, hey you mad dog, what are you barking about now? Tobirama, Izuna, what's wrong? Meme. JPG. Izuna, you're too much. In the Pure Land, Izuna was so angry he stomped his feet. He had never been this furious in his life. If not for his own carelessness back then, Tobirama would never have had a chance to defeat him. Of course, Izuna didn't know that if Tobirama had really died back then, the entire ninja world would have been buried with him. The scene continues. Obito, I taught you back then, didn't I? To manipulate people's hearts, you must use the darkness within them. Why did you choose me? Obito asked weakly, his chest tightly gripped, causing great pain. Because you were full of goodwill toward this world, sincerely loving everyone. Once you fall, all those beautiful things will turn into hatred. Madara spoke these profound words, then reached out and tore off Obito's Rinnegan with his bare hands. The viewers felt a pang of pain at this sight. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Obito. He was a true hero. Itachi, Madara, you scheme so much with people's hearts, sooner or later you will be schemed against by others. Madara, hell, I am a peak six-paths powerhouse. Who dares oppose me? Tobirama, Madara, I curse you to have your heart ripped out. Izuna, my brother is not an idiot and he won't have his heart ripped out, thank you. The scene continues. Obito fully realized he had been deceived, and his heart was filled with rage. If he hadn't allied with Madara back, then maybe Obito would have already become Hokage all along. If he hadn't allied with Madara back, then maybe Obito would have already become Hokage. Uchiha Itachi, what choice will Obito make next? Uchiha Obito, Madara, you bastard. Uchiha Madara, you're nothing but a pawn to be used and discarded. High in the sky, the screen suddenly went dark. A line of small text appeared. Next, it's my turn. When Obito opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast expanse of snow and ice. Am I dead? No, I saved you, but A clone of Naruto beside him began explaining everything. After hearing the explanation, Obito understood the situation. Due to the video editing, everyone was confused. Wait, what's going on? What's with this frozen wasteland? Is this still the ninja world? Uchiha Sasuke. Wait, where did I end up? Wasn't I just in the middle of the war? Minato Namikaze, by the way, where is Uchiha Madara? Kakashi Hitaki, exactly where did Uchiha Madara go? The scene continues. Obito stood up weakly. He had little time left in his life. The only thing he could do was to use his Kimui ability to find Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone stared at the distant battle between Naruto and Kaguya, utterly shocked. Holy crap, what kind of god-level fight is this? During the Boruto era, the new generation was completely stunned. The Seventh Hokage threw a punch, and the shockwave actually shattered the surrounding icebergs. And who is that long-haired beauty in the scene? Wait, is this my dad's prime? Boruto asked with astonished eyes. Amazing. Is this the Seventh Hokage's peak? Sarada adjusted her glasses, too shocked to speak. That's not the point. Who is that white-haired woman in the scene? Awabe looked confused. Kaguya Otsutsuki, I didn't expect to appear in the scene. Uchiha Madara, who are you? Where did I go in the video? Uchiha Madara was completely bewildered. Wait, how can this video change so drastically every few seconds? Huh, can anyone tell me what's going on? Hashirama Senju, Madara, maybe you turned into that beautiful girl. Uchiha Madara, do you think this joke is funny? Tobirama Senju, brother, can you be serious? Stop making these dark jokes. Kuratsuchi, by the way, where did Sasuke in the video go? Uchiha Sasuke, right, why am I not in the video? The scene continues. The situation was special. Obito knew that to seal Kaguya they needed the power of both Naruto and Sasuke. But now Sasuke had been pulled into another dimension. Unfortunately, none of those present knew any space-time ninjutsu. Logically, this battle was unwinnable. Obito took a deep breath and decided to use Kimui to pull Sasuke back. But this will consume a huge amount of chakra, and if I run out there, I'm done. Obito's eyes were complex. I can provide you with chakra. Naruto's clone laughed lightly. A clone's chakra isn't enough. Obito shook his head. Ebisu, I don't know, so I'll ask. Is this Kaguya strong? Boruto Uzumaki, she can fight against Dad's prime alone, so she must have some strength, right? Naruto Uzumaki young. No, Kaguya's power far surpasses mine. In the Hokage's office, Naruto shook his head at these comments. He knew all too well how formidable Kaguya had been back then. If it weren't for Obito's timely intervention, if things kept dragging on, he would have been defeated by Kaguya sooner or later. The scene continues. Naruto was still fighting Kaguya. But Kaguya didn't want to tangle with him and planned to leave this space first. Seeing this, Obito decisively used Kamui space to connect to Kaguya's mobility. Kaguya quickly moved from the frozen wasteland to a desolate rocky area. Black Zetsu soon detected Naruto in the distance. After some maneuvering, this clone Naruto quickly disappeared. Kaguya realized it wasn't the real body, shook her head, and then returned to the frozen world. Watching Kaguya disappear from this space, Obito and Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Naruto's clone diverting Kaguya's attention, they were able to hide successfully. Next came the process of finding Sasuke. Sakura activated the Byakugo seal, pouring her chakra into Obito. With blood tears streaming from his eyes, Obito quickly opened a distant space. The first space was opened. It was a volcanic region and Sasuke was not there. At the same time, Sasuke was still wandering in a desert, unable to find his way back no matter how hard he searched. If this continued, he might die of thirst, right? Boruto Uzumaki, as expected of Sasuke sensei, he's so cool. Naruto Uzumaki young, ahem. What's so cool about that Sasuke guy? Uchiha Sasuke young, dead last, you and your son have exactly the same personality. Outside while investigating clues, Sasuke glanced at the chat group's comments and smirked. Of course, if everyone knew about Sasuke's dark history, he might not be smiling. For example, you are my little peanut. Or the time he first saw his daughter, mistook her for an enemy, and almost stabbed Sarada. If these videos were leaked, Sasuke would probably be beaten to death by Itachi. The scene continues. Obito, struggling with exhaustion, opened another space. This space was a world full of diamond-shaped triangles, and Sasuke was not there either. Due to excessive chakra consumption, Obito felt weak. He didn't have much life left. He was surviving purely on willpower. The viewers were instantly filled with admiration for Obito. Don't laugh at the meme, laugh at the man. Uncle Obito is a true man. Obito panted, sweat pouring down his forehead. Why don't we rest for a bit? Sakura asked with concern. What about chakra? The reserves haven't run out yet. Sakura hesitated. Make sure to save enough for the return trip. Worst case, we might not find Sasuke. Obito's eyes were complex. He forced himself to open another space. But this new space seemed to be a sulfuric acid world, with large amounts of acid quickly raining down. To protect Obito, Sakura's shoulder was accidentally corroded by acid. Sakura tore off her sleeve, revealing 2 burn marks on her fair arm. Seeing this, Sarada's face showed surprise. Uchiha Sarada, so that's how mom got the scar on her arm. Sakura Haruno Baruto. Uchiha Makoto, as expected of my daughter-in-law, beautiful and strong. Uchiha Fugaku, Sakura's strength should be at the Super Kage level, right? For a girl. That's already The scene continues. Obito looked at Sakura with concern. Let's rest for a while. You should treat the wound on your arm first. No need to rest, chakra is limited. Sakura shook her head and placed her hand back on Obito's shoulder. Seeing this, the viewers were moved. Sakura was a girl after all. If she didn't treat the scar on her arm and it left a mark, that wouldn't look good, right? Raimon Denki, exactly. Uchiha Sarada, it's not that great. As the new generation praised her mother, a proud expression of Raimon Denki, exactly. Uchiha Sarada, it's not that great. As the new generation praised her mother, a proud expression appeared on Sarada's face. Her mother was a medical ninja, usually not at home. Her father was always busy outside doing who knows what. Therefore Sarada had developed an independent personality from a young age. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, don't you usually spend time with Sarada? Uchiha Sasuke young ahem. Sasuke's expression turned awkward. He indeed hadn't paid much attention to family. Most of the time, he was out investigating the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Itachi, what are you coughing for? Itachi looked at Sasuke's response and felt an inexplicable unease. Could his adorable niece have nearly been hurt by Sasuke? Of course, as soon as this absurd thought emerged, Itachi shook his head. How could his brother ever do such a thing? Of course, if such a thing were exposed, Itachi would probably activate his Mangekyo Sharingan and beat the current Sasuke to death. Sasuke. The scene continued. At that moment, Sakura remembered Naruto. Seemingly encouraged by Naruto, Sakura's gaze became resolute. Obito also pulled himself together. Then, let's continue. Boom. A crack appeared in the space, revealing an endless desert. A figure was walking in the distance. Seeing that figure, Sakura shouted excitedly, Sasuke-kun. Because maintaining the space-time portal consumed a massive amount of chakra, the spatial rift began to close. In a few seconds, Sasuke would be completely trapped in the desert. Seeing this, everyone's face turned anxious. Damn. Obito clenched his teeth, straining to maintain the space. But the space was closing rapidly until it completely shut. Sasuke was utterly trapped in the desert. Seeing this, the viewers were filled with despair. How could this be? Sakura's Byakuga seal dissipated and her body swayed. Just as she was about to fall, Sasuke reached out and held her. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, as if an eternity had passed in that single. Obito stared at the scene, utterly bewildered. How did you get out? Uchiha Obito, the spatial rift has completely disappeared. How did you come out, Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke young. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be a Minato Jikara. Uchiha Obito, a Minato Jikara. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of ability did Sasuke awaken later? On the streets of Konoha, Naruto unconsciously tensed up. After all, Sasuke was his rival. Would Sasuke become that strong in the future? Could he still defeat Sasuke then? The scene continued. Seeing the two safe and sound, Obito had reached his limit, his body trembling uncontrollably. After all, he had barely woken up with only a few minutes of life left. He had held on this long solely through sheer willpower. Obito fell to the ground with a thud. Damn. I have to hold on and bring them back. Pull yourself together. Sakura's anxious cries were growing faint to Obito's ears. Was Obito really about to fall? Obito closed his eyes. In a flash of white light, he saw the moonlight of his childhood again. Obito, didn't we promise? He'll watch you save the world in your coolest form. Keep it up. Rin waved her fist enthusiastically. Looking at the girl before him, Obito's eyes became resolute once more. He could not fall yet. A surge of energy. Return. Cough. With unwavering will, Obito opened his eyes again. Seeing this, the viewers felt a sense of disbelief. Inoki, so this is the worth of the Konoha ghost. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, it's kind of eerie. This Rin has been following Obito all along. Uchiha Madara, these aren't the important points. Obito is about to die. Can he still pull through? Uchiha Obito, because I promised Rin. The scene continued. Obito opened his eyes again, recalling the moments with Rin. A mysterious power surged within him once more. There's still unfinished business. You two get ready, we're going back. Obito weakly propped himself up. Hurry and put your hands on me. Sakura and Sasuke placed their hands on Obito's shoulders. Obito stared at the distant space, enduring excruciating pain. With a dizzying swirl, Obito successfully brought Sakura and Sasuke to a snowy wasteland. He had fulfilled his mission. Watching Obito save the day at the brink of death, the viewers were almost moved to tears. Jiraiya, don't laugh at the meme. Obito is a real man. Fourth Raikage, A. To fulfill his promise to Rin, Obito walked through the gates of death several times with sheer willpower. Inoki, this old man acknowledges Obito. Uchiha Itachi, Obito's ninja talent far surpasses mine. Watching the screen full of praise, Obito, who was still preparing for the resurrection ritual, felt increasingly complex. So this is what it feels like to be a hero. If he hadn't taken the wrong path back then, would he have become Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto, he, Uncle Obito who aims to be Hokage, is the coolest. Uchiha Sarada, exactly. Uncle Obito saved Dad's life. Yuki no Awabe, I've decided. From now on Uncle Obito is also my idol. I want to learn from his spirit. Aizu no Yamashita, every time Obito was about to give up, Rin silently encouraged him from behind. I cried. Uzumaki Himawari, is this pure love? System, there's even purer love. Someone declared their love as a dying wish. Hyuga who's doing is so impressive. Jiraiya, could it be me? Senju Tsunade, no. I think it has nothing to do with you. The scene continued. The viewers were deeply moved. Because of Obito, the ninja world had once been thrown into chaos, but also because of Obito, the ninja world was saved. Obito had nearly given up several times, even stepping into the gates of death, yet he stubbornly held on with sheer willpower until now. Uchiha Itachi, now that everyone is gathered, this Kaguya will surely fail. The scene continued. Seeing everyone present, Kaguya took a deep breath and decisively switched spaces again. With a crack, when everyone opened their eyes, they were surrounded by diamond-shaped triangles. A powerful gravity pressed down on them. With another crack, everyone instantly fell to their knees, unable to move. Kaguya raised her arm with difficulty, and in her palm appeared the bone of mutual killing. Aiming directly at Naruto and Sasuke, the situation became extremely critical. Minato Namikaze, Kaguya, stop. Uzumaki Boruto, it's over. Master Sasuke and Dad are in trouble. Uzumaki Himawari, what should we do now? The scene continued. The music became tense. Sasuke's Rinnegan had not yet recovered, so he couldn't use Amino to Jikara. Dodge it, Sasuke. Naruto shouted anxiously. The two barely pushed themselves up and rolled forward, finally evading Kaguya's attack. The black rods hit the ground in the distance. Due to the gravity, Kaguya couldn't aim properly. Tobirama Senju, I feel like this Kaguya lacks combat experience. Hashirama Senju, I have the same feeling. Otsutsuki Kaguya, hey, that's just your feeling. My combat experience is formidable. Senju Tobirama, I don't think so. Senju Hashirama, I agree. I feel the same. The scene continues. Kaguya, somewhat unconvinced, prepared to condense another all-killing ash bone. Seeing this, Obito's face immediately filled with urgency. He strained with all his might, barely managing to prop himself up, stumbling forward. Meanwhile, Kakashi also rose to his feet. Both of them rushed forward recklessly as fast as they could. The scene then slowed down. The all-killing ash bone shot forward with a whoosh. Obito and Kakashi were still a distance away from Naruto and Sasuke. The viewers watching the video were extremely anxious. Just when everyone thought all was lost, a burst of white light emerged. Rin grabbed both Obito and Kakashi's hands. In the next second, their pupils sharply contracted. Just when everyone thought all was lost, a burst of white light emerged. Rin grabbed both Obito and Kakashi's hands. In the next second, their pupils sharply contracted. Rin, yes, you saw it right. Rin pulled them both, quickly reaching Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing this, the viewers were stunned. No error, Rin, good thing I stepped in. Otsutsuki Kaguya, I protest. Someone is cheating. Zetsu, didn't Rin die already? The scene continues. Thank you, Rin. Kakashi and I were about to join you soon. Kakashi's expression was complex, thinking to himself, and he had already silently prepared to face death. When the time comes, the three of us can catch up properly. Just as the all-killing ash bone was about to pierce through Kakashi's abdomen, Obito turned his head and used Kimui to absorb the black rod from Kakashi. Rin, you've helped me and Kakashi again. But this time in that world, let's spend our time together. Rin, you've helped me and Kakashi again. But this time in that world, let's spend our time together, just the two of us. Kakashi is too much of a nuisance. Let's leave him behind for now. The music turned poignant at that moment. Kakashi looked at Obito before him, his face instantly turning ashen, white, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Obito turned his head, flashing a pained but relieved grin at Kakashi. Kakashi, you idiot, stay here and don't come to us too soon. Seeing this, the viewers were once again shocked. Uncle Obito actually saved Kakashi Sensei's life, disregarding his Uchiha Itachi. The plot actually developed like this. Namikaze Minato, Obito, I knew you had a good heart. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, why did you do this? Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi, don't come too soon. The scene continues. The all-killing ash bone gradually dissipated. Kakashi, Obito gasped heavily, his face filled with exhaustion. Why? We were both prepared to die, but now we still need your strength. Kakashi's face was full of anxiety. Forget about that for now, focus on the enemy Kakashi. Obito's voice was weak. At that moment Naruto and Sasuke had barely regained some strength and struggled to stand. Naruto quickly reached out and placed his hand on Obito's back, trying to channel yang power into him. However, no matter how hard he tried, Obito's body was covered in dense cracks. Don't waste your effort, Naruto. He's beyond saving. He'll die like a useless piece of trash. Zetsu stared at the scene from afar, his eyes full of disdain. He kept belittling Obito, using the most vicious and hurtful words. The viewers were instantly enraged, their hearts burning with fury. How dare Zetsu insult Obito? Everyone rushed to defend Obito. He's a good-for-nothing fool. Shut up. Naruto shouted angrily. He's right. Obito's voice was weak. Recalling all the experiences he had gone through, Obito felt he had indeed lived a failed life. He had committed so many heinous acts in the past, and now he had come to this end. Perhaps this was karma. Naruto listened to Zetsu's taunts, his face filled with anger. Sasuke, finally regaining his eye power, instantly teleported in front of Kaguya, attempting a surprise attack. In the next second, with a crack, the space shifted again, and Kaguya soared into the sky. Zetsu continued his relentless mockery of Obito. Naruto's face turned red with rage upon hearing Zetsu's taunts. Enough. Thank you, Naruto. Obito's lips curled slightly, revealing a strained yet relieved smile. After fighting you, I suddenly realized something. Looking at you, I feel like I'm seeing my former self. I regret who I've become. But for some reason, I'm also incredibly happy about it. Hearing Obito's final words, Naruto lowered his head, staring at his feet, struggling to hold back his tears. When I was young, I dreamed countless times of becoming Hokage, filled with excitement and anxiety. Perhaps you made me remember that feeling. Obito's eyes were complex. The viewers looked up at the screen in the sky, unable to hold back their tears, eyes brimming with emotion. With every word Obito spoke, his body cracked further, his life fading away. Naruto, you will face many more hardships in the future. But even so, you must persist in your ninja way. Naruto clenched his teeth, his lips trembling, struggling to keep his tears from falling. Naruto, you. Obito took a deep breath, turned to look at Naruto, his eyes full of hope, as if seeing the young self, who once held dreams. Definitely become Hokage. After uttering his final words, Obito completely dissolved into a puff of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Naruto could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face as he nodded, his face wet with tears. Seeing Obito disappear, the viewers were all in tears. Whoa, Uncle Obito, don't go. Zetsu stared at the spot where Obito vanished, sneering disdainfully. Haha, that guy was like an ant, but his life force was as tenacious as a cockroach. Hearing Zetsu's mockery, Naruto raised his head angrily. Don't you dare mock Obito. Bam! Naruto's figure shot, like a flash, instantly disappearing from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he had directly cut off Kaguya's arm. Uzumaki Boruto, Dad's speed is so fast. Narashikadai. Looks like the 7th Hokage is truly enraged. Akimichi Chocho, anyone would be angry after all. Obito saved his life. Aizu no Yamazakura, this video made me cry uncontrollably. Uzumaki Himawari, that despicable Zetsu. The ninja world was still immersed in the touching story, especially the heartfelt, genuine smile on Obito's face when he turned around. It was absolutely not an act. Obito had once taken the wrong path and failed to fulfill his dream of becoming Hokage. But in his final moments, he saw hope in Naruto. He wanted Naruto to become Hokage in his place, to fulfill the dream he couldn't achieve as a youth. This segment was truly moving. It took Obito decades, but he finally found his true self and ultimately saved the ninja world. The scene shifted. In a dreamlike pink world, young Obito looked at the familiar girl before him, his face flushing. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. You've taken many detours along the way. It must have been hard. Rin was as gentle as ever, smiling sweetly at Obito. Obito's eyes glistened. He had endured so much grievance along the way. Just like the viewers before the screen, sometimes holding back sorrow, without confiding in anyone, bearing it alone. At that moment, Obito was like a child seeking comfort, nestling in Rin's arms, sobbing softly. Obito, you've done wonderfully. I've seen everything you've done. It's okay now. After a moment, Obito felt a bit embarrassed, wiped his tears, and gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry, Rin. To show you such a pathetic side of me as soon as I arrived. It's fine. Let's go. Rin reached out to take Obito's hand, but Obito hesitated. Rin, can you wait for me a little longer? Before I go to that world, I have one last thing to take care of. Looking at the young man before her, the girl smiled gently. She didn't ask why, just as before, choosing to trust Obito without hesitation. All right, he'll wait for you here. The scene shifted. From the ashes of Obito on the ground, a surge of chakra suddenly emerged and entered Kakashi's body. Seeing this, the viewers were stunned into a brief silence. Wait, it can still steam. Is Obito even human? When Kakashi opened his eyes again, he had transformed back into his younger self. Obito, I came to remind you not to come to that world too soon and disturb Rin and me while we're enjoying our honeymoon in peace. Also, to congratulate you on becoming a Jonin, I couldn't sleep soundly if I took back the eye I gave you. Obito you. Kakashi hesitated. I told Naruto earlier. He will definitely become Hokage in my place. He is the 7th Hokage, so you Kakashi must become the 6th Hokage. Even though you haven't taken office, it'll give you this gift in advance. It's time limited, but it should come in handy for now. Also, don't forget the name of Kakashi of the Sharingan. Bam! The scene shifted. When Kakashi opened his eyes again, he had gained the power of Double Kimui. And note, at this moment the Double Kimui also contained the power of the 6 paths. The final frame froze on Kakashi now, with Double Kimui, making a stunning entrance, his gaze fixed on Kaguya in the distance. Ding! Obito's review is over. Now selecting the next target for review. Finally they're about to review the next target, said Uchiha Sasuke. Speaking of which, who will be the next target? Asked Senju Hashirama. If they're reviewing Uchiha Madara, then I'm not watching, declared Senju Tobirama. Tobirama is such a fool. If you don't want to watch, then fine. Watch my older brother become the 6 paths and defeat all of you, retorted Uchiha Azuna. By the way, why did I suddenly disappear from Obito's video? In the Pure Land, Madara's face was filled with confusion. Why was he no longer in the video? Logically, as a 6 paths level powerhouse, he shouldn't have been defeated. Stop talking about irrelevant things. I'm going to revive everyone in the ninja world, said Uchiha Obito. In Konoha village, Obito used the Rinnegan to revive the entire Uchiha clan, including Minato and Kushina. When the two were revived, they looked at Obito with complex expressions. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei, Kushina sister. I will atone for my sins in my own way. Obito's eyes were filled with turmoil. He had already decided on his next course of action, to follow the path of Uchiha Itachi and silently protect the ninja world from the shadows. Sasuke, I finally see you again, said Uchiha Mikoto. Mom, where is Dad? Asked Uchiha Sasuke. Father is with me, said Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, I need to talk with your brother about something, said Uchiha Fugaku. The system is now selecting the next target. Selection successful. Reviewing the most respected ninja in Naruto Mobile. And the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Bang. Seeing this, the younger generation's faces darkened. After all, everyone had been mocking Madara, but now they realized he was this powerful. Not bad, finally it's my turn. I shall begin to dance, said Uchiha Madara. Madara, your schemes won't succeed, declared Senju Hashirama. Naive. In the future, my older brother will become the 6 paths. How could he possibly fail, said Uchiha Azuna. If we're reviewing Madara. From which era should we start? Asked Boruto Uzumaki. Same here, I'm also looking forward to seeing our ancestor, said Sarada Uchiha. Just asking, is Uchiha Madara truly the strongest in the Uchiha clan? Inquired Inogen Yamanaka. In the Boruto era, as soon as Inogen finished speaking, Boruto interrupted him with annoyance. Inogen, enough. Master Sasuke is the strongest. Really? I don't think so. Inogen Yamanaka's forehead beaded with sweat. Boruto boasts about Sasuke all day long. One would think he was Sasuke's own son. And Sarada is even more. You praise the 7th Hokage every day. Honestly, sometimes the younger generation really thinks Naruto and Sasuke swapped kids back then. So who is truly the strongest in the Uchiha clan? Asked the 4th Raikage. No need to look. It's Master Sasuke, said Boruto Uzumaki. Absolutely, my Nizan, declared Uchiha's. The scene continued during the Warring States period. Corpses littered the battlefield. War raged endlessly, and children, as young as 7 or 8, were forced into combat. By a lakeside, Madara sat alone, weighing a small pebble in his hand before quickly tossing it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the opposite shore, always falling just short. Just as Madara was about to give up, a stone flew past his ears, skipped across the water, and easily reached the other side. Madara turned his head, his eyes full of caution. Who are you? You need to lift it a bit higher when you throw, and then... Hashirama chuckled, and began to advise Madara. Shut up. I know that. Anyway, who are you? Madara's face showed annoyance. My name is Hashirama. I won't tell you my surname for certain reasons. The bowl-cut-haired Hashirama smiled lightly. Alright then. Watch closely. This time I'll definitely make it skip. Madara swung his arm, and quickly hurled the stone. Watching Madara's gesture, Hashirama's expression turned serious. That hand movement. Just as I suspected, it's Shuriken Jutsu. The stone skipped several times across the lake, but still didn't reach the opposite shore. Hashirama glanced at Madara, a look of exasperation on his face. You bastard, you're standing behind me on purpose to mess up my concentration, aren't you? I'm extremely sensitive. I can't even pee if someone stands behind me. Madara glared at Hashirama with irritation. Hashirama squatted on the ground, holding his head like a mushroom. Watching the video on the celestial screen, the audience was stunned. Wait, was this the childhood of the ninja demigod and the god of shinobi? Nizen, I never imagined you met Hashirama like this, said Uchiha Azuna. This evil Uchiha Madara started corrupting my older brother from this moment, declared Senju Tobarama. So this is how the predecessors of the Warring States period interacted, said Boruto Uzumaki. I thought the ancestor was very mature and steady as a child, said Sarada Uchiha. Haha Madara, I do miss those times, said Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, now I can throw it all the way to the other side, said Uchiha Madara. Really? Asked Senju Hashirama. The scene continued. Watching Madara and Hashirama's interaction, the audience found it amusing. Hashirama squatted on the ground, looking pitiful, occasionally muttering a cheeky remark. Madara glared at Hashirama in anger, and Hashirama became pitiful again. Just as they were still talking, a ninja's corpse drifted down from upstream. Both glanced at the corpse, their faces instantly turning pale. Seeing this body meant that other clan members were fighting nearby. This place was no longer safe. Before leaving, Madara looked at Hashirama and left his name. I am Madara. Naturally, he didn't reveal his surname either. After all, during the Warring States period, if they revealed their identities and the other turned out to be an enemy, the consequences would be dire. In just a few minutes of video, the younger generation watched with stunned expressions. Were corpses this common in the Warring States period? And wasn't the legendary Uchiha Madara supposed to be very stern? In the video, he seemed carefree and loud. So the first Hokage was like this as a child, said Boruto Uzumaki. Their interaction is so interesting. Madara constantly scolds the first Hokage, and the first Hokage becomes insecure after being scolded, said Sarada Uchiha. Then Madara apologizes and Hashirama occasionally throws in a cheeky remark. Haha, said Awabe. If I remember correctly, during the Warring States period, the Uchiha and Senju were enemies, right? Asked Chocho Akimichi. The scene continues. The members of the Senju clan began to bury the bodies. Hashirama gazed at the tombstones, his expression filled with complexity. That day, Hashirama returned to the riverbank where they used to meet. Because his younger brother had died, he sat alone in a corner, lost in thought. Madara sneaked up behind him. Hey, why are you so down in the dumps today? Oh, but I'm fine. Hashirama looked at Madara with a complicated gaze. Come on, stop being stubborn. He'll let you speak your mind. Really nothing. Nothing at all. Hashirama's nose and tears mingled together, making him look especially disheveled. Just say it. Madara glared at Hashirama. Hashirama drew a sharp breath, then reluctantly confessed, my brother. He died. As soon as the words were spoken, Madara's expression turned complicated. He too had lost family members, all killed by those bastards of the Senju clan. If he ever encountered anyone from the Senju clan, he would definitely kill those bastards. Not knowing how to comfort Hashirama, Madara picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it toward the opposite bank. I'm the same as you. I once had several younger brothers. But Madara began to tell the story of his own clan. Hearing this, Hashirama's face also grew complicated. The two then began to discuss the system of the ninja world. Can people truly not get along with each other honestly? Is there a way to resolve war? The two pondered deeply, looking at each other, their eyes growing equally excited, because they had finally found someone who shared the same ideals and wanted to change this world. The scene continues. The two began to spar in ninjutsu. Although they were still young, both had already reached the level of a... The scene continues. The two began to spar in ninjutsu. Although they were still young, both had already reached the level of a jonin. The people watching the video looked at the two fighting, their faces full of astonishment. These two are way too talented, aren't they? Your taijutsu and techniques. Not simple. You can match me. Madara wiped the corner of his mouth. You know I'm a genius of the Uchiha clan. At only 12 years old, I've reached the level of a jonin. And yet my opponent can tie with me. Who on earth is he from? No, it's not a tie. I'm still standing, Hashirama said disdainfully. Madara threw a stone that hit Hashirama on the head, and Hashirama quickly fell to the ground. What did you say? Isn't this a tie? When did you? Hashirama said weakly. I threw it the moment you knocked me away. I'm not that easy to deal with. As time passed, the two grew closer. To change the system of this world, they decided to continuously improve their strength so that the adults would respect their opinions. Then, would the war stop? They were still young and couldn't think that far ahead. Uchiha Madara, having drunk too much water, planned to relieve himself. While he was urinating, Hashirama sneakily came up behind him. Madara's body stiffened. Seeing this, Hashirama chuckled mischievously. I didn't expect it actually stopped. You bastard, I told you not to stand behind me. Madara turned around, his face furious. I found your weakness. Hashirama laughed lightly. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the river I just peed in. Madara's face turned cold. The scene shifts. The two chased and fought each other, and eventually both accidentally fell into the river below. Seeing this, the people watching the video couldn't hold it in anymore. The scene continues. Days passed one by one. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. A breeze blew and leaves gradually fell to the ground. Madara, I thought of an incredibly powerful jutsu. Let's train together. Hashirama said excitedly. Madara folded his arms, his gaze somewhat speechless. What jutsu? It's the Taijutsu ultimate super fire style illusion. Hashirama quickly formed hand seals, then recited a long string of jutsu names. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze became excited. Watching Hashirama's words, the younger generation twitched their mouths. It was hard to imagine that this guy known as the god of shinobi was so unserious. By the way, is the god of shinobi really that powerful? He looks like a complete fool. It's not surprising that the younger generation thinks this way because due to the previous video editing, Hashirama didn't have much screen time. So everyone thought the title of god of shinobi was just hyped up. Shinsho Jujian, this guy named Oscar, is he so rude? Yuzibo Ban, peaceful life is too easy. Daimu, you kids are too young, you don't know the power of the ninja god. The scene continues. After a bit of horseplay, the two decided to compete in rock climbing. Shinsho Jujian took the lead first. Yuzibo Ban closely pursued from behind. The harmonious scene of the two made everyone smile knowingly. After climbing to the top, the two gazed into the distance, talking about their ideals. They planned to build a village here. This hilltop would be the Horing Rock. Seeing this, everyone in my village was dumbfounded. So this is the scene before the village was built. Xuanhua Mingren, amazing. This is the time when the village wasn't yet established. Xuanhua Boren, I have a question. Yuzibo, you, what question? Xuanhua Boren, I wonder, there's no deep pit here. Why was the village built in a deep pit later? Xuanhua Mingren Young, ahem, you'll have to ask your uncle Chongmin about that. Xuanhua Chongmin. Shao Organization. Changmin's face looked puzzled. What's going on? Why was my village built in a deep pit? Moreover, what did it have to do with him? My village. The deceased were all revived by Daitu. Yuzibo Yu was walking with his younger brother on the street. Along the way, they encountered several clan members. Yu greeted them politely. Yu had been atoning in his own way. After all, after Daitu exhausted himself using the Lunhuyan, he gouged out the Lunhuyan and gave it to Yu. Yu then continued to use Luanhui Tianxing to revive everyone. The revived clan members no longer needed to curse Yu. The scene continues. The two were talking about ideals here. The music gradually became warm. Let's build a village here that belongs to us. In the village, children won't have to kill each other. Well, build a school to train them, let them grow up healthy. Zujian's face was excited. The more he spoke, the more passionate he became. Everyone can choose missions based on personal ability and strength, and we also need a superior to reasonably classify mission levels. Looking at Zujian passionately talking about future ideals, Ban's face was equally gratified. Time passed quickly. On this day, the two continued skipping stones as usual, but their eyes were serious. After all, this time was different from before. Both families' parents knew of each other's existence. They planned to have their sons get close to the other, then seize the opportunity to kill each other. Seeing this, the viewers' faces tensed up. Xuanhua Xiangriki, oh no. The matter of their early romance has been discovered. Xuanhua Boren, Xiangriki, are you serious with that metaphor? Shinsho Jujian, I really miss those times. Yuzibo Ban, idiot. The scene continues. The two threw the stones in their hands as before as a way of greeting. However, when they saw the words written on the stones, their pupils suddenly contracted. Ban's stone read, it's a trap, run fast. Zujian's stone read, run. The two's lips trembled, they stiffly raised their heads. Zujian, I have things to do today, I'll go first. Ban waved stiffly. Is that so? Zujian nodded. The two pretended to bid farewell casually, just as they turned to flee. Both families' parents along with their respective younger brothers rushed over quickly. Everyone thus confronted each other by the lake. Faced with this situation, even the two who wanted to leave had to stop. The two who were originally deep friends. But because their families were enemies, they had to choose to fight. Seeing this, the viewers' faces were tense. Both families' parents held blades and fought fiercely. The scene was very... The younger brothers also held knives and drew their blades to fight. Since both families' parents were evenly matched, they turned their spears towards each other's children. Once they killed the other's child, then the other's heart would waver. That was also a way to win. In other words, whoever strikes first, whoever wins. Both parents aimed their weapons at each other's children. Just as the weapons were about to hit the two heads, bang! Stones were quickly thrown over. Zujian and Ban both acted at the same time, protecting their younger brothers. Yuzibo Ban also, because of this, awakened the Xiaolunyan. Zujian. Those silly futures we talked about before in the end might really be unattainable. Banyu. Zujian's lips trembled. Although it was short, I was really happy. Ban's eyes were complex. 3 against 3. How about it? Can you do it, Ban? Tiandao was eager to try. I'm afraid not, the opponent is stronger than me. If we fight, he'd and well lose. Ban shook his head. Chuan Nai standing behind Ban heard this, his small face full of shock. There's a child even stronger than his brother. Shuing Zhao Meiming. I think I've discovered a truth. Yuzibo Jishui, what truth? Shuing Zhao Meiming. The people of the Yuzibo clan seem to be all brother Khan. Daidala, I'm looking at it this way, it does seem true. Gonshir Gui Jiao, mister. You showed so much mercy back then, enough to show how much he cares about his younger brother. Chimu Kakaxi, you fought very seriously that time. It could be said to be the most serious fight of his entire career. Pain, because he was afraid of accidentally killing Zhuozhu with a poke. Yuzibo Zhuozhu. On the streets of my village. Zhuozhu looked at the chat group's messages, his face a bit embarrassed. Although what everyone said was indeed the truth, the gap between him and his brother was indeed a bit large. The scene continues. Then retreat. Tiandao gave the order. Banned. Zhu Jian looked at the distant back, his eyes full of anxiety. In fact, you haven't given up, have you? You and I have the same thoughts. You are of the Qinsho clan. If possible, I really wish our thoughts were different. My brother was killed by the Qinsho. Your brother died at the hands of the Yuzibo. Ban said seriously. So, you and I don't need to be open with each other anymore from now on. Well, meet on the battlefield, Qinsho Zhu Jian. I am. Yuzibo Ban. Ban turned his head. His eyes turned into the Xylunian. Seeing this, Zhuozhu seemed to be broken. Ban, only because of parting with Zhu Jian's strong stimulation and grief, prompted him to awaken the Xylunian. What about Zhuozhu? Zhuozhu only awakened a single Danguyu in anger after his entire family was killed. Yuzibo Zhuozhu, why are you all looking at me? I was young then, my chakra wasn't enough. Daitong Yui, the main reason is that Zhuozhu is the reincarnation of Yinshuayuo, right? Rixiang Dijian, clan leader, didn't you say the Rixiang clan was the strongest? Rixiang Rizu. Hashirama Senju, this is where Madara and I began to diverge. Izuna Uchiha, deceitful Senju, you deliberately deceived my brother. Tobirama Senju, Izuna, you mad dog, can you calm down? Sarada Uchiha, in the video Madara awakened the Sharingan because he was about to part ways with the first Hokage. Boruto Uzumaki, seeing this, Madara's talent is formidable. Cho Akimichi, they were fated for each other, yet as sworn enemies of rival clans they could never be together. What a poignant story. Wasabi Izuno, this plot feels off. Denki Keminaraman, so did the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha really have some scandal? Iwabi Ueno, I feel like you're all spreading rumors. The scene continues. Many years later, on the battlefield, the elder brothers fought and bickered while the younger ones clung to each other. Meanwhile, the younger brothers were locked in a desperate struggle, each resolved to die. Everyone fell silent at this sight. Wait, was this right? Tears welled up unbidden as memories of the past blurred. Tobirama decisively executed the flying thunder god slash, piercing straight through Izuna Uchiha. Madara Uchiha sensed something amiss and swiftly embraced his brother. Gazing at the wound on his brother's body, Madara Uchiha was utterly consumed by darkness. He swore no matter what, to exact revenge on Hashirama and his kin. The scene shifted. At home, Izuna Uchiha lay gravely ill, unable to rise. He willingly gouged out his Mangekyo and handed it to his brother. Madara Uchiha, with tears in his eyes, merged Izuna's Mangekyo into his own, thus awakening the legendary ultimate Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Bang! A tremendous oppressive aura emanated. Hashirama Senju, the turning point began from this moment. Tobirama Senju, what happened to Izuna? Madara Uchiha, my brother is dead. Tobirama Senju, oh, let me confirm the tally. Izuna Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, are you insane? In the Pure Land, Izuna Uchiha's face was icy cold. He wished he could kill Tobirama Senju on the spot. Anoki, these aren't the main point. Madara is about to unleash the complete Susanoo. Sasuke Uchiha, the complete Susanoo. Anoki, these aren't the main point. Madara is about to unleash the complete Susanoo. Sasuke Uchiha, the complete Susanoo. Itachi Uchiha, this is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Shursui Uchiha, am envious, I've never unleashed the complete Susanoo. The scene continues. Madara Uchiha, fueled by hatred, sought out the Senju clan. As they say, a king descends from the heavens, wrathful and fierce. Blazing with fury over his brother's death, Madara yearned to slay Tobirama Senju instantly. That day, at dusk, Madara located the Senju clan's forces, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Your eyes? Hashirama stared at the Madara before him, his lips trembling. What happened to Izuna? Tobirama Senju asked, his expression puzzled. Madara fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. My brother, gravely wounded last time, has died. Witnessing this, the viewers watching the video fell into silence. Sarada Uchiha, why did the second Hokage ask that? Boruto Uzumaki, isn't this a bit inappropriate? In such a solemn moment, suddenly asking that kind of question. Iwabi Ueno, Maybe the second Hokage was just confirming his kill tally. If you truly want to protect the Uchiha, you should end this battle. Hashirama replied with righteous indignation. Seeing this, the viewers If you truly want to protect the Uchiha, you should end this battle. Hashirama replied with righteous indignation. Seeing this, the viewers inexplicably felt a surge of anger. After all, Madara's brother had been killed by Tobirama Senju. How dare you say that? If you truly wanted a truce, you should have let Madara kill your brother. Madara's face twisted with even greater fury, and substantial chakra abruptly erupted from his body. Bang! A tremendous oppressive aura radiated outward. Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama quickly formed hand seals summoning wooden vines. Bang! Madara Uchiha swung his fist. 3 massive vines burst through the ground, swiftly entangling Madara Uchiha's arm. But this was not over. The surrounding ground erupted with hundreds of meters of vines. These vines spiraled through the air, then rushed toward Madara Uchiha. Bang! 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 The ground exploded violently, and a flower bud grew from within the vines. The bud released poisonous pollen spreading toward Madara Uchiha. Madara's consciousness blurred, and he knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth. Pollen poison. Stop this now, Madara. Continuing this fight is meaningless. Hashirama's face was anxious. Meaningless. Madara's fury intensified. Then why did my brother die? Because of you. Because you bastards killed him. Rage clouded his mind. Susanu's form quickly donned armor. In an instant, it swelled from a height of over 50 meters into a giant nearly 200 meters tall. Tobirama, hiding among the vines in terror, cast a sidelong glance at the distant giant, his pupils contracting violently. What met his eyes was a colossal blue heel. He looked up toward the sky. Madara Uchiha was glaring down at him with furious ferocity. Seeing this, the viewers watching the video fervently wished for Madara Uchiha to crush Tobirama Senju. Hashirama formed hand seals again. Wood golem technique. Thump! From the vine-covered ground, another wooden giant rose, a wooden dragon coiled around its neck. Hashirama stood atop the giant's head, locking eyes with the distant Madara Uchiha. Watching the battle between the two predecessors from the Warring States period, the younger generation was nearly frightened to tears. Boruto Uzumaki, so powerful. The first Hokage is incredible. Sarada Uchiha, Lord Madara, is also formidable. This nearly 200-meter Susanoo. Truly terrifying. Anoki C. That's Madara Uchiha's power. Raikage, earlier you said you wanted to fight Madara Unienon, didn't you? Fourth Raikage, hey. Yamato, these aren't the main point. Why is my wood style different from the first Hokage's? Yamato was utterly baffled. His wood style could only do landscaping at best, creating a 3-room in a living room technique. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju, with a clap of his hands, summoned whatever he desired. This nearly 200-meter wooden giant was truly absurd. The scene continues. Madara let out a roar toward the sky. Madara. Hashirama roared back. Their hands intertwined, generating a fierce gale. This gale blew away the onlookers below. Countless vines rose irregularly. On the giant's shoulder, the massive wooden dragon shot toward Madara Uchiha. Madara swiftly punched the wooden dragon away. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama controlled thousands of vines, lashing Madara Uchiha's body. Thump, 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 thump. The ground quaked as if an earthquake struck, and the shockwaves of their clash sent several mountain peaks flying. The smoke gradually cleared, for massive wooden dragons tore through the air, charging again. But it wasn't over. Madara Uchiha seized the 4 wooden dragons and yanked Hashirama toward him. Thus he spun Hashirama in a love whirl. He hurled Hashirama into a distant mountain peak. Bang! The mountain peak was obliterated in an instant. The surrounding area was torn apart by the aftermath of their battle. Witnessing this, the viewers watching the video fell into silence again. Niji Hyuga. So this is the power of the Uchiha. Takuma Hyuga. Aren't we Hyuga stronger than the Uchiha? Hayashi Hyuga. Ahem, when did I ever say that? In Konohagakure, Hayashi Hyuga coughed awkwardly. Now that the Uchiha clan had been revived, he wasn't sure if those lunatics might come after him for his earlier remarks. After all, the Uchiha clan was too absurd. This 100-meter Susanoo. Was it something ordinary people could contend with? Himawari Uzumaki, the first Hokage, is amazing.